In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, the once clear sky was now shrouded by a thick layer of ominous clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the land. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning, a torrential downpour commenced. Amidst this tempest, a translucent spirit slowly descended from the heavens, drawn by some mysterious force towards Naruto's home. In an instant, it penetrated the window of his dwelling and entered Naruto's body. Startled from his slumber, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes and gazed at his palms, murmuring, "Have I arrived in the world of Hokage? System, have I succeeded?" At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully possessed Naruto. Welcome to a brand new world. From this moment on, you are Naruto Uzumaki. You have received a beginner's gift package. Upon hearing this continuous stream of affirmations, Naruto's anxious heart began to ease. This was the world he had meticulously chosen for his journey. From the moment he stepped into this world of ninjas, everything diverged from what he once knew, transforming into a parallel existence. He had truly become the vortex of Naruto. Naruto inspected his physique. It appeared he was at the cusp of graduating from a ninja academy, with the afternoon reserved for the graduation ninjutsu assessment. It seemed the Mizuki incident would soon unfold. System, open the beginner's gift package. Successfully opened the beginner's gift package. You have received the following rewards: mastery of basic ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu proficiency in 5 elemental release techniques. A selection of 10 forbidden jutsu packages and more. Naruto rolled his eyes at the vague ending. What does more even mean? Oh, that's not important. Just wait for the story to unfold. Additionally, if you sacrifice 2 forbidden jutsu packages, you can exchange them for a rare bloodline limit. Feeling exasperated, Naruto chose to ignore the system. He rose slowly, stretched, and stepped outside. The torrential rain had given way to clear skies. However, the streets of Konoha echoed with complaints. When the world is this weather? One moment it's thundering, the next it's pouring, and now it's sunny. Disregarding the discontented murmurs, Naruto continued towards the ninja academy. Suddenly, he overheard a nearby vendor grumbling, "Humph, what bad luck. My clothes are drenched from the rain, and to top it off, I had to see that annoying little brat." With a look of disdain, the vendor turned away and slammed the shop door shut, creating a thunderous noise. Upon hearing this, Naruto paused, his gaze directed at the mask shop. Truly, it was said that heaven offers a path, yet one often chooses to venture into hell. In the past, he might have accepted such ridicule and prejudice with silent endurance. But now, the circumstances were profoundly different. With a calm demeanor, Naruto approached the mask shop, squinting slightly as he began to gather a tremendous amount of chakra in his right hand. With a swift motion, he struck the closed door with a powerful punch. Boom! The door, along with the entire wall, was obliterated into countless fragments, scattering debris in all directions. A cloud of dust surged upwards, enveloping the entire shop. This sudden upheaval left the nearby Umbu agents in shock, unable to believe their eyes. How could this be? Had they misjudged Naruto's strength? He, who was typically gentle and kind, had never exhibited such unruly aggression before. Alarmed, the Umbu decided to report to the Hokage about the potential disturbance of the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Naruto walked into the wrecked shop, hands forming seals as a soundproof barrier enveloped the premises. The shopkeeper, hearing the commotion, looked up, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized Naruto, exclaiming, "Ah, so it's you, little brat. Speak. Did you blow up my shop with explosive tags?" In response to the shopkeeper's accusations, Naruto remained silent, steadily advancing towards him. The shopkeeper, growing furious, pointed a finger at Naruto and shouted, "Humph! Don't think your silence will save you. This time, I will not let you off easily. I will report you to the Hokage, and you will pay for this. Kneel and admit your mistake." Before the shopkeeper could finish, Naruto picked up a splintered piece of wood and forcefully drove it into the man's left thigh. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the shop, blood gushing forth and staining the floor. Bending slightly, Naruto retrieved another piece of debris, his gaze fixed on the trembling shopkeeper as a smile crept onto his lips. "After all, this isn't particularly sharp, so bear with it. Now it's time for your right leg." The shopkeeper, pale and sweating profusely, stammered, Wait, Naruto, remember? I once gave you a mask. Naruto paused momentarily, then replied, Of course I remember. I recall your disdainful gaze when you waved it off after I picked it up. With that, he raised a wooden plank high and plunged it into the shopkeeper's right leg. Thud! The plank embedded itself deep within the man's muscle. Ah! Another wretched wail filled the air. This time, blood did not spurt forth, possibly due to the prior loss from the left leg. Naruto, anxious to leave, remarked, Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. I have an exam this afternoon, so I can't linger any longer. The shopkeeper, lying on the ground, thought to himself that this beast was finally leaving. Once he was gone, he'll report this to the Hokage and ensure swift justice. Just then, Naruto added a chilling remark, Oh, and don't worry about your precious daughter who is traveling. I will take good care of her AS for you. You can rest easy in hell. With that, Naruto seized a hefty piece of wood and aimed it at the shopkeeper's head. Bang! The shopkeeper, an ordinary man without any chakra to defend himself, had his skull crushed, blood and brain matter splattering across the shop's interior. Naruto coldly observed the gruesome scene, devoid of any sympathy, and stated, Let your blood celebrate my arrival. Subsequently, he formed seals, employing the shadow clone and transformation techniques to create a cloaked figure seated in the shop, while he stealthily exited. It was prudent to remain concealed, being the host of the Nine Tails was a sensitive matter. Before long, Naruto arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, commencing the primary narrative of the Hokage. Here I come, Sakura, my wildflower. Chapter 2. Shock in Konoha in the Ninja School. With merely an hour remaining before the examination commenced, students had already begun to trickle into the classroom. As it had been in the past, the examination would focus on the shadow clone technique. At this moment, Irika and the other examiners had yet to make their appearance. Suddenly, among the students, Sakura Haruno became restless. With a playful sway of her hips and a beaming smile, she approached Sasuke, sweetly exclaiming, Sasuke, I have complete faith in your abilities. You must have mastered the shadow clone technique by now. You and Amp. Oppos, truly remarkable. She punctuated her words by delicately licking her lips, gazing dreamily at Sasuke. In response to Sakura's exuberant display, Sasuke remained expressionless, casually muttering, Clearly, he had grown accustomed to such flattery, even finding it somewhat tiresome. Nevertheless, Sakura's gaze remained fixed on him, as if he were the sole person in her world. She then shifted her tone, raising her voice to mockingly declare, Look at Naruto over there, always goofing around, utterly clueless. He wouldn't even measure up to a single one of Sasuke's fingers. The moment these provocative words escaped her lips, the classroom erupted in laughter, with students joining in to ridicule Naruto, the mockery echoing throughout the room. However, in a quiet corner, Hinata Hyuga sat in stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere, her head bowed as she softly murmured, Naruto has always worked very hard. He will surely give his best in this exam. Unfortunately, her words were quickly drowned out by the laughter of her peers, going unnoticed. Had it been anyone else, someone as socially awkward as Hinata would likely have been ostracized. Thankfully, her esteemed lineage from the Hyuga clan afforded her some degree of protection, preventing others from targeting her easily. Naruto observed the unfolding scene with keen awareness. Gradually, he stood tall, fixing an icy glare on Sakura as he coldly remarked, You wretched creature. To curry favor with Sasuke, you belittle others without hesitation. You may have parents, but you clearly lack upbringing. Sakura, taken aback, stared at Naruto with wide eyes, disbelief etched across her face. She never expected the usually obedient Naruto to speak so harshly, and her anger flared instantly. With hands on her hips, she retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare, say that again. Naruto, unwavering, locked his gaze on Sakura and enunciated each word with chilling clarity. If you utter another word, I swear I will make you crawl out of here like a dog. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Naruto, surging toward Sakura. In an instant, she felt her breath catch, her legs weaken under the oppressive pressure, and she collapsed to the ground. The malevolent intent emanating from Naruto rivaled that which Orochimaru had directed at Sasuke in the Forest of Death, instilling an immobilizing fear. Yet, this time, the malevolence was more terrifying, overwhelming Sakura to the point of loss of control. Her mouth agape, she gasped for air, her face a canvas of terror and disbelief. But Naruto was not finished. He turned to the once laughing crowd, his killing intent intensifying. With a mere thought, that dreadful aura enveloped everyone present. In an instant, those who had been laughing turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, one by one collapsing to their knees. Only Sasuke, Hinata, and a few others who had not joined in the laughter remained unaffected by the oppressive energy. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Confusion and fear etched on the faces of the assembled students who could not comprehend the sudden surge of malice. Silence fell over the room, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing and racing hearts. At that moment, a gentle knock interrupted the tension, and Irika, accompanied by several other examiners, entered the room. The instant they stepped inside, Naruto's killing intent dissipated. Irika surveyed the scene, astonished to find a multitude of students kneeling on the ground, trembling. What on earth happened here? You need not bow like this. We are merely here for an examination. Everyone, please stand. Upon hearing Irika's voice, the students gradually regained their composure. Realizing the menace had vanished, one by one, they rose, yet their eyes remained filled with fear and panic as they scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, Sakura shrieked, "Irika-sensei, it's terrible. Naruto is going to kill me." The crowd echoed her sentiments. That monster is out for blood. No wonder our parents warned us to steer clear of him. Sakura scrambled to her feet, using her filthy pants to wipe away the evidence of her fear, secretly relishing the moment, thinking, how dare you, an orphan without parents. Speak to me like that? I will show you the power of public opinion. In truth, Sakura refused to acknowledge that the menacing aura had come from Naruto. He was merely a failure, unworthy of such strength. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, a grave expression on his face as he fixed his gaze on the Umbu member kneeling before him. You say Naruto smashed through a wall with a single punch? And upon your arrival, you witnessed a cloaked figure standing over the store owner's skull? This mysterious person vanished before your eyes. Where was Naruto during this incident? The Umbu member responded with utmost respect. Honored third Hokage, I did not see Naruto's figure. But the latest reports indicate that this afternoon coincides with the examination at the ninja school. Naruto is currently participating in the exam. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen rose abruptly, clasping his hands behind his back, his voice resolute. It seems that only Naruto can provide clarity on what transpired in that shop. There is no time to waste. I shall personally visit the ninja school. Additionally, send someone to appropriately comfort the families of the deceased and ensure they are given the space to grieve. Understood. The Umbu member responded before vanishing in an instant. Hiruzen remained, his brow furrowed as he gazed in the direction of the ninja school. After a moment's pause, he took a deep breath and slowly made his way outside. Chapter 3. Graduation Assessment within the school. Irika overheard the murmurs surrounding him, causing him to furrow his brow slightly as he cast his gaze towards Naruto ahead. At that moment, there was not a trace of malice emanating from Naruto. Irika then turned to the students and declared loudly, "Silence. I am unconcerned with the nonsensical chatter from outside, but since you are my students, you shall not propagate these baseless rumors. Anyone caught continuing this nonsense will face failure in the examination." Naruto chuckled softly, recognizing that Irika-sensei remained steadfast, just as he had always been. However, a single Irika could not alter the harsh reality of Konoha. Regaining his composure, Irika continued sternly, "Enough of this foolishness. Take your seats immediately. We will commence the examination. When I call your name, step forward to demonstrate the shadow clone technique." As Irika spoke, the rowdy students returned to their respective seats. Sakura, too, fidgeted as she sat back down. The assessment began, and the first student called to the stage showcased their ninjutsu, alongside Irika and Mizuki in a simultaneous evaluation. As time unfolded, the examination progressed steadily. Finally, it was Uchiha Sasuke's turn. With an air of arrogance, Sasuke strolled confidently to the front, hands in pockets. Upon reaching the stage, he wasted no time in forming seals and executing the shadow clone technique. Even his clones maintained the same casual posture, embodying the essence of the Uchiha clan's innate prowess. Seated among the audience, Sakura could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming with starry-eyed admiration, "Sasuke is so handsome. Sasuke is amazing. Look at him." Her voice pierced through the quiet room, nearly shattering the eardrums of those present. Habitually, she turned to Naruto with a disdainful expression, completely disregarding the fact that she had been frightened by him moments earlier. She mocked, "Humph, look at Sasuke, and then look at some others. Can anyone comprehend? You can't even perform a transformation technique properly, yet you dare aspire to execute a shadow clone technique? What a dreamer." As soon as her words fell, Irika promptly called out, "Next, Uzumaki Naruto." Hearing his name, Naruto stood up slowly, his movements appearing somewhat sluggish. He took measured steps towards the podium, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes from his peers. Upon reaching the stage, Irika's encouraging and trusting gaze met him. Feeling his teacher's support, Naruto and Appo's lips curled into a faint smile as he began forming seals to perform the shadow clone technique. With a swirl of smoke, multiple identical Narutos appeared before the audience. Each clone mirrored the original in both appearance and movement, a flawless execution. Witnessing this, Irika and Appo's eyes glimmered with surprise. He nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed loudly, "Naruto, pass." A wave of skepticism erupted from the audience. Though their voices were muted, they resonated distinctly in the quiet classroom. How is this possible? Is this really the same Naruto who has consistently ranked at the bottom, mockingly referred to as the straggler and Appo's? Indeed, his previous performances were abysmal. He could hardly master the simplest transformation technique. Could it be that he cheated? I believe I have heard of a device called scientific ninja tools in the future. As Irika listened to the chatter, his expression darkened further. He abruptly lifted his head and scanned the class with a stern glare, shouting, "Silence! Naruto's success is solely the result of his diligent training. Anyone who dares to speak ill will face my wrath." Sakura, eyes wide in disbelief, slowly raised her hand and addressed Irika. "Irika-sensei, please recognize this. Just a week ago, during the graduation test, Naruto-kuden and Appos, he even performed the simplest transformation technique. Now you claim he has successfully executed the shadow clone technique? Is there not something amiss here?" At this, Mizuki stood up, a smirk gracing his lips as he taunted. "Oh, dear girl, are you perhaps envious that Naruto passed? It's evident to anyone with eyes that Naruto's shadow clone technique is indeed valid, and perhaps you should rush home and change your pants. The unmistakable stench is unbearable." With that, Mizuki exaggeratedly pinched his nose, inciting laughter among the surrounding students. The classroom was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Sakura, unable to believe her eyes, watched as the evaluators began to favor the mischievous Naruto. Not only that, but they also mocked her without reservation. A swell of indignation and sorrow rose within her, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. She fought to hold them back, but ultimately, a single tear slipped down her cheek, landing softly on the floor. Mizuki observed her with a slight smile, inexplicably feeling a surge of satisfaction at Sakura and Appo's distress. He then raised his voice deliberately, announcing, "Next is you, Haruno Sakura. Stop crying. Tears count against your time." Upon hearing Mizuki's words, Sakura gritted her teeth and swiftly wiped away the tears. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure before stepping onto the stage. Once positioned, she focused intently, forming seals to execute the shadow clone technique. Suddenly, two identical Sakuras appeared on stage, standing resolutely side by side. Naruto watched intently from his seat. Indeed, Sakura's foundational training at the Ninja Academy had paid off. Concentrating chakra to his fingertip, he aimed directly at one of Sakura's clones. A Jinjutsu surged silently towards the clone. With a resounding pop, the clone shattered into a cloud of white mist, leaving Naruto smirking as he taunted. "Haha, is that all you've got? Such a fragile clone couldn't even last 3 seconds. How do you dare call it a clone? What a joke." Laughter erupted around him, as others chimed in. "Exactly. With skills like that, you should spare us the embarrassment." Chapter 4. The dejected Sakura Haruno. The mocking laughter grew increasingly relentless, each wave of derision piercing Sakura Haruno's heart like a razor-sharp dagger. Instinctively, she glanced at her dear friend Ino Yamanaka, only to find her joining in the taunts. The shrill sounds ignited a pang of anguish within Sakura. Meanwhile, Naruto, in a relaxed manner, stretched his limbs and remarked, "Ah, this feels delightful." His words only fueled Sakura's ire further. In a fit of indignation, Sakura pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, exclaiming, "I am not finished yet. If a slacker like you can pass, why can't I?" With that, she immediately formed hand seals, focusing intently to perform the shadow clone technique. In an instant, a replica of herself appeared before her eyes. However, this clone dissipated into a cloud of white mist almost as soon as it was conjured. Seeing this, Naruto's lips curled into a smirk, and he replicated his previous trick. Using a flick of his finger to shatter Sakura's clone, he continued to mock her from the stage, saying, "Haha, look at your level. Is that all you've got? It's worse than your last attempt. At least that clone lasted 3 seconds, but this one barely made it half a second." Sakura's face flushed crimson with rage, her temples throbbing with frustration. She longed to defend herself, but Shimizu, with an impassive expression, interjected, "Sakura Haruno, your assessment results are unsatisfactory. You will be rescheduled for a retest tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Sakura froze in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she stared at Shimizu, shouting, "No. This cannot be. I have worked so hard. How could I possibly fail? Please, grant me another chance." In desperation, she threw herself on the ground, rolling and wailing, throwing a tantrum. Yet, the Chunin present showed no sympathy for her antics. They swiftly approached, dragging Sakura out and unceremoniously discarding her at the entrance of the Ninja Academy like refuse. Alone, Sakura lay on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart heavy with injustice. Although she had another opportunity for a retest the following day, the humiliation of failing the assessment today was enough to bring shame upon her parents. Struggling to rise, she brushed the dirt off her clothes with trembling hands. Just as she prepared to leave, she was taken aback to find a throng of parents gathered at the academy entrance, awaiting the results of the assessments. Many parents turned their gazes towards Sakura, whispers rippling through the crowd. "Who is that girl? She was just thrown out. Who knows? Perhaps her performance was abysmal. I remember that bothersome fox from years ago never received such a special treatment." One parent remarked, laced with derision. "Oh, it's Sakura Haruno from the Haruno family. I guess she must have failed and is throwing a fit, which is why the teacher kicked her out," another speculated. Sakura's own parents, upon seeing their daughter ejected, turned away in disappointment. Each snippet of gossip pierced Sakura's heart, leaving her face ablaze with shame. Biting her lip tightly, she dared not meet the curious stares. Lowering her head and quickening her pace toward home, tears continuing to flow unabated. At this moment, Naruto quietly observed from the window, his gaze fixated on Sakura, who was running away in tears. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, his heart swelling with unexplainable joy. Meanwhile, Irika-sensei announced loudly from the podium, "All right, class. Today's examination concludes here. Those who did not pass, remember to return tomorrow morning for a retest." Pointing in Naruto's direction, he continued, "Naruto, please stay behind. The rest may disperse and celebrate." Upon hearing Irika's words, the classroom, which had been filled with noise, fell silent. The students exchanged surprised glances at Naruto before hastily gathering their belongings, whispering amongst themselves as they exited the classroom. In no time, Naruto found himself alone in the room. Irika then turned to him, speaking gently, "Naruto, the third Hokage wishes to speak with you. Come with me to the adjacent office." Naruto squinted slightly, thinking to himself. That was quick. Nodding, he followed Irika with a light-hearted step as they made their way to the office. Upon entering, they found Hiruzen Sarutobi standing quietly on one side of the room. Behind the third Hokage stood 3 individuals lined up neatly. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Is that Yamato? What a serious-looking man. And there's the laid-back Kakashi-sensei, and lastly, Guy. Seeing such an impressive assembly before him, Naruto mused. They must be genuinely concerned about my Nine Tails going out of control. After all, it was the Nine Tails. If anything were to go awry, the consequences could be dire. Demonstrating their serious regard for him, Naruto looked up at Hiruzen, whose expression was grave, and calmly asked, "Grandpa Sarutobi, did you summon me in such haste for a specific reason?" Hiruzen's once gentle demeanor was now overshadowed by seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Naruto and inquired in a low voice, "Naruto, I need to ask you, what did you do at the mask shop before this exam?" It turned out that according to the detailed reports and investigations from the UMBU members, only Naruto and the mysterious figure were present at the scene of the incident. However, given Naruto's current abilities, it was inconceivable that he could have committed such a crime. Thus, Hiruzen suspected that a mysterious individual had likely used a transformation technique to impersonate Naruto and commit the act. Nevertheless, another possibility could not be entirely ruled out. The Nine Tails sealed within Naruto might have been manipulated by this mysterious person, leading to an uncontrollable rampage. Yet, faced with Hiruzen's inquiry, Naruto appeared utterly bewildered. He scratched his head, feigning ignorance, and replied, "What are you talking about, Grandpa? I've never been to any mask shop. I've been napping all afternoon, and after waking up, I rushed straight here for the exam." Chapter 5. The Obstruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon Naruto's face, the lines of his weathered visage betraying a hint of authority as he spoke slowly. "Naruto, should you find yourself entangled in any misdeeds, do not conceal the truth from me. If you choose to come forth with honesty, I assure you leniency in my dealings." At these words, Naruto couldn't suppress a cold smile. The character of Sarutobi Hiruzen was not without controversy in the original narrative. Furthermore, the memories of his childhood were elusive at this moment. Yet it was clear that this man had usurped the wealth of the fourth Hokage. For now, he resolved to set this matter aside. Confrontation was unwise, and he would reclaim what was owed once he acquired the sealing scroll. Quickly adjusting his expression, Naruto turned to the third Hokage with a smile, exclaiming, "Grandfather Third, I merely indulged in a moment of whimsy, sketching a few lines on Hokage Rock. Rest assured, I have already erased those doodles." Hiruzen scrutinized Naruto's clear eyes, searching for any sign of deception. Gradually, the tension in his brow eased, and his tone softened. "You mustn't be so reckless in the future. After all, you have successfully passed your examination and are now a certified ninja." With that, he waved his hand gently, continuing with a smile, "Now, off you go home." He then presented Naruto with the forehead protector, a symbol of his ninja status. With joy swelling within him, Naruto accepted the forehead protector, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, and dashed out. Inside the quiet office, the atmosphere was tense, the lighting dim. An UMBU member stood rigidly before Hiruzen, voicing concern. "Lord Third, are we truly to let him go so easily? We know nothing of that mysterious individual." Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "I have observed him closely. This incident likely does not involve him. With his meager strength as a genin, how could he possibly exhibit such extraordinary power? Furthermore, when he held the forehead protector, there were no signs of struggle on his hands, which is quite peculiar." After a brief pause, he commanded, "Relay my orders. Intensify the search for any enemies lurking within the village. This individual, capable of transforming into Naruto, must possess knowledge of the Nine Tails incident. Kakashi, I entrust Naruto's safety to you for the time being." Kakashi, maintaining his signature laid-back demeanor, responded, "Understood, Lord Third." As Naruto strolled down the street towards home, he noticed a figure ahead, seemingly waiting for him. His pace slowed as he focused on the person. A woman stood there, her gaze fixed upon him. "Uzumaki Naruto, I have waited for you for a long time." Her voice was sharp and filled with anger. Naruto squinted, surprised. "Aren't you the daughter of the mask shop owner? I recall your name is Shizuka Seonji. I heard you were traveling. What brings you back?" However, Shizuka did not answer his question. Instead, her eyes widened in fury as she shouted, "You wretched bastard. You killed my father, didn't you? Her voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of passers-by. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the news had spread so swiftly. But at that moment, his acute senses detected something amiss. A familiar presence lingered in the shadows behind Shizuka. It was Mizuki. Understanding dawned upon him. Mizuki intended to use this woman to provoke him, hoping to lure him in under the pretense of comfort, aiming to deceive him into stealing the sealing scroll. Previously, he had shattered the facade of another shop in broad daylight, witnessed by many. Now, with her father deceased, though it was not he who had trampled upon the man's remains, he was not entirely blameless. Surely, the Umbu's efforts to dispel rumors had only just commenced, and they had yet to formally announce that Naruto was the victim of slander. Innocently, Naruto faced Shizuka. How could I possess such formidable strength? As he spoke, he slowly withdrew the forehead protector from his pocket, raising it high for her to see. I have only just passed the Ninja Academy's evaluation. How could a mere genin commit such a heinous act as killing your father? Shizuka's reaction was predictable. Initially, her heart brimmed with doubt, for she had heard tales of another mysterious figure present at the scene. Yet, Mizuki had recently approached her with the claim that Naruto had transformed into a fearsome fox spirit, ruthlessly slaying her beloved father. Fueled by rage, she had awaited Naruto's emergence after the examination. Trembling with fury, Shizuka glared at Naruto and shouted, "Enough of your nonsense. You vile wretch will not escape responsibility. Today, I shall personally take you down and lay you to rest beside my father." With that, she swiftly formed hand seals, a surge of energy enveloping her fists, which transformed into two incredibly hard boulders, hurtling towards Naruto with great force. Naruto stood still, watching as the massive stone fists soared towards his face. Just then, Mizuki descended from above, blocking the boulders with his arm. With a resounding thud, Mizuki staggered slightly but quickly regained his footing, stating, "My friend, please cease your actions. It is a misunderstanding. The Hokage has just issued a statement declaring Naruto entirely innocent. The announcement is posted just ahead. You may verify it for yourself." Internally, Naruto smirked. Having anticipated Mizuki's intervention, his motives were clear: to ingratiate himself with Naruto, inciting a sense of gratitude, all to further his own plans to pilfer the sealing scroll. At that moment, Shizuka, once brimming with aggression, hesitated, casting an accusatory glance at Naruto behind Mizuki. "Wretched creature, await your reckoning," she spat, turning to move towards the notice board. Yet, just as she was about to step forward, Naruto seized her right wrist firmly, his tone icy. "Did I permit you to leave?" Chapter 6. The miserable Shizahana Sanji slowly turned her head, her gaze firmly locking onto Naruto. As a chunin, her reaction speed was swift. Her right hand tensed instantly, exerting all her strength to free herself from Naruto and Appo's grip. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sheer force of Naruto's grip, which was beyond her imagination. No matter how fiercely she struggled, her captured right hand remained immobile, as if ensnared by an iron vice. A surge of panic coursed through Shizahana's heart, yet she hesitated not for a moment. With a sudden motion, her left hand plunged into her pocket, retrieving a sharp kunai, and she resolutely aimed a fierce slash at Naruto's hand. This strike was executed with unwavering intent, imbued with the determination to sever his arm. In that instant, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and his already formidable grip surged with explosive strength. With a sharp crack, he astonishingly crushed Shizahana's entire right hand. A piercing scream erupted from Shizahana as her face paled in an instant. Agonizing pain radiated throughout her body, rendering her nearly incapable of bearing it. You little beast, you actually shattered my bones." She gritted her teeth, glaring at Naruto, her eyes brimming with hatred. Such viciousness was akin to that of a fiend. Trembling from the excruciating pain, she could no longer support herself and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The sudden turn of events left the hapless Mizuki in a state of chaos. He stared in shock at the unfolding scene, utterly unprepared for such a development. System: sacrifice the 2 forbidden technique gift packs to summon the Kamui of the Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the Kamui Manjiki Sharingan. At that moment, as Naruto exited his inner world, a powerful ocular energy surged into his eyes. His blue irises transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan reminiscent of Uchiha Obito, glowing with an eerie red light, truly embodying the essence of malevolent eyes. Naruto emanated a sinister aura. Without hesitation, he seized Mizuki and Shizahana, unleashing an invisible force that warped the space around them, instantly engulfing both in its embrace. This realm was self-contained, entirely separate from the outside world, and bore no relation to the Kamui space controlled by Obito. It was a parallel Kamui space. Mizuki, his face a mask of astonishment, exclaimed, "What on earth is this place? We were just in Konoha." A familiar voice resonated through the air, Naruto's voice echoing. "You two are among the first fortunate guests to grace this place." As soon as the words fell, Naruto materialized before them. Mizuki attempted to inquire further, but Naruto merely waved his right hand, summoning a massive stone structure that encased Mizuki, trapping him within. Mizuki pounded against the stone walls in vain. Naruto coldly declared, "In this space, I am the god. Unlike Obito's dilapidated realm, here, I dictate everything." Turning his gaze to the trembling Shizahana, his red Sharingan fixated on her, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Well then, let us begin with you, Miss Shizahana. You did just call me a little beast, didn't you?" At that moment, Shizahana felt a chill envelop her spine. Her complexion drained of color, her lips quivered uncontrollably. The pain in her right hand was forgotten as she fell to her knees. Desperately bowing to Naruto, pleading for mercy, "Naruto-sama, this truly has nothing to do with me. It was all that scoundrel Mizuki who deceived me. He told me you had killed my father, inciting me to seek revenge on you. This is all his carefully orchestrated scheme. It has nothing to do with me." Naruto regarded Shizahana with a calm, unwavering gaze, his tone flat as he replied, "How could that be? He did not deceive you. I indeed killed your father with my own hands." Shizahana immediately retorted, "But surely my father was at fault first. He treated you so poorly, he deserved to die. He had it coming. A kind-hearted person like you could never indiscriminately slay the innocent." Naruto scoffed, "You truly are a Navi fool." In the face of life and death, the profound fear of mortality stripped her of dignity. Shizahana, consumed by terror, disregarded her pride, and her only thought was to survive. Trembling uncontrollably, she cried, "I, Shizahana Saionji, am willing to be your slave, to obey your every command for life." Yet Naruto paid her pleas no heed. He slowly approached, raising his right foot and bringing it down forcefully upon her left hand. With a sudden surge of power, a resounding explosion erupted as Shizahana's left hand was obliterated. Blood and flesh flying, staining the ground within a 3-meter radius. A heart-wrenching wail escaped Shizahana's lips, followed by a fit of violent coughing. She collapsed to the ground. Agony etched across her face, tears streaming as she continued to plead, "Naruto-sama. No, no, my master, please spare me. Grant this wretched servant her life." Unmoved, Naruto slowly drew a kunai, advancing menacingly toward Shizahana. Sensing his unyielding intent, her instinct for survival ignited a torrent of curses. "No. You heartless demon. A beast devoid of humanity, a monster reviled by all." At her words, Naruto paused, a mocking smile crossing his face. "Oh, what's this? Have you reached your breaking point so soon? We've barely begun, and you can't help but curse me already. If only you could have held out just a little longer, my heart might have softened, and I would have spared you. Alas, what a pity." Hearing this, Shizahana was flooded with regret, berating herself for not holding on just a moment longer. In a frenzy, she bowed her head repeatedly, shouting, "Master, it is all my fault. I beg of you, have mercy and spare me." Before she could finish her desperate plea, Naruto's wrist flicked, a glint of cold steel flashed, and the sharp kunai plunged directly into her right thigh. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Shizahana's body convulsed violently, her face contorting in agony. Moments later, unable to endure the excruciating pain, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Oh, you fainted? Then take a moment to rest. Let us deal with Mizuki first." Chapter 7. The tormented Mizuki. Naruto swung his right arm with sudden ferocity, accompanied by a powerful surge of chakra, causing the stone prison that confined Mizuki to begin to creak open. As the stone door gradually parted, Mizuki's disheveled figure finally came into view. At that moment, Mizuki was firmly secured to the spot by a stout stone pillar, struggling futilely to free himself. Before Naruto could utter a word, Mizuki interjected, shouting, "Naruto, what on earth do you intend to do? Have you forgotten? I just assisted you. I am clearly on your side." Naruto furrowed his brow slightly, responding coldly, "Oh, is that so? Yet just moments ago, Shinko herself informed me that you orchestrated this entire affair from behind the scenes. What do you have to say for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Mizuki's expression darkened, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he composed himself to retort, "Humph. That wretched woman is simply fabricating lies. I do not even know her. Everything she said was a desperate attempt to save her own skin." Naruto paid no heed to Mizuki's words, gripping his kunai tightly as he advanced step by step toward him. As the kunai drew nearer, Mizuki felt a twinge of panic, yet he steeled himself and shouted, "Naruto, do not act recklessly. Do not forget my status. I am a respected nin of Konohagakure. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, the other ninjas of the village will undoubtedly seek retribution." Upon hearing Mizuki's words, Naruto gradually halted, reaching into his pocket to rummage for something. Mizuki, witnessing this, felt a glimmer of hope and inwardly rejoiced, believing that his mention of being a nin had caused Naruto to pause. Seizing the moment, Mizuki hastily continued, "You little brat, the third Hokage is not someone to be trifled with. As the Hokage of our village, his power is immensely formidable. Should you provoke him, the entirety of Konohagakure will pursue you relentlessly. At that point, even with your spatial abilities, you would be doomed." As he spoke, a sinister grin crept across Mizuki's face. He raised his voice once more. "Huh? Are you afraid now? Hurry up and release me." If you comply and hand over that mysterious space ninjutsu, I shall pretend this incident never occurred and will not report it. Otherwise, Mizuki's confidence swelled as he continued, even bursting into a boisterous laugh. At that moment, Naruto finally located the cold Senbon needle in his pocket and slowly drew it out. A smirk curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth as he coldly declared, "Heh, finally found it. You've waited long enough. A beast as deranged as you deserves this. Today, I shall torment you with these slender Senbon, piece by piece, until your last breath escapes, and only then shall my rage be quelled." With that, Naruto forcefully flung his arm, sending the Senbon flying toward Mizuki. With a swift whoosh, the needle pierced directly into Mizuki's left eye. Ah! Mizuki let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout the space. Blood streamed from his eye, trickling down his cheek and pooling on the ground. The left eyeball was utterly destroyed, plunging him into darkness where nothing could be seen. In that moment, Mizuki realized that this boy before him was no longer the Naruto he once knew. He had transformed into a cold, unfeeling figure with ruthless methods. Fear gripped him, and disregarding the excruciating pain in his left eye, he desperately shouted, "Naruto, stop. I understand my wrongs. Please spare me. I possess a crucial piece of intelligence that could grant you immense power." Ah! Mizuki cried out in agony as Naruto plunged another Senbon into his already battered left hand. Naruto slowly opened his mouth, his voice icy as he said, "Continue speaking, but do so quickly. My hands will not cease." With that, he thrust yet another needle into Mizuki and Appo's left leg. Mizuki grimaced, sweat pouring down his forehead as he hurriedly spoke. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" In response to Mizuki's plea, Naruto remained silent, his actions unceasing. The third Senbon had already buried itself deep into Mizuki's right leg. Unable to endure the torment any longer, Mizuki screamed hoarsely, "No more. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." In the room adjacent to the Hokage's office, there is a sealed book. As Mizuki continued to speak, his cries grew more desperate, even as more needles pierced him. He moaned in pain, continuing. The book details numerous forbidden ninjutsu. The power of these techniques is beyond imagination, capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. Mizuki's screams persisted, yet he pressed on despite the agony. If you managed to steal that sealed book and learn the techniques within, no one in Konohagakure would stand a chance against you. You could easily dominate the village. Mizuki shouted the last line with all his might, hoping for Naruto and Appo's mercy. By this point, Mizuki was a pitiful sight, drenched in blood, resembling a porcupine with Senbon embedded throughout his arms and legs. The ground around him was awash in crimson, forming a pool of blood. Yet Naruto did not relent. He ruthlessly plunged another Senbon into Mizuki's hand, then, with a slight smirk, coldly inquired, "So, do you have any final words? If not, your other eye awaits." Hearing this, Mizuki and Appo's heart raced in terror as he realized that Naruto had never intended to spare him. He derived pleasure from this torment. Anger surged within him, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, cursing, "You little wretch. Do you think that by killing me, you can survive? Don't you want to know why the villagers avoid you like the plague?" Naruto gradually ceased his torment, though he was well aware of the truth. He believed that only by giving Mizuki hope and then snatching it away could he bring him to the depths of despair. With narrowed eyes, he gazed at Mizuki and asked nonchalantly, "Oh, is that so? Then enlighten me as to why the villagers consistently shun me. Speak, and I shall grant you mercy." Chapter 8. The sealed book in hand. At this moment, Mizuki was particularly elated. He entirely forgot the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he glimpsed a flicker of hope for life, a qualification to continue his existence. However, just as he was about to open his mouth to reveal the truth, he froze in place. A thought flashed through his mind. How should he articulate this? Should he directly tell Naruto that he is, in fact, the Nine-Tails Fox? If he were to say that outright, what if Naruto, in a fit of rage, decided to eliminate him? That would truly spell his doom. Contemplating this, Mizuki felt a wave of dread wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Naruto, meanwhile, observed Mizuki silently as he struggled to speak. After a moment of silence, Naruto broke the stillness, inquiring, "What is the matter? Are you trying to say that I am the Nine-Tails Fox, but hesitate out of fear that I might kill you?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Mizuki abruptly lifted his head, staring at Naruto in terror, stammering, "Why you actually know? How is that possible? The village has strictly prohibited anyone from discussing your matters." Mizuki roared in disbelief. In response, Naruto nonchalantly waved his hand, his expression unfazed. "All right, let us bring this farce to an end. Let us move on." With that, countless stones rained down from above, encasing Mizuki within. Using a light pinch of his hand from afar, Naruto unleashed an overwhelming pressure that instantly crushed Mizuki into a gruesome pulp, blood and flesh scattering, a sight too horrific to bear. Afterward, Naruto turned his gaze to Shizuka Nishinamiya, who lay nearby, having succumbed to her severe injuries. He formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone that immediately rushed to Shizuka, employing medical ninjutsu to staunch her bleeding. This woman still held some value. She could prove useful in the future. Having completed these arrangements, Naruto activated his Kimui, causing the space to whirl, and in the next moment, he vanished, reappearing in his home. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the night sky and sighed softly. I never anticipated it would grow so late. It took an unexpectedly long time to torment those two. Next, it was time to reclaim the sealed book that belonged to him. He entered the room, retrieving a black cloak and a mask that revealed only his eyes. Once donned, he hurried toward the Hokage's office. The Kamui required coordinates for movement, and since he had never been to that location, it was not easy to pinpoint. Avoiding patrolling ninjas, he arrived outside the Hokage's office. Peering through the window, he noticed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, engrossed in some documents. Ignoring him, Naruto proceeded towards the room where the sealed book was kept, when suddenly, a figure blocked his path. As expected, it was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. That clone in the room had intentionally lured him in. Naruto deliberately lowered his voice to sound ominous. In the original first chapter of the Hokage manga, this old man had let him off easily. Naruto had merely employed a simple seduction technique to pass through effortlessly. However, this time, it would not be so simple. Hiruzen's cold gaze fixated on the masked figure before him. He queried icily, "You transformed into Naruto by day to commit murder. What is your intention? Are you attempting to smear his reputation and provoke him into a frenzy?" He continued, "And arriving here in the dead of night, what exactly do you want?" Seizing this rare opportunity, Naruto mused that it was an excellent chance to clarify some hazy childhood memories. He maintained his deep voice as he replied, "Very well then. Let us exchange information. Indeed, during the day, I borrowed that brat's identity to kill. My intention was clear, to ensure he becomes utterly disillusioned with Konoha." After a brief pause, Naruto pressed further. "Now it is my turn to inquire, third Hokage. You have monopolized the legacy left by the fourth Hokage for quite some time. Why have you yet to return these things to that boy?" Hiruzen was taken aback by this revelation, astonished that this mysterious figure in black knew Naruto and Appo's true identity. Recognizing that this individual possessed considerable insight, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, deciding to probe further. He spoke slowly. "Naruto is still too young and lacks sufficient strength. Once he matures and can stand on his own, I will reveal the truth to him and return what is rightfully his. Now, may I ask why you have come here tonight?" At this, Naruto was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, a surge of anger welling within him. He shouted at Hiruzen, "The fourth Hokage entrusted Naruto to you, and this is how you treat him? All these years, he has lived in solitude, ostracized and reviled by the villagers simply because they believe he is the reincarnation of a demon fox, unaware that he is, in fact, the son of the Hokage. Why won't you publicly acknowledge this truth? Don't give me that nonsense about protecting him, claiming that revealing the fourth son could attract assassins. If that is the case, then why is it so easy for so many to know about his status as the Nine Tails?" Hiruzen ignored Naruto and Appo's inquiries. He could not afford to tarnish his Hokage image here, as he had originally intended for the entire village to monitor Naruto. He replied, "Young one, you still haven't answered my question. What are you doing here?" At this point, Naruto realized that the truth of these matters had become secondary. What mattered was the burden of scorn and blame he had carried for so long, the root of which lay with Hiruzen. Without a shred of hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted, hurtling toward Hiruzen. As it passed, the floor and walls crumbled, the entire level trembling violently under the impact, the ceiling exploding, debris scattering, and smoke billowing. Hiruzen, witnessing the approaching fireball, wore a grave expression, hastily forming hand seals as well. Water style, water barrier. A torrent of water surged from the ground, coalescing into a wall to shield him. With a thunderous crash, the forces of fire and water collided, generating a cloud of mist and steam, enveloping the Hokage and Appo's office in dense white fog, obscuring visibility. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Naruto stood before Hiruzen, the sealed book in hand, having activated his Sharingan. Hiruzen gazed at the masked figure before him, and when he caught sight of those crimson eyes through the mask, he froze, muttering to himself, "That is, the Sharingan." Chapter 9. Acquiring the cells of Hashirama Sarutobi, Hiruzen was overwhelmed with disbelief, cursing inwardly. Damn it, that useless weasel actually left such a hidden danger. He could not fathom that, aside from Sasuke, there were still remnants of the Uchiha clan left. Knowing that someone possessing the Sharingan had sought out the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he realized their intent was undoubtedly to manipulate the tailed beasts. A sealing technique he had now lost. A sheen of perspiration formed on his forehead as he contemplated the dire consequences should the Nine Tails fall into such dangerous hands. Without further hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground, exclaiming, "Summoning Jutsu." A plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a colossal ape slowly materializing. Once the ape appeared, it fixed its gaze upon the enigmatic figure clad in a mysterious black cloak, remarking, "This fellow seems rather formidable." Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, did not respond but merely gave the ape a knowing look. The ape immediately understood, and in a flash, transformed into a rod that soared into Hiruzen's grasp. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. The Umbu of Konoha, having sensed the unusual commotion, rushed to the scene for support. They encircled the mysterious figure in a tight formation. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at the Umbu, "Everyone, unleash your full power. Leave no trace of this person." Naruto, meanwhile, absorbed the sealing technique into his Kamui space. Slowly raising his head, he surveyed the Umbu around him, noting there were over 30, with Sarutobi Hiruzen, a shadow-level ninja, at the forefront. Such an extravagant assembly truly showcased Konoha's strength. Assessing his remaining chakra, Naruto calculated that eliminating them all might be a stretch. Perhaps next time. But for now, taking out half should pose no issue. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals. However, at that precise moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly sensed his movement. The rod in his hand rapidly elongated, darting towards Naruto with alarming speed. Reacting swiftly, Naruto propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the strike and muttering, as expected of the Hokage, "He doesn't even let me complete my seals." Yet, before Naruto could stabilize himself on the ground, the Umbu began forming seals. Unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu aimed directly at him. A colossal fireball soared towards him, followed by an uncountable number of lightning release techniques and shurikens raining down upon him. The formidable attacks collided mid-air, creating a thunderous explosion that reverberated across the landscape, sending dust and debris flying. In the face of this breathtaking display, Naruto remained remarkably composed. Activating his intangibility, he effortlessly slipped through the onslaught of ninjutsu and shurikens. In an instant, he appeared silently behind several Umbu members. Then, with a flicker in his eyes, he unleashed the power of Kamui. The terrifying spatial force began drawing the Umbu members one by one into the Kamui space. Moments later, despite the lingering dust, nearly half of the Umbu had been dispatched by Naruto's Kamui. Sensing his chakra levels were nearly sufficient, he gracefully floated into the air, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, declaring, "Old man, just wait. When we meet again, it will be your demise." With that, Naruto activated Kamui, gradually vanishing into the spatial realm, leaving behind a bewildered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's eyes widened in fury and frustration as he watched Naruto's departure, roaring, "Bastard! How could he escape just like that? Next time, I must initiate the seals in advance. I cannot allow this mysterious individual to slip away again." He turned to the Umbu behind him, commanding loudly, "Quickly assess how many of our forces we have lost in this operation." His voice echoed through the silent night, imbued with deep anger. In the Kamui space, Naruto stood in an expansive void. The 15 captured Umbu members were firmly secured against massive stone pillars, utterly immobilized. He slowly closed his eyes, silently invoking, "System, assist me in sacrificing the sealing book to obtain the Hashirama cells." As his words fell, a crisp notification chimed. "Ding, sealing book sacrificed. Ding. Hashirama cells successfully exchanged. Installation complete." Upon hearing this, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of chakra flooding into his body. He could distinctly sense his chakra increasing at an astonishing rate, consolidating within him. This newfound power exhilarated him, resolving his issues with physicality and chakra deficiency dramatically. With a satisfied smile, he mused, "No need to rush back to settle scores with that old man. There is plenty of time. Even if I took him down today, it wouldn't hold much significance. Tomorrow will do. For now, I shall return home and rest." Without lingering, he activated Kamui and vanished, reappearing in his home. Upon entering, his keen senses immediately detected a notable increase in the number of Umbu lurking around, intensifying their surveillance over him. Yet, Naruto felt no concern. He casually walked to his bedside, lay down, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Naruto slept until noon, when a shrill voice pierced through his dreams. "Naruto, get out here now." That familiar yet irritating voice came from downstairs. It could only belong to Sakura Haruno. Naruto approached the window and flung it open, shouting down, "What do you want?" Sakura, taken aback by his abruptness, flushed with anger, hands on her hips, retorted, "Naruto, watch your mouth. Iruka-sensei sent me to call you. Get your things ready. We're heading to the ninja school for group assignments. Oh, and I passed the test early this morning. How impressive, right?" With that, she lifted her chin proudly, her eyes sparkling with triumph. Naruto's brows, which had been furrowed, relaxed slightly upon hearing Iruka's name. Displeased by Sakura's demeanor, he slammed the window shut with a bang. Sakura, utterly unprepared for such a blatant dismissal, stood frozen for a moment. After regaining her composure, she shouted up at him, "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Do you think you can treat me like this and get away with it?" Chapter 10. Another assault upon encountering Naruto. Sakura Haruno was infuriated when he completely disregarded her and promptly shut the window. Her anger flared instantly as she glared at the closed window. Bending down, she swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and clutched it tightly in her hand. With all her might, she hurled the stone at Naruto and Appo's window. The glass shattered with a resounding crash, scattering shards everywhere, drawing the attention of onlookers, gloating at the mess of glass fragments. Sakura smiled triumphantly before turning on her heel and skipping towards the ninja school. However, after just a few leaps, she suddenly sensed a powerful force descending from above, followed by a sharp pain in her scalp. Looking up, she realized that Naruto had silently appeared behind her, gripping her pink hair tightly and lifting her off the ground. With her hair firmly in his grasp, Sakura dangled helplessly, her feet flailing in a most undignified manner. "Ah, Naruto, what are you doing? Let go of me, it hurts," she screamed, her voice shrill and piercing. The onlookers hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. Yet, Naruto showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he looked at her with a serious expression and coldly remarked, "You should be ashamed. Is this how your parents taught you to vandalize others and Oppo's property? You exhibit a complete lack of decorum." The crowd began to murmur in agreement. So this little girl thoughtlessly smashed someone else's window? She truly deserves to be punished. Parents must educate their children well, unlike this wretched girl. Is that Sakura Haruno, the one who was expelled from the ninja school yesterday? No wonder she behaves so disgracefully. She must be out to cause trouble. Sakura, overhearing the gossip, descended into madness, her voice a cacophony of frantic cries. She had intended to flaunt her superiority over Naruto today, seeking revenge for his harsh words yesterday, but the situation had turned on its head. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she fixed her gaze on Naruto, clenched her fist tightly, and summoned a surge of chakra that coalesced in her palm. With a swift motion, she aimed a fierce punch at Naruto and Oppo's face. Naruto, noticing her attack, simply sidestepped, evading the blow with ease. In the same fluid motion, he exerted force with his right hand and flung Sakura away. The impact echoed as she collided forcefully with the wall ahead, the sheer force embedding her within it and raising a cloud of dust. Lowering his gaze, Naruto examined the clump of pink hair he had yanked from her head before raising his eyes to her direction once more, coldly stating, "If you continue to provoke me recklessly, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." At that moment, Sakura was dazed from the violent collision, struggling to regain her composure. She was horrified to realize she had lost control of her bodily functions, a sensation of shame washing over her. She could not fathom why the once obedient Naruto had transformed into someone so ruthless and unyielding. After a while, she finally began to regain her senses, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "The village has strict prohibitions against fighting. How dare you treat me this way? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the teachers?" Naruto coolly replied, "That wall behind you is still standing. Compared to the force you used, I've shown you considerable restraint." Sakura retorted, "You're talking nonsense. When have I ever damaged the wall?" Interrupting her, Naruto asserted, "Not now, but it will happen in the future. However, I want to allow that future to come to pass." Sakura, bewildered, stood there in confusion. Growing impatient, Naruto urged, "Stop the chatter and leave. If my teacher Irika gets impatient waiting for me, you'd better watch out." With that, he approached Sakura, gripping her pink hair once more. "Ah, let go. You're hurting me," she cried out. The surrounding villagers began to cheer, praising Naruto's actions. "Well done. Show this little girl the consequences of disrupting others' lives." The rumors escalated, transforming Sakura into a villain who destroyed family happiness. Displeased with the gossiping villagers, Naruto discreetly performed a jutsu, creating a shadow clone disguised as a stone. Just then, Sakura let out a piercing scream, desperately attempting to free herself from Naruto's grasp. Yet, he ignored her cries, dragging her toward the ninja school. After a considerable distance, Sakura, determined, unsheathed a kunai from her waist and without hesitation, chopped at her own hair. With a decisive snap, her pink locks fell to the ground. Free from Naruto's grip, she disregarded the severed hair and her tears, turning to flee towards the ninja school. Naruto watched her retreating figure, muttering to himself, "You may have cut your hair now, but once you enter the forest of death, let us see what you will use to defend yourself." He then hurried after her. As the villagers began to disperse, still discussing the incident, the shadow clone of Naruto transformed into a stranger clad in black. Scanning the crowd, he commanded, "None of you are allowed to leave, especially those who spread rumors. And those barking like dogs, stay right there." The sudden turn of events startled the villagers, leaving them in shock. One particularly fiery woman marched up to the cloaked stranger, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to us like that? Take a good look in the mirror and see what qualifies you to give orders." Her caustic demeanor was on full display. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The stranger moved with lightning speed, and before the gossiping women could even utter a gasp, they were brutally slain by him. Their limbs severed, blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome sight. Naruto's clone recalled each of these women who had insulted him in the past. This was merely a small retribution. Observing the blade in his hand, he remarked, "You've even dulled my knife. Back in the day, I wielded 2 machetes from the South Heavenly Gate." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang, and the clone dissipated. Chapter 11 Classic Quotes. "Look, does he not have parents?" At the ninja school, the students who had passed the assessment gradually found their seats, their faces beaming with excitement. Naruto, however, appeared remarkably composed, quietly surveying his classmates. Nearby sat Sasuke Uchiha. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard. It was Sakura Haruno, who rushed into the classroom after hastily changing into a new pair of pants. Upon spotting Naruto's seat, her gaze momentarily faltered but quickly returned to normal. She hastened towards him, moving with utmost care. As she approached Naruto from behind, she gently sidled past him and swiftly settled beside Sasuke, her face lighting up with joy. Naruto mused to himself, I recall Sakura in the original story was not like this. She would have shouted for me to move aside so she could sit next to Sasuke. Now, she seems so cautious. It appears my earlier confrontation truly frightened her. What a pathetic woman, indeed deserving of a lesson. As Naruto pondered, Iruka-sensei entered the classroom. He stood at the podium, cleared his throat, and began explaining the grouping rules. Students, we will form groups of 3, each led by a teacher. I will now call out names for group assignments. The students stood as their names were called, responding to Iruka's summons. After a brief moment, Iruka called out loudly, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. You 3 will form Team 7. Upon hearing this, a delighted smile spread across Sakura's face. Once all groups were assigned, Iruka announced, all right, everyone, the grouping is complete. You may disperse and take a break. Later, the Jonin instructors will arrive to meet you. During this time, feel free to move about. With that, Iruka turned and exited the classroom, and the students began to leave for lunch. Naruto, anticipating the ensuing classic scene, seized the moment while Sasuke was engrossed in his meal. He delivered a sharp slap to Sasuke's face. The unexpected strike left Sasuke momentarily dazed, but he quickly sprang to his feet, charging towards Naruto. Luring Sasuke in the direction of Sakura, Naruto concealed himself to observe quietly. As expected, Sasuke encountered Sakura, and he initiated the conversation. Hey, it's almost time to gather. Where has that Naruto guy run off to? Sakura gazed at her idol, cheerfully responding. Please don't mention Naruto. He always causes trouble for Sasuke, in my opinion. He is simply uncouth. Look at him. He is an orphan, with both parents gone. He constantly plays pranks and acts recklessly. If I were in his shoes, my parents would have scolded me to death. I envy him. Doesn't he have to listen to parental nagging and can do whatever he wants? At this moment, Sasuke trembled, the chilling wind howling past, ruthlessly sweeping up the withered leaves around him. He glared at Sakura, gritting his teeth as he retorted, loneliness is far worse than being scolded by parents. You're truly insufferable. Sakura stood frozen, her expression instantly stiffening, her lips trembling as she struggled to find words. However, Sasuke gave her no chance for explanation or rebuttal, turning away to head back to the classroom. At that moment, Naruto stepped out from his hiding place. With an equally icy gaze, he taunted Sakura. Behind my back, you criticize my upbringing. Do you really think you have superior manners? You envy an orphan? Is this what your upbringing has taught you? How pitiful. Sasuke is right. You're truly detestable. With that, Naruto turned and walked away, mirroring Sasuke's departure. At that instant, Sakura's last line of defense crumbled completely, tears streaming down her face. She cried out, Naruto, what has happened to you? Do you no longer like me? I'm Sakura. Why must you all treat me so cruelly? Her sobs echoed hauntingly in the air. Naruto savored the sound of her weeping, inwardly relishing the moment. Ah, this is the essence of being a Hokage. This is the thrill of storytelling. I will ensure Sakura remains alive for a while longer. Within the ninja school, the Jonin instructors gradually arrived to collect their respective teams, leaving only Team 7's teacher yet to come. At this moment, Sasuke, arms crossed and expression serious, eyed Naruto with suspicion, thinking, this loser managed to approach me silently and slap me. His speed is astonishing. Has he been concealing his strength all along? Naruto reclined casually in his chair, eyes closed, lost in thought. Sakura began to fidget restlessly, complaining, where is this teacher? Is he even coming? This delay is infuriating. Just like a tortoise. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, revealing a silver-haired man with an air of flamboyance. He remarked, little girl, my first impression of you is particularly poor. All right, everyone, let us head to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Kakashi completed the self-introductions with the others, leaving only Naruto. Calmly, he declared, I aspire to be Hokage. I want the villagers to acknowledge my existence. Sakura interjected, you're always causing trouble. The villagers despise you. What is the difference between this dream and a fantasy? Naruto, unfazed, replied, it's fine. Gaining universal acceptance is undoubtedly challenging, but getting the living to acknowledge me is quite simple. Sakura, momentarily perplexed by Naruto's words, noticed Kakashi's serious demeanor as he contemplated. The living? Does he mean to eliminate all who do not accept him? What a terrifying little brat. I must report this change in Naruto's mindset to the third Hokage immediately. Kakashi, feeling urgency, stood and said, all right, that concludes the introductions. You 3 should meet me outside the forest for my assessment tomorrow morning. Come early, and it's best not to eat breakfast. You might vomit. With that, he dashed toward the Hokage's office, concerned about Naruto's alarming transformation. As Naruto watched Kakashi's retreating figure, He licked his lips, his smile now more chilling than Orochimaru's. Chapter 12. The Perilous Ebisuzawa. At this moment, Naruto sprang into action, swiftly following Kakashi's fleeting figure as they raced towards the Hokage's office. His desire was to discern whether Kakashi would ultimately stand as a friend or foe. Deep within, he harbored hope that Kakashi would be an ally. Before long, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office. Naruto, choosing to conceal his presence, quietly lingered outside the door. The atmosphere within the room grew tense as Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat behind the desk, and spoke. Third Hokage, regarding Naruto. I acknowledge there are some minor issues at present, yet I implore you to trust in my capabilities. I am confident that I can guide him to become an exceptional ninja. The surveillance on him can be entirely lifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head decisively, interrupting Kakashi with a grave tone. That is out of the question. Kakashi, do not allow your fondness for Minato to cloud your judgment. Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails. As such, he must remain under the vigilant watch of Konohagakure throughout his life. There can be no negotiation on this matter. It is non-negotiable. Hence, we shall not speak of this again. Outside, Naruto revealed a faint smile, reassured that Kakashi remained unchanged. He rapped on the Hokage's office door and swiftly entered. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi ceased their discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, Naruto, what brings you here? Naruto calmly replied, I've run out of money and thought I might ask Grandpa for some living expenses. At that moment, another figure burst into the office, exclaiming, Grandpa? Let us settle this once and for all, before stumbling and falling to the ground. The newcomer was none other than Konohamaru. Is this a trap? Konohamaru lamented, clutching his head. Following closely behind him was the elite J-Nin, Ebisuzawa, who approached Konohamaru like a loyal dog, urging him, Young master, there are no traps here. You must return at once. Naruto glanced at the sprawled Konohamaru and remarked dismissively, pathetic. Ebisuzawa's gaze shifted to Naruto, his inner thoughts echoing, ISNT that the Nine-Tails brat? I detest such worthless beings. Konohamaru shouted at Naruto. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Naruto retorted, seizing Konohamaru. You fell on your own, you worthless fool. Ebisuzawa, anxious to maintain his fade of loyalty in the presence of the third Hokage, barked at Naruto. Damn it, Naruto, release your filthy hands. He is the grandson of the third Hokage. You are not someone who can lay a finger on him. Konohamaru, acting like a mischievous child, taunted. If you dare, go ahead and hit me. I'm the Hokage's grandson. Are you brave enough? Before Konohamaru could finish his provocation, Naruto grasped his head and slammed it forcefully into the ground, subsequently placing his foot atop Konohamaru's head, stating, I'll grant you one chance, but only this once. The onlookers were astonished. Ebisuzawa was about to retaliate when Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, saying, Children squabble, let it be. Naruto, I have already sent your living expenses to your home. Do check it out. If there is nothing more, you may all disperse. Naruto cast a cold glance at Ebisuzawa before addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll head home now, goodbye. On the street, Naruto strolled leisurely. Unlike the original tale, he was not being trailed by Konohamaru. Having struck him too hard, Konohamaru had been hospitalized. Despite the absence of Konohamaru, another figure had set his sights on Naruto. This individual was none other than Ebisuzawa, who had been lurking in the shadows, teeth clenched and filled with murderous intent as he followed Naruto. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, I haven't sought you out yet, and you've come after me first. He nonchalantly altered his path towards a dense forest. As he approached the forest, the number of passers-by dwindled. Ebisuzawa began to sense that something was amiss, but pressed on regardless. Moments later, Naruto finally halted his advance. The surroundings fell into a serene silence, devoid of any presence. He slowly turned around, his gaze piercing into the shadows, and called out, Old dog, come out, stop hiding. With Naruto's words, Ebisuzawa emerged from the darkness. A look of disdain etched upon his face. He smirked coldly, proclaiming, Humph, you must admit, your perceptiveness is indeed remarkable. But what of it? I am not like those useless fools from the Ninja Academy. Ebisuzawa crossed his arms and continued with arrogance. I am a special J-Nin, and today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. I will break one of your legs so you understand that the grandson of the third Hokage is not someone to be trifled with. In the face of Ebisuzawa's threats, Naruto merely chuckled derisively, responding, Heh, the grandson of the third Hokage has a special J-Nin as his lackey? How amusing. Yet I, the son of the fourth Hokage, must endure such disdain and contempt. Before Ebisuzawa could digest this revelation, Naruto charged forward. In an instant, he was upon Ebisuzawa, seizing his arm. With an explosive surge of power, he yanked forcefully. A chilling sound echoed as Ebisuzawa's entire right arm was wrenched from his body, blood gushing forth. Aya! Ebisuzawa screamed in agony, his wails piercing the air. Naruto stood there, coldly observing the bleeding Ebisuzawa sprawled on the ground. Beast, do you truly believe you can control me? Naruto mocked. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Ebisuzawa cried out in terror. Naruto, I am a special J-Nin of Konohagakure. I am also Konohamaru's tutor. Should you dare to kill me, the entirety of Konohagakure will not allow you to go unpunished. Naruto paid no heed to his threats, slowly advancing and gripping Ebisuzawa's wound with force. Aya! The sudden pain elicited a desperate, pig-like squeal from Ebisuzawa. Konohagakure, won't he spare me? I haven't even spoken of sparing Konohagakure, but now, it seems it is you who shall embark on your journey to the afterlife first. With that, Naruto activated his Kimyui, vanishing with Ebisuzawa from their location and entering the void of space. Chapter 13. Annihilation and preparation for the assessment in the cold confines of the space. Hibishu lay prostrate on the icy ground, heavy breaths escaping his lips. His arms were a gruesome spectacle, drenched in blood, crimson fluids cascading from his wounds as he struggled to lift his head, astonishment etched across his face. Before him stood 15 enormous stone pillars, each binding a member of the Umbu. These typically enigmatic individuals were now ensnared, rendered utterly powerless. Hibishu's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself, how is this possible? The Umbu members who vanished yesterday are all here. Turning to the distance, he glared at Naruto Uzumaki, his teeth gritted in fury. Naruto Uzumaki, you little wretch. How dare you strike against our Konoha village? You are merely courting your demise. In response to Hibishu's vehement denunciation, Naruto remained unfazed, his expression calm. He regarded Hibishu with a smile and slowly began. Are you not curious? If I possess the power to capture them, why do I not simply kill them? Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Hibishu. He thought, it seems this fellow is not truly willing to go to such extremes. He merely seeks to use these individuals as hostages to negotiate some terms with Konoha. As long as they remain alive, I should also be spared, and there is still a chance for redemption. However, just then, Naruto made a sudden move. He approached the first pillar, a kunai gripped firmly in his hand. Nearing the bound Umbu member, he raised his hand and swiftly drew the kunai across the throat. A sickening sound echoed as a crimson fountain erupted, splattering the ground around them. Without a flicker of emotion, Naruto discarded the lifeless body aside, his actions fluid and devoid of hesitation. Witnessing this grisly scene, Hibishu stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. He could hardly fathom Naruto's ruthless nature. So readily taking a life without regard for the nurturing bonds of Konoha. A wave of terror washed over him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Naruto extended a hand toward Hibishu from afar, an invisible force drawing him in and pinning him against the stone pillar. He spoke coldly, let me enlighten you. Naruto's words were chilling, piercing through Hibishu's heart. Only by witnessing the vile countenances and loathsome glares of you Konoha scum can I truly remember this hatred. As he spoke, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Naruto. Beads of sweat formed on Hibishu's forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Despite his overwhelming fear, Hibishu feigned composure, defiantly shouting, You insolent brat, how dare you treat me with such disrespect? I tell you, Konoha is powerful, and its ninjas are renowned for their resilience. Do not expect me to beg for mercy. Yet the tremor in his voice betrayed the terror he desperately sought to conceal. Suddenly, Naruto's right hand revealed a sharp knife, slowly bringing the blade close to Hibishu's body, cautiously gliding it across his skin. Lines of crimson appeared, followed by torrents of blood gushing forth. The unbearable agony surged through Hibishu, obliterating the last remnants of his hope. In a state of extreme panic, his voice quivered as he pleaded, Naruto, I beg you, spare me. It was my fault. I truly understand my mistakes. Are you not the one who claimed to be resilient? Not one to beg for mercy. Naruto taunted. And no, my lord Naruto, Konoha is filled with ingrates who scorn you, branding you a demon fox. But I am willing to be your dog, to bite them to death, obeying your every command. Hibishu's pitiful cries rang hollow, resonating with despair. As Hibishu endured the torturous torment, his body trembled violently, unable to withstand the excruciating pain. Time elapsed slowly, and as his voice dwindled, his breath gradually faded. He exhaled his last breath, his head drooping lifelessly. Naruto regarded the deceased Hibishu with indifference, devoid of any compassion. Turning away, he strode toward the next stone pillar. The second Umbu member, witnessing the scene, was instantly consumed by terror, crying out, Naruto, I truly do not have time to disdain you. We have always operated in the shadows, never provoking you. We are innocent. Naruto halted, casting a cold glance at the Umbu member before responding, I have not tortured you. I merely send you to your demise. The Umbu have committed countless vile acts for Konoha and deserve punishment. Moreover, having raised a hand against me, you leave me no choice but to ensure your deaths. Without allowing for further protest, Naruto vanished in a flash, lunging toward the remaining 14 Umbu members. The kunai in his hand flickered swiftly, and in an instant, blood splattered, accompanied by anguished screams as the remaining members fell one by one, lifeless upon the ground. Naruto surveyed the carnage, his heart devoid of pity. To him, these Umbu were merely those who sought his life, deserving of their fates. Initially, he had intended to select a few as materials for his Edo Tensei, but reconsidering, he He deemed it far too troublesome to keep them alive. It would be more prudent to eliminate them all now and capture others from Konoha when the need arose. Having completed his grim task, only one living soul remained in the entire space. Shizuka Sionji, utterly terrified, had lost her sanity, staring blankly at Naruto. Though previously healed by Naruto's shadow clone, she found herself unable to discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. She quickly fell to her knees and crawled toward Naruto, grasping his legs tightly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "I willingly offer myself as your servant, master. Please do not treat me as human. Use me. Grant me a path to survival." Naruto looked down at Shizuka Sionji and had to admit, despite her current state, she retained a hint of beauty. Together, they returned to Naruto's dwelling, where they spent the night crafting numerous cream-filled pastries, transforming Shizuka into a delightful confection. Chapter 14. A Breakfast in Another Massacre? The following day, as Naruto opened his eyes to the morning light, the first thought that crossed his mind was to eliminate Shizuka Sayama. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his kunai and swiftly dispatched the sleeping girl, who felt neither pain nor fear as her life was extinguished. He then hefted her lifeless body and cast it into the Kimui space, where flames consumed her remains entirely. Deep within him, Naruto understood that his quest for vengeance against the entire Hidden Leaf village could not be halted by a fleeting whim born of indulgence. Once he had dealt with this woman, he rose and made his way toward a nearby breakfast establishment, paying no heed to Kakashi's warnings about the consequences of skipping breakfast. Knowing Kakashi's penchant for strict punctuality, one could easily surmise that he would inevitably be late due to his habitual kindness, such as helping an elderly woman cross the street. Naruto was indifferent to this. He strolled leisurely, disregarding the agreed-upon time with Kakashi. Upon reaching the breakfast shop, he approached the counter and spoke to the smiling proprietor. "Boss, I will have 2 buns, please." The shopkeeper lifted his gaze, and the moment he recognized Naruto, his cheerful demeanor darkened, replaced with evident disdain. 20 mon each, he barked. Noticing the abrupt shift in the shopkeeper's attitude, Naruto's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. "Why do those people over there buy them for only 2 mon each? Yet I am charged 20. The shopkeeper's fury flared at Naruto's retort. "Humph. You have the audacity to question me? 20 mon is already a courtesy extended because of the 3rd Hokage's reputation. You should be grateful. I only sell my buns to decent people. You, the so-called demon fox, are unworthy of my goods." His voice boomed, drawing the attention of patrons who began to murmur amongst themselves. "So it's this kid, how detestable. Boss, just throw him a couple of buns and let him go. He brings bad luck." "Yes, hurry up. Otherwise I might lose my breakfast. Get out," the shopkeeper shouted, striking the counter with a rolling pin as a final warning. Fists clenched. Naruto felt the urge to unleash his wrath, to eradicate them all. Just as he made a move, a gentle warmth enveloped his hand. He turned to see Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, bashfully grasping his hand. Please, accept this." With her head bowed, she avoided his gaze. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue of crimson, even the tips of her ears blushing pink. In her grasp was a paper bag, from which 3 steaming buns emitted a tantalizing warmth. As Hinata opened her mouth to speak, her words were interrupted by the enraged shopkeeper, who swung his rolling pin at Naruto, shouting, "You wicked demon fox! How dare you charm this innocent girl? You seek death." Instinctively, Naruto's body reacted, preparing to defend himself. Yet, in a surprising turn, Hinata stepped in front of him, her fragile form shielding him. With a burst of courage, she absorbed the force of the rolling pin, successfully blocking the attack. Naruto felt a surge of gratitude. It was the first time someone had so steadfastly protected him. The warmth of being cared for was a beautiful sensation. "Let us go," Hinata whispered softly, tightly holding onto his hand and quickly turning to flee. Watching the kind-hearted girl beside him, Naruto's heart swelled with appreciation. As they ran, he discreetly formed a seal, leaving a stone behind at the breakfast shop. He allowed Hinata to lead him away. Once the 2 figures vanished, the stone transformed into a stranger clad in black, Naruto's shadow clone. Inside the shop, the remaining patrons, relieved by Naruto's departure, resumed their meals, oblivious to the impending calamity. With deliberate calm, the clone approached a table, drawing a watermelon knife and striking down the loudest customer, blood spraying and staining the table with crimson. Screams erupted, and the atmosphere turned instantly sinister. The shopkeeper, realizing the horror unfolding, dropped his tasks and rushed to intervene. But Naruto's clone retaliated, severing the shopkeeper's hand, who collapsed into a pool of blood. Gasping in disbelief that violence could erupt in the peaceful Hidden Leaf village, customers scattered in panic, but Naruto's speed was unmatched as he pursued them relentlessly, each strike lethal. They had no time to react before meeting their demise, their faces frozen in terror. Naruto forced the shopkeeper's severed hand into the mouth of a patron who had mocked him, saying, "Eat it, or you shall perish." The man grimaced but complied, swallowing hard, only to meet a swift end at Naruto's hands, his eyes wide with disbelief at Naruto's treachery. In mere minutes, the once cheerful breakfast shop transformed into a hellish scene. Blood pooled across the floor, and lifeless bodies lay strewn about, some still reflecting the last moments of horror. The atmosphere was chaotic and grotesque. Amidst the carnage, the figure draped in black stood silently within the blood-soaked chaos, his cold eyes surveying the onlookers outside. I remember very well those who mocked me earlier, thinking they could escape unscathed just because I was not present. How naive. With that, he brandished the watermelon knife, cutting a swath through the path to the east road of the Hidden Leaf. Every person who had joined in the jeering was met with a grim fate, none spared. For those innocent bystanders who had not participated in the mockery, Naruto showed restraint, his wrath reserved solely for those who had insulted him. Once his targets lay defeated, Naruto's clone found itself surrounded by a dozen leaf jonin. Yet, he remained unfazed, transforming into a puff of white smoke. Chapter 15. Announcement in the midst of his turmoil. Naruto understood that his time with Hinata must be limited. The weight of his sins, having personally taken the lives of numerous miscreants in Konoha, loomed heavily upon him. Prolonging his stay with Hinata would expose her to danger. Should the higher-ups in Konoha discover his involvement, they would undoubtedly scrutinize anyone he had come into contact with. The kind-hearted and gentle Hinata would surely suffer the consequences. Bidding farewell to Hinata, he informed her of an impending examination, thanked her for the bond she had made, and hastily departed without looking back. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, he found Sasuke and Sakura had been waiting for him for quite some time. The trio stood together, silently anticipating Kakashi's arrival. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat sternly at his desk, surrounded by formidable elite jonin. The atmosphere was laden with tension as he furiously hurled a cup against the ground, shattering it with a resounding crash. His voice thundered through the room. Again, that Uchiha wretch in black clothing. His words reverberated, causing the elite shinobi to avert their gazes, unwilling to meet his intense stare. Panting with rage, he continued. This marks the third wave of attacks. What does this despicable beast intend to achieve? At that moment, a bespectacled member of the intelligence division stepped forward, reporting, Lord Third. We have completed our preliminary assessment of the incident. 20 innocent villagers have been brutally slain, and combined with the previous casualties, we have lost 35 villagers in just 2 days. Additionally, 15 Umbu members remain unaccounted for. The chilling news elicited gasps from the assembled ninjas. As silence enveloped the room, Nara Shikaku broke the stillness, stating, through meticulous investigation and cross-referencing villagers' testimonies, I have uncovered a disturbing pattern. Both the owner of the mask shop and the proprietor of the breakfast stall were heard cursing Naruto Uzumaki before their demise. He paused momentarily before adding, however, the circumstances surrounding the 15 deceased villagers seem to differ. Eyewitnesses claimed they saw Naruto in a heated argument with Sakura, and there were no direct insults aimed at him. Instead, they had directed their ire towards her. I suspect the mysterious figure in the black cloak with the Sharingan may indeed be one of Naruto's acquaintances, or at the very least, someone closely related to him. Upon hearing this, several ninjas could no longer contain their fury, erupting in shouts. One particularly impatient ninja exclaimed, Lord Third, please give the order. Capture Naruto and interrogate him. We must uncover the mastermind behind these heinous acts. Another echoed, indeed, Lord Third. In just 2 days, numerous innocents have been mercilessly slaughtered. Many villagers are unable to sleep peacefully, and we have received countless complaints. The situation is spiraling out of control. In response to the outcry, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained pensive, lost in thought. The weight of the moment hung heavily in the air until Nara Shikaku spoke again, urging calm. Everyone, please remain composed. Do not let momentary anger cloud your judgment. From our current understanding, this enigmatic Uchiha employs shadow clone techniques during his assaults. Each time we arrive to apprehend him, he vanishes without a trace. It is clear that conventional methods will not suffice. Moreover, the enemy appears adept at space-time ninjutsu. Thus, even if we intensify our internal searches, the effect will be limited. If he is determined to continue his rampage, stopping him with our existing capabilities will prove exceedingly challenging. I propose we address the root of the problem. We must issue a proclamation forbidding any further insults directed at Naruto Uzumaki. Shikaku's serious proposal was met with a heavy silence. The room fell quiet, and Hiruzen sighed deeply before rising to speak. This matter requires further contemplation. His expression was fraught with concern. He knew that even if they were to follow Shikaku's suggestion and issue a ban on insults against Naruto, it would likely have little impact. Those harboring malice would not cease their derogatory remarks merely because of an edict, unless they were to make a shocking announcement, revealing Naruto as the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and clarifying that he was not some monstrous fox incarnation but rather a true descendant of a hero. Only then might the tide of hostility begin to turn. However, such a revelation would inevitably lead to a cascade of questions. Why had his identity been concealed, allowing him to endure suffering? Why was the son of a hero relegated to such squalor? Did the legacy of the fourth Hokage not afford him a more suitable home? Contemplating these ramifications, Hiruzen felt a throbbing headache. He gazed out the window at the throng of villagers below, all clamoring with grievances. Finally, he exhaled and declared, We shall announce that Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, the child of a hero, and a hero in his own right. Let it be known that no one shall treat the hero of Konoha with disdain. The declaration left the elite Jonin in astonishment. The son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto is also a hero? Chapter 16. Interrogation outside the forest. As noon approached, Kakashi finally ambled over. Sasuke and Sakura, having fallen for Kakashi's ruse, had waited without breakfast since early morning and were now both famished. Sakura looked at the newly arrived Kakashi and complained, "Teacher, why have you only just arrived? What time is it?" Kakashi scratched his head and smiled. I apologize. I seem to have lost my way on the path of life. Now, do you see the 2 bells in my hand? Your task is to snatch them from me before noon. Those who fail to do so will not be allowed to have lunch and will be tied to that post, forced to watch us eat our bento. You only need to seize 1 bell, but with only 2 bells available, it is certain that one of you will end up tied up and, due to the failure of the task, sent back to the Ninja Academy. Use all your means, even shuriken, and approach with the resolve to defeat me. Begin. Sasuke and Sakura instantly leaped back, each concealing themselves. Naruto, however, remained rooted in place, observing Kakashi. He already knew the answer to the future. He simply had to write it down, no effort required. He called out, "You two come back. Only by uniting as 3 can we hope to win against him. If we succeed, each of you can have a bell, I won't take one." Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, pondering within, Naruto actually possesses such a self-sacrificial spirit. He truly is the child of my esteemed teacher. Sasuke and Sakura returned to Naruto's side, prepared to act together. Kakashi also wished to assess the trio's abilities. Without further ado, the 3 joined forces, and Naruto engaged Kakashi using only basic ninjutsu. After a few exchanges, Kakashi noticed Nara Shikaku approaching from a distance, calling out, "Hold on a moment, Kakashi. I need to talk to you." Moments later, Kakashi looked at Nara Shikaku incredulously, saying, "I understand now. The 3rd Hokage is finally going to announce this matter." Nara Shikaku replied, "All right, wrap up this little skirmish. The 3rd has requested you take Naruto over." Kakashi nodded solemnly and returned to the trio, saying, "There's no need to continue. You have all qualified. This test was about teamwork, and you have all passed." Sakura joyfully twisted her body and exclaimed, "Yay." As expected of Sasuke, his ninjutsu was the fiercest and most beautiful, unlike Naruto. Before she could finish, she halted, instinctively glancing at Naruto, fearing he would retaliate against her. Sasuke remained impassive, merely nodding. Kakashi continued, "Naruto, come with me. The 3rd Hokage wishes to see you. You two should check the Hokage's announcement board. It's on the way." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He had killed numerous villagers over the past few days. Had he been discovered? It seemed unlikely. If so, they would have apprehended him already. Kakashi, unaware of Naruto's thoughts, hurried toward the Hokage's office, followed by the trio. Along the way, the villagers of Konoha were abuzz with discussions about the hero of the village, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto listened in astonishment, thinking, having killed so many, I'm now considered a hero? Soon, the 4 arrived at the foot of the Hokage building. Sasuke and Sakura moved toward the nearby announcement board, which was already crowded with people, while Kakashi led Naruto upstairs. Upon entering the Hokage's office, they found only Hiruzen Sarutobi seated at the desk. Kakashi respectfully addressed him. "3rd Hokage, I have brought Naruto." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, and a powerful chakra emanated from him as he charged toward Naruto without hesitation. His hand gathered a terrifying energy as it reached for Naruto. Kakashi, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively recognized the danger. He thought to intervene, knowing that Naruto's current abilities were insufficient to withstand a full-force attack from the Hokage. Yet, Hiruzen's speed was astonishing, in the blink of an eye. His attack was upon Naruto. Naruto stood still, his gaze steady, not retaliating. Anticipating trouble, he had sent a shadow clone in his place. Hiruzen grasped the clone's throat, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he mused, so weak. This Naruto could not possibly have caused such carnage. It must have been orchestrated by that mysterious cloaked figure. Kakashi, anxious, called out, "3rd Hokage, please stop. Naruto is still just a genin. He cannot withstand your full power." Hiruzen, realizing the situation, released his grip and returned to his seat, saying, "My apologies, Naruto. I merely wanted to gauge your growth. Please don't take offense." The shadow clone of Naruto smiled confidently. "No problem. I just wasn't prepared. Come again, and let's see if I can take you down." Hiruzen waved his hand, stating, "Naruto, let us save the sparring for another time. I have something important to tell you. You are, in fact, the son of the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Before his death, he sealed the 9 tails within you, making you a hero of the village." Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and the others watched Naruto's reaction intently, but Naruto, momentarily stunned, fell silent. Hiruzen continued cautiously, "Take your time to process this. There is another matter to discuss. This morning, over 200 innocent villagers were killed in Konoha, and investigations reveal it was the work of a mysterious cloaked figure. He indiscriminately slaughtered innocents and has been classified as an S-rank dangerous individual. Many of those who perished cursed you before their deaths. Naruto, Do you have any insights on this? As Hiruzen's gaze bore into him, he exaggerated the death toll, hoping to elicit any reaction from Naruto, even the slightest. Realizing the implication, Naruto thought, so they're scared of the killings. No wonder they suddenly revealed my parentage, trying to extract information from me. I won't fall for that. He feigned innocence, saying, I don't know. I was busy trying to grab bells from Kakashi-sensei this morning. But it's truly unfortunate that those who insulted me have met their end. Chapter 17. The Land of Waves. Upon witnessing the situation, Kakashi immediately stepped forward and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen with unwavering conviction. Indeed, since this morning, Naruto has been with me, competing for bells. How could he possibly be aware of this matter? Sarutobi sighed softly at these words, slowly gesturing with his right hand, and replied gently, very well. If that is the case, let the Umbu continue their investigation. He then shifted his gaze to Naruto, smiling as he suggested, now that your team has been formed, why not undertake a mission to warm up? Naruto, initially taken aback, thought to himself, could this be another test? His face soon brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, that sounds fantastic. I've been eager to undertake a real mission. With that, he swiftly darted off, declaring, I and Appos, LL go fetch Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi remained behind, detailing the previous assessment and Naruto and Appos' performance to the third Hokage, resolutely adding, given Naruto and Appos' unwavering resolve to protect his comrades, he would never betray Konohagakure. Sarutobi nodded, albeit reluctantly, temporarily agreeing with Kakashi's perspective. With the announcement made, it seemed prudent to set Naruto aside and observe whether the mysterious figure in the black cloak would make further moves. Before long, Naruto returned with Sasuke and Sakura to the Hokage's office, promptly inquiring of Sarutobi, what is the mission? If it involves trivial tasks like catching kittens or shopping for groceries, I refuse to partake. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement, expressing their disdain for such menial assignments. Observing the trio's confidence, Sarutobi stated, then let us undertake a C-rank mission to ensure his safe return to the Land of Waves for bridge construction. Just then, a drunken man stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. This was the famous bridge builder, Tazuna. He entered with a bottle in hand, slurring, "What's this? A bunch of kids? Especially that little squirt, looking foolish. Are you even ninjas?" He boasted. "I am the renowned bridge expert, Tazuna. Protect me with your lives until I return to finish the bridge." Naruto glared at Tazuna, irritation evident on his face. "You old fool, starting off with insults, are you? I can't fathom how your parents raised you. A disrespectful cur like you must have grown up eating filth." The moment these words left Naruto's mouth, Sasuke and Sakura felt an inexplicable thrill. Tazuna, taken aback, shouted, "So this is what Konoha has produced? How dare you insult me? I am your client for this mission. Show some respect and kneel to apologize." Naruto shot back, "You old scoundrel, this is a C-rank mission. You'd best not have falsely reported the mission's level, or you're toying with our lives." Naruto's words struck a nerve with Tazuna, causing him to tremble, his anger dissipating as Naruto's warning resonated. Glancing at Sarutobi, Tazuna waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I want to stoop to your level. Let us get going." In the blink of an eye, Kakashi's team had arrived at the gates of Konohagakure alongside Tazuna. Throughout the journey, Tazuna remained silent, growing increasingly furious at being insulted by a child. Finally, he could contain himself no longer and turned to Kakashi, angrily demanding, "Is this brat even capable? I doubt he can complete this mission." Kakashi, taken aback, thought, how could Tazuna have begun berating us so soon after leaving the Hokage's office? Yet, maintaining his composure, he replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Tazuna, Naruto is quite powerful, and I will accompany him throughout the mission. There will be no issues." Naruto, unable to tolerate Tazuna's incessant taunting, interjected, "You bastard. If you utter another word, I'll thrash you right now. I could easily tie you up and send you to the Land of Waves." Tazuna's fury reached its peak upon hearing this. With the Hokage absent, he retorted, "Huh? If you have the guts, go ahead and try. I paid to hire you, so how dare you speak to me like that? You better listen and show some respect, you little brat." However, before he could finish, Naruto seized a nearby beer bottle and swung it with force at Tazuna's head. The bottle shattered with a loud crash, sending glass flying and causing blood to gush from Tazuna's forehead, trickling down his cheek. Tazuna staggered back, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head in agony. The entire scene unfolded too swiftly for Kakashi to react. Naruto's demeanor during the assessment had not suggested he would turn violent against someone he was meant to protect. Sasuke and Sakura quickly positioned themselves in front of Naruto, concerned he might strike Tazuna again. Kakashi, caught in the middle, lamented, "Naruto, you cannot act this way. He is the one we are meant to protect. It seems we must return to the village for treatment." Blood had already stained half of Tazuna's face, yet the sharp pain quickly steeled his resolve. He understood that returning now could jeopardize the facade of their C-rank mission. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "No need to return. We must press on. I won't stoop to the level of this beast. If this minor issue delays the bridge project, no one will bear the responsibility." Hearing this, Kakashi felt a twinge of doubt. He sensed that something was amiss with this mission, yet he refrained from expressing his concerns at that moment. Calmly, he replied, "Since you have made your decision, let us proceed. Naruto, you must be cautious and avoid causing further trouble." "Understood," Naruto replied nonchalantly, knowing full well that Tazuna had sealed his own fate. With that, the five of them, including Tazuna, slowly made their way out of the village. Chapter 18 Encounter with Ninjas. On a clear day, 5 individuals ambled along the roads of the Land of Waves. Kakashi, leading the group, suddenly halted and turned to face his companions, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, this is merely a C-rank mission. There will be no ninjas appearing." However, as he uttered those words, his gaze abruptly fixed on something in the distance. There, a puddle glimmered faintly under the sunlight. Kakashi fell silent, his expression sharpening, prompting Naruto and Sasuke to heighten their vigilance as tension filled the air. Without further hesitation, they quickened their pace, traversing the seemingly innocuous puddle. Just as they exited its vicinity, the once still water began to swirl, forming small vortices before coalescing into a stream. 2 shadowy figures erupted from the water, landing deftly on the ground. Clad in dark ninja attire, they were tall and agile, wielding chains that shimmered with a cold, menacing light. They charged directly at Kakashi, swiftly binding him and tightening the chains, severing him into multiple segments. The events unfolded too rapidly. Naruto and Sasuke quickly prepared for battle. With Kakashi incapacitated, the 2 shadows sprinted toward Naruto. Faced with this imminent threat, Naruto maintained an air of calm. He reached out, yanking the bewildered Dazna in front of him as a makeshift human shield. What? Dazna, caught off guard, found himself abruptly positioned ahead of Naruto, his eyes wide with terror as he exclaimed, "What are you doing, you little brat? I am the one you are supposed to protect. You cannot use me as a shield." A smirk curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth as he coldly regarded the panicking Dazna and laughed. In that instant, a figure darted past. Sasuke had intervened just in time to intercept a lethal blow that would have pierced through Dazna. Moments later, Kakashi re-emerged, effortlessly neutralizing the adversaries. Although the immediate danger had subsided, Dazna remained injured. A poisonous weapon had grazed his arm, causing a dark, purplish wound to emerge, indicating the rapid spread of the toxin. The self-proclaimed show-off, with his hands in his pockets, turned to Naruto and quipped, "You all right, coward?" Naruto shrugged indifferently, finding amusement in Sasuke's remarks, and felt no anger. Only the truly timid would react with ire. He then addressed Sasuke, "Show off. Keep your father's borrowed bravado to yourself, or I might just knock out your front teeth." Furious, Sasuke retorted, "What did you say? You jest." Naruto, the hero of the hidden leaf, scolding a mere child who has yet to face real challenges? You would be grasping at straws. He continued, "Be quiet, you orphaned wretch. This is not your moment. Just stay back and let your father handle it." Dazna, realizing the exchange was directed at him, shouted, "Are you calling me a child? Is this what you call protecting me? Using me as a shield?" Kakashi interrupted, his tone grave, "Mr. Dazna, you are already poisoned. If not treated promptly, the toxin will spread rapidly. The consequences could be dire. You must cut the wound to release the poisoned blood." Upon hearing this, Dazna stared in horror at his wounded arm, trembling uncontrollably. His complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet fear immobilized him. Naruto, lacking the patience to wait, swiftly drew a kunai from his pouch and plunged it into Dazna's arm. "Ah!" Dazna cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Naruto stood confidently before him, hands on his hips, grinning as he said, "Well, have you already knelt down to thank your father? If so, I shall reluctantly accept your gratitude." Dazna felt a surge of frustration, having barely departed from the hidden leaf. He had already suffered a head injury and now a stab wound. He began to wonder if he had hired a band of adversaries intent on torturing him, contemplating whether he would perish at the hands of his own allies before even reaching the Land of Waves. Kakashi, observing the released toxic blood, turned to Dazna with a serious expression. "I had already detected the enemies lurking in the water. I merely wished to ascertain their target. Mr. Dazna, these 2 mist ninjas are after you. Involving us in a ninja conflict elevates this task beyond C rank. You may have your reasons, but for us, this is an unreasonable burden, and it shows a lack of respect for our lives. Let us return to the village." Yet, Dazna knelt on the ground, pleading, "Teacher, the one after my life is the owner of the shipping company, Kato. He secretly colludes with the mob, smuggling contraband and seizing control of other companies, an utterly despicable villain. A year ago, he set his sights on the Land of Waves, using his wealth and violence to dominate all transportation on the island. For an island nation, controlling transport equates to controlling all wealth, and the only threat to Kato is the bridge currently under construction." Sakura interjected, "So they hired ninjas to eliminate you, which means the previous ninjas were also sent by Kato." Dazna continued, tears streaming down his face. "The Land of Waves cannot afford B-rank commissions, so we had to disguise it as C-rank. Without your protection, I am doomed. Even if I perish, my 10-year-old grandson will mourn, and my daughter will live the rest of her life harboring hatred for the Leaf Ninjas, all of which is certainly not your fault." Dazna cried out, employing emotional manipulation. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes, and relented. All right, we shall continue to protect you. Dasna silently celebrated his success. Naruto, observing the scene, mused on how it mirrored the original narrative, noting that even Dasna's emotional appeals were identical. He then addressed Dasna. Old man, spare me the moral high ground. If you wish for our continued protection, show us some sincerity. Dasna paused, surprised that even the teacher had acquiesced, yet he couldn't afford to anger Naruto. The funds are truly insufficient. May I defer payment? Naruto licked his lips and suggested, you have a daughter, don't you? Perhaps. Dasna's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Kakashi, exasperated, interjected, enough, Naruto, stop scaring him. We are not the villains here. Naruto chuckled, but did not outright refuse to continue their protection, nor did he dismiss the idea of not taking Dasna's daughter into account. Chapter 19. The conclusion of the land of waves within the vast edifice. A figure swathed in bandages reclined on a leather chair, brandishing a formidable executioner's blade towards Kato, declaring, I shall personally take down those wretches. Kato, somewhat apprehensive, responded, this time, there won't be any mistakes, right? The ninjas over there are quite formidable. Moreover, the demon brothers have failed, and that has made them vigilant. The bandaged man, with a fierce countenance, retorted, do you have any idea who I am? I am the illustrious Zabuza Momochi of the Mist. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team had successfully arrived in the land of waves with Dasna. Upon reaching this island nation, they made their way to Dasna's home without encountering Zabuza along the way, as was the case in the original tale. Once home, Dasna, wearing a broad smile, introduced his daughter, Tsunami, to the others, saying, this is my daughter, Tsunami. Then, with a serious demeanor, he added, based on the current progress, it will take approximately another week to complete the bridge. During this time, I kindly ask for your vigilant protection. Kakashi nodded, affirming, no problem, you can rest assured. Starting tomorrow, we will commence comprehensive protection for the bridge, you, and the villagers. Pleased with Kakashi's assurance, Dasna rose, surveying the room before stating earnestly, everyone is welcome to stay at my home tonight, as the enemy may take advantage of the night to strike. With our numbers, we can offer each other support. The group nodded in agreement, and after a brief moment, they turned to their assigned rooms to rest and prepare for any eventualities. Meanwhile, Naruto beckoned Tsunami with a finger, indicating for her to join him in his room. Though puzzled, Tsunami followed without much hesitation. Inside, Naruto explained the meanings of extra pay, very moist, and chow thief, to which Tsunami willingly accepted, having been a widow for over a year. Thus, the night passed, and in the morning, Tsunami hastily left Naruto's room after tidying her clothes, leaving the events of the previous night shrouded in mystery. Naruto awoke early, greeted Kakashi, and stealthily departed to practice ninjutsu. Kakashi and Sasuke escorted Dasna to the bridge construction site. At this moment, Naruto scrutinized the map provided by Tsunami, arriving at the entrance of a grand structure. Gazing upon the opulence of the edifice, he murmured, this must be the place. It truly exudes luxury. Just then, a loud whoosh echoed as a massive sword descended from above, embedding itself into the ground before Naruto, its hilt trembling slightly. Approaching leisurely from the entrance of the building were two figures, Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Zabuza, fixing his gaze upon Naruto, icily remarked, I had yet to see trouble with your lot, and here you are, foolishly presenting yourselves to meet your doom. Are you alone, brat? In the face of Zabuza's words, Naruto remained calm, replying, I come at the behest of another, with a clear purpose, to eliminate Kato. This matter does not concern anyone else, so I advise you both not to seek your own demise. With that proclamation, Naruto unleashed a formidable chakra presence, causing the ground beneath him to crack. His murderous intent rendered Zabuza and Haku breathless. Haku, displaying cleverness, addressed Zabuza, Zabuza-sama, our mission does not involve protecting Kato. Perhaps we should disregard this? Perspiration beaded on Zabuza's forehead as he considered Haku's suggestion, conceding, you make a valid point, Haku. Kato hasn't tasked us with his protection, so we shall take our leave. Naruto interjected coldly, Kato is destined to die today, and with his demise, he will be unable to pay you. However, fret not, I shall cover your remuneration. Stay here for a moment, and do not depart. With that, Naruto strode alone towards Kato's fortress. Moments later, anguished cries and pleas for mercy echoed from within the fortress, staining the sky crimson. The once pristine river now flowed with the hue of tomato juice. Shortly after, Naruto returned to stand before Zabuza, staring blankly. Zabuza was met with Naruto's casual wave as he announced, stop dawdling. Kato and his subordinates have been dispatched. There is a wealth of treasures within the fortress. Take a portion as payment and distribute the rest among the villagers of the land of waves. From now on, do not engage in such perilous work with Haku. This payment is for your service in protecting the land of waves. Do you understand? Zabuza, weary of such a life, found the notion of residing in the land of waves appealing. He agreed to Naruto's terms and proceeded with Haku to clean the fortress. Upon returning to Dasna's home, Naruto approached Tsunami, who sat by the bedside, and said, it is resolved. Kato and his men will no longer plague the land of waves. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Tsunami said nothing, closing the door behind them as she joined Naruto in preparing cream-filled pastries. Meanwhile, Dasna was immersed in his labor at the construction site, drenched in sweat as he dedicated himself to building the vital bridge, wholly unaware of the events transpiring at home. He could not have imagined that while he toiled outside, his beloved daughter was joyfully crafting pastries within. 7 days swiftly passed, and astonishingly, the bridge was completed. During this period, not a single ninja had come to disrupt the work, nor had even a petty thief appeared. Everything seemed so serene and smooth. Before long, a remarkable rumor spread throughout the land of waves. The notorious Kato had met his end. Simultaneously, 2 valiant ninjas volunteered to remain in the land of waves, pledging to protect the nation. Ultimately, Naruto spared Dasna's life for the sake of his daughter, for a hero cannot perpetually engage in violence. With the mission accomplished, Naruto and his companions returned to Konoha, now preparing for the upcoming Chunin exams. Chapter 20. Returning to the village with vengeance, Kakashi led his small team back to the village. As they stepped through the gates of Konoha, Naruto dashed to Kakashi's side, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Teacher, I want to wander around by myself for a bit and see how the villagers react. You all go ahead." Kakashi paused for a moment, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, so much has transpired during this time that he had nearly forgotten. Before embarking on the mission to the land of waves, Naruto had been officially declared a hero of Konoha. With this thought, a faint smile graced Kakashi's lips as he cautioned Naruto, "Very well. But do not let it get to your head. Remember to maintain your composure. We shall first head to the Hokage's office to submit our mission report." Naruto nodded in understanding, waved goodbye, and dashed off in another direction. As he moved along, passers-by slowed their pace upon spotting Naruto, whispering among themselves, "Have you heard? He is the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This boy has had a rather tragic life these past years," murmured an elderly man, shaking his head in sorrow. A middle-aged man beside him concurred. Indeed, who could have imagined? If not for the 3rd Hokage's concealment of this fact, this child would not have endured such scorn. From the crowd, a young woman chimed in, "Nevertheless, despite his extraordinary lineage, he remains the vessel of the 9 tails. It would be wise for us to keep our distance, lest we attract misfortune." Naruto absorbed these remarks with an unusual calm, silently listening to the discussions around him. He mused, "I never expected that. Within just 7 days of my true identity being revealed, the public's perception of me would shift so dramatically. The derogatory remarks that plagued me for over a decade have, in a blink, turned neutral, and some even expressed sympathy. Perhaps the fear from past tragedies also plays a role. Having been ridiculed and laughed at for so many years, could a few kind words truly make me forget the suffering I endured? Impossible. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am not one to be so easily swayed." Ignoring the whispers, Naruto strode purposefully to a weapons shop, choosing it specifically because the owner had once been among those who despised him the most. Given the owner's standing in the village, his demise would likely have occurred earlier in the rankings. Naruto's intention was to witness how the shopkeeper, who had once terrified him, would now regard him. As he entered the store, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. The shopkeeper was engrossed in meticulously sharpening a kunai, so absorbed in his task that he failed to notice Naruto's entrance. Without looking up, the shopkeeper muttered, "Feel free to browse the items. If you find something you like, simply bring it here to pay." After this remark, he returned to his focused work. Naruto seized a metal ball from the shelf and hurled it at the counter. Recalling a saying he once heard, "Those who avoid trouble are mediocre." With a resounding crash, the iron ball shattered the counter, rolling to the shopkeeper's feet. At this, the shopkeeper paused, lifting his head to regard the culprit. Seeing it was Naruto, he momentarily froze before scoffing, "You little brat. Don't think that just because you're the son of the 4th Hokage, you can come here and act like a fool. You're still just a genin." Naruto retorted, "What is wrong with you today, old dog? Your attacks are weak. Are you afraid of being taken out by that mysterious figure? You're nothing but a waste, only able to unleash your fury on the weaker me from before. Where's your arrogance now? Next time you see me, Naruto Uzumaki, keep your head down and remember who you're dealing with." The weapons shopkeeper glared at the wreckage of his counter, his chest heaving in fury. The humiliation and anger from Naruto's merciless tirade reddened his face and bulged the veins on his forehead, his lips quivering in rage. Finally, unable to contain himself, disregarding the threat of the mysterious figure, he roared back, "You little beast. How dare you speak to me like that? What do you think you are? The 4th Hokage is dead. You are nothing but an orphan, without a family, still daring to make demands here. You are a worthless outcast, deserving of disdain. The 3rd Hokage allowed you to be scorned for years, and you still don't understand? You think flaunting that Konoha announcement gives you the right to act tough? My son, Kaido Takahashi, is now at Chunin and is returning home soon." Naruto coldly regarded the shopkeeper, who was spewing insults. A slight smirk forming on his lips as he thought, "Finally, he has fallen into my trap. His impatience has revealed his true nature." In an instant, Naruto seized the shopkeeper by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The shopkeeper, now in a panic, could only produce a series of incoherent sounds as he struggled, desperately clutching Naruto's hand in an attempt to pry it away. At this moment, Naruto activated his Sharingan, using its power to absorb the shopkeeper directly into a space of his own making. After executing this maneuver, Naruto calmly approached the door, extending his hand to gently close it. He then picked up a chair nearby and sat down, patiently awaiting the return of the shopkeeper's son, Kaido Takahashi. Moments later, the door to the weapon shop was pushed open, and a voice called out, "Father, why did you close the shop during the day? Are you no longer in business?" Upon entering and seeing Naruto seated in the chair, Kaido's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed the shattered counter. "What are you doing here, you little beast? Where's my dad?" Naruto rose with a smile, replying, "You will soon be reunited with him." Kaido, a Chunin, wasted no time with idle chatter. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Naruto, sending nearby weapons flying and clattering to the ground. Yet, as the fireball neared Naruto, it simply vanished into thin air, leaving Kaido utterly astonished. Seizing the moment, Naruto swiftly moved behind him and struck him on the head with a beer bottle, pulling him into the space he had created, saying, "Using this to knock some sense into people is quite enjoyable. Perhaps I should change my summoning technique from kunai to beer bottles." Chapter 21. The Ch-Nin exam begins early within the Kemui space. Naruto had previously fashioned a chamber specifically designed for torment during his time in the Land of Waves. At this moment, the owner of the ninja tools shop and his son, Takahashi Keita, were confined within this grim room. Their feet were bound by thick iron chains, and behind them stood a wall adorned with numerous empty beer bottles. Naruto slowly pushed open the door, stepping into the blood-stained execution chamber. Just as he was about to speak, he was met with the furious outburst of the shop owner. "You insolent little wretch. How dare you imprison us here? Aren't you afraid of the repercussions from Konohagakure?" Takahashi Keita chimed in. "Release this damn chain at once, and let me go. Do you know who I am? I am a proud Ch-Nin of the Leaf Village. Let us leave immediately, and then you must kneel and apologize to me. Only then can you atone for your grave mistake against the Ch-Nin." In the face of their arrogant tirades, Naruto merely stood in silence, a look of incredulity gracing his features. It was evident that these two had yet to comprehend the gravity of their situation. With a resigned shake of his head, Naruto reached out and pressed a switch on the wall beside him. In an instant, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted as a powerful current surged through the chains binding their feet. "Ah!" Their anguished cries rang out in unison as both men lowered their heads in defeat, their expressions shifting from ferocity to sheer terror. "Naruto, Lord Naruto, please have mercy. Stop this. We understand our mistake, we truly do." Naruto coldly regarded them and let out a laugh, remarking how akin this was to training a dog. He then ceased the electric torment and spoke, "Listen closely. Today, in this room, only one of you will leave through that door alive. The decision of who lives and who dies rests solely in your hands. Do you see those neatly arranged bottles behind you?" With that, Naruto strode over to Takahashi Keita, carelessly picking up a bottle of beer. He swung his arm with force, smashing the bottle against Keita's head. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as fragments scattered across the floor. "Ah!" Keita howled in pain, a deep gash appearing on his head, blood streaming down his face and pooling onto the ground. Naruto did not relent. His gaze fixed on the writhing Keita, he continued, devoid of empathy, "Just like that. The fewer bottles left behind you, the greater your chances of survival. The victor among you will naturally earn the right to continue living. This room possesses a powerful replay function. If anyone dares to use any means other than smashing the bottles against their own heads, I will return and execute them without mercy." With a fierce glare, he surveyed the two men. "You have 5 hours. Before I return tonight, you must smash the bottles against your heads. Do you understand?" Silence enveloped the room. Without further ado, Naruto seized another bottle and approached the shop owner, raising it high before bringing it down forcefully onto the man's head. "Answer me. Do you comprehend?" Naruto bellowed. "Ah, yes, I understand." The shop owner cried out, clutching his bleeding head and trembling in agony. Satisfied, Naruto nodded and commanded, "Excellent. Now let us begin. No one is permitted to slack off or cheat. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if no one shatters a bottle in the next 5 minutes, the chains will release a potent electric shock. You may test that if you wish." With a final wave of his hand, the room was plunged into darkness, rendering it impossible to see. He also silenced all means of communication, leaving the two men utterly isolated. Their sole option was to exert every ounce of effort to shatter more bottles with their heads and win this grim game. After leaving the stage to the two, Naruto exited the space. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat, facing Shimura Danzo, who slowly opened his mouth to speak. "The volume of complaints against you has surged recently. Currently, half of the villagers are demanding a reasonable explanation for why the truth of Naruto's heroism has only just come to light. Additionally, many questions linger, such as the whereabouts of the fourth Hokage's estate." As he gestured toward the overflowing complaint box in the corner, Danzo raised his voice. "Look at this. The complaint box is overflowing. You have lost the people and Appos as support. It would be wise to resign now before the populace forces you out in a most undignified manner. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose, his face filled with fury. He slammed his palms onto the sturdy wooden table, producing a resounding crash. Danzo, you had better understand your position. The one seated in the Hokage chair is me, not you. Think carefully before you speak. Unfazed by Hiruzen's ire, Danzo locked eyes with him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He knew that Hiruzen was agitated, perhaps even desperate. Ignoring Danzo's provocation, Hiruzen took a deep breath, calming his emotions before turning to shout toward the door, "Someone! Immediately issue orders to commence the Nin exam earlier than scheduled. Notify all eligible ninjas to come forth and register. It shall begin tomorrow." Hiruzen sought to divert attention from the Naruto incident by igniting new discussions surrounding the impending Nin exam. Chapter 22. Visitors from Sunagakure. Kakashi gathered his team, consisting of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. He retrieved 3 registration forms from his pocket and handed them to each of them, stating, "The Nin exams are now open for registration, and tomorrow, many participants from other ninja villages will arrive in Konoha." Naruto accepted the form and looked up, exclaiming, "Do I even need to say anything? I've been a genin for too long. I'm tired of it. I'm definitely participating in this Nin exam." "Got it, Sakura?" With that, he confidently waved the registration form in the air. Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Naruto, some teams have remained genin for years. The Nin exams are challenging. Perhaps you should heed the advice of those who pretend to be strong. This is a team competition." Finally breaking his silence, Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his gaze intense. He spoke slowly, "I will certainly take part in this exam. After all, only by facing true masters can I rapidly enhance my abilities." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura's expression soured. She had initially been reluctant to participate in the Nin exams, but seeing Naruto and Sasuke's determination, she realized she had no choice. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Naruto, do you really dare to threaten me? If you both are going, how can I say no?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Well then, you may disperse. Go home and prepare, the exams start tomorrow, and outsiders from other villages might already be arriving today." After submitting his registration form, Naruto slowly made his way home, eagerly anticipating the results of the 2 individuals in the Kamui space. As he turned a corner, he heard a commotion ahead. A boisterous individual was gripping Konohamaru by the neck, lifting him high and bellowing, "You little brat. Ken and Appos, do you see? You dare collide with me and Dawn and Appos, to even apologize?" Naruto rushed forward, realizing it was Kankuro from Sunagakure. The ninja from the Sand Village had arrived impressively quickly. Meanwhile, Sasuke, perched in a tree, hurled a rock at Kankuro's hand, striking it with a loud thud. Kankuro, wincing in pain, instinctively released Konohamaru and turned to glare in the direction of the rock's trajectory, setting down the large crow he had been carrying on his back. His gaze climbed the tree trunk and locked onto Sasuke. "Do you not know what the underworld is?" Kankuro roared at Sasuke. Unfazed by the threat, Sasuke's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, fixating on Kankuro as he coldly retorted, "If you have the guts, come and try it." Under the intense gaze filled with murderous intent, Kankuro felt a chill run down his spine. Observing this, Naruto thought to himself, as expected of the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan, Sasuke has awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan so swiftly, and without even battling against Mizuki. "Kankuro, stand down." A voice rang out beside Sasuke, drawing everyone and Appos' attention. They turned to see a figure, a man with a massive gourd on his back, standing upside down on a tree branch, Gaara. Gaara's eyes were fixed on Kankuro as he coldly stated, "Do not embarrass us here. We have come to participate in the exam, not to cause trouble." Kankuro was about to apologize when his gaze caught sight of another figure standing upright above the branch where Gaara was perched. Naruto had swiftly arrived. Bowing his head with a smile, addressing Gaara, "You speak the truth. Greetings, friends from Sunagakure." Gaara was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance above him, astonished by the speed he displayed. Sasuke also looked surprised, not expecting Naruto to exhibit such remarkable speed, one that surpassed even Kakashi and Appos. The atmosphere grew tense. Kankuro felt a sudden wave of shock wash over him, his face paling as he trembled uncontrollably. He sensed the crow beside him was beginning to stir. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped Kankuro as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Without a moment to lose, he hastily unwrapped the bandages around the crow, and upon seeing the sight before him, he gasped in horror. There was a large hole in the crow's body, a clear indication of having suffered a powerful attack. Fully aware of the severity of the damage, Kankuro understood that repairing it would demand considerable time and energy. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward Naruto, demanding, "Did you do this? Such an attack?" However, Naruto merely looked at him with an expressionless face, his eyes gleaming ominously, sending chills down Kankuro's spine. After a moment of silence, Naruto slowly replied, "Compared to the gourd, you are quite discourteous. If you don't wish to perish here, I suggest you leave promptly." With those few simple words, Kankuro found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter another syllable. Observing this, Gaara gracefully leaped down from the tree, a hint of disdain on his face. He shot a fierce glare at Kankuro, harshly admonishing, "You've embarrassed us enough. Hurry and leave." With that, he turned away and strode off, leaving Kankuro and Temari to exchange glances. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to follow Gaara swiftly away from the scene. As they departed, Naruto vanished in an instant, leaving Sasuke standing there, utterly dumbfounded. He gazed in the direction Naruto had disappeared, murmuring in disbelief, "Is this really Naruto?" Chapter 23. The defeated pharmacist Do and the execution of the damned. As Naruto returned home, twilight was approaching. He had intended to check on the shopkeeper in the space, but as he prepared to use his Kimui, his acute senses detected a presence above. At that moment, atop the roof of Naruto's residence stood a bespectacled man. The pharmacist Do, quietly observing below, recording something in his hand. In a flash, Naruto utilized the body flicker technique and appeared directly before Do. With a cold gaze, he remarked, "You have quite the audacity to come snooping around my home for information." Do was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Naruto had detected his presence so swiftly. He had come to search for a more suitable vessel for Orochimaru, but had not anticipated being discovered so quickly. However, he quickly regained his composure, a faint smile appearing on his face as he calmly replied, "Indeed, you are the Vortex Naruto of Konoha. Having just become a genin, you possess such formidable perceptive abilities. It is truly impressive." Just as Do finished speaking, his expression shifted to one of intensity, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He drew a surgical knife, channeling his chakra into it, and charged at Naruto with a fierce attack. This strike exhibited the full strength of a jonin. Naruto's gaze sharpened as he swiftly grasped Do's surgical knife with precision. His arm muscles tensed, erupting with power as he crushed the blade effortlessly. The sound of shattering metal resonated, the once formidable knife disintegrating into countless shards, sending metallic fragments scattering. Do was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. He silently pondered, "How is this possible? He is merely a lowly genin, yet he easily crushed my chakra-infused surgical knife with his bare hands? Is he even human?" Without time to contemplate further, Do instinctively leaped backward, seeking to distance himself from Naruto. Simultaneously, he called out, "Wait, Naruto." At this point, Naruto was fully immersed in battle. Impervious to Do's desperate plea, his right fist clenched, he rapidly gathered a sphere of blue chakra, then struck fiercely at Do's chest. With a thunderous bang, Do was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a sturdy stone wall. The wall collapsed under the immense force, clouds of dust erupting in the air. Do continued to fly back, embedding himself deep into the ground, leaving only half of his body exposed. In an instant, Naruto was before Do once more. He halted, fixing a gaze filled with derision upon him, and remarked, "You initiated the attack, yet now you plead for a pause because you cannot contend with me. What is it? Are you hoping to retreat just because your ambush was ineffective?" Do's complexion had turned pale as he coughed up blood, struggling to raise his head to meet Naruto's gaze. His voice trembled as he uttered, "Naruto, do you not wish to become stronger? I know someone who can help you grow rapidly." Upon hearing this, Naruto could not suppress a roll of his eyes, retorting, "Oh, come now. Such words are for the victors, not for someone in your pathetic state. Look at yourself now. Do you still have the audacity to say such things?" Do's face drained of color, clearly aware that the force of Naruto's earlier punch had inflicted grievous injuries. He recognized that further attempts to persuade Naruto were futile. Only Orochimaru could sway him now. With this realization, Do acted decisively, throwing a smoke bomb to the ground. As the thick smoke billowed, he seized the opportunity to flee swiftly. Do concentrated all his chakra into his legs, sprinting with all his might. His efforts bore fruit as he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Naruto stood still, gazing in the direction Do had fled. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against pursuing him. This individual could still hold some value for Orochimaru in the future. Without further thought, Naruto activated his Sharingan and entered the Kimui space, proceeding towards the execution chamber. As he approached the heavy door, he sensed the concealed excitement within. Upon pushing the door open, a pungent stench of blood assaulted him. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed the door further. The room was dimly lit. Naruto raised his hand, conjuring a flash of light that illuminated the formerly dark space. Although the light should have been pristine, it was now drenched in red, with pools of tomato juice spilling across the floor. In the midst of this crimson liquid lay the shopkeeper and Takahashi Keita, both sprawled on the ground. Takahashi Keita was barely clinging to life, his body trembling as faint groans escaped his lips, while the shopkeeper lay motionless, his fate uncertain. Scattered around them were countless shattered bottles, some in pieces, others still bearing remnants of flesh. With a smile, Naruto clapped his hands together, then began to applaud, exclaiming, "You two have truly moved me with your efforts. However, it seems your father has tragically departed, yet you persist in clinging to life. Truly, a testament to your resilience as a Chunin. Your head is remarkably hard and durable." At that moment, Takahashi Keita, on the brink of death, struggled to open his mouth, managing to utter in a weak, broken voice. Then, please, allow me to continue living. Naruto, hearing this, shook his head gently, then uttered words akin to those of a demon. Alas, though he has left this world, the number of broken bottles in his possession far surpasses your own. Therefore, I regret to inform you that this contest has ultimately resulted in your defeat. As soon as he finished, Naruto erupted into hearty laughter, leisurely turning to exit the execution chamber. Takahashi Keita, summoning his last ounce of strength, cried out, "Vortex Naruto, you wretched little beast. You were vile then. You are vile now, and you shall remain so in the future. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." Upon hearing the final taunt, Naruto paused briefly at the door, glancing back at the despair etched on Takahashi Keita's face, a smirk of mockery gracing his own. The impotent, enraged jester. With that, he slowly extended his hand, gradually closing the heavy door. With a resounding thud, the door sealed shut, isolating Takahashi Keita in a realm of darkness and despair. Subsequently, Naruto returned home and succumbed to slumber, for the first round of the Chunin exam awaited him on the morrow. Chapter 24. Conflict. The following morning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gathered as promised, making their way to the examination room. Upon reaching the classroom on the third floor, Naruto noticed a divergence from the original narrative. There was no one blocking the path on the second floor. Upon pushing open the classroom door, they were greeted by a bustling sea of ninjas from various nations, each exhibiting a spectrum of emotions. Some appeared anxious, while others exuded confidence, engaged in hushed conversations. Before long, Hinata's team and Shikamaru's group arrived in succession. All were graduates of the Konoha Ninja Academy, quickly coalescing together. At that moment, Sakura and Ino found themselves embroiled in another heated argument regarding Sasuke's affections. Sakura, visibly furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Ino, exclaiming, "Sasuke is mine, you foolish girl. What do you have to compete with? What strength do you possess?" Ino, equally unyielding, shot back, "You little brat, just because you say so? With your lack of decorum, how could Sasuke ever be attracted to someone like you, who has grown up in such filth?" Their quarrel escalated, voices rising in volume, drawing the attention of all ninjas in the classroom, who turned to observe the commotion. "Hey, are you the 9 little brats who just graduated from the Ninja Academy? Your incessant chatter is unbearable." A disgruntled voice cut through the air, redirecting the attention of Naruto and his friends. Upon recognizing the speaker, their faces contorted with anger, murmuring to themselves, "Who does this guy think he is? Ordering us around like that?" Naruto, unlike the others, recognized the intruder, Kabuto. A smirk crept across his face as he remarked, "Oh, look who it is. I see your injuries have healed. This time, you won't be running away, huh?" Kabuto, seemingly unfazed by the rising ire directed at him, met their glares with an unflinching demeanor. He shrugged nonchalantly and advised, "Naruto Uzumaki, those minor injuries are nothing. But please, don't glare at me like that. Look around, and you'll understand my intent." As Kabuto's words settled, the previously angry crowd suddenly seemed to grasp something, simultaneously diverting their gazes. They quickly realized that Sakura and Ino's loud altercation had captured the attention of everyone in the classroom, drawing fierce looks from all corners. Naruto, taking a decisive step forward, bellowed, "You worthless fools. Why are you all staring over here? Listen carefully. This is Konoha Village. Bow your heads and behave yourselves, understood?" His proclamation reverberated through the classroom, seizing the attention of every individual present, filling the air with a palpable tension. Discussions erupted among the ninjas, ranging from furious accusations to confused inquiries, and even eager challenges. The previously concealed animosity in their gazes toward Naruto became glaringly apparent. "Did you hear that? This guy dared to call us worthless. It's a blatant insult." A burly ninja shouted, his face twisted in rage. "Indeed, he even told us to bow down. Who does he think he is?" Another echoed, fury flickering in his eyes. "This is outrageous. How dare he act so arrogantly? Shouldn't we teach him a lesson?" Yet another suggested, prompting a chorus of agreement from those nearby. Amidst the chaos, Sakura silently stood aside, cursing Naruto in her heart. What is he thinking? He just blurted that out, and now he's offended everyone here. What are we going to do? Hinata, her face clouded with worry, gazed at Naruto with deep concern, her beautiful eyes reflecting her anxiety. She gently grasped his sleeve and implored, "Naruto, please don't be so reckless. I know you're strong, but there are so many of them. This is an entire class. If it comes to blows, you could be at a disadvantage." Shikamaru stepped forward from the crowd, wearing an awkward smile, trying to defuse the situation. "I apologize, everyone. This guy is just a fool. Please bear with him and don't take him seriously." At that moment, Sakura, resembling a frightened puppy, hid behind Sasuke. Ironically, she was the one who had instigated the quarrel by boasting in front of Ino, yet the instigator now remained silent. Feeling Hinata's concern, Naruto gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering her a reassuring look. Just then, a shadow darted through the crowd, lunging toward Naruto with alarming speed. In an instant, the figure was upon him. It was Tors from the Sound Village. He abruptly tore away the sleeve of his arm, revealing a muscular limb adorned with a peculiar device. With no mercy, he swung his arm, unleashing a powerful gust as he aimed to strike at Naruto. Observing the incoming attack, Naruto smirked disdainfully, thinking, with this speed, it seems he wants me to catch it. He must intend to unleash a follow-up attack with that sound device. Just as Tor's arm was about to collide with Naruto's face, those accompanying Tor's displayed no hint of concern, their expressions twisted into cruel smiles, as if anticipating a bloody spectacle. However, Naruto remained composed. He deftly sidestepped the forceful blow and retaliated with a swift kick directed at Tor's overextended arm, then slammed his foot down onto the ground with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as Tor's lost his balance, crashing to the floor. Meanwhile, Naruto stood firm, one foot planted on Tor's struck arm. The mysterious device affixed to Tor's arm suffered a catastrophic impact, releasing billowing white smoke from the shattered remains, permeating the air. Naruto then declared fiercely, I'm done playing with you. Let us all come at me together, you worthless fools. I'll take on 10 of you. Chapter 25, the first examination. Upon the utterance of those words, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. At last, someone could no longer contain the fury surging within and began to hurl insults, plunging the room into a cacophony of curses and disorder. You little brat. Are you tired of living? How dare you be so arrogant? Bellowed a burly boy, his eyes wide with rage. Who is this ignorant fool who dares to speak so recklessly? Utterly absurd, echoed another ninja, his face contorted with disdain and anger. Brothers, let us not waste our breath on him. Grab your weapons and let us teach this arrogant fool a lesson, shouted yet another, fanning the flames of confrontation. However, despite the fervor, no one dared to be the first to charge forward. They merely jostled one another, waiting for someone else to take the initiative. At that moment, Naruto suddenly sprang into action. With a powerful stomp of his foot, a resounding crack echoed through the air as Tor's arm shattered with a sickening sound. Tor's agonized wail pierced the silence, reverberating like a tortured animal throughout the classroom. The once boisterous room fell deathly silent, save for Tor's pitiful cries, as everyone stood stunned by Naruto's decisive move. In that instant, the gathered students realized that the yellow-haired boy before them was no ordinary adversary. His actions were swift and ruthless, revealing him to be a formidable presence. Suddenly, trepidation filled the hearts of all. No one dared to be the next to step forward. Naruto's gaze turned serious as he did not relent. A surge of immense chakra energy erupted from within him. This chakra exuded a palpable aura of menace, sweeping across the room and enveloping the onlookers. The weaker ninjas found themselves unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they sank to their knees. Just as the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, a loud crash resonated through the air as the door was flung open. A towering figure strode into the room, Senna Ibiichi. Enough noise. Everyone, quiet down and return to your seats, he bellowed. At his command, Naruto gradually reined in his chakra, returning to his seat with an expression of calm indifference, as though the earlier turmoil had never transpired. However, Tor's, still sprawled on the floor foaming at the mouth, served as a stark reminder of the fierce encounter that had just unfolded. Senna Ibiichi turned his gaze toward Naruto, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He mused internally. This young lad, despite his age, exhibits an astonishingly fierce aura, truly remarkable. Quickly regaining his composure, he addressed the assembly. All right, candidates, please pay attention. The first examination is now officially commencing. Kindly take your seats in an orderly fashion. The students responded promptly, scurrying to find their places. Though Tor's endured excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and slowly struggled to his feet. After applying a rudimentary bandage to his wound with trembling hands, he unsteadily made his way to his seat. Naruto, with a composed demeanor, focused on the test paper before him, silently reflecting, at last, I can witness what the written examination in the world of Hokage entails. Filled with curiosity, he began to scrutinize the questions. However, upon reaching the first query, astonishment washed over his face. The question required calculating the parabolic trajectory of a shuriken. What in the world is this? Naruto murmured, unable to suppress his disbelief. A swift glance over the entire paper revealed a plethora of similarly complex and unfamiliar topics concerning weapon trajectories and jutsu calculations. The candidates for this CHNIN exam varied widely in age, with Naruto himself barely 18. By conventional educational standards, this age would equate to a high school level of knowledge. Why does Sakura possess such high intelligence? Is her emotional quotient truly zero? He pondered. Thankfully, he was aware of the answers for the first examination and resolved to submit a blank paper. His mind had already immersed itself in the system, engaging in a game of Go. Moments later, the system prompted him. It is your turn. Hurry up, Naruto urged. Ding. I will place my piece here. Captured yours. Victory is imminent. He retorted nonchalantly. No, no, no. You've lost. Your captured piece isn't on the board. Ding. Who set these nonsensical Go rules? I have no hands to place my pieces. This is infuriating. Ding. Searching. It seems to originate from those South Korean rascals. No wonder. losing ISN and Appos, embarrassing. After triumphing over the system, Naruto emerged from his inner world, realizing the examination time was drawing to a close. At that moment, Senna Ibiichi began explaining the second rule, stating, for the final question, you may choose whether to take it or not. If one among three withdraws, all will be deemed to have forfeited. However, if you opt to continue and answer incorrectly, you will be barred from participating in the CH-NIN exam for life. Now make your choice. Many ninjas slowly rose, opting to withdraw, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Naruto, aware of the rules, suddenly recalled, I nearly forgot about that brute, Sakura. He swiftly slammed his hand on the desk and proclaimed, even if I must remain a genin for life, I will partake in this exam. Bring it on. Upon hearing this, Sakura gradually lowered her hand, which had been raised in hesitation. Naruto and Appos' passionate voice resonated throughout the examination hall, inspiring every seated ninja. Even the typically stern Senna Ibiichi couldn't help but cast a glance at Naruto, internally acknowledging, this young boy possesses remarkable influence. If he continues in this manner, no one will dare to withdraw. With this thought, Senna Ibiichi declared with conviction, to all present, congratulations. You have all passed this round of the examination. He then patiently explained to the candidates that their choice regarding the final question would indeed be the last one. Just then, a loud crash shattered the atmosphere as a figure gracefully leaped through the broken window. Akatsuki Anko landed lightly, a smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the room. There are quite a few of you here. Greetings, everyone. I am Akatsuki Anko, the proctor for the second examination. After a brief pause, she continued, qualified candidates, please follow me to prepare for the next round. Then, addressing Senna Ibiichi, she confidently stated, rest assured, during the second examination, I will ensure that more than half of the candidates are eliminated. Chapter 26. The Forest of Death, led by Mitarashi Anko. The group arrived at the foreboding entrance of the Forest of Death. She paused and turned to face the anxious ninjas behind her, elaborating on the rules of their mission. Listen carefully, everyone. The Forest of Death is no trivial matter. It is fraught with perilous dangers, including ferocious beasts and venomous creatures in abundance. Therefore, before you step into this forest, you must sign a waiver acknowledging your understanding of the risks involved and your willingness to accept all consequences. Mitarashi Anko further explained the specifics of team formation and mission requirements. You will form teams of 3, and each team will receive a scroll. Over the next 5 days, you must survive in this vast forest and seek opportunities to defeat other teams to collect 2 different scrolls, one from the heavens and one from the earth, before successfully entering the tower located at the heart of the Forest of Death. Once Anko concluded her explanation, the various teams commenced their preparations, lining up to collect their respective scrolls. The atmosphere was tense, with no one certain of what challenges lay ahead in the coming days. After each team received their scrolls, the sound of chains unlocking echoed through the air, and all entrances to the Forest of Death swung open simultaneously. Standing at the forefront, Mitarashi Anko proclaimed, all right, everyone, you may enter now. The test officially begins. As her words faded, ninjas from all directions swiftly rushed toward the entrances, their nimble forms vanishing into the enveloping darkness in the blink of an eye. Fully aware of the significance and danger of this examination, they hesitated not for a moment, racing toward the heart of the forest. Shadows flitted through the dense foliage, stirring up gusts of wind as Naruto's trio navigated the thick woods, now deep within the forest's embrace. The sky gradually darkened, welcoming the arrival of night. After a lengthy sprint, the 3 companions came to a halt. Sasuke turned to Naruto and Sakura, suggesting, let us rest in that hollow tree ahead. If we venture further, we may encounter numerous adversaries. It's wiser to recuperate here for the night. Sakura nodded in agreement, and together, they entered the tree hollow, finding a suitable spot to sit. Sasuke, however, did not rest. He stood and moved toward the entrance, beginning to set various traps. Observing Sasuke's industriousness, Naruto spoke to his companions, I'll scout the vicinity. We hold the Sky Scroll. If we can ascertain the movements of other teams in advance, we can avoid direct conflict with those possessing similar scrolls. With that, he prepared to depart. Sasuke quickly turned to Naruto, urging, be extremely careful. If you sense any danger, return here at once. Naruto paused, turning back to meet Sasuke and Appos' gaze, contemplating. At this moment, Sasuke is so kind and concerned, both towards me and our comrades in Konoha. Yet, everything changed after Itachi returned and dealt him a severe blow. From that moment on, Sasuke transformed entirely. His once kind heart, clouded by hatred, has grown increasingly cold and ruthless in his pursuit of power. Clenching his fists, Naruto vowed internally, this time, if that weasel dares to show up, I will ensure he is thoroughly defeated. Regaining his focus, Naruto reassured Sasuke, don't worry, I'm strong now. You too be cautious. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, retreat. With that, he vanished into the shrouded night. Naruto's mind was singularly focused on one objective, to completely subdue the girl who shared his unique lineage. He leapt swiftly from tree to tree, muttering to himself, had I not seen your memories, I would have remained unaware of your presence in the forest of death. Uzumaki Karen. At that moment, Naruto heightened his senses, meticulously scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted, a look of surprise crossing his face as he softly exclaimed, "Found you." He then sprinted towards Karen's location. Upon his arrival, he discovered her as a pure-hearted young girl, alone and facing a colossal bear. Naruto nimbly ascended a large tree, concealing himself among the dense foliage, quietly observing the unfolding situation. He chose not to intervene immediately, instead waiting for the opportune moment, when Karen would truly find herself in dire peril. As time passed, the bear, leveraging its overwhelming strength, knocked Karen to the ground. With a sharp noise, her glasses slipped aside. Tear-streaked and terrified, she lay helplessly. Realizing the critical moment had arrived, Naruto knew it was time to act. The bear raised its massive paw, preparing to strike Karen as she lay incapacitated. In an instant, Naruto blurred into motion, appearing before her. Using the space-time ninjutsu, the bear was swiftly dispatched. Its belly pierced before it collapsed. Lowering his gaze to the ground where Karen lay, Naruto's expression softened with concern as he gently asked, "Are you hurt, little sister?" His voice was tender and filled with worry. Karen, dazed on the ground, initially startled by his question, soon recognized him and frantically searched for her glasses. After a brief struggle, she successfully retrieved the warped frames and carefully placed them upon her nose. Raising her head, her eyes met Naruto's, who was smiling warmly at her, a radiant grin that dispelled all her fears and anxieties. A soothing chakra emanated from Naruto, enveloping Karen in a comforting embrace, instilling a sense of peace and security. "How warm," she murmured instinctively, her expression gradually softening as her previously taut nerves relaxed. In that moment, it was clear that Naruto had brought her hope. Without uttering a word, Karen rushed forward, enveloping Naruto in a tight embrace. He, in turn, patted her back reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, it's all over now." Chapter 27. The tragic demise of Grass Ninja. At this moment, Kankuro clutched Naruto tightly, as if grasping onto a flicker of hope in her life. Her frail body trembled slightly as she slowly lifted her head, her gaze hazy as she inquired, "My name is Kankuro, and what is yours?" Naruto gazed down at Kankuro in his arms, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. He replied softly, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. Judging by your appearance, it seems you have sustained grave injuries. Where are your comrades? Perhaps they could assist you." Upon hearing the word comrades, Kankuro's expression darkened instantly, her eyes reflecting profound hatred and anguish. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "They are not my comrades. They merely wish to expedite my growth for their own benefit, to use me as a healing tool. My mother was killed by them." Naruto's gaze followed her words to the alarming bite marks on her arms, causing his heart to tighten. Frowning slightly, he swiftly formed hand signs with his left hand, activating a healing jutsu. A gentle green light gradually enveloped Kankuro's injured areas. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Two ninjas from the grass village charged forward aggressively, one of them bellowing, "Hey, you little brat, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and heal us." The other added, "Who is that little creature beside you? Get rid of her. If it weren't for our intervention, you would have perished long ago. Now, it's time for you to repay us." Naruto turned to face the two arrogant grass ninjas, his expression growing increasingly frigid, the murderous intent bubbling within him. He murmured, "This is the first time I have felt such rage." Without hesitation, he left a shadow clone to continue treating the injured Kankuro while he swiftly charged towards the two grass ninjas. Upon witnessing Naruto's rapid approach, their faces paled, and they drew their long blades, preparing to confront him. However, in an instant, Naruto had reached them, seizing their arms. With a swift activation of his technique, the two grass ninjas had no time to react before being transported to the execution chamber of the Kamui space. Once resolved, Naruto promptly returned to Kankuro's side. Thanks to the healing efforts of his shadow clone, Kankuro's condition was gradually improving, her complexion regaining some color. Naruto spoke, "From now on, you will be under my protection, and you shall stay at my home for a while." When Kankuro fully recovered, she slowly stood up, tightly embracing Naruto as she wept. "You are the only light in my life. From now on, everything I have belongs to you." Feeling Kankuro's fervor, a wave of affection surged within Naruto. Gently, he stroked her hair and whispered, "Do not cry. From now on, I will protect you. Withdraw from the Chunin exam. My clone will accompany you back home." Kankuro nodded softly, appearing exceptionally obedient. Her expressive eyes shimmered with reluctance. Despite her deep-seated attachment, she slowly released her grip around Naruto. Turning away, she followed Naruto and Appo's clone towards the exit of the Forest of Death. Naruto stood in place, watching Kankuro and Appo's retreating figure until she ultimately vanished into the dense foliage. "I can hardly wait to hear your cries of despair," he thought as he activated Kamui. In the dim and eerie execution chamber of Kamui, a nauseating stench of decay permeated the air. Kaido Takahashi, his frail and emaciated body lay lifelessly on the cold ground, his eyes tightly shut, his pallor indicating he had long succumbed to starvation. The two grass ninjas had been directly transported here by Kimui. Upon witnessing the grim scene, a chill crept up their spines, and they felt an involuntary surge of fear and disgust. Before they could regain their composure, Naruto appeared behind them. Chains gripped firmly in his hands, piercing through their backs and into their abdomens. Ah! They screamed in agony, blood splattering and staining the floor as they clutched their bellies. Doubling over in pain, Naruto mercilessly dragged the injured ninjas to a sturdy pillar, expertly binding them. The grass ninjas were filled with terror, their eyes brimming with desperation and pleas. Big brother, take this earth scroll, it's in my pocket. We won't participate in the exam anymore. Please spare us. After retrieving the scroll from their pocket, Naruto ignored their pleas, his voice resonating like a devil's whisper in their ears. These chains are no ordinary items. They will continuously release healing chakra to ensure you do not perish easily. A cruel smile crept onto Naruto's face as he continued. The clone I left behind will wield a watermelon knife, methodically slicing your flesh. If you can endure for 3 months, perhaps I shall consider sparing you. With that, he left a shadow clone behind and activated Kimui to return to the Forest of Death, for the exam was still ongoing. Within the space, the two grass ninjas, bound to the pillar, emitted continuous, anguished cries. Trembling in terror, they desperately pleaded with Naruto's clone, Big brother, please show mercy this once. We genuinely do not know how we offended you. We promise we won't and Appos to make the same mistake again. Unmoved by their tearful pleas, Naruto and Appos' clone stood joyfully. A grin plastered across his face as he remarked, you shall pay for your actions. I will visit the land of grass to reunite you with your loved ones. I hope you can hold on until then. With that, the clone slowly withdrew a watermelon knife, its blade glinting ominously. The two grass ninjas' faces drained of color, their eyes filled with despair and dread. With a sickening thud, the knife plunged mercilessly into their thighs, blood gushing forth and staining the surroundings. As excruciating pain engulfed them, their agonizing screams echoed throughout the chamber. The brutal execution had officially commenced. Having resolved matters with Kankuro, Naruto swiftly made his way toward Sasuke, contemplating the Earth Scroll in his hands. With the Heaven Scroll in Sasuke's possession, we have gathered the Earth and Heaven Scrolls, enabling us to ascend to the tower. However, Sasuke had already drawn the attention of Orochimaru. Chapter 28, Confrontation with Orochimaru. At this moment, Sasuke and Sakura Haruno were quietly resting in a hollow tree. Indeed, they were truly at rest. Surrounding this hollow, Sasuke had meticulously set up countless traps. These traps were cleverly concealed among the grass, pits, and branches. A moment of carelessness could trigger a reaction. The bell beside Sasuke was a crucial component of the entire defense system. If anyone triggered a trap, it would emit a clear sound. A figure stealthily emerged from the depths below, none other than Orochimaru, who had silently approached the location beneath Sasuke. After a thorough reconnaissance and confirming his position, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Wind release, gale breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind erupted violently from the ground, surging upward. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the surrounding soil and hard rocks were instantly scattered, and the entire hollow where Sasuke was hiding was overturned by the immense force. However, almost simultaneously with the tremor, Sasuke sensed the impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Sakura and swiftly leaped up into the tree above. At that moment, Orochimaru also leaped up, landing firmly on the ground. His cold gaze locked onto Sasuke as he smirked and slowly spoke. To react so swiftly, your speed is truly remarkable. You do indeed belong to the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, cautiously watching Orochimaru while casting his gaze over the wreckage of the traps. The meticulously arranged mechanisms had been effortlessly dismantled in the blink of an eye by this enigmatic figure, whose strength was unfathomable. This was no benign visitor. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke replied, since you dare to attack us, you must possess the Earth Scroll, correct? Orochimaru slowly retrieved the Earth Scroll from his robes and said, indeed, this is the Earth Scroll. However, I am not here merely to contest the Heaven Scroll with you. With that, Orochimaru proceeded to stuff the Earth Scroll into his mouth and swallowed it, shocking both Sasuke and Sakura. Who would have thought he would consume the Earth Scroll? Would they need to kill him to retrieve it from his stomach? After swallowing the scroll, Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile, and proclaimed, then let the scroll contest begin. With that, a terrifying aura emanated from Orochimaru as he charged directly at Sasuke. Sasuke and Sakura stood frozen in shock, but quickly regained their composure. Come on, Naruto's aura was far more formidable than this. Orochimaru swiftly hurled shuriken at them. But Sasuke effortlessly deflected them with his own shuriken, taunting, is that it, you waste? If you can't handle this, go back and eat more to train. Sakura, knowing the intensity of Naruto and Appo's aura, realized that this was insufficient to intimidate anyone. Having heard Naruto and Appo's sharp tongue, she found Sasuke and Appo's insults rather tame. Orochimaru was likewise astonished. How could these two ordinary genin withstand his aura? After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin. Regretting his words, Sasuke thought, damn. This enemy is someone who could overturn an entire hollow with just a wind technique. At that moment, a look of fury crossed Orochimaru and Appo's shadowy face as he formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged from Orochimaru and Appo's mouth, hurtling toward Sasuke. The magnitude and speed of this wind far exceeded the previous wind technique. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Sasuke held nothing back. His Sharingan opened wide as he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release. Dragon fire technique." As he spoke, a massive fire dragon burst forth from his mouth, charging toward the wind technique unleashed by Orochimaru. According to the principle of elemental dominance, fire could indeed counter wind. Sasuke, well aware of this, unleashed his strongest fire technique in an attempt to suppress the sudden enemy before him. However, things did not unfold as he had hoped. When the two techniques collided, a tremendous sound echoed. Fire and wind intertwined momentarily, but soon the situation became clear. Sasuke's fire dragon, though formidable, could not withstand Orochimaru's more powerful wind technique. Under the rampaging winds, the fire dragon was gradually dispersed, turning into fleeting sparks that vanished into the air. Without the fire dragon to obstruct it, the powerful gust surged forward with unstoppable force, bearing down on Sasuke. At this moment, he found himself utterly helpless. All his chakra had been expended on the dragon fire. Regret washed over him as he lamented, "If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken so carelessly. I've only just learned a few insults, and I'm now in deep trouble." Just at this critical juncture, a figure descended from the sky, landing firmly in front of Sasuke. It was none other than Naruto, who swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release. Great breakthrough." In an instant, a powerful wind erupted forward, colliding fiercely with Orochimaru's wind. The violent clash distorted the surrounding air, and a tempest roared past, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Naruto fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and shouted, "You beast! How dare you come here barking like a dog? This is the Chunin exam, filled with genin. If you're so capable, why not seek out someone at the Hokage exam?" Sasuke slowly raised his head, his heart swelling with joy upon seeing Naruto arrive just in time. Sakura, too, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Her previously anxious heart found some solace. Both rejoiced internally, thank goodness. Naruto has finally arrived. Truly, he is unparalleled in his ability to mock others. It's simply remarkable. Unable to contain her fear any longer, Sakura shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, please save me. Can you help me?" Naruto, however, was focused solely on Orochimaru, ignoring Sakura's cries. He reached into his robes and pulled out the earth scroll he had seized from the grass ninja. With a forceful throw, he sent the scroll flying toward Sasuke. Sasuke caught the scroll with steady hands, and with a serious expression, Naruto instructed him, "Hold on to this scroll and wait for me at the base of the tower. The ensuing battle is not something you genin can interfere with. You'll only hinder me, so get out of my way. You call yourself Orochimaru? Your techniques are neither impressive nor visually appealing. System, unlock the Forbidden Technique pack and teach me Susanoo." Ding. Susanoo has been unlocked. Damn it. Today I shall unleash my fury upon him. Chapter 29. The confrontation with Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru's gaze was fixed intently on Naruto, his heart already gripped by astonishment. What is happening here? This hardly resembles the demeanor of a mere genin. Such immense chakra? Such extravagant ninjutsu? This level of power likely surpasses that of many jonin. No wonder Kabuto specifically instructed me to confront this individual personally. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he slowly addressed Naruto. "It is truly unexpected, Uzumaki Naruto. I never imagined you could conceal your true strength so deeply. Your performance has genuinely astonished me." Naruto, maintaining an air of indifference, gazed calmly at Orochimaru and replied nonchalantly, "So you know me. It seems that Kabuto has briefed you on my situation. Well then, what shall we do next? Should we continue this idle chatter, or shall we engage in combat directly?" Orochimaru, unfazed by Naruto's words, remained composed. In his view, despite Naruto's display of formidable power, he was still merely a genin. Compared to himself, one of the legendary Sannin with strength on par with a Hokage, what did it truly matter? With unwavering confidence, he casually remarked, "Naruto, do you desire to obtain even greater power? A force capable of obliterating the world? If you are willing to follow me, I can grant you such power." Naruto retrieved a bottle of beer from his space, took a sip, and said, "Orochimaru, I actually don't dislike the later version of you. Truly, even though your earlier experiments resulted in the deaths of countless individuals, and your later theories cannot absolve you, I still find no contempt for you." With that, he hurled the half-finished beer bottle to the ground, where it shattered with a resounding crash. In an instant, Naruto dashed towards Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru was still pondering Naruto's recent statement, feeling utterly bewildered. What did it mean? But when he saw Naruto charging at him, he was taken aback. This boy's speed is astonishing. Is he attacking right away? Orochimaru did not dare to let his guard down and swiftly unsheathed the Kusanagi sword. Almost simultaneously, Naruto brandished a watermelon knife. In that fleeting moment, the The two weapons clashed in midair with a sharp clang. Thus began a fierce contest of taijutsu and swordsmanship. The metallic sounds echoed for several minutes, with weapons sparking as the kusanagi and watermelon knife exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Each collision seemed to reverberate through the surrounding air. The two figures danced around each other, their movements rapid and fluid. If it were someone like Sakura Haruno, she surely would have been unable to follow. After an intense bout, a brief respite ensued. With a final resounding clash, the kusanagi and watermelon knife met violently once more. The tremendous impact forced both combatants to retreat involuntarily, landing firmly on the ground a short distance apart. Naruto examined the watermelon knife, now chipped and damaged. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, with a casual flick of his arm, he tossed the ruined knife aside, watching it land on the ground far away. He stretched his body, cracking his neck with a series of pops, and with a slight smirk, he taunted Orochimaru. After warming up a bit, it's time to commence. Once I've thoroughly defeated you, I wonder if you'll still have the audacity to ask me to follow you. Orochimaru's expression turned grave, his thoughts racing. What is this person? Such formidable taijutsu, it rivals that of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Realizing this, Orochimaru swallowed hard and shouted, "Umph! You arrogant little brat. Do not get too carried away." Naruto offered no respite. As Orochimaru spoke, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Naruto. A colossal blue Susanoo materialized, not in its complete form but clad in azure leggings, wielding a massive blue blade. Since the watermelon knife is broken, I shall use this grand Susanoo blade instead, Naruto declared, charging at Orochimaru. Come on, Orochimaru. Let us engage in a proper duel and see whether your Kusanagi sword can withstand my Susanoo blade. Orochimaru's heart raced. He realized the impending danger as the Susanoo's blade came crashing down. Such a powerful strike. Who could withstand it? Without hesitation, he bit his finger and pressed both hands firmly to the ground, shouting, "Three-headed gate of hell." The earth trembled violently as three enormous, solid stone gates rose from the ground to shield Orochimaru. The ferocious Susanoo blade collided with the first gate, resulting in a deafening explosion. The sheer force of the impact tore through the surrounding air, unleashing a chaotic shockwave that swept in all directions. The entire forest of death shook violently, trees toppling in the ensuing chaos. Naruto, taken aback by the scene, thought to himself, I didn't expect this blow to only topple one gate. My Susanoo has yet to evolve into its complete form. It appears I must expedite the upgrade of my Sharingan to the Eternal Mangeki. Despite the onslaught, the Susanoo did not relent, continuing to wield its blade with ferocity, striking repeatedly at the remaining two gates. Each swing resonated with thunderous roars. After a flurry of strikes, the last gate could no longer withstand the terrifying force and shattered, scattering debris in all directions. Naruto observed Orochimaru, who lay prostrate on the ground, and slowly dispelled the formidable Susanoo. He approached Orochimaru step by step, taunting, "What's wrong? Have you nothing more to say? Weren't you just so boastful? You thought yourself so impressive, offering me power? Why are you lying there?" Orochimaru, trembling slightly on the ground, remained silent. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, opening his mouth wide as a glimmer of cold light shot forth. The Kusanagi sword. It surged directly towards Naruto's head. Just as the Kusanagi was about to strike, the skeletal frame of the Susanoo materialized in time to block the blow. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as the Kusanagi met the Susanoo's skeleton, leaving several fine cracks in the latter. Undeniably, the Kusanagi was impressively robust, far superior to certain other tools. Having abandoned any thought of persuading Naruto, Orochimaru focused solely on one idea: to defeat the Uzumaki before him with all his might. Thus, he resorted to every trick in the book, playing dead, launching surprise attacks, all aimed at swiftly eliminating Naruto. Yet, every underhanded tactic was thwarted by the Susanoo. In that moment, Naruto commanded the Susanoo, its skeletal arm transforming into a hand that grasped the long blade. With a powerful swing, it struck down at the prostrate Orochimaru. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar. The ground trembled violently, and dust billowed into the air, momentarily obscuring vision. As the haze gradually dissipated, the formidable Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. In a critical moment, he expended a substantial amount of chakra to execute his unique substitution technique, swiftly burrowing underground to escape into the distance. Naruto chose not to pursue him. Orochimaru still held value, and it was prudent to impart a lesson. Furthermore, he had previously stated that he did not harbor any disdain for the later iterations of the enigmatic snake. The tremors would undoubtedly prompt the Konoha Anbu to investigate shortly. With this thought in mind, Naruto refrained from lingering and hastened towards the heart of the Forest of Death, intending to reunite with Sasuke. Chapter 30. The defeat of Inuzuka Kiba. Throughout the journey, not a single adversary had been encountered, which perplexed Naruto greatly. As he swiftly leaped through the tranquil forest, he pondered whether his prior confrontation with Orochimaru had deterred others from sending their subordinates, such as Sakan and TS, to challenge Sasuke. Lost in thought, he quickened his pace until a tower came into view, where he spotted Sasuke waiting below. In an instant, Naruto stood beside Sasuke, and the two exchanged smiles. However, at that moment, Sakura voiced her frustration. Naruto, why are you so slow? Do you have any idea how hard it was for Sasuke and me to wait? To show off, claiming you would hold back alone. Were you merely trying to grab my attention? Let me tell you, save your tricks. I won to be swayed. My heart belongs solely to my brother, Sasuke. Naruto was taken aback, never expecting Sakura to utter such words. While he was engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru, she chose to bicker with him instead. Just as Sakura prepared to speak again, Naruto struck her across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. He glared at her, saying, "Why do you suddenly revert to such behavior? Is it because I told you to leave and labeled you as a hindrance? That is what you are." Sakura, stunned by the unexpected blow, recalled how terrifying Naruto could be, having forgotten due to his recent restraint. Tears streamed down her face as she realized that Naruto had changed. He no longer loved her. As she cried out loud, Naruto glared at her menacingly and warned, "If you dare make another sound, I will end you. Your voice disgusts me, be silent." Panicking, Sakura quickly covered her mouth, forcing herself to calm down. Though her voice was silenced, tears continued to fall. Satisfied, Naruto nodded and instructed Sasuke to open the Heaven and Earth scroll, from which Iruka emerged to explain the situation before leading the three of them inside. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and all the ninjas who had advanced were now within the tower. The third Hokage, accompanied by several elite jonin, addressed the participants, explaining the rules of the exam. The third round will consist of individual battles. Due to the large number of competitors, we will hold preliminary matches first. Participants will be paired randomly, and the winners will advance to the final round. Give it your all. This is a matter of honor for your villages and for yourselves. With that, the preliminary matches commenced. The host, Yugao, called out, "All spectators, please take your places on the platform. The first match is Uchiha Sasuke versus a Kid Kai." The two descended to the arena, and Sasuke, free from cursed seals, effortlessly showcased his Sharingan and dispatched the weak opponent in mere moments. Orochimaru watched from above, licking his lips, pondering how remarkable the Uchiha's physique was. Yet, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself of the injuries he bore and the need for caution in selecting talent. Soon, the fierce battles continued, and Naruto's name appeared on the display. On the other side, Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed with excitement, "Haha, how wonderful. I drew Naruto. My luck is phenomenal. I relish the thrill of defeating weaklings." Previously, during the first exam, Naruto had swiftly eliminated TS, leading Kiba to conclude it was merely due to TS's weakness rather than Naruto's strength. With a leap, Kiba descended from the platform, landing confidently on the ground. He scoffed at Naruto, taunting, "Hey brat, come down here and accept your fate. I'll deal with you in no time." In response to Kiba's provocation, Naruto remained composed, choosing instead to descend the stairs at a leisurely pace. "Why the rush, mutt?" Naruto retorted. "When the fight truly begins, it will end swiftly. I'm curious to see how long you can last." Kiba was infuriated by Naruto's words, angrily proclaiming, "Stop boasting. I'll make sure to defeat you in front of everyone, and then you'll have no face left to show." Naruto paid no heed to Kiba's bluster, calmly approaching him. Once standing before Kiba, the referee, Yugao, announced, "Let the match begin." No sooner had the words left her lips than Kiba charged forward with remarkable speed, utilizing his signature move, Fong over Fong. Naruto, however, remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes as he gathered chakra into his right hand. With a powerful swing, he countered Kiba's attack head-on. The collision produced a thunderous sound as their immense forces clashed, sending shockwaves throughout the arena and raising clouds of dust. Under the impact, Kiba could not withstand Naruto's blow. He and his ninja dog were sent hurtling backward, crashing against a nearby wall with a resounding thud. As the echoes of the collision faded, Kiba and his dog lay unconscious, rolling their eyes in a state of oblivion. The onlookers were taken aback, silently cursing Kiba's ineptitude. Hinata, blushing, was astonished that the boastful Kiba had been so easily bested by Naruto. She felt embarrassed for having brought him along. Orochimaru, too, was surprised that Kiba had not been killed by the blow. It seemed Naruto had shown restraint in sparing his fellow leaf ninjas. Naruto sighed, remarking, "Oops. I might have overdone it and knocked him out. How can I mock him now?" Yugao sighed as well, having anticipated a thrilling battle, only to witness Kiba's swift defeat. She declared, "The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Prepare for the next match." Returning to the platform, Naruto was approached by Hinata, who cautiously stepped forward. She had intended to offer him a healing ointment, but upon seeing him unscathed, she froze in place. Naruto smiled at Hinata, cheerfully stating, "Is this for me, Hinata? I seem to have sustained serious injuries. Thank you." Hinata, delighted, handed over the ointment before rushing off to the side, where Kiba was being carried away on a stretcher. Sighing at the spectacle, from below, Yugao called out, "Next match preparation. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji." Chapter 31. Hinata slowly stepped into the center of the arena. Her head slightly bowed as she avoided making eye contact with Neji Hyuga. Neji stood there, expressionless, his cold gaze fixed on Hinata as if he were trying to see through her. Moonlight Gale announced, "Let the match begin." Niji regarded Hinata and spoke. I never expected my opponent would be you, Lady Hinata. At his words, Hinata trembled slightly and replied in a faint voice, Niji, brother. However, Niji showed no mercy, continuing. Before this battle commences, I feel it necessary to offer you a piece of advice. You are utterly unfit to be a ninja, so you should give up while you still can. He paused and added, I know you only participated in this Chunin exam because you felt too embarrassed to refuse Kiba and the others' invitation. Am I not correct? Hinata quickly clasped her hands in front of her, nervously explaining, No, that is not true, Niji. I simply wish to change myself through my own efforts. Niji remained unmoved, relentlessly mocking her. Humph, stop deceiving yourself. The so-called underdog will always remain an underdog. No matter how hard you struggle, there will be no substantial change. Rather than embarrassing yourself here, you might as well return home and continue being the lady you are. Before he could finish, Naruto's voice rang out. Hey, Niji, who gave you the right to judge others' hearts? You think you're all that, huh? Hinata, give him a good beating. Encouraged by Naruto's shout from behind, Hinata's previously hesitant gaze transformed into one of determination. She took a deep breath, fixed her eyes on Niji, and boldly declared, Niji, let us settle this today. With that, she activated her Byakugan, radiating a fierce aura as she charged toward Niji. Niji was taken aback by Hinata's resolute advance. He quickly activated his Byakugan and assumed a standard gentle fist stance. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed, engaging in a fierce exchange of gentle fist techniques. After 10 minutes of intense combat, Niji observed Hinata's fierce assault and thought, what is happening? Is it truly just Naruto's encouragement that has allowed Hinata to unleash such power? I can no longer hold back. Resolving to give it his all, Niji dramatically increased the output of his chakra, then struck forcefully, landing a precise blow to Hinata's left hand. A sharp pain surged through her, and she instinctively stumbled backward. Glancing down at her injured hand, she realized that Niji had sealed her chakra points, rendering her unable to channel chakra properly. This meant she would now have to rely solely on her right hand to continue the fight, significantly diminishing her chances of victory. Yet, fear did not consume Hinata. She determined, in front of the one I cherish, I cannot afford to embarrass myself. Gritting her teeth, she charged at Niji with astonishing speed once more. Niji widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom that Hinata could still muster the courage to attack him despite her left hand being incapacitated. Furious, Niji shouted, You're seeking death. He unleashed another powerful strike, sending Hinata flying once more. In that critical moment, Naruto swiftly dashed forward, catching Hinata's delicate form in his arms. He tightly embraced her, channeling his chakra into her, activating a healing technique. As chakra surged within her, the sealed points in Hinata's body burst open, and her injuries rapidly healed. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Naruto, but this astonishment quickly morphed into shyness. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she murmured, Naruto, I can still keep going. You don't have to worry about me. Naruto, however, paid no heed to Hinata's words. Holding her close, he firmly interrupted, Hinata, stop trying to be strong. You've done exceptionally well, truly remarkable. I used to leave hastily out of fear of endangering you, but that will no longer be the case. From now on, let me protect you. Just stay by my side. Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's declaration. Gradually, a smile blossomed on her face as her eyes shimmered with affection for him. The two leaned against each other, slowly rising to their feet. Niji, visibly enraged, shouted, It's only natural for the underdogs to huddle together for warmth. After all, with such limited strength, what else can they rely on? Hinata stood still, gazing at Niji as he approached. After taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage to respond. Niji, I've always understood that the predetermined fate between the main and branch families weighs heavily on your heart, causing you immense suffering and confusion. At her words, Niji's expression darkened, his anger boiling over. Unable to restrain himself, he charged at Hinata without a moment's hesitation, furious that she dared to openly address such a sensitive topic. From the sidelines, Moonlight Gale exclaimed, This is bad. Things are spiraling out of control. He urgently shouted, Niji, stop. The match ended the moment Naruto entered the arena. You've already won. Stop now. However, Niji was deaf to all surrounding sounds. His focus remained solely on Hinata. In that instant, Asuma, Kakashi, and Might Guy reacted simultaneously, rushing toward the center of the arena to halt Niji's fury. They were all convinced that Hinata and Naruto could not withstand Niji's full wrath. Yet Naruto, without a second thought, launched a kick toward the oncoming Niji. Niji had not anticipated Naruto's decisive counterattack and was utterly unprepared for the tremendous force behind the blow. He felt an irresistible impact, his body involuntarily flying backward, crashing forcefully against a pillar. With a resounding crash, the pillar swayed violently, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. Niji gasped in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly wounded by Naruto's attack. As Kakashi and the others arrived in the arena, they gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Realizing that his earlier knockout of Kiba was no mere stroke of luck, Naruto had indeed matured to this level. Naruto looked at Niji, who was slowly rising, and declared, Listen up, you little brat. You'd better pray you never cross my path again, or I'll take your arms off so you can understand what true violence is. With that, he took Hinata's hand and returned to the spectators' platform. Chapter 32. The arrival of green tea at this moment. Naruto stood on the observation platform alongside Hinata, acutely aware of her hand that gripped his tightly, never loosening its hold. With that in mind, he decided not to return to Sasuke's side, for he could see the match perfectly well from this vantage point. The next bout featured Gaara against Rock Lee. However, Naruto paid little attention to the fight unfolding before him, instead engaging in light-hearted conversation with Hinata. The atmosphere between them was relaxed and joyful, filled with bursts of laughter that resonated through the air. This scene did not go unnoticed by Sakura Haruno, who observed from a distance. Seeing Naruto not only remain away from her side, but also share laughter with Hinata ignited an uncontrollable surge of jealousy within her. How dare he? Naruto is undeniably my devoted admirer. Even though I harbor no romantic feelings for him, I will not allow him to fawn over someone else. This Hinata, why hadn't I noticed how insufferable she is before? Why didn't Team Iji just finish her off from the start? Sakura thought bitterly. As she watched the bond between Naruto and Hinata deepen, Sakura realized she could not allow this situation to continue unchecked. With determination, she strode towards Naruto, calling out loudly. Naruto, what on earth are you doing here? Come back to our side. Have you lost your way? This is Lady Red's team. Hinata, upon hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively tightened her grip on Naruto's hand. Meanwhile, Naruto immediately grasped the implication of Sakura's words. Given his understanding of Sakura, her tone was unmistakably that of a typical green tea girl, and she had likely noticed how cheerful he was while conversing with Hinata. She was undoubtedly envious. Naruto gazed deeply into Hinata's eyes, warmth radiating from his expression. Receiving his comforting gaze, Hinata smiled gently in response. Naruto then turned his attention to Sakura, speaking bluntly. I'm here to watch the match. What concern is it of yours? Is there a rule about where we can stand to observe? Beside them, Kurenai Yuhi quickly understood the situation and interjected, there are no such rules. You may stand wherever you wish to watch, as long as you do not interfere with the ongoing battle below. She then tilted her head slightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she looked at Sakura, adding, My dear, if you truly wish to pursue someone, employing such tactics may prove counterproductive and could potentially annoy them. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, her face registering shock, but she swiftly regained her composure and retorted, Kurenai-sensei, you misunderstand. I have no such intentions. I merely worry that Naruto's presence here might cause trouble for everyone. After all, he is quite the mischief maker in our team, and I fear he might create a nuisance for you all. Naruto could no longer contain himself, feeling insulted. How dare she? But before he could respond, Hinata interjected, Naruto is not that kind of person. Do not slander him. He is my hero. And if you dare to speak ill of him again, I swear I will not hesitate to silence you. Hinata's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly with indignation. Her fierce demeanor suggested that she was prepared to act. Naruto stared at Hinata, a wave of emotion swelling within him. Throughout their time together, Hinata had always been so gentle and kind, yet now, in defense of his honor, she had become so assertive and brave. The difference in Hinata when faced with Niji and the current situation was like night and day. Sakura, taken aback by Hinata's sudden outburst, stood frozen for a moment before angrily turning away, muttering, I'm only looking out for you, and you don't appreciate it. It serves you right for being deceived by Naruto. One day, you will see I was right, and then it will be too late for you. With that, she stormed off in the opposite direction. However, Hinata was not ready to relent. Taking a deep breath, she activated her Byakugan. Her gaze fixed firmly on Sakura's departing figure as she shouted, Stop right there. Apologize to Naruto this instant. Her voice rang out clear and resolute, echoing through the air. Just then, a loud crash erupted from the arena as Lee seized an opportunity to execute his signature move against Gaara, sending him crashing to the ground. Sakura, startled by the commotion and Hinata's fierce command, turned around in disbelief. Witnessing Hinata's Byakugan activated in her battle stance, she was taken aback, her face a portrait of astonishment. What do you intend to do? Are you really going to strike me over Naruto? Before she could finish her sentence, Hinata, using her Byakugan, appeared before Sakura with astonishing speed. She raised her right hand and delivered a resounding slap across Sakura's face. The sharp sound of the slap shattered the tension, plunging the corner of the observation area into stunned silence. Sakura, clearly taken aback by Hinata's unexpected aggression, stood there dazed, clutching her stinging cheek, momentarily at a loss for words. Kurenai, too, was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the usually gentle Hinata would act so recklessly for Naruto's sake. After a lengthy pause, Sakura finally regained her composure, her fury ignited anew. Hyuga Hinata, how dare you treat me this way? She screamed, her face flushed with rage. Clenching her teeth and fists, she began to gather chakra within her. In the next moment, she swung a powerful punch towards Hinata. Just as the punch was about to land, Kurenai swiftly intervened. positioning herself between the two and firmly grasping Sakura and Appo's fist. Observing the chaotic scene before her, Kurenai furrowed her brow and raised her voice. Enough. Let us cease this foolishness. Her stern gaze swept across the group, finally resting on Sakura, the instigator of the conflict. You brought this upon yourself. Consider this slap as a lesson. Should you continue down this path of defiance, I will have no choice but to report this to your teacher for further discipline. Chapter 33. The defeat of Sakura Haruno. Upon hearing the words of Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno felt an immense reluctance within her heart, but, confronted by her authoritative presence, could only nod in resignation. She withdrew her captured hand, filled with indignation and grievance, and swiftly turned towards the direction of Kakashi. However, Hinata Hyuga was not inclined to relent. With a fierce glare directed at Sakura's retreating figure, she shouted, "If I hear you slandering my boyfriend again, I will not let you off easily. I will make sure you regret it." Naruto Uzumaki stood nearby, his eyes widening in surprise at Hinata's staunch defense of him. The sensation of being protected by the one he cherished was both unfamiliar and delightful. He stared at Hinata, a blissful smile gradually spreading across his face. After declaring her intent, Hinata stepped forward and gently grasped Naruto and Appo's hand. The warmth from her palm sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Suddenly, Hinata took a step closer, throwing herself into Naruto's embrace. Initially taken aback, he quickly wrapped his arms around her, and they held each other tightly, continuing to watch the battle unfolding below. At that moment, Sakura, feeling utterly dejected, approached Kakashi. She had intended to confide in Sasuke about her inner turmoil, but upon seeing Sasuke's unwavering focus on the intense combat below, her words became lodged in her throat. Sakura could only stand silently beside him, her eyes devoid of light, tears brimming at the edges. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, and despite her efforts to hold back, the tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Kakashi observed her plight and let out a silent sigh, pondering that this was a predicament of her own making. Meanwhile, Gaara and Rock Lee were engaged in a fierce battle. Naruto and Appo's gaze was fixed upon Lee, who was radiating a formidable aura, having unlocked the fifth gate. In that instant, Lee unleashed the Hidden Lotus, launching a devastating attack towards Gaara. After delivering this blow, he intended to descend and rescue his comrades. With this thought in mind, Naruto prepared to intervene, determined to prevent Gaara from crippling Lee. Swiftly, the Hidden Lotus struck Gaara's sand armor with tremendous force. Despite Lee and Appo's remarkable strength from opening the fifth gate, Gaara and Appo's sand defenses proved impenetrable. Naruto patted Hinata and Appo's hand, offering her a brief explanation before vanishing into the arena. At that moment, Lee had released the fifth gate, but his limbs were still ensnared by Gaara's sand. As Gaara propelled more sand towards Lee, Naruto dashed in front of him, shattering the oncoming attack with a single strike. The onlookers were astounded by Naruto's sudden intervention. Lee, filled with urgency, shouted, "Naruto, what are you doing? This is my fight. Get back." Naruto turned to him, replying, "Lee, you have already lost. You currently lack the strength to defeat him, and you can Appo's to even jump back to the stance. Surrender. It's not disgraceful. Your abilities have surpassed that of a Chunin, but your opponent is simply stronger." At that moment, Guy leapt down, casting a meaningful glance at Lee, affirming Naruto's words. Lee then declared to the proctor, "I concede," before collapsing to the ground, requiring urgent medical attention due to the side effects of opening the fifth gate. After Lee's battle concluded, Naruto glanced at the scoreboard, realizing that the match order had shifted. With Sakura now set to face Ino, he returned to Hinata and Appo's side, his gaze fixed on the ongoing contest. In the original narrative, it was Naruto's resounding encouragement that had liberated Sakura from the mind transfer technique. Yet now, without his rallying cries, one could only wonder how Sakura would navigate this predicament. At that moment, Sakura and Ino stood face to face, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Let the match begin," shouted the proctor. The two dashed towards each other, engaging in a relentless confrontation. However, the battle lacked any remarkable flair. Only when Sakura unfortunately fell victim to the mind transfer technique did the scene take a turn for the interesting. Slowly, Sakura raised her right hand and calmly stated, "I concede." Faced with such an unfortunate outcome, the proctor gazed at Sakura, now possessed, and sighed gently before announcing, "In this match, Ino Yamanaka is the victor." As the mind transfer technique was undone, Sakura's face flushed with anger. She pointed accusingly at the proctor, raising her voice in protest. "This doesn't count. It absolutely cannot be considered a defeat. I was controlled. How can that despicable person claim victory over me? This is entirely unfair." The proctor responded with a serious demeanor, calmly stating, "The facts are clear. It was Ino and Appo's technique that compelled you to declare your surrender. Therefore, Sakura, you have lost this match. If you continue to make a scene, do not expect me to be lenient." Such disgraceful behavior was truly mortifying. At that moment, Naruto, watching from the stands, could not contain his laughter, clutching his stomach as he mocked. "Is this the best you can do? Pathetic. Without my cheers, you couldn't even manage a tie." With heavy steps, Sakura walked slowly towards Kakashi, her head bowed, devoid of vitality. Kakashi, with a mocking tone, chided her, "Look at you, utterly useless. Why can't you learn from Naruto or Sasuke? They are leagues ahead of you. You are bringing shame upon me." Hearing these words, Sakura's head sank even lower. She wished to bury herself in the earth. At that moment, she felt utterly humiliated, filled with shame and self-reproach. In the preliminary rounds, she was the only one to sustain no injuries, yet still stood to concede. The weight of this disgrace was unbearable. With no interest left for the upcoming matches, Sakura felt as though the world was fading into darkness. As time passed, the preliminary rounds finally concluded. Chapter 34. The preliminary rounds conclude. Orochimaru was taken aback as Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stepped forward, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, after a fierce competition, "The preliminary rounds have successfully concluded. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all victorious contestants. Initially, we intended to provide a month for preparation for the third examination. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, this period has regrettably been shortened to merely 3 days. These next 3 days are of utmost importance for you all. Please ensure you rest well and adjust your conditions to face the forthcoming challenges in the best possible manner." The audience listened in silence, each individual resolutely determined to enhance their abilities within the limited time. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused briefly before adding, "The third examination, set to take place in 3 days, will be under the joint scrutiny of the daimyos from various nations and the esteemed Kages. This examination not only pertains to personal honor, but also represents the dignity of your respective villages. Hence, I hope everyone will exert themselves to showcase their true capabilities." At this juncture, the atmosphere in the venue grew palpably tense as everyone felt the weight of immense pressure. "Now, please come up on stage to draw lots," he instructed. Following his directive, Tsukigakure Shippu swiftly produced a finely crafted wooden box and placed it prominently on the stage. Each contestant ascended the platform in turn, extracting a number from the box that was uniquely theirs. Observing the numbers in their hands, Tsukigakure Shippu announced, "In 3 days, the duel will be between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji." In a short while, Tsukigakure Shippu had declared the complete roster of opponents for the impending battles. Naruto listened with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the announcement. To him, it was merely a game, regardless of who his opponent was. Conversely, Hinata, seated in the audience, watched Naruto with a furrowed brow. Once the drawing concluded, she approached Naruto, her beautiful and gentle eyes brimming with concern as she softly cautioned, "Naruto, please be careful. Neji, he is incredibly strong. In our Konoha village, aside from you, he is likely the most powerful genin." Hinata's voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner anxiety. Sensing her concern, Naruto turned to her, his face breaking into a confident smile. "Don't worry, Hinata. Someone like Neji is hardly a challenge. Even if there were 10 of him, I could easily dispatch them in just a few moves." He then offered Hinata a reassuring glance. Recognizing that everything was in order, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. "All right, everyone disperse. Go home and prepare for the exam in 3 days." The gathering began to exit the Forest of Death, while Hinata temporarily joined Yugao and Shino to visit Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto, however, trailed closely behind Orochimaru, having already sensed the presence of the latter on the observation platform. Thus, Naruto followed Orochimaru back into the depths of the Forest of Death. Once deeper within the woods, Orochimaru suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on the encroaching darkness behind him, and coldly inquired, "What brings you to follow me?" Emerging from the shadows, Naruto was draped in a black cloak, his face concealed by a mask, his entire figure shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Approaching Orochimaru with deliberate steps, he softly stated, "Indeed, I have matters I wish to discuss with you." As he spoke, a crimson glint flickered in his eyes from beneath the mask. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. It was the Sharingan. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, smiling with a hint of intrigue. "How unexpected. I did not realize that the Uchiha clan had any survivors aside from Sasuke and Weasel." Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Orochimaru as he continued, "Let us collaborate, Orochimaru. I am aware of your insatiable desire for such eyes, and I can provide you with what you seek, this inherently sinister ocular power." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yet he waved his hand dismissively, slowly articulating, "Such eyes are indeed captivating. However, if they were merely to be installed as simply as a USB, the outcome may mirror that of Kakashi. While he gained formidable power, he could not deactivate it, often leading to rapid chakra depletion." At this juncture, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with increasing greed as he extended his long tongue, licking his lips before continuing, "What I pursue is not merely those eyes. I require a vessel capable of withstanding and fully unleashing their potential. Only then can one truly master this power." As he spoke, Orochimaru's tongue danced wildly in the air. Naruto internally mused. Observing Orochimaru's tongue at such proximity is rather repulsive. With a swift motion, he tossed a piece of paper towards Orochimaru, which landed squarely before him. Naruto's expression was devoid of emotion as he declared, This paper clearly outlines the task you are to undertake. Remember, this is not a request nor an inquiry. It is a definitive command. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. Should you fail, death will be your only recompense. Upon finishing his words, the mysterious figure in black emitted a surge of murderous intent that enveloped the air. Orochimaru, taken aback, found himself paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. As if stripped of his ability to think, reminiscent of the first encounter between Orochimaru and Sasuke in the original narrative. The pressure exuded by this cloaked figure was so profound that it made him acutely aware of his own mortality. Gradually, Naruto withdrew the aura of menace, turning to leave while uttering a final remark. "Do not disappoint me, fool." With that, he vanished from sight. Orochimaru stood in a daze, his body still trembling from the residual intensity of the killing intent. After a considerable duration, he muttered to himself, what kind of power was that? How could it instill such a profound sense of oppression? When did Konoha acquire such a formidable expert? Orochimaru felt a trickle of perspiration form on his forehead. Sweat. Am I actually sweating? It must be the rain. As if on cue, the skies began to drizzle. Opening the note, Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he realized that Naruto was fully aware of his plans. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 35, The Battle of Night. After the preliminary round concluded, it was widely assumed that the participating ninjas would take the opportunity to rest on the first day. After all, following an intense competition, everyone needed to recuperate their strength and energy. However, as night fell and the village of Konoha was enveloped in tranquility, TOS quietly approached the resting area of the Sand Ninja village. He treaded cautiously, striving to make not a sound. Just as he was about to proceed further, a cold and authoritative voice echoed from above. What are you sneaking around here for? Startled, TOS looked up to find Gaara towering over him, his gaze icy. Rather than retreating, TOS straightened his posture and boldly declared, I'm here for you. If I can defeat you here, I'll have the chance to face Uchiha Sasuke in a decisive battle. I am eager to see whether your sand is mightier or my sonic attacks prevail. Gaara smirked disdainfully and replied, Oh, is that so? Then make your move quickly. There are many guests to entertain tonight. TOS paused, a thought crossing his mind. Were there others lurking nearby? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and charged at Gaara. In an instant, the two collided with a thunderous impact. The fierce clash lasted only a few minutes, yet for TOS, it felt like an eternity of torment. Gaara's formidable strength far exceeded his expectations. Ultimately, after a powerful blow, TOS was forcefully driven deep into the ground. But that was not the end. Gaara followed up with a technique called sand burial, unleashing countless grains of sand to entomb TOS. Poor TOS could not even muster a final struggle before being buried beneath the sands, his vitality extinguished. Gaara, seemingly unsatisfied, turned to the distance and called out, What about you? Are you also eager to engage with me? I'm not finished yet. So come forth and let me witness your prowess. A faint sound of footsteps approached, and soon, Shikamaru, Neji, Sasuke, and Shino emerged slowly from the shadows. Shikamaru, typically laid back, found his demeanor altered upon witnessing Naruto and Appo's transformation. Initially, he intended to scout the Sand Ninja and Appo's intelligence with this trio, as Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's Sharingan, Hyuga Neji and Appo's Byakugan, and Shino's insects were excellent reconnaissance tools. To his surprise, they had been discovered. With a relaxed smile, Shikamaru said, We just finished dinner and happened to be passing by. We didn't see anything, so we'll be on our way. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro, who had been inside, seemed to hear the commotion outside. They quickly leaped onto the roof, joining Gaara. Naruto remained hidden in the shadows, and the previously serene night had transformed into a lively scene. Naruto realized that out of the 10 individuals who had successfully advanced from the preliminaries, excluding Ino Yamanaka and including TOS, 9 had gathered here. Was a chaotic battle about to ensue before the exam? Temari crossed her arms, her brows furrowed in anger as she glared at Shikamaru. Humph, you lot, if you're just passing by, then hurry up and get lost. This is our Sand Ninja Village's territory, and you're not here to spy, are you? Despite her brusque words, Shikamaru remained unperturbed. Acknowledging their lack of justification for being there, he scratched his head and offered a resigned smile. All right, sorry for the disturbance. We'll be leaving now. He gestured to Sasuke and the others to follow him. At that moment, Gaara, consumed by fury, shouted with a glint of menace in his eyes. Wouldn't it be terribly boring to leave just like that? Since you're all gathered here, why not engage in a spar? Before Shikamaru could respond, Gaara swiftly initiated an assault. He formed hand seals, and the surrounding sand coalesced into a massive hand, lunging towards the four. Neji stepped forward, his chakra surging as he executed the 8 trigrams palm return. His rapidly spinning form created an impenetrable barrier, withstanding the ferocious sand hand, Konoha's ultimate defense. The battle did not cease there. Sasuke seized the opportunity and formed hand seals, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A gigantic fireball soared towards Gaara with great speed. Unfazed, Gaara quickly summoned sand to form another massive hand, capturing Sasuke's fireball and crushing it with a resounding explosion, billowing smoke into the air. Seizing the moment, Shikamaru realized that continuing the fight with Gaara would only place them at a disadvantage, regardless of the outcome. He decisively led Sasuke and the others to retreat swiftly. Inwardly, he mused, I never expected such ruthless decisiveness from Gaara. He truly is a formidable presence among the lower ranks. Seeing them flee, Gaara and Appo's fury intensified, and he prepared to pursue. Just then, two figures swiftly appeared before him, blocking his path, Temari and Kankuro. Temari, with a serious expression, warned Gaara, Gaara, you mustn't act impulsively. The third exam begins in just 2 days. If you kill them all here, who will participate in the exam? That would be detrimental for our sand village. Listening to Temari's words, Gaara's boiling rage gradually subsided. He understood the significance of this exam for their village. Just as the situation stabilized, a figure suddenly emerged from the side, wearing a peculiar black mask that obscured their features. Hey, since you're worried about it getting dull after killing them all, why not let me entertain you instead? The speaker was none other than Naruto. Temari gasped, drawing a massive iron fan from her back and brandishing it before her, demanding, who dares to speak so arrogantly? Naruto merely scoffed, his tone icy as he retorted, You three can come at me together. Earlier, I took down 2. So this time, I'll take on all 3 of you. His words dripped with provocation. Gaara's pupils constricted, and he excitedly shouted, all right, come on. Chapter 36. The Rampage of Shikaku. Inside Naruto's room, Karen clung tightly to Naruto's shadow clone, her voice laced with a playful complaint. Oh dear, when will Lord Naruto return? The sky has grown completely dark. I am so worried he might encounter some danger. A hint of anxiety and unease flickered across her beautiful face. The shadow clone gently patted Karen's back, soothing her with tender words. Do not fret, Karen. There are important matters to attend to over there. You've had a long day, why not rest for now? He will be busy throughout the night. As he spoke, the clone lifted his gaze toward the pitch-black night outside. At that moment, Naruto dashed forward with astonishing speed, appearing beside Temari in the blink of an eye. Wielding a watermelon knife with fierce intent, aiming a powerful strike at her. The clang echoed as the knife collided violently with the iron fan in Temari's grasp. Though the fan successfully parried his blow, the tremendous force sent Temari hurtling backward, unable to withstand the overwhelming strength. She soared away at a breakneck pace, ultimately crashing into a building, creating a massive gaping hole with a thunderous roar, sending bricks and debris flying in every direction. Naruto's movements were so swift that the surrounding sand could not react in time. Gaara's defensive sand transformed instantaneously into a serpent, surging toward Naruto's position. In response to this unexpected assault, Naruto vanished, reappearing behind Kankuro. He swung the watermelon knife downward with terrifying force. Kankuro's summoned crows did not even have time to react before being cleaved in 2 by the blade. Seizing the moment, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Kankuro and the shattered crow, sending them crashing backward through several thick walls before finally coming to a halt. Battered and sprawled on the ground, Kankuro coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as a ghost, utterly incapacitated and unable to continue the fight. Naruto glanced at Kankuro, who had completely lost his combat ability, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He did not relent, but swiftly turned, swinging his knife once more towards Gaara with ferocity. With the time taken to incapacitate Temari and Kankuro, Gaara finally summoned the sand shield. Tiny grains of sand coalesced into a formidable barrier before him. As Naruto's watermelon knife clashed with the sand shield, a shower of sparks erupted, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal striking metal. Naruto chuckled lightly, shaking his head in disbelief. Oh my, this sand is surprisingly sturdy. Even my knife has dulled. However, he added, but this is merely the beginning. With that, Naruto intensified his grip, channeling a surge of chakra into the watermelon knife, enveloping it in a brilliant blue aura. He swung his arm with all his might, bringing the chakra-infused blade crashing down upon the sand shield. With a resounding boom, the chakra blade shattered the sand shield, scattering grains in all directions. Without pausing, it sliced directly toward Gaara's chest. A spray of blood erupted as crimson droplets trickled down the blade, each drop a testament to the excruciating pain radiating throughout Gaara's body. At that moment, Naruto sensed a sudden agitation in the surrounding air. The once calm sand began to churn violently, multiplying rapidly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto leaped back and fixed his gaze on Gaara. Ah, you wretched scoundrel. Gaara roared, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted in rage. How dare you injure me? Today, I shall see you dead. With a furious shout, he frantically wove his fingers into a complex series of hand seals. Upon completion, an enormous sandball materialized, enveloping Gaara in a suffocating embrace, emanating a terrifying aura. As Naruto observed the frenzied state of Gaara, a smile crept across his face, his thoughts echoing. Hee, just like that. Let your fury rise. Come forth, Shikaku. In the night sky, an enormous Shikaku suddenly materialized in the center of the village. Its fearsome visage sent shivers down spines, accompanied by a deafening roar. Naruto stood atop a distant rooftop, gazing at Shikaku as he muttered, Orochimaru, the signal has been sent. It is now your turn. In a hidden corner of Konoha, Orochimaru lurked in the shadows, witnessing the rampage of the one-tailed Shikaku. A twisted smile crept across his pale face as he turned to the hidden sound ninjas, whispering orders. The time has come. Commence the operation. I did not expect the plan to crumble Konoha would begin so soon. With that, a series of thunderous explosions erupted around Konoha, flames shooting into the sky, thick smoke billowing, and debris scattering. As the explosions rang out, countless colossal summoned beasts emerged from all directions, charging into the village, wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. Buildings collapsed, roads fractured, and the once peaceful Konoha descended into chaos and panic. In the Hokage's office, alarm bells rang. This is bad, Hokage-sama. There has been a catastrophic incident in Konoha. The one-tailed Shikaku has appeared. A flustered Umbu member raced in, breathless as he reported the urgent news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen, who had been diligently attending to matters from his chair, sprang to his feet, incredulous disbelief etched across his face. What? Such a thing cannot be possible. Just then, the Umbu member collapsed forward with a dull thud. A figure slowly emerged from behind him. It was Orochimaru. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru approached Hiruzen leisurely, softly uttering, "Long time no see, sensei." Chapter 37. The acquisition of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A tremendous explosion erupted from the Hokage's office, followed by a blaze that illuminated the sky and a cloud of dust that engulfed the surroundings. In an instant, the entire office was reduced to ruins. With the ceiling torn away, revealing the vast expanse above, there stood Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, poised and ready, their tension palpable in the air. Concurrently, four figures swiftly materialized in the corners of the rooftop, their movements synchronized as they rapidly formed hand signs, proclaiming, in unison, ninjutsu, for purple Yamato formation. With this incantation, a formidable surge of chakra erupted from the four, coalescing into an immense purple formation that enveloped both Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Umbu members stationed outside, witnessing the scene unfold, were consumed by urgency, yet found themselves powerless against such a potent sealing technique, left helplessly watching as the third Hokage was ensnared. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed. Calmly, he discarded his tattered Hokage robe, revealing the sturdy armor beneath. His gaze fixated on Orochimaru, he coolly remarked, "To blow up my office upon our first encounter, you truly lack any sense of decorum." Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile at this retort, replying, It matters not. From this day forth, both this office and your position as Hokage shall cease to exist." With a flick of his tongue, he displayed a chilling grin. Meanwhile, Naruto hastily departed, leaving Shikaku to wreak havoc upon the village. He felt no trepidation, for his home had already been fortified with a defensive barrier, confident that it would withstand Shikaku's onslaught. At this moment, a majority of the village's ninja rushed to the outskirts, attempting to intercept the oncoming summoned beasts. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru, who had him firmly in a bind. At that juncture, a figure with white hair sprinted towards Shikaku's location. Upon closer inspection, Naruto mused, "Is that Jiraiya?" He arrived swiftly. However, there are pressing matters at hand. I shall greet him later. Swiftly, Naruto infiltrated the underground Umbu hideout, intent on seizing Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. Danzo sat in a dim chamber, listening intently as his root member reported on the current chaos. "Lord Danzo, we are in grave trouble. Konoha is under full-scale assault by Orochimaru, and the village is engulfed in chaos. The third Hokage is currently battling Orochimaru," one root member stated, his expression grave. "Should we not intervene immediately?" Danzo, his demeanor dark, approached the root member without a word, abruptly seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. You need only report the situation accurately. Do you presume to know whether I shall offer assistance? You are courting death." Danzo and Appo's voice dripped with malice. The root member flailed helplessly, struggling for breath as his face turned crimson, eyes rolling back in distress. Danzo, devoid of pity, flung him violently to the ground. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he hurled it towards the incapacitated member. "Since you have erred, take your leave. I have no desire to soil my hands." The root member lay there, stunned at the proximity of the dagger, unable to comprehend Danzo's cruelty. To think, merely for asking a question, he faced such severe punishment. Was Danzo concerned that he was a spy planted by the third Hokage within root? Just as he prepared to plead for mercy, Danzo swiftly bent down to retrieve the dagger from the floor. With a flash of cold steel, the sharp blade swiftly cut through the root member's throat. "Your voice annoys me as well," Danzo coldly declared, surveying the lifeless body now lying in a pool of blood. "Let us satisfy your curiosity. Of course, I shall not lend a hand. If Konoha does not face adversity, how can I claim the title of Hokage?" Having uttered these words, he turned to depart. But at that moment, a hand emerged from the darkness. The hand lunged for his right eye with ruthless intent. With a sickening squelch, it pierced through the bandages wrapped around his right eye, brutally extracting it from its socket. Danzo, reeling from the excruciating pain, stifled a groan. The searing agony nearly incapacitated him, yet years of combat instinct propelled him to react swiftly. He retreated with a flicker, fully aware that the Sharingan had been seized by this enigmatic assailant. Clutching his wounded eye, he felt the throbbing pain and the hollow sensation of his empty eye socket. Gritting his teeth against the tremors coursing through his body, he slowly raised his head to confront the figure emerging from the shadows. There stood Naruto, clad in a flowing black robe, a mysterious mask obscuring his features, rendering his true visage elusive. In his right hand, he clutched the very eyeball extracted from Danzo's eye socket. With a mocking smile, Naruto taunted, "You truly are merciless towards your subordinates, aren't you, Danzo?" Danzo's gaze hardened, devoid of hesitation as he swung his right arm forcefully towards Naruto. With a resounding crash, the iron covering his right hand shattered into countless fragments. Beneath the debris lay his arm, adorned with 10 Sharingan eyes. With a grim expression, Danzo hastily formed hand signs, unleashing a surge of powerful chakra. Izanagi, activate. Empowered by this newfound strength, Danzo charged towards Naruto. In response, Naruto's chakra surged, summoning a colossal blue Susanoo skeleton that enveloped him. As Danzo closed in, the blue Susanoo unleashed a furious punch, sending Danzo hurtling backward, crashing into a distant wall. The impact created a significant dent, sending debris flying in all directions. Surprisingly, Danzo rose unscathed, as if the previous strike had inflicted no harm. Internally cursing, he thought, "Damn it, I never anticipated this fool could wield Susanoo and possess the Sharingan. It must be that damned weasel's doing." Yet Naruto had no intention of lingering in this confrontation. Seizing the opportunity as Danzo stood, he decisively activated Kimui. In an instant, the space warped, and Naruto vanished without a trace. Before departing, he left behind a parting remark, "For now, I spare your wretched life. The one who will claim it is not I. Someone will come for you, old dog." Startled by Naruto's effortless escape, Danzo hastily formed hand signs and shouted, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A ferocious gale erupted, surging towards the direction Naruto had departed. Alas, it was too late. The powerful wind attack met only empty air, devastating the room behind him. Chapter 38. Threat. At this moment, Naruto had been transported to the Kimui dimension, his right hand gripping the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. Internally, he spoke to the system, "Please sacrifice this Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, along with a selectable forbidden technique pack. I wish to exchange for the eternal Manjiki." Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the eternal Manjiki. Ding. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the complete Susanoo. Naruto could distinctly feel a powerful energy surging continuously into his eyes, significantly enhancing his ocular power. He was eager to test the capabilities of this eternal Manjiki Sharingan, curious if it possessed any new abilities, especially since it was a fusion of Kamui and the otherworldly deity. He promptly activated Kamui and arrived at the Hokage's office in Konoha, eagerly proceeding with his next plan. Meanwhile, chaos had engulfed the village of Konoha. In the center of the village, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. In an instant, a large toad appeared amidst a puff of white smoke. It was Gamabunta. Not far away, the colossal Shikaku was roaring fiercely, its immense chakra distorting the surrounding air. At Jiraiya's command, Gamabunta leaped into action, wielding a colossal, razor-sharp blade, and charged at Shikaku. Unfazed, Shikaku opened its massive jaws and unleashed a powerful wind-based jutsu to counterattack. A deafening clash erupted between the two, sending shockwaves that collapsed buildings and uprooted trees throughout the village. This was merely the beginning. As both sides continued to unleash massive jutsu that collided in the skies, each impact causing tremors that shook Konoha. Observing the battlefield from a distance, Naruto assessed the situation. Contemplating Jiraiya's strength, he mused, "If this continues, it won't be long before the perverted sage takes down Shikaku." With this thought, Naruto clenched his fists, feeling a sense of urgency. "I must hasten my pace." He then turned and sprinted towards his objective. At the Hokage office, a fierce battle was unfolding. Orochimaru faced off against the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with their jutsu clashing intensely, the fight escalating to a fever pitch. After employing the reanimation jutsu, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, joined the fray. In the face of such formidable adversaries, Hiruzen began to find himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, a mysterious figure made a silent entrance. Naruto, clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, infiltrated the four purple flames formation. Just as Orochimaru prepared to launch another attack, a sudden, crisp sound of applause reverberated through the air. The unexpected noise drew everyone's attention to the enigmatic newcomer. Orochimaru focused intently, recognizing the figure before him. He waved his hand, calling back the first and second Hokage. As they halted their actions and joined him, Hiruzen, wielding his Enma staff, gazed at the uninvited guest in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "I can't believe you have colluded with Orochimaru. No wonder you seek to harm our village." I thought that once I revealed Naruto's lineage, you would cease your actions. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, responding coolly, humph. You were merely compelled by circumstance to reveal it. Besides, since you have disclosed Naruto's heritage, why do you refuse to return what rightfully belongs to the fourth Hokage? Initiating the Nin exams so hastily, I suspect you aim to mask the issue of the fourth Hokage's assets. Hiruzen, with a bitter expression, shook his head and sighed heavily, slowly confessing, alas, there is no longer anything to hide. I have indeed appropriated Minato's assets. If I were to return them now, would you cease your relentless actions? Konoha has already suffered tremendous losses. The devastation is simply too great. A cold smile played on Naruto's lips as he retorted, ah, it seems you are mistaken. All of this chaos was not instigated by me. The true puppeteer is Orochimaru. I am merely here to reclaim what is mine. With that, Naruto removed the black mask from his face. As his familiar visage was revealed to Hiruzen, the latter's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning, rendering him utterly frozen. Orochimaru, equally taken aback, stammered, what? You are Uzumaki Naruto? Is this for real? After a moment, Hiruzen snapped back to reality, only to erupt in fury. Naruto, it is you. His body trembled with disbelief as he confronted Naruto. Why? Why have you allied with Orochimaru? Why commit such heinous acts? Have you forgotten the will of fire that defines you as a Konoha ninja? Upon hearing the phrase will of fire, Naruto erupted into wild laughter, his voice ringing out triumphantly. Haraha. Oh, third Hokage. It appears that your so-called will of fire is nothing more than an admonition for me to overlook the countless injustices inflicted upon me by Konoha over the years. A hint of madness gleamed in Naruto's eyes as he continued. After enduring so much suffering, am I to sacrifice myself to protect those who have wronged me? All in the name of this so-called will of fire? It is an absurd farce. Hiruzen, furrowing his brows, countered immediately, even so. You cannot justify the slaughter of innocent villagers. The Umbu members are protectors of the village. Yet Naruto remained eerily calm, responding softly. I did not come here to destroy Konoha. As for Orochimaru's motives, I am unaware. But listen closely, return my father's legacy at once. As he spoke, Naruto's voice rose, filled with menace. If you do not comply, I will ensure that every individual who has wronged me in Konoha pays dearly, be they here or below, including that old coot Danzo. Naruto understood that there was no turning back. This incident had escalated to a point of no return. Once it concluded, there would be no place for him in Konoha. He would resort to founding a new ninja village, akin to Orochimaru's Sound Village, if necessary. Chapter 39. A conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into Naruto and Appo's resolute eyes, a profound sense of helplessness surging within him. He realized that they had reached an irreversible juncture. The vast fortune left behind by the fourth Hokage, originally intended for his tranquil retirement, now seemed impossible to utilize as planned. With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi slowly raised his hand and waved. A scroll flew towards Naruto. This contains the specific location of the assets, and the key to unlock the ceiling barrier is hidden within. You may go. Naruto caught the scroll, casting a fleeting glance before coldly stating, if this is a deception, upon my return to Konoha, I shall scatter every egg's yolk and cleave each worm in two. Also, third Hokage, you are aging. It would be wise to pass the opportunity to another. With that, he turned his attention to Orochimaru, saying, you have performed admirably. I shall reward you later. For now, I take my leave. If you wish to continue your destruction here, I shall not impede you, but spare some for me. As Naruto vanished in an instant, the space around him twisted as he activated his divine power. Sarutobi stared into the void where Naruto had been, his visage appearing aged by several years. Perhaps it was Naruto's betrayal that ignited the fury within the third Hokage. With a face full of rage, he bellowed, Orochimaru, this day shall be your demise. I vow to bury you forever within the village of Konoha. Without hesitation, Sarutobi lunged towards Orochimaru. Sensing the impending threat, Orochimaru swiftly signaled the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to intervene. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce clash, the sounds of combat resonating across the battlefield. Unlike before, the tide of battle began to shift subtly. Sarutobi gradually started to regain the upper hand. Two figures rushed forward, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. Guy leaped ahead, executing a powerful kick that unleashed a ferocious leaf whirlwind aimed directly at the four purple yang formation. With a thunderous crash, the formation remained unmoved. Guy's face fell into disbelief as he exclaimed, what? It's so resilient, showing no signs of impact. What an impressive formation. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, where the third Hokage battled fiercely against Orochimaru. His expression turned resolute as he turned to Guy, speaking steadily. Guy, I will break this barrier. I entrust the rest to you. Guy, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and gave a thumbs up, replying enthusiastically, no problem, Kakashi. Go all out. I've got your back. With the support of his friend, Kakashi inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, focusing his chakra, gathering it to his left eye. Moments later, upon reopening his eyes, His ordinary Sharingan had transformed into the Mangeki Sharingan. Kamui. A formidable force locked onto the barrier, causing the space ahead to warp violently. The once indomitable four-purple yang formation succumbed effortlessly to this terrifying spatial power, disintegrating in an instant. The immense chakra consumed in unleashing such a technique was staggering. As the formation shattered, Kakashi could no longer sustain himself due to the severe chakra depletion and collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Guy rushed to Kakashi's side, carefully placing him in a relatively safe corner. Without pausing, he turned and sprinted toward Orochimaru. As he ran, he concentrated his chakra, shouting, "The sixth gate. The gate of view, open." With those words, an intense heat radiated from him, as if he were ablaze. Morning Peacock. In an instant, countless flames roared from his palms, creating a tumultuous sea of fire that surged toward the imposing wood release, Birth of Trees. Despite its grand scale, perhaps due to the incomplete nature of the Edo Tensei, the wood release faltered against Guy's onslaught, collapsing under the assault. The towering trees fell, reduced to ashes. Guy appeared before Sarutobi, causing Orochimaru to be taken aback, unprepared for reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. Upon recognizing Guy, Sarutobi's face lit up with uncontainable joy as he exclaimed, "Excellent, Guy! Charge forward and deliver a decisive blow to that vile fiend." Heeding the third Hokage's call, Guy summoned his chakra once more, exuding a powerful aura. The seventh gate. The gate of wonder, open. Instantly, his muscles swelled, veins bulging, and with a fierce roar, Day Tiger. A colossal tiger formed from the force of his punch materialized, lunging towards Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed, swiftly directing Hashirama and Tobirama to intercept the incoming strike. The combined might of the first and second Hokage unleashed a formidable ninjutsu, colliding with the Day Tiger, shaking the entire arena. Recognizing the dire situation, Orochimaru understood that his four-purple yang formation had been breached. And with reinforcements from Konoha only increasing, a prolonged battle would yield disastrous consequences. Consequently, he resolved to retreat. Utilizing the distraction created by the first and second Hokage, he executed his substitution technique, transforming into a shadow and fleeing into the distance. By the time Sarutobi realized he had been battling merely a clone, Orochimaru and his four Sound Ninja had successfully escaped Konoha. Simultaneously, the remaining Sound Ninja, still engaged with Konoha's forces, received the order to withdraw swiftly. Though Konoha had ceased its offensive, the aftermath left many wounded, cries of agony filling the air amidst the encroaching black smoke. Chapter 40, Wealth in Hand. Encountering a full Naruto raced toward the back mountains of Konoha, clutching the scroll tightly in his hand. Following the path indicated by the scroll, he swiftly arrived at the depths of the mountain region. Here, solitude reigned, with lush trees enveloping the area in tranquility. Consulting the map, Naruto soon discovered the entrance to a hidden cave concealed among the trees. How could it be hidden here? He murmured, excitement bubbling within him. He stepped into the cave, the pebbles beneath his feet producing faint sounds that resonated in the stillness. Progressing along the winding passage, he scrutinized the contents of the scroll, ultimately arriving at a secret chamber within the cave. He paused, carefully surveying his surroundings to ensure no danger lurked before pushing open the heavy stone door. Upon entering the chamber, his eyes were immediately drawn to an intricate mechanism. Approaching it, he gently placed the scroll inside. The moment the scroll made contact with the mechanism, a brilliant light flashed, shattering the formidable barrier that had enveloped the room. As the barrier dissipated, the sight before him left him agape. The chamber was filled to the brim with a dazzling array of treasures, gold coins, jewels, precious herbs, everything imaginable, piled high and nearly overflowing the space. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. Truly, this is the legacy of the Yellow Flash, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. The sheer volume of wealth overwhelmed him momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Activating his Sharingan, he invoked the power of Kamui. A potent force of spatial energy erupted from him, swiftly drawing the entire room into another dimension. Satisfied with his success, Naruto turned and exited the cave, racing back to Konoha. His next step was to gather allies for their impending defection from the village. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the streets of Konoha. Smoke billowing amidst the ruins of collapsed buildings, cries for help echoing in the air. Ninjas worked tirelessly among the debris, fervently tending to the innocent villagers caught in the conflict. Some employed medical ninjutsu, while others struggled to carry the wounded, their faces etched with fatigue. Standing amidst the turmoil, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, anxiously coordinated rescue efforts. Although a warrant for Naruto's capture had been drafted, it had yet to be publicly announced. He silently directed the rescue operation, assisting injured villagers. Amidst this frenzy, Naruto strolled down the street, scanning for Sasuke. Suddenly, a stout arm grasped his own tightly. He turned sharply to see a heavily made-up, plump woman anxiously staring at him. "Hey, aren't you a ninja from Konoha? You seem rather idle. Come quickly and help me save my pet pig. It's trapped inside my house," she shouted, pointing frantically towards a nearby house engulfed in flames. Following her gesture, Naruto saw that the house was nearly consumed by the inferno, thick smoke billowing from the windows and doors. Disturbingly, he could hear various agonizing cries from within, both human pleas for help and the desperate squeals of animals. How ironic, he thought, that while numerous injured awaited assistance, he was now being asked to rescue a pet pig. Frowning, Naruto impatiently shook off the woman's grip and retorted, "Get lost, you fat sow. I'm busy. Go find someone else. Besides, at this rate, your pet pig is probably already a roast." Without another glance back, he continued his path, leaving the woman fuming in his wake. Her face flushed crimson with rage, her veins bulging as she glared at him. "What did you say? Repeat that. How dare you call me a fool? You insolent brat. I will make you pay. I will report you. My relatives have connections, you'll see." Upon hearing her words, Naruto paused, shaking his head in disbelief and covering his face with his hand, unable to suppress a chuckle. Oh dear, no matter the world. There are always fools like this. They truly are countless, yet they must be dealt with, he whispered to himself. Though his voice was low, the furious woman overheard him. Her anger surged to new heights as she shouted, "What did you just say? Have the guts to say it again. You dare insult me?" With a sudden burst of energy, Naruto leapt and delivered a powerful kick to her face. The force of the blow created a gust of wind, and with a resounding thud, the woman was sent flying, crashing into the inferno-engulfed house. Sparks erupted and smoke billowed. "Ah, help, save." A haunting scream echoed from within the house, chilling to the bone. The cry faded quickly, leaving no doubt that both the woman and her pig had met their fate. Several passing villagers witnessed the scene, first stunned, then filled with fury as they closed in on Naruto. One pointed accusingly, shouting, "How can you unleash such violence on innocent civilians? Have you forgotten the duty of a ninja?" Another chimed in, "I remember you, Naruto Uzumaki, the hero who saved the village. How could you stoop to this?" Others joined in, raising their voices, "Help. There's an enemy here. He is senselessly slaughtering villagers. A madman, a madman. Hurry and report this to the Hokage. We must have him apprehended." Chapter 41. Extermination of the incompetent. Naruto, already in a state of agitation, found himself further incensed by the barrage of accusations hurled at him. With swift precision, he formed a series of hand seals and bellowed, "Earth release. Earth prison." The ground trembled violently within 100 meters of his location as torrents of soil erupted, swiftly coalescing into a colossal earthen cage that ensnared the dozens of Leaf Village residents within. Upon completing this maneuver, Naruto leapt atop the prison, surveying the scene below. The villagers, now fully comprehending the gravity of their predicament, were engulfed in terror. One among them began to plead, "Oh, Naruto, kind sir, please show mercy. We merely spoke in jest. We never anticipated such a fierce reaction from you." Another echoed, "Indeed, shouldn't a ninja embody patience? After all, how could one claim to be a ninja otherwise? We are all from the same village. Have a heart and release us." Naruto gazed down at the hapless villagers, his expression stern. He swiftly formed hand seals once more and shouted, "Fire release. Great fireball technique, sticky version." A torrent of massive flames surged towards the panicking villagers. Their faces drained of color as they desperately scrambled toward the edges of the prison, but their efforts were in vain. The sturdy walls of the earth cage left them with no avenue of escape. This particular fire technique bore a sinister distinction, while its flames were not overwhelmingly vast. They possessed a horrifying property. They adhered to the skin like glue, slowly searing the victims and leading them into a realm of agonizing torment until death. Descending from the earthen prison, Naruto strode forward with a composed demeanor, reveling in the harrowing cries and pleas for mercy that echoed behind him. How exquisite. He mused to himself, the lamentations of the incompetent. At last, Naruto's gaze fell upon a familiar figure diligently aiding the villagers. It was Sasuke. In a flash, he appeared before Sasuke, grounding himself before speaking. "Sasuke, cease your efforts. Come with me. There are matters we must discuss privately." Sasuke, taken aback by Naruto and Appo's tone, paused his work and inquired, "What is the matter? Can't you just say it directly? Why the secrecy? Is it truly that important?" Naruto's countenance turned grave as he lowered his voice. "It concerns the weasel and the hidden truths between him and our village. If, after hearing this, you persist in your fervent assistance to these villagers, then consider this conversation as if it never occurred." Sasuke, bewildered by Naruto's words, struggled to grasp their meaning. What weasel? What truth? The cryptic nature of Naruto and Appo's statements left him perplexed. Yet, the seriousness etched on Naruto and Appo's face suggested that he was neither jesting nor mocking. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Sasuke turned to follow Naruto, eager to discern the content of their discussion. However, the elder nearby, a persistent figure, seized Sasuke's wrist and shouted, "Hey, you insolent brat, where do you think you're going? I need your help with all this wood. My house remains unfinished. How can you simply walk away?" He continued to lament, pointing at the pile of timber yet to be moved, threatening, "If you dare leave, I'll report you to the Hokage." Annoyed by the elder's incessant nagging, Sasuke furrowed his brow, his patience wearing thin. I am under no obligation to assist you. Feel free to report me if you wish. With that, he forcefully shook off the elder's grip. Yet, as if struck down, the elder stumbled backward, dramatically wailing, "Oh no. Everyone come and see. This Uchiha brat, upon hearing my intention to report him, has resorted to violence. Is there no justice? Is there no law?" His cries drew a crowd, curiosity peaking as more gathered around, forming a dense throng. The elder, rolling on the ground, harbored a sly glint in his eye, thinking, "Well, since you refuse to help me, let us see how you fare against the tide of public opinion." The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "I heard that the Uchiha clan has but this one member left. Who would have thought he would dare to strike someone? Indeed, the Uchiha are a naturally malevolent clan. Their downfall is well-deserved. Just look at this youth, so violent at such a tender age. He will surely become a scourge in society." Hearing such scathing remarks, Sasuke clenched his teeth in fury, seizing the elder by the hair and lifting him off the ground, shouting, "Do you truly seek death?" Rather than instilling fear, this action only incited further outrage from the crowd. "Look at this child. How can he be so brazenly disrespectful to his elder?" One person chastised loudly. Just as expected of a wicked Uchiha, such brutality at a young age promises disaster in the future. Another derisively chimed in. Naruto observed Sasuke's reaction with an air of calm. In the face of self-interest, even Sasuke's previously good reputation could be tarnished. Faced with such venomous words, how would Sasuke respond? Naruto pondered. Nevertheless, regardless of Sasuke's actions, the villagers were destined to see no dawn. Today, Naruto was resolute in his intent to eradicate the incompetent from the Leaf Village. Chapter 42. Sasuke takes matters into his own hands. Sasuke's eyes blazed with fury as he thought to himself, "I am a seeker of vengeance. How dare they provoke me? If that is the case, let me teach this old fool a lesson. You all watch this old dog." Sasuke growled menacingly. With that, he seized the pitiful old man and raised his hand, striking fiercely across the man's face. A loud crack echoed as a clear handprint appeared on the old man's cheek. Sasuke was not finished, for he then forcefully stomped on the old man's head, pressing down with relentless pressure. The old man, taken aback and unable to comprehend why Sasuke would choose him as a target to intimidate the others, felt a wave of regret wash over him. Having relied on his seniority for too long, he had forgotten that these young ones would act without hesitation. Now flattened on the ground, the old man threw aside his pride and dignity, pleading for mercy. "Sasuke, you've always been a sensible and obedient child. Please don't let a moment of impulse lead you down the path of crime. Release me. If you confess, you'll just have a few days of detention. It's nothing serious. But if you continue this reckless violence and truly cause me severe injury, you will have to face the consequences under Konoha's laws." Sasuke had no intention of taking the old man's life. He merely wanted to impart a lesson. After delivering several more blows, he felt it was sufficient and prepared to lift his foot off the old man's head. Just then, Naruto appeared at Sasuke's side in an instant. Before Sasuke could react, Naruto raised his foot and stomped down hard on the old man's shoulder. A muffled thud reverberated, followed by a cacophony of agonized screams. "Ah!" The onlookers gasped in horror as Naruto's kick shattered the old man's arm. The shoulder was a gruesome sight, blood pouring forth and staining the ground. The old man writhed in agony, shrieking in pain, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Sasuke's heart raced at the sight, and he quickly turned to face Naruto. Bewildered. What is happening? This is a disaster. He has truly injured the man. Naruto has become far too impulsive. While insults were one thing, this was a direct assault. As the crowd erupted in condemnation of Naruto, voices rang out. "You demon fox! What good is being a hero of Konoha when you are still a monster at heart? You do not deserve to be a ninja. You should be imprisoned." The chorus of vitriol grew louder. Recognizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, Sasuke knew they could no longer delay. He rushed forward, grasping Naruto's arm tightly, and urged, "Damn it, I don't understand why you did this. But it's too late now. We have no choice but to escape." Without hesitation, he pulled Naruto, intending to flee. Yet Naruto remained remarkably composed, gazing steadily at Sasuke. "Don't be so hasty, Sasuke. Since they have chosen their fate, why should we stop them?" Stepping closer, Naruto locked eyes with Sasuke and uttered, "Jinjutsu." Sasuke's gaze quivered as he was ensnared in Naruto's illusionary world. A smirk graced Naruto's lips as he explained, 1 hour here equals merely a few seconds outside. Now, let me reveal the truth about Konoha and your brother, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto took his time recounting the past, beginning with the Uchiha clan's conspiracy against Konoha. He depicted the turmoil, explaining how Itachi, a double agent for both Konoha and the Uchiha, sought to prevent a civil war that would lead to mutual destruction and vulnerability to external threats. He had to eliminate his clan to protect the one he loved, Sasuke, before leaving Konoha with a burden of guilt. All the clandestine machinations of the higher-ups, including Sarutobi Hiruzen's directives and Danza's secretive schemes, flooded Sasuke's mind. Upon finishing, Sasuke sat there, stunned, disbelief flooding his eyes. Naruto waved his hand, dispelling the illusion. Sasuke, now grounded, seemed to have all his strength siphoned away. as if he were a mere shell of his former self. He lifted his gaze to the crowd, who were still hurling insults, and his expression turned cold, devoid of emotion. Shifting his focus back to Naruto, their eyes met. Naruto observed the chaos surrounding them, shook his head in resignation, and sighed deeply. In that case, allow me to send them on their way. Take this opportunity to process the revelations you've just received. With that, Naruto swung his right arm and delivered a devastating elbow strike to one of the ruffians. The sound of impact was sickening as the man's head exploded, crimson blood spraying in all directions, some even splattering onto Sasuke's face. As Naruto turned to unleash a similar fate upon another villager, a hand suddenly grasped his arm tightly. Surprised, he looked down to see Sasuke, now fully aware. Sasuke's once dark eyes now blazed a vibrant red, the Sharingan spinning ominously within. He fixed his gaze on Naruto, enunciating each word with intense clarity. Naruto, these people are my prey. You cannot take them from me. Allow me to handle this. Now I understand what you meant when you said they were seeking death. With that declaration, his eyes gleamed with cold determination as he raised his right foot and stomped down upon the writhing old man, crushing his skull with a sickening crunch. Without further hesitation, Sasuke formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release. Great fireball technique." Chapter 43. The bounty. A colossal fireball materialized in the air, carrying with it an infinite wrath, as it charged fiercely towards the unruly citizens who were shouting in dissent. With a deafening boom, the immense fireball mercilessly engulfed several of these dissenters. Almost immediately, it erupted violently, its tremendous shockwave reducing them to mere fragments, while simultaneously igniting the newly constructed houses nearby. In an instant, flames soared skyward, thick smoke billowing forth. The anguished cries of the burning citizens echoed, "No! Help!" They were consumed by the relentless flames, frantically scrambling in search of salvation, but to no avail. In Sasuke's cold gaze, these individuals appeared to be joyfully dancing their final dance, each step a march toward death. Sasuke did not pause in his slaughter. He turned his icy stare towards the remaining citizens, and in the next moment, he swiftly drew several kunai from his waist and unleashed a barrage of shuriken. He charged into the fray, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. At this juncture, the citizens finally recognized the danger that had befallen them. They snapped back to reality and began to flee in panic. Alas, it was far too late. The kunai in Sasuke's hands carved a bloody path, leaving no time for the dissenters to utter their final screams before they clutched their throats and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In no time, the village was awash in blood, a horrific sight, with the wails of the suffering resonating through the air. Naruto, watching Sasuke's merciless actions, called out in distress, "Sasuke, how can you be so cruel? We are leaf ninjas, filled with justice and kindness." Upon hearing Naruto's plea, Sasuke merely cast a cold glance in his direction, his blade moving with increasing speed. He swiftly formed hand seals, instantly performing the shadow clone technique, and 3 identical Sasuke's appeared before him. Killing alone was far too slow. In that moment, Sasuke found himself envious of Naruto's ability to create multiple clones. The trio of Sasuke's savagely slaughtered the remaining citizens, their faces betraying a sense of pleasure. Such behavior from Sasuke is not difficult to comprehend. After all, it was the higher-ups of Konoha who mishandled the situation that had yet to unfold, ultimately leading to the tragic extermination of the Uchiha clan. Those who chose to remain in the village, fully aware of the truth, instead of defecting, were quite remarkable. Before long, Sasuke had eradicated every last citizen in the area. Blood stained the earth, and a pungent scent of death filled the air. Sasuke turned slowly, fixing his gaze on Naruto as he spoke. "Since you are revealing these matters to me now, I presume you have already prepared an escape route?" Naruto, unfazed by Sasuke's inquiry, maintained a composed demeanor. He gazed calmly into Sasuke's murderous eyes and replied, "Let us go, Sasuke. I will explain the details on the way. Right now, we need to find our teammates. It won't be easy to locate those who have defected from Konoha. You should head home to gather your things and meet me at the location on the scroll. There's a clone of mine waiting for you at the back mountains of Konoha." With that, Sasuke turned and swiftly made his way home to prepare. Meanwhile, members of the Umbu silently surrounded Naruto's home, each one tense and gripping their weapons, ready to strike at a moment's notice. However, when they finally charged in, they were astonished to find the house entirely empty, with no sign of Naruto. From the moment Naruto returned to the village seeking Sasuke, the clone left behind at home had already set off with Karen towards the back mountains of Konoha. Just as the Umbu were grappling with their empty discovery, a shocking piece of news began to spread rapidly. Sasuke and Naruto had returned to the village only to commence a bloody massacre of innocent villagers. This revelation ignited chaos within Konoha. Sakura, horrified, wept as she rushed to the village bulletin board to ascertain the truth. Half an hour earlier, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, trembled with fury, his face contorted in rage. He rushed to the bulletin board, personally inscribing 2 fresh bounty notices. The first notice bore the name of the brutal Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, detailing his crimes and stating a staggering reward of 100 million for his capture. The second notice, affixed beside it, declared the inherently malevolent Uchiha Sasuke, listing his offenses and offering a ludicrous bounty of 50 million. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the two notices pinned to the bulletin board, time seeming to freeze in that moment. Her body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she muttered in despair, "This can't be. It's impossible. The third Hokage must have made a mistake." Simultaneously, Naruto dashed towards the distant Uzumaki shrine, an ancient structure that had fallen into disrepair. Taking a deep breath, he entered the shrine. Inside, he was captivated by the array of masks, each one distinct, some fearsome and others benevolent. He picked up one mask, examining it closely before shaking his head and placing it back. He then grabbed another, yet it too was not the death mask he sought. Naruto's brow furrowed as he pondered. So many masks? Which one is the death mask? But he couldn't dwell on it any longer. Resolving himself, Naruto activated his Manjiki Sharingan, invoking Kamui. A powerful chakra surged forth, warping the surrounding space. The once spacious Uzumaki shrine was gradually drawn into the distorted realm. In the blink of an eye, the entire shrine vanished, leaving only an empty expanse behind. With a satisfied smile, Naruto remarked, "This technique is indeed convenient. I'll take them all back and search at my leisure." Afterward, he transported himself back to Konoha, donning a black cloak as he made his way home. However, he overheard whispers from passersby. "Did you hear? The third Hokage has placed a bounty on Uzumaki Naruto." "Of course, I heard that during the Nin exams." The Hyuga heiress, Hinata, was quite close to Naruto, but now she has been imprisoned in the Hyuga household. Well, what can be done? After all, he is associated with a fugitive. I heard the Hokage is personally going to interrogate Hinata about the whereabouts of the wanted criminal. Upon hearing this, Naruto rushed towards the Hyuga estate, knowing full well the implications for Hinata. He had initially planned to rescue her later, but he was taken aback to learn that Hyuga Hayashi, instead of protecting her, had aided in her capture. "Hyuga, you've truly sealed your fate." Chapter 44. Rescuing Hinata. Naruto dashed toward the Hyuga clan's residence, his body flicker technique rendering him nearly invisible. Before long, the grand entrance of the Hyuga family loomed before him. Upon arriving at the gate, Naruto took a deep breath and silently called out in his mind, "System, sacrifice a forbidden technique package to help me exchange for Sage Mode." A crisp notification echoed in his mind. "Ding, Sage Mode exchange successful. Ding, successfully learned Sage Mode." Instantly, a surge of natural energy coalesced around him, flooding into his body with unrestrained vigor. He promptly closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the sensation of this formidable power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of surprise and concern flickering within them as he murmured, "I can feel it, deep within, Hinata's chakra. But why does it seem weaker than usual? Could it be that she has been punished by the Hyuga clan?" With that thought, the flames of fury ignited within Naruto's heart. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he refrained from uttering another word and surged forward. Clenching his fists tightly, he gathered natural chakra into his right hand and struck the heavy, fortified door of the Hyuga estate with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the door shattered into countless fragments, splintering into the air, and a thick cloud of dust and debris billowed out, obscuring the scene. The members of the Hyuga clan looked on in astonishment at the wreckage of their entrance. A tall man from the clan stepped forward, bellowing, "Who dares to cause trouble here? We are the powerful Hyuga clan of Konoha. The third Hokage is on his way, and your actions are nothing short of foolish." No sooner had he spoken than two crimson glimmers flickered through the swirling smoke. In an instant, a figure burst forth from the haze, rapidly closing in on the ninja from the Hyuga clan. Naruto and Appo's movements were as swift as lightning. He seized the man and Appo's throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Tell me immediately what Hayashi Hyuga has done today, and what methods has he employed against Hinata?" His voice was low and chilling, sending shivers down the spine of the captured ninja. With bitterness, the ninja retorted, "Humph. Do not think you can pry any secrets from me regarding the Hyuga clan. We are known for our tight-lipped nature." At this moment, Naruto had lost all patience for such interrogation. With a cold snort, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. An invisible pressure enveloped the area, causing the very air around them to feel dense. As the power of his gaze surged, the powerful ocular technique took effect. The defiant Hyuga ninja suddenly felt an excruciating pain grip his mind, his consciousness fading into obscurity. He became dazed and expressionless, mechanically uttering, "Lord Hayashi Hyuga received a direct order from the third Hokage not long ago. Naruto Uzumaki is now an S-rank rogue ninja. Lady Hinata Hyuga, having publicly acknowledged Naruto as her boyfriend during the previous Nin exams, is to be placed under control." Upon receiving the order, Lord Hayashi, being a loyal servant of Konoha, imprisoned Lady Hinata within the clan. Initially, he interrogated her, but beyond that, I do not know. Now, we are all waiting for the third Hokage's arrival. With that, he collapsed to the ground, his mind obliterated by Naruto's will. Naruto surveyed the gathered Hyuga ninjas surrounding him and thought, after all, they are Hinata's family. It would not be right to kill them all. He then declared, everyone, step aside, or do not blame me for being merciless. The Hyuga ninjas exchanged fearful glances, noting the fallen comrade beside Naruto, but none dared to retreat. Naruto, refusing to waste further words, formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. He did not intend to kill, but instead unleashed a simple fireball technique. As the massive fireball hurtled toward them, all the ninjas simultaneously activated the 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin, resulting in a tremendous clash that echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga abruptly turned, keenly sensing the unusual disturbances outside. He glanced at Hinata, imprisoned within the confines of her cell, and then dashed toward the exit. Aware that a significant event was unfolding, his years of experience and intuition, coupled with the overwhelming chakra he felt, compelled him forward. At that moment, Hinata's frail form trembled slightly, her once pale skin marred by several alarming wounds. All of this was Hayashi's misguided attempt to demonstrate his loyalty to the third Hokage. In truth, he had not truly harmed Hinata. Those seemingly severe injuries were merely superficial. Just then, Naruto emerged from the void, quietly appearing before Hinata. Upon seeing her delicate state, a wave of compassion surged within him, though he quickly sensed that she bore no internal injuries. Without hesitation, Naruto initiated his medical ninjutsu, channeling his powerful chakra into Hinata's wounded body. Gradually, her injuries began to heal. Yet, how could he mend the hidden pain deep within her heart? Gently, Naruto cradled Hinata in his arms, filled with remorse as he spoke. I'm sorry, I've come too late. Hinata remained silent, her beautiful, expressive eyes gazing deeply into Naruto's, as she reached out to tenderly caress his gentle face. No words were necessary. Their hearts communicated in a way that transcended language. With utmost care, Naruto held Hinata close, activating his Kimui, and their figures gradually vanished from the spot, leaving behind an eerie silence and an empty cell. Meanwhile, the Naruto clone engaged in battle sensed Hinata's situation and thought, since she has not suffered any serious harm, I shall spare their lives. Consequently, the power of his techniques diminished significantly. Just then, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, caught sight of the shattered Hyuga gate and rushed inside. Witnessing Naruto in combat with the Hyuga clan, he shouted, Naruto, surrender at once. Naruto turned to see Hiruzen at the entrance, while Hayashi burst forth from within the clan, positioning himself protectively in front of the gathered ninjas. The Hyuga clan stood before him, while the third Hokage stood behind. The clone Naruto chuckled, Hiruzen, killing you now would be too merciful. Once I uncover all the schemes you and Danzo have concocted, I will return to settle the score. Do you think I would resort to such a gentle act as outright killing? With that, he dispelled the clone, leaving Hiruzen to roar in frustration. The old man grew soft-hearted. Having written half of Hayashi's demise, he reconsidered, realizing he should remain neutral, given his role as Hinata's father. Chapter 45. Overcoming Neji. At this moment, the back mountains of Konoha were enveloped in tranquility. Naruto, Hinata, Karen, and Sasuke stood together, fully prepared to embark on their journey. Naruto slowly turned his head, casting a final glance at the village of Konoha. This village held an abundance of memories for him, most of which were painful. He sighed, this departure. I wonder when I will return. My little notebook is filled with names of those who have bullied me in Konoha, and I have yet to settle the score. Sasuke, fixating on Naruto's profile, revealed a complex expression on his usually stoic face. He spoke to Naruto with determination. Rest assured, Naruto, we will return soon. Once I enhance my strength, I will be the first to return and topple Danzo. Sasuke's words were laden with fury. Hearing this, Karen blinked in curiosity and asked, Naruto, where are we heading next? Naruto smiled gently, patting Karen's shoulder. Don't worry, Karen. We will take it step by step. First, let us find Orochimaru and see if he can provide us with a way to open the village's gates, or perhaps even form an organization. Let's go. As he spoke, Naruto recalled unfinished business in Konoha, realizing he had many friends to bid farewell to. He left behind a shadow clone to handle these farewells, and then turned towards Orochimaru's base, with Sasuke, Hinata, and Karen swiftly following. Time passed swiftly, and soon night enveloped Konoha. The village was at its darkest hour, with the streets rife with violence. The shadow clone of Naruto donned a black cloak and hood, traversing the alleys and thoroughfares of Konoha. After exploring much of the village, he finally spotted Neji Hyuga at the end of a dimly lit path. Naruto strode forward confidently, calling out to the approaching Neji, Oi! Neji turned at the sound, and upon recognizing the cloaked figure, his brow furrowed in disdain. What do you want, you ridiculous fool? Are you planning to commit theft in the dead of night dressed like that? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing. What is going on? Have the people of Konoha's standards dropped because of me? Why the sudden inclination to insult? Feeling a mix of frustration and resignation, he slowly removed his hood, his form flickering as he appeared directly in front of Neji, striking him with a swift slap. The sound echoed sharply as Naruto's hand connected with Neji's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Shaking his head to regain composure, Neji looked up at Naruto, his eyes widening in disbelief. It's you. In an instant, Neji activated his Byakugan, his body swiftly transitioning into a combat stance. After all, the figure before him was no longer the same low-ranking ninja he once knew, but Naruto Uzumaki, now classified as an S-rank danger. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Neji locked his gaze onto Naruto and spoke slowly. You've come looking for me, I presume, due to the incident during the Chunin exams where I injured Hinata? Are you here seeking revenge? A subtle smile crept onto Naruto's lips as he replied, Don't forget, during the Chunin exams, I said that if I encountered you again, I would break both your arms. Do you remember? If not, feel free to review the earlier chapters. Before Naruto could finish his words, Neji lunged at him, executing a fierce barrage of attacks, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Each strike was infused with powerful chakra, aimed directly at Naruto. Naruto, feeling irritated, exclaimed, Damn it. I wasn't finished speaking. Do you really think you can intimidate me? Neji's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he furiously jabbed at Naruto with relentless precision, unleashing 3 successive series of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked, it felt as though his strikes were passing through Naruto's form, landing in emptiness. Sweat dripped from Neji's brow as he gasped for breath, his previously agile figure now appearing weary. Yet, he refused to relent, launching wave after wave of assaults. Just then, Naruto, who had been passively absorbing the attacks, suddenly sprang into action. He seized Neji's arm with a firm grip, and, with a powerful tug, a sickening sound echoed as Neji's entire arm was forcefully wrenched from its socket. Blood splattered, staining the ground as Neji let out a chilling scream that reverberated through the alley. The excruciating pain clouded his senses, rendering him unable to comprehend Naruto's words. Meanwhile, Naruto remained expressionless, regarding the severed limb in his hand before casually tossing it back to Neji, coldly stating, Stop your wailing. It's just an arm. Hurry and take it to the medical room. You still have time to reattach it. Consider this a minor punishment for your earlier actions against Hinata. A mocking smile graced Naruto's lips as he continued, Your father has departed, my foolish brother-in-law. If you wish to kill me, harbor your hatred, your resentment, and continue to live in your wretched state, fleeing just to survive. Come find me once you possess eyes akin to mine. Oh, and by the way, Byakugan cannot evolve into Sharingan, but it's of no consequence. With that, Naruto vanished in an instant, leaving Neji in a daze. The next farewell awaited Sakura Haruno. In the Hokage's office, Konoha's administrative chamber lay in disarray, with the village's leaders seated on either side, their faces etched with gravity. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive silence. Amidst this stillness, Danzo, who had remained silent, slowly rose to his feet, his eyes fixed forward. With a voice laced with sarcasm and accusation, he declared, My esteemed Hokage, behold the state of our village. Under your wise leadership, it has devolved into this dismal condition. Konoha is likely the weakest among the 5 great nations now. Remember the glory of the first Hokage, ruling alone? And now look at you. You truly deserve the title of the greatest sinner in Konoha's history. Chapter 46, A Classic Rebirth. A request of my lifetime. The scornful words of Shimura Danzo pierced through the air, one after another, taunting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Each utterance struck deeply at the heart of the third Hokage, leaving him pale as a ghost and trembling slightly, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless mockery. Finally, summoning what little strength remained, he rose slowly from his seat. In that moment, his frail form appeared to lose vitality. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a voice that was a mere whisper. I choose to abdicate. It is time for you all to select the 5th Hokage. As those words left his lips, the light in his eyes flickered out. In the midst of the astonished silence that followed, a sudden blaze of anger ignited in Hiruzen's gaze. His voice rose dramatically, declaring, But no matter what, there is absolutely no way that you, Danzo, this beast, will ever become the 5th Hokage. Even a dog would be a better choice. Where's Jiraiya? Quickly, summon him to me. The atmosphere in the Hokage office erupted with chaos, particularly for Danzo, as reactions surged. Some rallied behind Hiruzen's decision, arguing that Danzo's ambition was far too great, rendering him fit only for the role of the roots of Konoha. Others suggested reconsidering the candidates, with Jiraiya emerging as a worthy option. Voices of debate, quarrels, and Danzo's growls intertwined, creating a cacophony in the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Naruto, after a thorough search and even activating Sage Mode, finally spotted the figure of Haruno Sakura, curled beneath the Konoha notice board, quietly weeping. He approached her cautiously, stopping a short distance away. Gently raising his hand, he carefully touched Sakura's trembling shoulder, softly inquiring, Hey, dear Sakura, what are you doing here? Your parents have been searching for you for quite some time. Why are you crying incessantly? What has happened? Startled by the familiar voice and the gentle touch, Sakura turned abruptly, her tear-stained face meeting Naruto's gaze. Her eyes widened, ablaze with fury as she shouted, Uzumaki Naruto. It must be you. I demand to know why, despite your involvement in the killings, you have dragged my brother Sasuke into this mess. Naruto gazed at Sakura with an expression of innocence, quickly waving his hands in denial as he explained, "Oh, come on, Sakura, you cannot lay the blame on me. It was Sasuke who took action on his own. I merely happened to witness the entire incident." However, Sakura seemed unconvinced by Naruto's words, her emotions flaring as she retorted, "Humph, don't try to mislead me. Are you even capable of acknowledging your faults? Since you saw everything unfold, why can't you step forward and take the blame for Sasuke? Have our years of friendship meant nothing to you? You scoundrel." Faced with Sakura and Appo's unreasonable demands, Naruto wore a smile, thinking, "Yes, this is the spirited Sakura I know." He patiently replied, "Sakura, this is no trivial matter. If I were to unjustly bear the murderous accusations against Sasuke, Konoha would not let me off lightly. They would imprison me for life, leaving me to rot in a cell until my death." Upon hearing this, Sakura showed no signs of retreating. Instead, she intensified her plea. "Naruto, you are truly selfish. Consider this. If you were imprisoned, you would only lose some freedom. But for Sasuke, if his actions are revealed, his life would be ruined forever. Can't you sacrifice a little for our friendship?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, internally marveling at her audacity. His expression was one of pure innocence and confusion as he looked at Sakura, about to explain the situation. Yet, before he could utter a word, Sakura interrupted him, hands on her hips, glaring at him as she continued to shout, "Naruto, if you do not take responsibility for Sasuke's actions, then we shall cease our conversations from this moment onward. I will never acknowledge you again." After saying this, Sakura felt a surge of satisfaction, recalling how, back in the Ninja Academy, merely threatening to ignore Naruto would elicit desperate pleas from him to reconsider. So she firmly believed he would yield this time as well. As Naruto stood up slowly, pretending to turn away, Sakura's heart raced with panic. She called out urgently, "Hey, Naruto, where are you going? You must go to the Hokage and confess that Sasuke is innocent." Naruto paused, turning to face Sakura, letting out a deep sigh before reluctantly stating, "It's too late. Sakura, Sasuke, he has already left. In pursuit of greater power, he has chosen to ally with Orochimaru. He may even lose his body to him. The situation is dire, and I must leave immediately to rescue him. Before I go, is there anything you wish to say?" Upon hearing Naruto and Appo's words, Sakura's eyes filled with tears, cascading down her cheeks as she cried out, "Naruto, please, you must bring Sasuke back. This is my lifelong request." In response to Sakura and Appo's desperate plea, Naruto remained silent, standing still in contemplation. Realizing his lack of response, Sakura sensed his hesitation and felt a wave of urgency. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she spoke again, "Naruto, didn't you always have feelings for me since the Ninja Academy? Now, please prove that love through your actions. Go to Orochimaru in place of Sasuke and convince him to spare him. This is the only way. True love is not about possession, but about letting go. It is not about taking but willingly sacrificing everything, even oneself, for the one you love. If you truly care for me, then do this for me and bring back Sasuke. Do you not understand this? Must I teach you this lesson one by one? I truly despise seeing you like this." Chapter 47. The miserable Sakura Haruno. At that moment, a faint crimson chakra enveloped Naruto's body. He slowly raised his left hand and gently covered his face, murmuring, "What is going on?" It's already chapter 47, and the Ninetales and Appo's chakra is only now beginning to overflow. It's no wonder, considering my current strength. I truly have no need for the Ninetales and Appo's power. Is it really Sakura and Appo's words that have ignited my anger? Gradually a low, suppressed laughter escaped through the gaps between his fingers. This laughter, originating from the depths of his soul, began slowly but grew increasingly louder until it erupted uncontrollably. Naruto tilted his head back, laughing uproariously, his mirth echoing throughout the night in Konoha. Sakura, taken aback by Naruto and Appo's laughter, felt an unnatural chill in the air. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Naruto, who appeared almost mad with laughter, and an indescribable fear surged within her. "Hey, Naruto, what is wrong with you? Don't you want to help me?" she pleaded, her voice trembling. "It's just a small request. I've already forgiven you. You can't possibly refuse me now." Sakura's tone lost its earlier assertiveness, sensing something was amiss with Naruto. It seemed he had not heard her words, for he remained silent, suddenly extending his right hand and seizing her pink hair with a swift motion. With a powerful yank, he lifted her entire being as if she were a lifeless creature. Instantly, Sakura felt a sharp pain in her scalp, instinctively beginning to struggle. "Ah, let go. Please, Naruto, it hurts. How dare you pull my hair? You little beast. Release me." Her hands flailed helplessly in the air, attempting to grasp anything that might aid her escape, while her feet kicked wildly, desperate to break free from his grasp. Yet Naruto's strength was overwhelming. No matter how much Sakura struggled, she could not free herself. After exhausting her efforts to pry his fingers from her hair, she relinquished the fight, grasping his hand tightly to alleviate some of the tension on her scalp and relieve the piercing pain. In that moment, visions of the past flashed through Sakura's mind. The Naruto who had once fawned over her was long gone. The Naruto before her was no longer the obedient, adoring figure she could summon at will. She had been aware of this change, but in the wake of Sasuke's situation, she had momentarily forgotten Naruto's transformation and had grown brazen once more. Realizing this, Sakura's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She set aside her pride and urgently pleaded, Naruto, please just stop for a moment, alright? Listen to me, I've changed my mind. I don't need you to save Sasuke anymore. Really, let us just forget about it. The truth is, the one I truly love is you, Naruto. Naruto regarded Sakura, who now spoke with a newfound vulnerability, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his previously calm face. Ah, now you're finally being sensible. It seems you've calmed down. But did you really think that after just 2 days without punishing you, I'd let you forget my methods so easily? You're still recklessly provoking me. As he spoke, a fierce crimson light flashed in his eyes as he activated his Sharingan. Sakura felt the weight of his oppressive gaze, and her fear intensified. She widened her eyes, filled with despair and helplessness. Moments later, unable to suppress her terror any longer, she cried out, Naruto, I was wrong. I'm just a foolish woman, a wretched creature. Please, show mercy and don't hold my lowly self against me. If you spare me, I will do anything you ask, even become your servant. Despite Sakura's tearful pleas, Naruto remained unmoved. He continued to grip her hair, forcefully dragging her toward the door. The pitiful Sakura lacked the strength to resist his brutal actions, her body helplessly scraping against the ground. The fabric of her thin clothing tore and tattered from the harsh friction, exposing her skin to the rough surface beneath, leaving her with numerous cuts and bruises that bled profusely, marking a gruesome trail on the ground. After a strenuous struggle, Naruto finally succeeded in bringing Sakura to the entrance of Konoha Hospital. With a swift motion, he hurled her toward the hospital doors. A heavy thud echoed as she fell hard to the ground. Naruto spoke slowly. Sakura Haruno, do you know? I have yet to fully unleash the jutsu of my Manjiki Sharingan. Today, let us see how it performs. But do not worry, this is a hospital. So even if something goes awry, you won't lose your life, though you may find it more painful than death. With that, Naruto activated his Manjiki Sharingan and cast Tsukuyami. In an instant, Sakura's expression transformed. Her once clear eyes became hollow and devoid of life. Mere seconds later, she collapsed, unconscious. While it appeared that Sakura had merely blinked and slipped into unconsciousness, behind her tightly shut eyelids, her mind endured a relentless torment. In this realm, she remained for what felt like an entire year, while only a few fleeting seconds passed in the external world. Within the confines of Tsukuyami, she was forced to witness herself being cruelly executed by Naruto wielding a sharp blade. The blade mercilessly sliced through her delicate skin, each cut delivering excruciating pain. Various horrifying tortures followed, inflicted upon her fragile form. In contrast, Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyami, while dreadful, only subjected its victim to 3 days of suffering in the mental realm. Having completed this ordeal, Naruto rose and compassionately summoned Konoha's medical staff to assist Sakura. They successfully revived her from the brink of death, though she would remain in a coma for about a month. Naruto thoughtfully informed her parents, who expressed their gratitude, having searched in vain until Naruto discovered her and brought her to the hospital. With a wave of his hand, Naruto dismissed their thanks, indicating it was the least he could do, before dispersing his shadow clone and leaving. Thus, life in Konoha temporarily settled into a semblance of normalcy. But the ensuing days would usher in a life of treachery and conflict. First, he would confront Orochimaru, if he refused to join Naruto's organization. Then he would face his wrath. Chapter 48. The reckless apothecary. After resolving the ties with Konoha, Naruto led Sasuke and his companions through a relentless journey, ultimately arriving at Orochimaru's lair. A low, thunderous rumble echoed as the heavy gates of the base began to part. When the gates fully opened, a figure gradually emerged before them. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, draped in a black and white robe, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. Orochimaru stared intently at Naruto and the others. A smile crept across his face, revealing his signature grin as he licked his lips and addressed Naruto. You arrived quite swiftly. Naruto, this must be Sasuke, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. TSK, you bear quite a resemblance to your brother, Itachi. At that moment, a glint of greed flickered in Orochimaru and Appo's eyes. Sasuke, standing beside him, furrowed his brow tightly. Throughout their journey, Naruto had meticulously explained their purpose and the potential challenges ahead. According to their plan, Sasuke was to stay with Orochimaru for specialized training, and Naruto had repeatedly emphasized that he must not reveal he had awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan unless absolutely necessary. In the face of Orochimaru's remarks, Naruto displayed no sign of fear. He waved his hand dismissively and, with a mocking expression, shouted at Orochimaru, I'm here to tell you to be my dog, and in return, I will grant you what you desire. This is a notice, not a request. Understood? Naruto's scornful words instantly provoked Orochimaru, whose previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes locked onto Naruto, and an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, directed at Naruto. At the same time, Orochimaru growled through clenched teeth. You insolent brat. Don't get too arrogant. I admit your strength is formidable, but if I unleash all my hidden cards, the outcome is far from certain. Naruto regarded the enraged Orochimaru with a cold smirk before activating his eternal Meijiki Sharingan. In an instant, a torrent of blue chakra erupted forth. So powerful it tore through the very fabric of space. This blue chakra swiftly coalesced, forming a towering blue giant within moments. Naruto shouted, "This isn't over yet. This is completely different from what you witnessed in that forest of death." With that, he commanded the colossal Susanoo to grow even larger. Unlike before, it was not merely clad in a simple garment, but adorned in armor. Standing beneath the full form of Susanoo, Orochimaru appeared a mere speck in comparison. He gazed upward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Orochimaru shook his head, suddenly grinning as he spoke. "Oh dear, I was merely jesting with you, my master. You seem rather tense. Please, calm down. What are your orders?" Naruto did not dismiss Susanoo. Instead, he reached for the Susanoo blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. A tremendous shockwave erupted, annihilating everything in its path. In the face of this cataclysmic force, nearby mountains were sheared down to flat tops in the blink of an eye, and even Konoha trembled from the resounding impact. Orochimaru, once composed, was now pale with fear, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees. Terror etched across his face, he pleaded, "Master, I was only joking. Please, retract this power. I have invested countless efforts and time into constructing this base. If it is destroyed, my losses would be insurmountable. I yield, I truly yield." Hearing Orochimaru's desperate words, a satisfied smile crept onto Naruto's lips. He had merely intended to test his strength. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Susanoo surrounding him gradually dissipated, allowing him to float down gracefully before Orochimaru. Gazing calmly at him, Naruto spoke softly. "You truly are one of the Sannin. You know when to bend and when to stand firm. Enough of this chatter. From today onward, Sasuke will be entrusted to your tutelage. Train him well, and I shall provide you with what you desire in the future. Remember my words. Do you understand?" Orochimaru nodded eagerly in response. "Rest assured, master. I will dedicate myself to training Sasuke and will not disappoint you. You must be weary from your journey. Please, do not linger at the entrance. Come inside." With a smile, Naruto took a step forward, leading Sasuke, Hinata, and Karen deeper into the base. Following the path set by Orochimaru, Sasuke scanned his surroundings and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Orochimaru, please guide me to familiarize myself with the layout here. It's quite convoluted, and I might get lost later." Naruto, appearing relaxed, waved his hand. "Orochimaru, take Sasuke. I'll wander around here. It's a good opportunity to learn about the construction of a base. Perhaps I might gather some experience for when I need to build one myself." With that, he ambled forward with Hinata and Karen. Thus, the trio strolled leisurely through Orochimaru's base. The unique architectural style and intricate passages made them feel as though they were in a labyrinth. Just as they were admiring the scenery, a figure appeared ahead. As the figure came into focus, it revealed itself to be Kabuto. Kabuto's face was a mixture of shock and fury as he glared at Naruto and his companions. Then shouted angrily, "You reckless fools dare to come here and seek death? Do you not realize where this is? This is Orochimaru-sama's base. What gives you the audacity to intrude here? You're truly courting disaster. Huh? A bunch of oblivious brats. Do you think you're invincible, unafraid of death?" As he raged, he pointed at Hinata and Karen behind Naruto, sneering, "You even brought along 2 women, treating this place like a tourist attraction? Just wait until I take care of you 3. Orochimaru-sama will surely commend me for it." Chapter 49. Can you still kneel? Naruto gazed at the increasingly irate Kabuto, choosing not to respond. Instead, he slowly turned his head, his expression softening as he looked affectionately at Hinata and Karen. A confident smile graced his lips as he gently remarked, "I have recently invested quite a bit of thought into creating a villa within the Kamui space. Do visit it while I settle this troublesome matter, and I shall come to fetch you afterwards." Hinata and Karen exchanged knowing smiles, nodding eagerly in agreement. Taking their hands, Naruto activated Kamui. In an instant, the space warped, drawing Hinata and Karen into its depths, causing them to vanish from sight. Turning back, Naruto's previously gentle demeanor shifted abruptly into one of icy coldness. His eyes locked onto Kabuto from a distance, his voice dark and foreboding. "Four-eyed brat. It appears today is not your lucky day. Just watch as I shatter your glasses." Kabuto, witnessing the sudden disappearance of Hinata and Karen, felt a surge of shock. He realized that Naruto had mastered space ninjutsu and was exceptionally swift. He had previously underestimated this speed. Aware of the stakes, Kabuto gripped his scalpel tightly, his chakra surging rapidly as he gathered it for an attack. He lunged towards Naruto, swinging the scalpel down with ferocity. In stark contrast, Naruto stood his ground, unflinching. He did not even blink as the surgical blade approached. And an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Kabuto's attacks passed right through Naruto, as if his body were devoid of existence in this realm. Kabuto's eyes widened in disbelief as he comprehended the futility of his efforts. Despite pouring all his strength into each strike, none grazed Naruto's clothing. The situation was absurd. He was not jesting. Naruto truly seemed capable of obliterating his glasses. A chilling dread coursed through him, prompting an immediate retreat. Yet before he could distance himself, a familiar voice echoed ominously behind him. Isn't it a tad too late to consider retreating? Startled, Kabuto's heart raced. What? He caught up so quickly? And his speed seems even greater than before. This is bad. With a beer bottle in hand, Naruto struck Kabuto forcefully on the head. A dull thud resonated, accompanied by Kabuto's choked sounds as blood gushed forth. Clutching his injured head, Kabuto was consumed by fear, disregarding his wounds as he turned and fled. However, Naruto would not allow him to escape easily. In a flash, he pursued Kabuto, thrusting the shattered bottle into his abdomen. The searing pain elicited a wretched scream from Kabuto, who collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching his head and the other pressing against his bleeding stomach. In a moment of desperation, Kabuto, disregarding all pride, pleaded with Naruto. Lord Naruto, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. Please, show mercy and spare my life. Seeing Naruto's indifference, Kabuto hurriedly continued. I will compensate for your losses. If you let me go, I am willing to serve as your spy. I possess crucial information about the Akatsuki organization. Naruto, hearing this, sneered, and his chakra surged intensely. He stomped down with great force, pinning Kabuto deeply into the ground. Even Orochimaru said he would be my dog. And you dare aspire to be human? For I brat, do you truly not know the meaning of death? Kabuto trembled in fear, his voice quivering as he stammered. I would gladly be your dog, a loyal canine spy. Please, have mercy and grant me a chance at life. With a cruel expression, Naruto stomped on Kabuto's foot, twisting it mercilessly. Kabuto's anguished cries echoed as he felt as if he were being torn apart. Master, please. My ribs are broken. My spine is fractured. I beg you. Spare me. As tears streamed down his face, soaking the ground beneath him, Naruto slowly lifted his foot, yet his gaze remained icy. Though your bones may be broken, your glasses remain intact. I have yet to fulfill that wish. Before he could finish, Kabuto instinctively bit down on his glasses frame, and with a sharp crack, the lenses shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. In a desperate act, he swallowed the shards, gasping for breath as he weakly proclaimed, Master. See, they are broken. Truly broken. Witnessing this, Naruto finally exhibited a hint of satisfaction, stating, Well done, you have shown some sense. Given your injuries, you ought to be lying down now. No matter, I permit you to rest. Kabuto, relieved, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. However, before he could finish, Naruto's cold voice interrupted once more. But since you cannot rise, it seems those legs are of no use to you. Kabuto's pupils constricted in horror, realizing the impending doom. Not daring to delay, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to crawl painfully from the deep pit. Each slight movement ignited waves of excruciating agony. Finally, after a torturous struggle, Kabuto managed to raise himself, trembling as he knelt before Naruto. Despite his body's limits, he suppressed the pain, uttering with a quavering voice, Before you. Master, how could I dare to lie down? I, Kabuto, would never commit such a disrespectful act. Naruto regarded the desperate figure of Kabuto, pondering the flamboyant words of Yawatch. Can you still move? I require you to guide me through this vast Orochimaru base, which is said to extend several kilometers. Given your current condition, you should be able to manage, yes? Chapter 50. Jiraiya. The visage of Yakushi Kabuto was pale, yet his gaze exuded an unwavering resolve. He gritted his teeth tightly, grasped the scalpel, and with a swift motion, he sliced open his own abdomen. Blood gushed forth, yet Yakushi Kabuto displayed no sign of retreat. He bore the excruciating pain and thrust his hand deep into his own body, searching fervently until he finally grasped his spine. With great difficulty, he straightened his posture, his face contorted in agony, yet he managed to force a smile as he addressed Naruto. Master, rest assured, even at the cost of my life, I shall ensure you have an excellent tour of Orochimaru's base. As a seasoned medical ninja, Yakushi Kabuto was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his actions. Yet to survive and fulfill his mission, he was prepared to risk everything. Naruto observed this scene in silence, nodding slightly before inquiring, Given your remarkable ambition and unwavering loyalty, you would not betray me, would you? Upon hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, he remained composed and swiftly replied, Absolutely not. Master, I could never betray you in this lifetime. He then bowed deeply, affirming his determination. Seeing this, Naruto contemplated letting him go, but that was out of the question. He left behind a shadow clone and instructed, Very well, you shall accompany this clone and continue to explore the base. I have some important matters to attend to and must take my leave. Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly bowed again in gratitude, respectfully stating, Please, Master, do as you must. Should you require my services, do not hesitate to command me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Naruto activated his Kimyui, vanishing from sight and entering a mysterious realm. Within the Kamui space, Naruto arrived at the entrance of a castle. He observed Hinata and Karen joyfully wandering about the castle, their laughter echoing throughout its halls. Hinata's charming face radiated happiness as she moved gracefully, while Karen, brimming with vivacity, hopped around, curiously exploring every nook and cranny of the castle. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Naruto felt a surge of warmth within him. His gaze grew distant, as if his thoughts were drifting far away. Yet, just moments later, he snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for relaxation. Taking a deep breath, he called out to the frolicking Hinata and Karen. All right, enough of the games. We must head out and find a suitable location to relocate this castle. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata and Karen immediately ceased their activities and swiftly ran to his side. Before long, the three of them vanished from the spot as they activated Kamui together. Their figures were transported from the Kamui space and materialized within Orochimaru's base. At that moment, Orochimaru returned, accompanied by Sasuke. Naruto quickly approached, extending the scroll in his hand towards Sasuke, and spoke slowly. All right. Let us arrange things this way for now. We must also begin our actions and head to the land of snow to establish a base. Sasuke furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked Naruto, why choose the land of snow for our base? That place is perpetually shrouded in snow. Naruto chuckled in response, explaining, you are unaware. Being a southerner, I have not witnessed snow in quite some time. Moreover, I've heard that the land of snow possesses a miraculous treasure capable of transforming the entire nation into spring. It can even control the snowfall. How incredible. As for the organization's name, I will inform you via the hawk once I decide. For now, focus on your training here to enhance your strength. And once the base is established, you can join Orochimaru. Sasuke nodded in agreement and cautioned, very well, then, take care on your journey. At that moment, the usually silent Orochimaru stepped forward, producing a map from his cloak and handing it to Naruto. He pointed to a marked location and said, Naruto, not far north from here lies a small town with a train station. You can take a train to the land of snow, which will save you considerable time and energy. Please refrain from criticizing the inclusion of trains. It is necessary for the plot. After receiving the map, Naruto nodded and then called Hinata and Karen over. The trio waved farewell to Sasuke. However, just as Naruto stepped halfway out of Orochimaru's base towards the train town, a figure suddenly appeared ahead of him. The person had flowing white hair, their eyes fixated intently on Naruto. They opened their mouth and slowly spoke. You, young man, have stirred quite a calamity. Where do you think you're off to? Come back to Konoha with me at once. Naruto turned to face the individual standing before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, soon overshadowed by a complex emotion. The figure was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Taking a deep breath, Naruto addressed Jiraiya. Actually, I intended to seek you out to say goodbye, but then I thought, there will be time in the future to meet again. Jiraiya, bewildered, furrowed his brow and queried, strange, this should be our first meeting, yet why do you seem so familiar with me? Chapter 51, Cult of the Dark God. Naruto gazed calmly at Jiraiya before him. In this world of Hokage, if Jiraiya's fate could be rewritten, then let it be. If not, it mattered not. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a scroll deftly soared into Jiraiya's hands. A playful smile crept upon Naruto's face as he slowly spoke. I am indeed quite familiar with you. You are my father, Minato Namikaze, teacher, one of the legendary three, Jiraiya. Jiraiya instinctively caught the scroll, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he never anticipated Naruto would utter such words. After a brief hesitation, he regained his composure, fixing a determined gaze upon Naruto as he proclaimed, since you are aware of my identity, let us return to the Hidden Leaf Village together. Upon hearing this, Naruto couldn't and Appos, help but chuckle lightly. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted beneath him, lifting him, Hinata, and Karen gently into the air. As they ascended, the smile on Naruto's face broadened, and he called out, Haha, how can you assure me that upon my return to the leaf, I and Appos, be executed? After all, I have personally slain many of our comrades, even numerous villagers. At this declaration, the atmosphere turned tense. Jiraiya's brow furrowed, his lips parted as if to speak, but hesitated. Finally, he could not suppress his anger and shouted, Naruto, have you fallen? Naruto lowered his head slightly, fixing his gaze firmly on Jiraiya as he slowly replied, You are too arrogant, Jiraiya. No one has ever stood atop the heavens from the beginning, neither you nor I, not even the gods. But the intolerable void of the throne above will soon come to an end. From this day forth, I shall stand at the pinnacle. Having spoken these words, Naruto internally mused, pressing the King's blue die certainly has a flair for the dramatic. He then activated Kamui, unleashing a formidable spatial force that warped reality, causing Naruto, Hinata, and Karen to gradually vanish into thin air. Jiraiya was left standing alone, clutching the scroll, his gaze filled with melancholy and helplessness as he watched Naruto and the others disappear. Jiraiya was acutely aware of the transgressions Naruto had committed in the Leaf Village. The higher-ups would undoubtedly not let him off lightly, and the ordinary villagers harbored deep resentment and dissatisfaction towards him. Alone, He could not hope to shield Naruto from their wrath. Despite his reluctance, Jiraiya could only watch as Naruto departed. Before long, Naruto, accompanied by Hinata and Karen, arrived at a quaint town with a train station. It was market day, and the streets were lined with various stalls, filled with the lively sounds of bargaining and chatter. The streets were adorned with fresh fruits and vegetables, exquisite handcrafted goods, and mouth-watering local delicacies. In this moment, Naruto appeared at ease, showing no urgency to head to the land of snow. Instead, he enthusiastically strolled through the town with Hinata and Karen, their laughter echoing as they savored this rare leisure time. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered through most of the town, and the sky was gradually darkening. As night approached, the trio decided to find an inn to rest for the night before taking the train the next day. Naruto began searching for suitable accommodations. However, the street ahead was lined with various shop entrances, while the inn seemed to be tucked away in secluded alleys. As they turned into a narrow alley, Naruto remarked, "There's an inn not far ahead. Let us go." Just as he spoke, an ominous sense of danger surged within him. Naruto keenly sensed the presence of 5 burly men behind them, while another 5 appeared ahead, encircling them. The leader, with a sinister grin, exclaimed, "Haha, we've finally got ourselves a foreigner. I've been waiting here for days. Today is your unlucky day?" Another man, leering with wicked intent, boasted, "Hee, look at this kid, flanked by 2 beautiful ladies. We're in for a treat. We'll take turns having our fun." Before he could finish his lewd remarks, a shriek pierced the air as his head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. The remaining 9 men froze in shock, unable to utter a sound in terror. They soon realized that, unbeknownst to them, Naruto had acquired a watermelon knife, the blade glistening with crimson blood. The leader, now furious, bellowed, "You've sealed your fate. Do you know whom you've just killed? He was a member of our cult of the Dark God. Our leader is an indestructible force. How dare you slay one of our brothers? You are courting death." Naruto, upon hearing this, slowly turned to face Hinata and Karen, smiling as he instructed, "You two listen carefully. Close your eyes for 10 seconds and cover your ears with your hands. Absolutely no peeking or listening, okay?" Exchanging glances, Hinata and Karen nodded obediently and followed Naruto's directions. The moment they closed their eyes, Naruto sprang into action. In an instant, he moved with deadly precision, each strike infused with unyielding intent. Within a mere 3 seconds, the remaining 9 men fell before they could utter a sound, their lives extinguished. The alley was enveloped in a thick, metallic scent of blood, pooling into dark red streams that stained the once quiet corner crimson. Expressionless, Naruto crouched beside one of the corpses, meticulously searching until he discovered a token. The token was entirely black, engraved with the 2 characters, Dark God. Naruto pondered, could that individual be here? Chapter 52. The stubborn hide in Naruto closed his eyes as his body began to absorb natural chakra. Enveloped in a gentle green glow, the Sage Mode was activated. His formidable sensory power spread out like an invisible net, rapidly extending from his position, enveloping the entire train town in an instant. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "I found you." The chakra fluctuations emanating from this individual were unmistakably greater than those of an ordinary person. It had to be him. Turning his gaze toward Hinata and Karen, who were not far off, he playfully remarked, "No need to hide. I know you two are eavesdropping. Now that we and Apos, VE confirmed our target, let us hurry on and confront this so-called Apos, god of evil and Apos, and capture him. He might prove useful in the future." Hearing Naruto and Apos' words, Hinata and Karen cheekily stuck out their tongues at him. Without further hesitation, they quickly fell into step behind Naruto, heading towards their objective. After a brief moment, the trio arrived before a grand and towering structure. The house was imposing, breathtaking in its grandeur. Hinata and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment as she gasped, "Wow, this place is enormous. Can such a vast building really accommodate so many people?" As she spoke, she craned her neck to gaze at the roof, her mind swirling with questions. Naruto narrowed his eyes, focusing his senses on the surrounding aura. He replied, "Indeed, while it appears absurdly large from the outside, I can sense many figures moving within the other rooms. Rather than living here, it feels more as if they are imprisoned or confined." The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before proceeding into the building. However, just as they approached the entrance, 2 burly, fully armed guards stepped forward, blocking their path. One of the guards, in a deep voice, commanded, "Halt. This is the territory of the evil god cult, and I have received no orders about any visitors tonight. Who are you to intrude here?" The guard's cold gaze fixed on Naruto and the others, his grip on his weapon tightening instinctively. The other guard turned his attention to Hinata and Karen, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he said, "Heh. Or perhaps you are here to offer us beautiful women like those other fools. If so, we might consider letting you in." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Apos' brow furrowed in irritation, inwardly cursing. "I have heard tales of the villains in the ninja world, each with their ample reasons, yet this Haiden is nothing but a pure scoundrel, devoid of any moral compass. It seems the rumors were true. Choosing silence in response to the guard's provocation, Naruto swiftly dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, wielding his blades with precision. With 2 swift strikes, the guards were dispatched before they could react, their blood splattering on the ground. Having dealt with the obstructive guards, Naruto called out for Hinata and Karen to follow him as he continued deeper into the building. At last, after overcoming the challenges along the way, Naruto stood before the final door. With a firm push, the door creaked open, revealing an intriguing sight. Hayden lounged comfortably in a large chair, flanked by 2 beautiful women attending to him with great care. Seeing this, Naruto's fury ignited. He strode forward, directly confronting Hayden, and bellowed, "After slicing my way through your pathetic underlings from the ground floor to here, my blades are dull, yet you sit here leisurely enjoying yourself?" Hayden, startled by the sudden intrusion and the commanding voice, felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly pushed the 2 women aside and stood up. Seizing a massive scythe with 3 sharp blades that lay nearby, pointing it menacingly at Naruto as he snarled, "Who the hell are you, brat? Do you have a death wish to trespass on my territory?" Disregarding Hayden's threats, Naruto's gaze swept over the trembling women hiding in the corner. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere of the room filled with captive women, he turned back to Hayden, sneering, "You truly know how to indulge yourself, don't you? You think you can act with impunity just because of your so-called immortality?" Hayden's anger flared uncontrollably at the insult. He shouted, "Not talking, huh? Then you can die." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, scythe raised high above his head, aiming to cleave Naruto in 2. Naruto, unfazed, swiftly dodged Hayden and Appo's attack and seized the peculiar scythe with his left hand. With his right hand, he delivered a swift slice, severing Hayden and Appo's limbs with ease. Then, channeling his strength, he delivered a powerful kick to Hayden's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Hayden was sent crashing into the wall behind him, the impact creating deep cracks as he sprawled helplessly on the floor. In Sage mode, Naruto was more than a match for Hayden. Even the most formidable of opponents would be no challenge. Now incapacitated, Hayden writhed on the ground, cursing, "You bastard. I will curse you. You will surely meet your end at the hands of Lord Jashin." Naruto gazed down at Hayden, his voice icy as he replied, "I have a fondness for stubborn individuals. Let us see if you beg for mercy in the next chapter." Chapter 53. After the excursion, journey to the land of snow without a moment's hesitation. Naruto activated his Kimyui, unleashing a formidable surge of ocular power that swiftly transported Hayden into the execution chamber of an alternate dimension. Meanwhile, Hinata and Karen found themselves in a different castle, one brimming with laughter and joy. They reveled in their play, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. In stark contrast, Hayden, now confined within the execution chamber, was engulfed in sheer panic. He gazed fearfully at the unfamiliar and shadowy surroundings, involuntarily emitting a chorus of anguished wails. Within this chamber, Naruto had meticulously prepared for everything. He had crafted a unique nutrient machine specifically for Hayden, the reason for such meticulous effort being an interview he had seen with Kishimoto. Kishimoto revealed that if Hayden were buried underground for an extended period without essential nutrients, he would ultimately succumb to death. To prevent Hayden from perishing too easily, Naruto devised this nutrient machine and connected Hayden to it. After completing these preparations, Naruto coldly observed Hayden and slowly spoke, "You, beast, find pleasure in self-harm. To you, ordinary knife attacks are merely a form of enjoyment. Therefore, let this machine serve you day and night, allowing you to indulge thoroughly." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hayden's pupils dilated in terror, an ominous foreboding rising within him. Although he was uncertain of Naruto's intentions, the intense sense of danger was unmistakable. A sinister smile crept across Naruto and Appo's lips as he gently pressed the activation button on the machine, filled with nutrient liquid. With a faint hum, the machine sprang to life. Naruto's gaze fixated on the horrified Hayden as he explained, "Listen closely, Hayden. The nutrient liquid is no ordinary substance. It contains countless minuscule and razor-sharp blades. These blades will flow through your body alongside the nutrient liquid, providing you with the necessary sustenance to ensure your survival, while simultaneously severing your blood vessels and bodily tissues. How does that feel? Quite comfortable, isn't it?" Haraha. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Hayden's heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the chamber. Stop. This is utterly outrageous." Hayden's eyes bulged, his veins throbbing as his face contorted in excruciating agony. "Please, stop. This is too much." Hayden's desperate cries reverberated through the room. This torment was an unprecedented nightmare for someone as arrogant as him. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning of being alive, yet wishing for death, even developing a profound yearning for it. "Please, I beg you. I know I was wrong." Hayden pleaded with a trembling voice. "I don't even know where I offended you. Please, show mercy. I kneel before you." Bound tightly, Hayden could not truly kneel. He could only writhe in futile attempts to free himself, but all was in vain. He continued to plead, "If you stop this machine, I will follow you faithfully from now on, as your most loyal servant." Naruto had refrained from killing Hayden for more profound considerations. Keeping this individual alive could prove beneficial. Should he obtain the blood of others in the future and have Haiden consume it, he could utilize Haiden's peculiar cursed abilities to eliminate some adversaries. With this thought in mind, Naruto contentedly closed the heavy door of the execution chamber, allowing Haiden to revel in his own joyful time. As Naruto emerged from the Kimui space, he noticed that the sky outside had gradually brightened. He released the innocent women captured by Haiden and dismantled the edifice that symbolized the evil deity. With a resounding crash, the entire structure collapsed, marking the complete eradication of the evil cult. The liberated individuals, with tears in their eyes and gratitude in their hearts, knelt before Naruto in profound thanks. They expressed their heartfelt respect for the hero in the most sincere manner before joyfully rushing home. Naruto slowly turned his gaze back to the quaint town, remarking, "It seems the local authorities are utterly inept, allowing Haiden to wreak havoc here." Hinata, upon hearing this, softly replied, "Perhaps the local officials are not merely negligent. They might have connections with Haiden. During my stay at Haiden's residence, I accidentally discovered a photograph of him with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire." Upon hearing this, Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating, but soon waved his hand dismissively, declaring, never mind, why concern ourselves with such trivial matters? Let us continue to explore the town." In this charming town, Naruto, Hinata, and Karen became local heroes after resolving the Haiden issue. The town's management, wishing to express their gratitude, gifted them a villa, seemingly to silence them. Naruto graciously accepted this generous gift and decided to temporarily settle there, having lost himself amidst the local charm. For the next month and a half, they indulged in the unique customs and culture of the town, enjoying countless cream puffs. From the fragrant local delicacies wafting through the streets to the breathtaking vistas hidden in the mountains, they savored the diverse culinary delights and explored every corner of this land, absorbing its beauty. After a month and a half of reveling in the town's allure, they finally made their way to the train station, ready to venture to the land of snow. In no time, Naruto and his companions purchased their tickets and settled into their compartment, awaiting the train's departure. However, outside the door, they overheard the voices of Kakashi and Sakura, along with the discussions of numerous guards regarding a film shoot. Naruto paused, thinking, what a coincidence. Are they heading to the land of snow for a mission? I recall this is for the princess of the snow country. Sakura has finally recovered after over a month. How splendid. The fun is about to begin. Hinata, feeling a bit anxious, realized that since they were comrades from Konoha, approaching them would likely result in being captured. Naruto gently squeezed Hinata's hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm here. This trip to the land of snow won't be dull at all." Chapter 54. Even idle time can be torturous. Naruto gradually rose from his seat, gazing down at Hinata, and softly spoke. "It has been over a month since I and Appos, been out. I intend to visit some old friends I haven't and Appos, seen in a while. My dear, would you care to join me?" Hinata lowered her head slightly, gently shook it, and replied in a soft voice, "No, Naruto. I think I'll wait for you here. But you must be cautious. After all, you are now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha." Upon finishing her words, Hinata lifted her head, revealing a trace of concern in her eyes. Naruto smiled and nodded reassuringly before turning to walk toward Kakashi's private room. Inside Kakashi's room, he was gazing intently at Sakura, his expression serious as he inquired, "You've just spent over a month in the hospital. Why are you so eager to undertake a mission? Is your health truly restored?" Sakura, upon hearing this, wore a resigned smile. Deep down, she was reluctant to embark on this mission, but the thought of her beloved Sasuke still trapped by Orochimaru, waiting for her rescue, compelled her to leave the comfort of her hospital bed. She needed to hone her skills to save Sasuke, and with Naruto no longer able to assist her, she had to rely solely on herself. Taking a deep breath, she responded with determination, "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei. I am almost fully recovered. Even if Naruto were to appear before me right now, I am confident in my abilities to confront him. I could easily pin him down like a dog, and he would be begging for mercy." Kakashi, taken aback by Sakura's bold declaration, couldn't help but chuckle wryly, thinking, "Such deep feelings for Sasuke, yet why must you disparage Naruto? Should he truly appear, you might find yourself unhappy." Recognizing her resoluteness, he decided further persuasion would be futile. He nodded gently and turned his gaze toward the window. At that moment, the door to Kakashi and Appos' room creaked open, revealing Naruto, whose face was alight with joy as he stepped inside. His expression radiated delight as he exclaimed, "Wow, is this for real? Sakura, you've become quite formidable. I can't believe it. Let's see how much you've improved over the past month and a half." Upon hearing Naruto's voice, both Kakashi and Sakura's pupils widened in shock, as if struck by a sudden fright. Kakashi reacted swiftly, almost instinctively leaping from his seat, standing upright as he urgently asked, "Naruto, how did you end up here?" Meanwhile, Sakura, who had been brimming with bravado moments before, now appeared as timid as a frightened animal, cowering behind Kakashi, trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Naruto's presence was like a haunting specter to her, compelling her to seek refuge. Naruto's innocent, wide eyes glanced downwards, resting on the quivering figure of Sakura behind Kakashi. A subtle, Mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he casually remarked, I merely came to say hello. But I couldn't help but overhear some rather provocative remarks about me. Must you speak ill of me behind my back, you little rascal? Sakura and Appos, as pupils, already constricted from fear, now shrank to the size of pinpricks. Dismissing her dignity and pride, she scrambled from behind Kakashi, dropping to her knees, and fervently banged her head against the hard floor, crying out, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Naruto. It was all a joke. I would never speak ill of you. I'm a dog, a wretched dog. Please spare me. Observing the battered floor, Naruto couldn't help but reflect, truly. A ninja with a broad forehead possesses a remarkably hard head. He then shifted his gaze away from Sakura, choosing to disregard her antics. For he had come merely to greet them, not to engage in conflict. Turning to Kakashi with a smile, he said, Kakashi-sensei, please have a seat. We are merely passing through to the land of snow. There is no need for such tension, as if I were waiting here specifically for you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi scrutinized him closely, noting the absence of any signs indicating a desire to attack, which allowed him to relax slightly. During the battle in Konoha, he had been compelled to recuperate for an extended period due to the use of his Kimui technique. Had it not been for this, he would have sought out Naruto much sooner. Now, seizing this rare opportunity, he could engage in a meaningful conversation with Naruto. Nodding thoughtfully, Kakashi slowly took a seat. Naruto was the first to speak. Sensei, please enlighten me about the recent happenings in the village. Have there been any significant events? I'm not looking for anything in particular. I just wish to stay informed about Konoha. Kakashi regarded Naruto's concerned expression, feeling a stir of emotion as he thought. Perhaps this is an opportunity to help him reintegrate into Konoha. He began to speak slowly. Naruto, the third Hokage has felt immense guilt for the pain he caused you and has voluntarily requested to step down from his position. The role of the fifth Hokage is now held by Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary three. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, for he understood that Jiraiya, with his penchant for wandering and writing, would never assume the mantle of Hokage. Thus, it was only natural for Tsunade to take on the role of the fifth Hokage. Observing Naruto and Appos' calm demeanor, Kakashi continued, our current mission involves escorting a popular movie star, known by her stage name Fuji Wind Snow, to the land of snow for the filming of the final scenes of her movie. This mission should be devoid of any threats from rogue ninjas. It is merely an opportunity to enjoy the scenery and relax. By the way, Naruto, what is your purpose in traveling to the land of snow? Chapter 55. Setting aside facts, Naruto had no intention of concealing his true purpose, for he believed that disseminating this information would draw more visitors, thereby rendering the situation far more intriguing. He responded to Kakashi, stating, I plan to journey to the land of snow and establish my own organization. If conditions permit, I aspire to create a ninja village akin to Konoha. What do you think? Is my ambition not grand? Upon hearing this, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback before he replied. Establishing a ninja village is no simple task. It entails a myriad of complex and tedious matters. Moreover, the third Hokage has already indicated that if you are willing to return to Konoha, everyone will forgive your past transgressions. He even promised to personally vouch for you, allowing you to shed your rogue ninja status and reclaim your place among Konoha's shinobi. Naruto, initially stunned by this revelation, soon broke into a radiant smile. Really? So they have already forgiven me? That is truly wonderful, Sensei. I am genuinely delighted to receive their understanding. However, Kakashi failed to grasp the underlying meaning behind Naruto's words. He hastily continued to advise, indeed, Naruto, since that is the case, you should hurry. But before he could finish, Kakashi suddenly sensed something was amiss. He gazed at Naruto, whose eyes unmistakably glimmered with a murderous intent, coupled with an ominous surge of red chakra. At that moment, Kakashi thought to himself, oh no, could it be that Naruto's words were merely a fade? Judging by the look in his eyes, it was evident that, without regard for Kakashi's thoughts, Naruto slowly rose to his feet, delivering a sharp slap to Sakura. He declared, Sensei, one day I will return to Konoha, but I fear Konoha may not desire my return. Regardless, I have little else to occupy my time. Let us journey together, reliving the resurrection of Team 7. I wish to undertake some missions and seek a bit of amusement. Well then, I shan't disturb your rest any longer. I will be next door. Call for me if needed. Farewell. With that, Naruto turned and exited, closing the door behind him. Kakashi did not oppose Naruto's desire to join in on missions, recognizing that shared experiences were essential to mending Naruto's heart. As Sakura watched Naruto leave, she finally exhaled in relief. Kakashi, however, gazed at her with disappointment, admonishing, if you continue to embarrass me like this, I shall not take you along next time. Coincidentally, Teacher Red is in need of an extra member. You could team up with them. You are truly unbearable. Sakura stood frozen, tears streaming down her face in silence, uncertain if she was mourning or merely shaken by Naruto's actions. The members of Team 7 had expressed their disdain for her, plunging her into a spiral of self-doubt. Yet soon enough, the little fairy that she was, she fiercely berated herself internally. How could I possibly be at fault? Setting aside facts, aren't they the ones in the wrong? Humph. When I return to Konoha, I shall certainly report this to Lady Tsunade. If they disdain my presence, I will simply join Teacher Red's team, and they will regret it. As Naruto ambled down the narrow and crowded corridor of the train, he was suddenly met with a cacophony of heated arguments. The voices emanated from a nearby room, rife with anger and discontent. I refuse to go to the land of snow. Do you dare to force me? The train hasn't even departed yet. I demand to disembark immediately. Accompanied by this furious outburst, a figure surged from the room, rushing headlong towards Naruto. In her haste, she failed to notice her surroundings and collided forcefully with Naruto's chest. Momentarily dazed by the unexpected impact, Naruto quickly regained his composure. He looked at the woman before him and thought, isn't that Fujike's Yuki? It appears she is still intent on escaping, unwilling to partake in this filming. Before Naruto could utter a word, the woman glared at him furiously, exclaiming, "Get away from me. You vile ninjas, how dare you use Jinjutsu on me? It's infuriating." Upon hearing her words, Naruto immediately understood, without a doubt. This was the handiwork of that rascal Kakashi. Shaking his head in resignation, he cleared his throat and addressed the irate Yuki. "Are you truly that afraid of the land of snow? If that is the case, would you like me to help you reclaim it?" At Naruto and Appo's suggestion, the previously enraged Yuki froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she scrutinized the confident young man with yellow hair before her. After a moment, she eagerly inquired, "How do you know about this? I have never mentioned it to anyone outside. Who on earth are you?" Naruto chuckled lightly, handing her a room number and whispering, "Come to my room tonight. I will share what you wish to know. I will assist you." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Yuki in stunned silence. As Naruto cheerfully entered his compartment, he settled into his seat and engaged in light conversation with Hinata and Karen, the atmosphere warm and inviting. Hinata gently remarked, "What a coincidence. I never expected to travel on this windflower train with Kakashi-sensei." Naruto, initially taken aback by her words, expressed his surprise. "Windflower train? Did you just say it's the Windflower line?" Hinata, observing Naruto's reaction, smiled softly and explained, "What's the matter, dear? It's perfectly normal for there to be a transportation service named the Windflower Train in Windflower Town, isn't it?" Her beautiful, enchanting eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. Naruto, pondering her words, nodded thoughtfully but could not resist glancing at the room number. It clearly displayed the inscription, Windflower 520. He silently mused, "Wait a minute. This is indeed the Windflower Train. Doesn't that mean it directly connects to the land of snow? The snow ninjas must be lying in wait aboard the train, preparing to strike once we arrive in the land of snow." At this moment, the train began to slowly pull away, gradually accelerating towards the land of snow. Chapter 56. Choosing to help. The battle begins at this moment. Naruto was in sage mode, attuned to his surroundings, and pondered, "I wonder if the snow ninja will launch an attack tonight." He furrowed his brow and turned to Hinata and Karen beside him, softly suggesting, "If you have had enough of the snowy landscape, we should retreat to the castle in the Kamui space for the night. For some reason, I have a foreboding feeling that a battle may soon erupt here." Upon hearing this, Karen instantly nodded with excitement, exclaiming, "Sure, that castle is so much fun. There are still many areas I have yet to explore." As she spoke, she tightly grasped Hinata and Appo's hand. Karen and Appo's enthusiasm stemmed not only from her curiosity about the castle, which she had not fully explored during her last visit, but also from the overwhelming strength of Naruto. During their time in Windflower Town, they had taken turns making cream puffs but had been unable to surpass Naruto's prowess. After a month and a half of diligent effort, they were feeling quite exhausted and desired a proper rest. Seeing that Hinata and Karen agreed, Naruto activated Kamui and transported them into the castle for a leisurely stroll. As time passed, night gradually descended, and amidst the heavy snowfall, silence enveloped the surroundings, only interrupted by the sound of a train passing by. Naruto sat quietly in a private room, lost in thought. Suddenly, a gentle knock interrupted the tranquility. His heart tightened slightly, and he mused, "It seems the battle is about to commence." Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he called out, "Come in." As soon as he spoke, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a figure stepping inside. It was Fujike's Yuki, who entered with determination, smoothly closing the door behind her and swiftly locking it, a series of actions executed with fluid grace. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Naruto as she spoke, "Speak. Since you claim you can help me reclaim the land of snow, you must have conditions." A faint smile graced Naruto's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you trust me so readily? Aren't you afraid I might betray you? Moreover, do you truly understand my strength?" Fujike's Yuki showed no signs of fear, meeting Naruto's gaze. She responded, "The infamous rogue ninja of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, your reputation precedes you, even overshadowing my films. Unfortunately, relying solely on conventional means will not suffice for me to reclaim my rightful land of snow. Therefore, I must enlist the power of a rogue ninja, regardless of the cost." Naruto felt a stir within him upon hearing this. He gazed into Fujike's Yuki's unwavering eyes, reflecting on how similar her expression of hatred and resolution was to his own past. Any thoughts of taking advantage of this opportunity faded away. He decided to let it go this time, thinking that her fervor for vengeance resembled his own, and he could consider taking advantage of the situation another time. In his inner world, the system chimed in. Ding. Host, did you just equate the battle to making cream puffs? You truly are incorrigible. I have prepared an entire forbidden technique package for you, and you dare speak of pastries? Startled, Naruto retorted, what is this? Are you rebelling against me? How outrageous. After all these years of fighting, do I not deserve a moment of enjoyment? Ignoring the system's incessant chatter, he turned his attention back to Yuki's enchanting visage. Allowing a warm smile to surface as he gently said, just call me Naruto. This time, I will be acting alongside my fellow ninja from Konoha. Rest assured, while we film, we shall also reclaim the land of snow. Yuki was taken aback by Naruto's words. She had anticipated him to present conditions or demands. Yet he responded so readily and appeared confident. A smile blossomed on her face as she replied softly, I see. Thank you so much, Naruto. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kazahana Yuki, but you can call me Yuki. However, Naruto, do you truly not require anything from me? Naruto waved his hand casually and responded with determination. I have a plan. I intend to establish an organization in the Land of Snow and set up a base here. So, Yuki, once you become the ruler of the Land of Snow, please do support me. Kazahana Yuki initially looked taken aback, her face betraying a hint of disappointment as she sighed softly. At this moment, the system could not suppress its sarcasm. What does that sigh of disappointment mean? Are you hoping for something more? I can't believe this. She had anticipated that Naruto would summon her in the dead of night to request something more intimate. However, after hearing his words, her initial disappointment was quickly overshadowed by admiration for Naruto's grand ambition. Kazahana Yuki smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she cheerfully exclaimed. So Naruto harbors such magnificent aspirations. That's simply wonderful. If I successfully become the ruler of the Land of Snow, I will wholeheartedly support you. Naruto returned her smile. But just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the adjacent room. He thought to himself, the snow ninja is about to make a move. Turning to Kazahana Yuki, he said, yes. You should stay here tonight. It's safer. I'll step out for a moment, just to buy some oranges. Just stay put here. Meanwhile, the snow ninjas, upon entering Kazahana Yuki's room and finding it empty, exchanged puzzled glances before hastily turning to flee into the hallway. However, as they reached the corridor, a figure suddenly blocked their path. It was Kakashi. With arms crossed and a sharp gaze fixed on the three snow ninjas, he smirked and taunted, well, what do we have here? A few late-night wanderers, are we? Hungry enough to rise from your slumber in search of a midnight snack? One of the snow ninjas, named Wolf Fong Avalanche, darkened his expression and retorted angrily, humph. I didn't expect a Konoha ninja to be so lacking in manners, just a bunch of beasts. Allow me to teach you about etiquette today. As he spoke, he drew a specially crafted weapon from his cloak, readying himself for battle. Despite the provocation, Kakashi remained calm and composed. He shrugged lightly and replied nonchalantly, actually, I used to have quite a bit of decorum, but then I took on a disciple, and well, he led me astray. With that, Kakashi slowly raised his left hand, gently pushing aside his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan eye. Chapter 57. The defenseless snow ninja. Kakashi's gaze was piercing as he swiftly withdrew a kunai from his pocket, charging towards the trio of snow ninjas ahead. They had not anticipated his abrupt offensive. Who was truly the villain here? Moreover, Kakashi appeared quite different from the intelligence they had gathered. Was he always this volatile? In an instant, Kakashi plunged into the enemy ranks, engaging in fierce combat with the three snow ninjas. The sound of sharp metal clashing echoed through the night, shattering the stillness and drawing the attention of passengers aboard the train, who peered out in curiosity. In such a confined space, Kakashi's Sharingan granted him a significant advantage. He faced off against three formidable snow ninjas, showing no signs of retreat. Each of his strikes was swift and aimed directly at their vital points. After another intense exchange of weaponry, the four combatants momentarily withdrew, each taking a few steps back. At this moment, the furious Wolf Fong Avalanche shouted at Kakashi, Kakashi, you've got guts. Just wait here for me. Once we disembark, I'll see what I can do about you. If it weren't for the cramped conditions that prevent large-scale jutsu and the fact that this train was financed by the boss, I would have ended you by now. Kakashi, however, offered no retort to Wolf Fong Avalanche's taunts. Instead, he rapidly began to gather chakra in his palms. As the chakra coalesced, brilliant arcs of lightning began to form in his hand. Raikiri, he shouted, leaping towards the snow ninjas with ferocity. Wolf Fong Avalanche's pupils constricted in terror as he screamed, damn it, Kakashi, I'm coming for you. But his shouts were drowned out by a thunderous explosion as Kakashi unleashed his lightning strike. The middle carriage of the train erupted violently, the ceiling obliterated by the sheer force of the blast. In the chaos, the three snow ninjas could no longer afford to linger. They fled into the blizzard. Kakashi, you wait. I won't let this slide. With that, they vanished into the swirling snow. Kakashi, observing their retreat, confirmed they had escaped before regaining his focus and hastening to find Fuhua Xiaoshui's room. Meanwhile, Naruto had procured a bag of oranges from somewhere and handed it to Fuhua Xiaoxue. Ding. Host, did you really buy oranges? Everyone has already fled. Of course. Kakashi can't handle everything alone. I need to look impressive too. If Fuhua Xiaoxue thinks the land of snow is easy to reclaim, that would be laughable. Naruto then addressed Fuhua Xiaoxue. It's safe now. I bought these oranges from the passengers earlier. Head back to your room. The snow ninjas have been dealt with. Fuhua Xiaoxue paused, suddenly recalling something. She dashed outside with the oranges, feeling a warmth in her heart upon seeing the gaping hole in the carriage. This must be where the battle took place. So, Naruto fought the enemy for my sake. Upon reaching Fuhua Xiaoxue's room and finding it empty, Kakashi returned to see her at the large hole. I'll fix this immediately. You should return to your room, he urged. Fuhua Xiaoxue nodded and walked back to her room, gripping the oranges tighter. Just then, Sakura lazily poked her head out and asked, What happened, Kakashi-sensei? Why is there such a huge hole at this hour? Kakashi's expression momentarily blanked, a green light flashing in his eyes as he glared at the ineffectual Sakura. All you do is sleep. The snow ninjas are attacking our home. Hurry up and fix this hole. I'll deduct the cost from your next mission. Sakura could no longer contain her frustration and shouted back, You insufferable man. You wake me up at this hour and want to use my money? Are you even a man? Don't you have any responsibility? Just wait until I get back. I'll report you and let you feel the weight of public opinion. Kakashi, now enraged, seized Sakura's head and slammed it against the ground. Oh, you think you're tough, huh? The pain jolted her senses, prompting her to cry out, Help. Sensei is hitting me. Sensei is hitting me. Hearing Sakura's distressed yelps, Kakashi continued to press her head against the floor a few more times. Eventually, she relented, declaring, I'm sorry, Sensei. I want to do it again. Please, no more. Don't take the path of crime. At that moment, Kakashi seemed to snap back to reality. Pondering why he had suddenly resorted to violence against Sakura, it was uncharacteristic of him. Realizing he had fallen victim to an illusion, he helped Sakura up and explained that he had been under the enemy's genjutsu. Still, he admitted that hitting her had been quite satisfying. Naruto, who had been observing from the shadows, gradually lifted the genjutsu on Kakashi, nodding in satisfaction. This was his first attempt at using his Kodoame Tsukimi to control another's mind, and he thought it fitting to test it on Kakashi. After all, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan was derived from Shursui and Appo's eyes. Mastering Kodoame Tsukimi was only natural. Naruto then departed with a sense of fulfillment. Returning to his room, Naruto activated his Kimui to bring Hinata and Karen back, saying, Sleep now, there are no enemies left. Enjoy the gentle rocking of the train, it's quite amusing. Hinata and Karen nodded, with Hinata speaking up, Dear, it seems that Haiden in that execution chamber has been calling your name so much that he has lost his voice. Aren't you going to check on him? Naruto paused, recalling Haiden's presence in the space. He thought, I nearly forgot. He has been in there for a month and a half. But that is fine. He must be enjoying himself. He replied, It's all right. He likes being in there. Before long, Hinata and Karen drifted off to sleep. Naruto then turned his gaze to the window, observing the blanket of snow outside. His sage mode allowed him to sense that the three snow ninjas were desperately pursuing the train from behind. Kakashi, too, stared out the window, aware that a battle awaited them upon arrival. He needed to recover his chakra swiftly. He would require Naruto's assistance to defeat the three snow ninjas. As for Sakura, she could go figure out her own issues. Chapter 58. Annihilation of the traitorous shinobi of the snow country as time gradually elapsed. 10 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. At last, the heavy and sluggish sound of the train wheels began to quiet, coming to a gentle halt at the platform and Appo's edge. Kakashi and Appo's gaze was sharp and unwavering. He called out to the crew with urgency and decisiveness, Everyone, disembark swiftly. Head to the nearby town and await my arrival. We must act quickly. No sooner had he spoken than he grasped Sakura's arm, and together they raced towards Naruto. Their objective clear, to seek his assistance. Before long, Kakashi and Sakura stood before Naruto. Kakashi, breathless, hastily recounted the events of the previous night, imploring Naruto to lend his aid in the impending fierce battle. Upon hearing Kakashi's account, Naruto nodded in agreement. In that moment, the atmosphere at the train station was fraught with tension. The small area was occupied by 4 individuals and a dog: Kakashi, Naruto, Hinata, Karen, and Sakura. Each second felt interminable as they stood in silence. Suddenly, Kakashi's expression sharpened as he sensed an ominous presence. In a flash, he activated his Sharingan and shouted, Everyone, be alert. The enemy approaches. Almost instantaneously, the ground began to tremble violently. Then, a colossal whale composed of massive ice blocks erupted from the earth, enveloped in a flurry of snow. This enormous creature, resplendent and translucent, radiated a chilling aura. It was the ice release technique, Ice Shield, one-horned white whale. Upon the whale and Appo's broad back stood 3 snow ninjas, the leader of whom bore a menacing expression. It was the avalanche of Wolf Fong. He glared down at Kakashi and the others, laughing maniacally. Huh? Kakashi, weren't you quite arrogant before? Let us see how you withstand our onslaught now. Kakashi, coldly fixated on Avalanche, felt his Sharingan whirl rapidly. He spoke slowly. This technique is impressive, but alas, it shall soon be mine. Without delay, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and declared, Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale. The world shifted as an enormous ice whale, identical to the one below, manifested and charged fiercely towards the opposing creature. A thunderous crash ensued as the two colossal beings collided, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air and caused the ground to quake violently. The fierce clash yielded no clear victor as both sides remained stalemated. Avalanche and his two companions leaped from the whale, landing firmly as a device on their chests emitted a radiant glow. A disdainful smile crept across Avalanche's face as he taunted, Copy Ninja Kakashi, your techniques are nothing but mere imitations. This battle ends here. Just as Avalanche reveled in his triumph, a voice interrupted him. Naruto, with an air of calm, remarked, What if I summon 3 more? Avalanche was taken aback, thinking, What? How could there be more? Instinctively, he looked skyward. To his astonishment, 3 equally massive whales materialized in the previously empty sky, plummeting towards the ground. Staring at the descending leviathans, Avalanche's heart sank as he muttered, What? How could 3 more appear? Who possesses such formidable power? Kakashi cannot possibly have this much chakra. His gaze darted to Naruto, who was forming hand seals, and his pupils constricted in shock. It was the very boy he had underestimated. Before Avalanche could process the situation, the gigantic whale descended upon him, engulfing him entirely. The area beside the train station was left in utter chaos from the unleashed technique. Naruto spoke slowly. 1 for each of us, no need to quarrel. The 3 rogue snow ninjas were swept beneath the ice, submerged in the frigid depths, their fates uncertain. Yet Naruto was not satisfied. He knew these traitors would not perish so easily. Thus, he entered Sage Mode and activated Susanoo. A tremendous sense of perception expanded outward, capturing the faint chakra signatures hidden beneath the water. Soon, Susanoo drew back a massive bow, conjuring a blue chakra arrow. Naruto gazed at the sea, declaring, This is a parting gift. With that, the Susanoo arrow soared across the vast ocean. With a resounding boom, the arrow pierced the sea surface, reaching the ocean floor and unleashing a cataclysmic wave. As the chakra dissipated, 3 bodies slowly surfaced from the depths. Witnessing this, Naruto wore a satisfied smile and turned towards the town of Snow Country. Hinata and Karen, who had remained composed, quickly followed in his wake. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sakura, who had observed the entire spectacle from a distance, stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the kind-hearted Naruto could unleash such ruthless decisiveness. The power displayed in that moment was truly astonishing. Not far away in the town, the guard of Windflower Xiaoxua rushed out, exclaiming, This is bad. Just now in the town, Windflower Rage came in an airship and abducted Xiaoxua. He pointed to the sky, where the airship was slowly drifting away. Naruto tossed the hexagonal crystal in his hand and replied, Why panic? What he desires is in my possession. He will wait for me. He is likely at the castle now. Let us proceed to the castle. At that moment, Sakura, feeling agitated, confronted the guard. Didn't you say there were no ninjas filming a movie? What is happening now? One after another? The guard, though embarrassed, maintained his composure. I will naturally compensate for the S-rank mission's combat expenses, but what does that have to do with you? Standing there doing nothing and still wanting money? Truly ridiculous. Sakura's face flushed with anger as she retorted, You were the one who misrepresented the mission's rank first, and you dare point fingers at me? The guard, growing more animated, shouted, With a waist like you, even if I reported an S-rank mission, do you think you're worthy? You're not even worthy of a scrap. Naruto watched the two bicker, choosing to ignore them as he made his way towards the town. Indeed, it was the guard who had misjudged the mission's level initially. But it was not a blatant falsehood. His expression indicated genuine ignorance. Moreover, if he was scolding Sakura, ridding the world of evil may not be entirely a bad thing. Chapter 59. The 9 Yuan 9 crystal. From the moment the two of them set out, Dr. Sand and Haruno Sakura engaged in relentless bickering. They accused one another of faults and quarreled over trivial matters, creating quite a lively atmosphere along the way. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the prison holding FK and Koyuki. Naruto, prioritizing the safety of Hinata and Karen, had already transported both of them into the Kemui space. Within the confines of the Snow Country's prison, the atmosphere was starkly different from that of Konoha. The facility exuded a sense of advanced technology, with metallic walls and intricate circuitry adorning the floor. Even the heavy iron door was charged with high-voltage electricity, crackling ominously from time to time. At this moment, Naruto had transformed into the guise of a snow ninja, successfully infiltrating the prison. He strode purposefully toward the room where FK and Koyuki were detained. Upon reaching the door, he noticed a talisman radiating with lightning affixed to it. Cautiously, he reached out and tore it away. With a faint crackle of electricity, the heavy prison door slowly swung open. Naruto reverted to his original form, a gentle smile gracing his face as he looked tenderly at Koyuki in the cage, softly saying, Come, let us go meet your uncle. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Koyuki abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing Naruto standing before her, Tears of excitement welled up in her eyes. Unable to contain her emotions, she leaped into Naruto's embrace. Sobbing, "Why did you come now? Do you have any idea how frightened I've been during this time?" Feeling Koyuki's body tremble in his arms, Naruto gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. A smirk of pride played on his lips, yet his expression was predominantly filled with concern for her. Once Koyuki and Appo's emotions settled slightly, the two clasped hands and strode purposefully toward the castle where FK&T resided. Meanwhile, Kakashi, accompanied by his canine companion, had already entered into a standoff with FK&T, the tension palpable between them. FK&T smirked slightly, casually toying with two walnuts in his hand, and sneered, "Humph, our snow country has always kept to ourselves. Yet here you are, Konoha's people, coming to sightsee and even slaying my subordinates. This is utterly outrageous." In the face of FK&T's accusations, Kakashi remained unfazed, calmly replying, "Those 3 snow ninjas attacked us while we were asleep. I acted in self-defense. Their deaths were entirely justified. Our purpose in coming here is merely to prevent potential threats from you in the future. Otherwise, how could we ever sleep soundly, knowing you could strike at any moment?" Hearing Kakashi's righteous words, FK&T scoffed derisively. "Oh, quite the orator. But that is of little consequence now, for soon, with this powerful secret weapon from the snow country, I shall unify the entire ninja world." Accompanied by a maniacal laugh, FK&T swiftly reached into his pocket and produced a counterfeit hexagonal crystal, purchased by Naruto for a mere 9 yuan with free shipping. He confidently approached the enormous, enigmatic machinery behind him, carefully inserting the imitation crystal into its slot. Kakashi did not intervene, calmly observing FK&T's actions. At this moment, FK&T laughed raucously, his voice echoing triumphantly as he surveyed the scene before him, as if victory was already firmly in his grasp, celebrating his success prematurely. However, after a considerable pause, silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a single response to be heard. The smile on FK&T's face gradually stiffened, ultimately fading into an awkward silence as he ceased his laughter. Confused, he turned to scrutinize the machine, pondering, "What is happening? Why is there still no reaction? Could it be that the weight has caused a malfunction? But that cannot be. Such an important device should not simply break down. Is there even a concept of an expiration date for something like this?" As FK&T was lost in contemplation, a sudden sharp crack pierced the silence. He focused intently and was taken aback. The hexagonal crystal inside had shattered, and the fragments fell into the machine's slot, completely obstructing the activation port. Now, even if he could find a genuine crystal at that moment, there would be nowhere to insert it. Witnessing this, despair washed over FK&T like a tidal wave, leaving his face ashen as he muttered to himself, "It's over, all over." Turning his back to Kakashi in the distance, he furiously shouted, "You damned fool. Koyuki, how dare you deceive me with a counterfeit? You are truly digging your own grave." At that moment, the chatter of Naruto and Koyuki echoed from the adjacent corridor, their voices growing increasingly closer. "After this event concludes, will you take me on a tour of the snow country? Especially that airship. Your technology is impressive. Do you have mobile phones?" "No, it's quite strange. We have televisions and computers, but no mobile phones, only radios. We have those in Konoha as well, used for capturing cats and dogs." Gradually, the two figures emerged from the corridor, revealing Naruto and Koyuki to the gathered audience. FK&T and Appo's gaze fell upon Koyuki standing beside Naruto, and an inferno of rage ignited within him. He flung aside his cloak, revealing the armor beneath, unleashing his chakra as he charged at Naruto. In the blink of an eye, FK&T's attack was upon Naruto, yet Naruto merely raised a hand nonchalantly to block it. Remarkably, this simple gesture halted FK&T's forceful strike. With the collision of their powers, an immense force erupted. Crack! The floor beneath Naruto splintered like a spiderweb, debris scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, the surrounding windows could not withstand the overwhelming impact, shattering into countless shards that rained down. Chapter 60. The curtain falls on the land of snow. Fenghua Nuteo stared incredulously at Naruto, who appeared remarkably at ease. A flicker of doubt arose within him. Was it possible that the combat apparatus he bore had malfunctioned? How else could his adversary so effortlessly deflect his assault? Yet, as he turned to survey the disheveled room beside him, the realization struck him. It was not his device that had failed, but rather that this opponent before him was undeniably formidable. At that moment, Naruto slowly turned to face Fenghua Nuteo, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. He spoke with nonchalance. "I have indeed been rather sparing with my kills lately. Let us commence with you." Although his words were delivered casually, the underlying intent sent a chill of dread through all present. In a heartbeat, Naruto lunged forward, seizing Fenghua Nuteo with a firm grip, and hurled him violently to the ground. To Naruto's astonishment, the chakra armor worn by Fenghua Nuteo absorbed the impact, leaving him relatively unscathed. However, Fenghua Nuteo, sprawled awkwardly on the ground, erupted into maniacal laughter. "Huh, with this chakra armor protecting me, no matter how you strike, you shall not harm me in the slightest. Ha ha." Oh no. Yet, his laughter abruptly transformed into a choked gasp. Naruto concentrated his chakra once more, easily penetrating the armor and Appo's defenses. In an instant, he grasped Fenghua Nuteo by the head, shaking him left and right before lifting him off the ground. With a cold glare, Naruto inquired, "Are you proud of your chakra armor?" As soon as the words left his lips, Naruto unleashed a powerful punch, striking Fenghua Nuteo with staggering force. There was a resounding crash, and the once impenetrable chakra armor, along with Fenghua Nuteo's garments, disintegrated into countless tiny particles, scattering into the frigid air. In the biting cold of the land of snow, Fenghua Nuteo found himself exposed and vulnerable, his body instinctively curling into a ball against the relentless chill. At that moment, his fear of the frigid air paled in comparison to the terror of the formidable Naruto before him. In his experience, no one had ever been able to obliterate his chakra armor with mere brute strength. Such an occurrence was utterly unfathomable. Akin to an ordinary individual claiming affection for Haruno Sakura, only someone utterly deluded would entertain such a notion. Now on his knees, Fenghua Nuteo fervently bowed his head, pleading, "I was wrong. Spare me." He had completely lost his will to fight. Unfazed, Naruto's eyes remained fixed on him, a smile of excitement gracing his lips as he urged, "Show me that black dragon blizzard of yours." Initially taken aback by Naruto's request, Fenghua Nuteo quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied, "Since you wish it, my lord, I shall comply." He swiftly adjusted his stance, gathering chakra as he formed intricate hand seals, the very atmosphere around him thickening with palpable energy. Black Dragon Blizzard. Just as Fenghua Nuteo was about to unleash his jutsu, Naruto's nonchalant demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wait, you're actually going to use it?" In an instant, Naruto reached into his cloak, drawing forth a watermelon knife. The chilling glint of the blade flashed, and Fenghua Nuteo had no time to react. He felt a sudden lightness as his head detached from his body, falling to the ground. The frigid air immediately froze his lifeless form. Naruto called out to Kakashi and Appo's dog, "What are you waiting for? Hurry over and clean this mess up, you lazy mutt." Sakura, upon hearing this, approached Naruto with measured steps. She silently bent down, swiftly shedding her thin outer garment, and began to wipe the bloodstains from the floor with meticulous care. The biting cold of the land of snow assaulted her, reddening her skin as her body trembled involuntarily. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered, internally cursing, "You little brat, Naruto, and you old fool, Kakashi, just wait. Once I return to Konoha and become Tsunade's apprentice, I will make you pay." As she worked, Naruto casually delivered a powerful kick to her side, catching her off guard. She stumbled forward, palms and knees crashing to the ground, pain radiating throughout her body, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling drop by drop onto the bloodstained floor. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, remained silent. He understood that, as a capable ninja, Sakura and Appo's chakra provided her with ample protection, and such an attack posed no real threat to her life. However, the humiliation she endured was indeed profound. Strangely, though, as he observed Sakura's disheveled state, a subtle sense of satisfaction stirred within him. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. The three doctors, accompanied by a cadre of fully armed guards, rushed to the scene. Upon learning of their victory, expressions of joy blossomed on their faces. With a smile, Naruto helped Fenghua Xiaoxue to her feet, and together they made their way toward the throne of the land of snow. Eventually, Fenghua Xiaoxue seated herself gracefully upon the throne, ushering in a new era for the kingdom. Standing tall, Naruto bellowed to the throngs below, "Why do you not rejoice? We have emerged victorious." The guards, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure. Within moments, thunderous applause erupted, sweeping through the palace like a tidal wave. The crowd leaped with excitement, cheers echoing through the air, their faces aglow with joy and exhilaration. In a flurry, various instruments materialized from the crowd, filling the atmosphere with jubilant melodies, elevating the celebration to new heights. Fenghua Xiaoxue sat quietly on the throne, her gaze fixed on the exuberant scene below, disbelief etched across her features, as if caught in a dream. She turned her head slowly to Naruto, reflecting, was it truly this effortless to reclaim the land of snow? How could it be so simple? All my efforts over the past decade, and this man accomplished it in mere hours. I must have him. A silent vow took root in Fenghua Xiaoxue's heart. Chapter 61. The spirit organization. Fenghua Xiaoxue sat upon the throne, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed upon the sea of excited faces below, their fervent cheers stirring deep emotions within her. She gently turned her head to look at Naruto, whose face radiated with a sunny smile. A smile graced Fenghua Xiaoxue's lips in return, a reflection of her own delight. Naruto, too, was captivated by the enthusiastic crowd, feeling gratified by their warmth. However, his gaze suddenly fell upon a figure in the corner, and the smile that had adorned his face slowly faded away. Raising his right hand, Naruto signaled for silence. He then pointed with his index finger toward an inconspicuous corner of the gathering, his voice ringing out, "Ladies and gentlemen, We are all in celebration. Yet in that corner sits a person who shows not a hint of joy. She is in tears. Could she perhaps be a spy? Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned to follow Naruto's gaze. Indeed, in that dim corner sat a woman, tears streaming down her face, Sakura Haruno. In that moment, she appeared utterly alone and helpless. Seizing the opportunity, the Sannin, with an air of provocation, exclaimed, "You speak the truth. This wretched woman must surely be a spy. Your Majesty, I urge you to order her execution to prevent future troubles." As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Whispers erupted among the crowd, and Sakura found herself the target of hostile and suspicious glances from all sides. Unable to contain her rising anger and sense of injustice, she sprang to her feet and shouted at Naruto, "You orphan without parents, Naruto, you cursed demon fox. Is this your scheme? To thwart my return to Konoha's growth? You resort to such despicable tactics. You fear my strength will surpass yours." The crowd, incensed by her insult toward their hero, began to shout in outrage. "How dare you insult our hero? Who do you think you are, you insignificant wretch, daring to slander our champion?" Soon, a chorus of calls for Sakura's execution filled the air, plunging the scene into chaos. Fenghua Xiaoxue turned her gaze toward Naruto, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Though the crowd implored her to issue a command, she understood that the ultimate decision lay with Naruto. Sensing her gaze upon him, Naruto offered her a warm smile before turning to address the crowd. "Everyone, enough. Our kind-hearted new queen has made her decision. Out of mercy, she spares this woman's life. However, she shall not escape punishment." With that, Naruto swiftly descended from the platform and approached Sakura. Grasping her hair, he forcefully dragged her to a sturdy pillar and bound her tightly. After securing her, he surveyed the crowd once more and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, there are about 50 of us here. Form a line and take turns striking this woman until you tire. Weapons are not permitted. If she can endure, she shall be released." At his words, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, eager to carry out his orders. A long line quickly formed before Sakura, and the first person stepped forward, raising a fist to deliver a brutal blow. Sakura's anguished cries echoed through the air as one after another. The crowd unleashed their fury upon her. Kakashi, standing at the back of the line, silently joined in. As an experienced ninja, he knew their fists could not inflict fatal harm on Sakura, yet he chose to participate, believing it was a necessary lesson for his disciple, all for her own good. Moreover, he could derive a sense of satisfaction from it. Was that not reasonable? This grim spectacle continued from day into night until, at last, the crowd, exhausted, came to a halt. Sakura was left battered, her voice hoarse and her consciousness fading. Meanwhile, Naruto and Fenghua Xiaoxue leisurely sipped coffee and chatted, observing the conclusion of the ordeal below. Fenghua Xiaoxue then stood, turning to the audience. "Now, it is time to announce that today marks not only the changing of rulers in the Land of Snow, but also the establishment of friendly relations with the newly formed organization, Spirit, led by Naruto. The Land of Snow shall extend its full support to this organization." The crowd erupted into cheers once more at this announcement. However, Kakashi's expression grew grave. This was not favorable news for Konoha. Naruto was an S-rank rogue ninja, and if his organization operated in secrecy like Akatsuki, few would object. But if it emerged into the open, it would be seen as a provocation to the great nations. It was clear that capturing an S-rank rogue in the Land of Snow would be an impossibility. Naruto understood the implications but cared little, having acquired such formidable power. He saw no reason to live in the shadows any longer. "Let them come. We shall fight until none dare approach." Rising to his feet, he proclaimed, "Let the music play, and the dance continue." After a lengthy celebration, the following day, Kakashi carried a cage containing the now broken Sakura. Unable to walk and requiring transport back to Konoha for treatment, he stood guard beside Fenghua Xiaoxue, immersing himself in the filming of their grand finale movie. The treasure of the Land of Snow, a massive geothermal engine, was obstructed by a false hexagonal crystal, and repairing this fault would take time. At that moment, Naruto led Hinata and Karen to the summit of another snow-capped peak. Surveying the breathtaking panorama of rolling mountains blanketed in white, Naruto turned to his companions and asked, "What do you think of this place? Establishing our base here would not only provide a strategic advantage, but also allow us to enjoy the various snowscapes." Hinata nodded in agreement, a smile lighting up her face as she softly replied, "Yes, it truly is wonderful here, with such an expansive view. I think this would be a splendid location." Karen also expressed her approval, nodding enthusiastically. The three shared a smile, united in their vision. Chapter 62. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, his chakra coalescing as a blue Susanoo manifested before him. Grasping a long Susanoo blade firmly in hand, he swung it forward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that surged ahead. With a thunderous roar, the mountain before him was cleaved in two, the massive summit effortlessly flattened, sending countless stones tumbling down and raising a cloud of dust. Subsequently, Naruto activated Kamui. Amidst a distortion of light, a castle gradually came into view. This fortress, crafted from a unique metallic substance, was remarkably resilient, impervious to even the most forceful impacts. Its foundation was meticulously designed with special materials, firmly rooted and unyielding to external disturbances. The castle was further fortified with a powerful barrier, effectively repelling various intrusions. Numerous advanced automated machine guns were strategically positioned along the walls. Upon detecting an approaching enemy, these guns would spring to life, weaving an impenetrable net of firepower. Naruto, accompanied by Hinata and Karen, entered the castle and Appo's interior, traversing through the expansive and opulent corridors until they reached the grand hall at the center. The hall was adorned in resplendent gold and jewels. Naruto strode directly to the main seat, turned, and sat down, closing his eyes to delve into his inner world. System. Activate the Forbidden Technique Selection Package. I wish to choose the Flying Thunder God Technique. Ding. Successfully learned the Flying Thunder God Technique. Following this, Naruto focused his chakra and placed a marker on his seat, then stood and handed 2 kunai to Karen and Hinata, saying, should you encounter any difficulties, infuse your chakra into these special kunai, and I shall arrive swiftly. I wish to check on the progress of the filming for Windflower, Snow. Would you like to join me? Hinata grasped Karen's hand and gently shook her head, saying, darling, you should go alone this time. We have yet to fully explore the castle's automated defense system. Naruto nodded and then activated Kimui to teleport away. The film set was abuzz with activity. Crew members busy arranging props and equipment as the scene neared completion. At that moment, space distorted and Naruto appeared nearby. He swiftly turned his head, his gaze landing on a cage not far away. There, Sakura Haruno crouched in the corner of the cage, her expression one of sheer terror. Naruto furrowed his brow and slowly approached the cage, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. When he was just steps away, he halted, his face a mask of astonishment as he asked, what happened to you? Who locked you in here? Do you have some peculiar preference? At the sound of Naruto's voice, Sakura's body trembled violently as if struck by immense fear. Her eyes widened, her complexion pale as a sheet, her lips quivering and drooling as she could only emit muffled sounds of distress. Kakashi, standing nearby, stepped forward to explain to Naruto. It must be due to your previous actions that inflicted severe psychological trauma on her. Since then, she has been reduced to this state, babbling incoherently. Naruto, I recall you once had affection for Sakura. Why now do you harbor such animosity toward her? Upon hearing Kakashi and Appo's words, a slight smile graced Naruto and Appo's lips. He slowly raised his head, gazing into the distance as he softly replied, Kakashi-sensei, you are correct. I once had feelings for Sakura. However, people change, and times evolve. I am no longer the person I once was. With that, Naruto retrieved the headband symbolizing the Hidden Leaf Village from his pocket. He gripped it tightly, then drew a kunai and forcefully slashed at the leaf symbol on the headband. With a rasp, a deep gash marred the headband, transforming the once proud symbol into a mark of a rogue ninja. Kakashi silently observed the ruined headband in Naruto's hand, then raised his gaze to meet Naruto's resolute eyes. In that moment, he comprehended that Naruto had resolved to sever ties with his past, perhaps forever unable to return to the former Team 7. After completing his act, Naruto addressed Kakashi, saying, Sensei, I left in such haste last time that I didn't get to bid you farewell. After this farewell, the next time we meet may be in battle. Kakashi understood the gravity of the situation and sighed. He hoisted Sakura's cage over his shoulder, waved goodbye to Naruto, and made his way toward the train station. His mission had been successfully completed, and he could now return to the Hidden Leaf. At that moment, Windflower, Snow approached, taking Naruto's hand joyfully and exclaiming, why have you arrived so late? The filming is done. Come with me. She then pulled Naruto into the resting room, where they cheerfully began making cream puffs together. Meanwhile, Kakashi hurried toward the train station, his pace brisk as he carried the cage. Just then, he brushed past 2 mysterious figures wearing straw hats. Kakashi only cast a fleeting glance at them, his mind focused solely on returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. He boarded the train, which was about to depart. The 2 men gradually descended from the train, turning toward the direction of Snow Town. These 2 were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Prior to this, they had secretly infiltrated the Hidden Leaf Village and learned of Naruto's defection. A piece of news that troubled them greatly. What weighed most heavily on Itachi's mind was that the person he longed to see was not Naruto, but rather his brother, Sasuke. Upon hearing that Sasuke had also left with Naruto, Itachi was compelled to search tirelessly in surrounding towns. After more than a month of searching, he finally uncovered some information in Windflower Town. As they walked, Kisame could no longer contain his curiosity. His gruff voice shattered the surrounding silence as he inquired, do you think that the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze's child, Naruto Uzumaki, is truly here? Those fools at the Windflower train station wouldn't be deceiving us, would they? In response to Kisame and Appo's question, Itachi and Appo's cold gaze remained fixed ahead, his tone calm as he replied, rest assured, once ensnared in my genjutsu, they will divulge all they know. Based on the intelligence we have acquired, it is certain that Naruto Uzumaki has indeed arrived in this land of snow. Chapter 63, The First Encounter. The cracked 8-span mirror. Naruto slowly emerged from the room of Kazahana Yukino, tilting his head slightly upward, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. An unusual sensation surged within him, prompting a sense of caution. At that moment, Kazahana Yukino approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around him tightly. She gently pressed her cheek against his back and softly inquired, "What is it, my dear? Has something happened?" Feeling Yukino's concern, Naruto tenderly grasped her hands encircling his waist and replied gently, "I sense two powerful chakras entering the land of snow. They have encountered my snowflakes." Ever since Naruto established his own organization, he had employed the snowflake reconnaissance technique. This jutsu, akin to Pain's rain tiger free technique, allowed for monitoring conditions within a certain range, but its coverage was far more extensive, nearly enveloping the entire land of snow. After a brief pause, he continued, "The land of snow has just acquired a new ruler, and the situation remains unstable. As the leader of this land, you cannot linger here for too long. You should return first, while I confront them." Worried, Yukino urged, "Please be careful." With that, Naruto activated his Kimui, his form fading into the void. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki had already entered the snowy town. The town, blanketed in white snow, could not conceal the lively chatter of the bustling crowd. They stood silently at the corner of the street, attentively listening to the fervent discussions of passers-by. "Have you heard? There is significant news posted on the notice board at the castle. The ruler, Kazahana now, has been replaced by Kazahana Yukino," exclaimed one passerby, and upon assuming her position, she abolished many of the previously unfair treaties and even halved the taxes. Another added excitedly. One bystander chimed in indignantly. What kind of foolishness is it to drive away such a blessing as him? What were those idiots in the Leaf Village thinking? Throughout this uproar, Uchiha Itachi remained silent, merely absorbing the surrounding discourse. Yet, despite the animated discussions, he heard nothing regarding Uchiha Sasuke. A frown crossed his brow as he thought. It seems the only way to gather information about Sasuke now is to seek out that Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, the weasel turned to Kisame, saying, "Let us go to the Land of Snow's notice office and see if we can find any information on Uzumaki Naruto." With resolute determination, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the castle and began to stride forward, step by steady step. However, they had not traveled far when a figure suddenly appeared before them. A stranger with yellow hair stood there. Naruto, donning a mask, approached Itachi with measured steps. As the distance closed, he halted and spoke. "You two beasts do not appear to be locals. What brings you here, dark-skinned man?" Itachi regarded the masked figure with calm intensity. After a moment, he removed his hat, revealing a slight smile, and replied, "Firstly, I am not dark-skinned. Secondly, with your yellow hair, whether you wear a mask or not seems irrelevant. Uzumaki Naruto, I did not expect you to have the audacity to confront me directly. Do you believe yourself invincible after defeating Kazahana now?" Naruto paid little heed to Itachi's sardonic remark, simply raising his head as a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes beneath the mask. He activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, a surge of potent chakra erupting forth as he coldly stated, "You know, I have always harbored a regret in this ninja world, never witnessing a clash of Susanoo. Now that you are here, allow us to fulfill that regret." Uchiha Weasel. Upon hearing this, Itachi's pupils constricted. He sensed a formidable shift in Naruto's aura. He quickly turned to Kisame and commanded, "Kisame, you must leave. You are not his match. I will confront him with my full strength." With that, he focused intently, activating his Manjiki Sharingan, clearly resolved to engage in a serious battle. Naruto launched his assault, his form flickering as he initiated a rapid strike. A blue chakra surged, swiftly manifesting into a towering, translucent blue Susanoo, which wielded a massive long sword. With a powerful swing, it descended upon Itachi. Faced with such an aggressive onslaught, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, but years of combat experience enabled him to react swiftly. He summoned his own Susanoo, the crimson entity gripping the mystical 8-span mirror. Striving to deflect Naruto's strike, the clash resonated with a thunderous explosion, shaking the very heavens. The two Susanoo collided with a cataclysmic force, unleashing a wave of energy that shattered the surrounding snowflakes. The thick ice beneath them could not withstand the pressure, fracturing instantly as water gushed forth, revealing the moist earth below. Naruto gazed at the blue Susanoo and Appo's S-blade, now successfully parried by the 8-span mirror. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. This was the first time his attack had been thwarted. Gradually, he turned to Itachi, his expression calm as he remarked, "It appears your condition is not too dire. Perhaps it is because you have not frequently employed this technique until now." Hearing this, Itachi cast a glance at the 8-span mirror in his hand, where fine cracks were beginning to form, and his heart sank. From their brief exchange, he had come to realize that the individual before him possessed unfathomable strength, and he was far from being his equal. If he continued to endure such fierce assaults, it would not be long before even the legendary 8-span mirror would shatter completely. Chapter 64. Fierce Battle. Uchiha Itachi, enveloped in Susanoo, fixed his gaze intently on Naruto and exclaimed, "Can we pause for a moment? This is all a misunderstanding. Kisame is not here. Let us discuss this calmly. Just moments ago, upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame had transformed into a colossal shark, swiftly darting toward the sea, disappearing into the depths in the blink of an eye, completely merging with the ocean. Naruto, interpreting Itachi's words as a sign of weakness, swung his blade towards the already cracked-out mirror, producing a thunderous crash as the fissures multiplied. As he continued his assault, he retorted, "Isn and Appos. To your aim to capture the Nine Tails? What is there left to talk about? Release the crow and unleash your full power. I shall shatter your resolve piece by piece." Itachi, feeling a surge of urgency, had managed to maintain his composure while facing Obito, yet found himself at a loss against the reckless Naruto. He took a deep breath, striving to remain calm, and painstakingly explained, "My friend, we are both S-rank rogue ninjas from the Leaf Village. You must recognize the decay within Konoha. Should we not assist one another? Moreover, who has spread the rumor that I came to capture you? My true intention is to see my dear brother, Sasuke." As Itachi spoke while fending off Naruto's relentless strikes, the Yata mirror could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and shattered into countless fragments that drifted down like snow. Itachi then drew the Tensigen, desperately attempting to counter Naruto and Appos' formidable Susanoo blade. Each clash sent tremors through the air. Naruto silently watched the Yata mirror break apart, a faint smile curving his lips, finally revealing a semblance of satisfaction. He retracted his chakra, dispelling the massive Susanoo. Upon witnessing Naruto and Appos' withdrawal, Itachi and Appos' taut nerves relaxed slightly, though his body trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, a metallic taste filled his mouth, and he coughed up blood, staining the ground before him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he promptly retracted his Susanoo. At that moment, Naruto slowly removed his mask, fixing a calm gaze upon Itachi. He spoke with an air of detachment. "I am quite different from you. I am an S-rank rogue ninja by virtue of the fact that there is no rank higher than S. Your Yata mirror is nothing but a useless artifact. You seek Sasuke, do you not? He has already gone to Orochimaru for training and is not in this land of snow. We have never been on the same path. You have cruelly slaughtered your own kin for the sake of Konoha, have you not?" At these words, Itachi and Appos' pupils dilated, an internal storm brewing within him. While his actions were well known, the fact that he had murdered his clan for Konoha was a closely guarded secret among the higher-ups, known only to a select few. Yet, this Naruto seemed entirely aware of it. How could this be? As Itachi remained silent, Naruto continued, "Furthermore, I have already disclosed the truth about you to Sasuke. He has chosen this path of training of his own volition, seeking revenge against Konoha." Itachi stared in disbelief at Naruto, feeling as if he were laid bare before him. He opened his mouth to speak, but only incoherent sounds escaped his throat. Trembling, he stuttered, "Whirlpool. Naruto, how do you know this?" Finally, Itachi managed to force out those words. However, before he could finish, Naruto interrupted him. With a smirk of derision, Naruto continued, "The so-called will of fire is nothing more than a doctrine that demands the eradication of any threat to Konoha. How fortunate for such a decayed village to have a loyal dog like you." Naruto and Appos' gaze pierced through Itachi and Appos' stunned expression as he continued, "I once heard others say that Konoha owes you a Hokage, but it seems utterly ridiculous now. For Konoha's sake, you slaughtered your parents, your lover, your friends. You are a monster, and there is no absolution for your sins." At this point, Itachi was drenched in sweat, beads trickling down his face and soaking his garments. He fixated on Naruto, filled with trepidation and uncertainty, unable to predict Naruto's next move. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared considerably more relaxed. He waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile gracing his features as he spoke. "But this matter is of no concern to me, Uchiha Itachi. Do not forget your role. You are merely Sasuke's spare eye, his new light. I will not kill you now. Leave Shirsue's eyes with me, and then depart. And do not attempt to use Kodo Amatsukami on me. That technique is ineffective against me." Itachi was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Naruto would know about Shirsue and Appos' eyes. Upon hearing Naruto's assertion that Kodo Amatsukami would be useless, his remaining courage evaporated. At this moment, he could not muster the audacity to gamble his life on attempting to control Naruto. Without further hesitation, Itachi summoned a crow that flew towards Naruto and Appos' outstretched hand, landing steadily in his palm. Having completed this, he turned swiftly and utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. Naruto paid no heed to the departing Itachi, for he was uncertain how Sasuke would perceive his brother, whether he would mirror the original narrative or berate Itachi as a fool. After all, it was a matter of patricide. After retrieving the crow, Naruto turned and dashed toward the vast sea. He had not mentioned sparing Kisame. In mere moments, Naruto, in sage mode, honed in on the concealed Kisame lurking in the depths beneath the ocean. He stood firmly upon the water's surface, activating Susanoo. Simultaneously, a colossal Susanoo arrow formed, and Naruto aimed it at the location of Kisame beneath the waves, releasing it with a flick of his fingers. In an instant, this cataclysmic chakra arrow plunged into the ocean's abyss. A deafening roar ensued, sending shockwaves that stirred the seabed into towering waves, transforming the once tranquil surface into chaos. Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged from the tumultuous waters. It was Kisame, who had previously concealed himself. His complexion was ashen, blood streaming from his mouth, clearly suffering from grave injuries. Nevertheless, he summoned the strength to raise his head, fear evident in his eyes as he stammered. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is truly formidable. Chapter 65. The new undercover agent Naruto gazed at Kisame, who was sprawled on the water's surface, gasping for breath. It was evident that the arrow from Susanoo, though it did not claim his life, had severely injured him. Naruto slowly spoke. Stop struggling. You have nowhere left to run. You've been caught out here at sea. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to reveal them. I've already given you a chance. Upon hearing this, Kisame's fury ignited. He was a formidable being, known as the tailless beast, and could not endure such contemptuous insults. He swiftly adjusted his posture, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. Then, with a loud proclamation, he declared, water release, water prison jutsu. As he stood upon the ocean's surface, the effects of this technique were nothing short of cataclysmic. In the blink of an eye, an enormous water prison materialized, ensnaring the entirety of Susanoo within its depths. A triumphant smile spread across Kisame's face. He had perfectly fused with the Samahata. Within this water prison, composed entirely of seawater, he could not only breathe freely but also move unhindered. In stark contrast, Naruto, regardless of his attempts to escape, found the prison relentlessly pursuing him. After all, they were in the vast ocean, and a prolonged battle would greatly favor Kisame. At that moment, chakra surged within Naruto, continuously infusing Susanoo. The strength of Susanoo escalated, sprouting legs and donning blue trousers. Subsequently, Susanoo swung its long blade, unleashing a strike imbued with immeasurable force. A blade of light sliced through the air, aimed directly at the colossal water prison. With a resounding shatter, the prison was cleaved in two. The ocean beneath was also affected, the waters parting violently to reveal deep underwater chasms. The tremendous force of the attack surged toward Kisame without pause. Faced with this unprecedented onslaught, Kisame was struck with terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, what? This speed is incredible. He hasn't even performed a single seal. Realizing he could not evade the attack, he extended his hands, fingers flying as he attempted to quickly complete the seals for a defensive jutsu. Yet, it was all too late. The blade of light reached him in an instant. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Kisame's entire right arm was severed by this terrifying blow, blood splattering and staining the surrounding waters. The excruciating pain of losing his arm nearly caused him to lose consciousness, but he summoned his willpower to endure the agony, clutching the gushing wound with his remaining left hand. At that moment, the massive water prison collapsed, dissolving into countless droplets scattered around. Naruto approached Kisame deliberately, each step seemingly pressing down on Kisame's heart, amplifying his sense of dread. As he drew nearer, a smirk crept onto Naruto's lips, and he taunted. What era are we in? Still relying on seals to execute jutsu? No wonder everyone calls you an honest man, Kisame. Hearing these words, Kisame's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth, forcing out a few words through gritted jaws. I never expected my strength to be so vastly inferior to yours. I concede this time. Before coming here, I heard tales of you from Itachi and Konoha. I couldn't believe that someone fresh from the Ninja Academy could become an S-rank rogue ninja. But now it seems, S-rank is not even sufficient to describe you. Having spoken, he relinquished his fusion with Samahata, abandoning any resistance as the sword lay lifelessly beside him. Fully resigned, Naruto regarded him thoughtfully and continued, but to be honest, I find that I don't entirely dislike you. At least your actions haven't provoked much anger within me. By now, Naruto had reached Kisame's side. With a swift motion, he seized Kisame's thick throat. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he unleashed the power of the Kodo Amatsukami, a surge of green energy penetrating deep into Kisame's mind. The most potent Jinjutsu swiftly took effect, forcibly altering Kisame's thoughts and will. Kisame felt as if the world was spinning, the scene before him blurring into obscurity. When clarity returned, all that remained in his heart was an unwavering loyalty to Naruto. From this moment forward, you shall be a spy within the Akatsuki. Immediately infiltrate their ranks and keep a close watch on that filial piety of a child. JZ, Naruto commanded coldly, placing a specially crafted kunai beside him. Kisame's eyes glinted with a peculiar light as he nodded in agreement. Yes, leader. Leave it to me. He then reached for his floating severed arm and began to use his chakra to mend his injuries, grasping Samahata once more. With his unique ability, as long as chakra remained within him, he could heal his wounds autonomously. In a matter of moments, Kisame's injuries visibly healed. Once his wounds were sufficiently mended, he took the kunai Naruto had prepared for him and concealed it on his person. Turning away, he plunged into the vast ocean, swimming swiftly toward the horizon. Naruto silently observed Kisame's departing figure, reflecting, though uncertain whether the effects of this Kodo Amatsukami will endure, at least for now, everything appears to be proceeding smoothly. As for whether he will revert to his former self in the future, that will be a matter for another day. With this thought, Naruto activated his Kimyui, and with a distortion of space, his form vanished from sight. Chapter 66. The Land of Craftsmen. 2 months elapsed in this manner. Following the successful defeat of 2 S-rank rogue ninjas in Snow Ninja Village, Uchiha Itachi of Konoha and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hoshigaki, Kaze Hanako sets out to leverage this victory for a grand promotional campaign. She understands the profound significance of this triumph for Snow Ninja Village. If the news spreads throughout the ninja world, it would not only elevate the village's reputation, but also attract a greater number of mission requests. Indeed, as the promotional efforts flourished, word of the battle swiftly permeated every corner of the ninja realm. People began to regard Snow Ninja Village with newfound respect, and the immediate consequence was a dramatic surge in the number of mission requests received. In light of this influx, Naruto declared that his organization would only undertake high-difficulty A-rank or S-rank missions, leaving the trivial tasks to Snow Ninja Village. At that moment, Naruto reclined leisurely in a comfortable chair, perusing the various missions he had received recently. After some time, he shook his head and lamented, this period has been rather dull. Nothing interesting has occurred, and according to reports from Kisame, it seems the Akatsuki will not make any moves for at least another 2 years. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata, who was quietly knitting a scarf beside him, lifted her gaze and gently remarked, "Don't be so hasty, dear. I actually find this peaceful life quite agreeable. We don't have to engage in constant battles and can instead enjoy tranquil moments." With a soft smile, Hinata returned to her knitting. At that moment, Kankuro emerged from the room, munching on an apple. Naruto casually flipped through the requests when suddenly, his eyes narrowed with curiosity at one particular document. Their essay request from the Land of Sand. It appears to be a plea for assistance. It seems people from the Land of Sand have been taken by the Land of Craftsmen, requesting support from the Snow Country for a rescue operation. As he muttered to himself, Naruto continued reading, striving to recall relevant information. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "Oh right. The abducted individual seems to be Gar's apprentice named Mari. I vaguely remember her being quite attractive." At this juncture, Hinata, who had been quietly observing Naruto, couldn't suppress a twinge of jealousy. She playfully raised her hand and lightly tapped Naruto on the head, pouting, "Is it me, Hinata, who cannot wield a blade? Or is it you, Naruto, who has become aloof?" Kankuro, overhearing their banter, also felt a surge of irritation and jealousy. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Naruto and retorted, "Am I not charming enough, or have your standards, Naruto, become too lofty?" Faced with the unexpected banter from Hinata and Kankuro, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He rolled his eyes, several sweat droplets forming on his forehead, and with an exasperated expression, he explained, "Oh come on, what are you two thinking? I'm just looking for something interesting to do because I've been so bored lately. It's merely a way to pass the time. I have no ulterior motives. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to join me." Hinata, however, shook her head gently and replied, No, I still have many scarves to finish. Please be careful on your journey. I've heard that while the Land of Craftsmen may be relatively weak, they create formidable ninja tools, and their history is quite rich." Kankuro also shook her head in refusal. "Darling, I can't accompany you either. I'm in the midst of watching a drama from the Snow Country, so you'll have to go alone this time. Just remember to enjoy yourself." Hearing their refusals, Naruto tucked the mission request into his pocket, stood up, and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Oh, and one last reminder, don't keep picking up those silly phrases from the internet." With that, Naruto activated his space-time ninjutsu and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Konoha also received the request from the Land of Sand. The Sand Village, after careful consideration, recognized that despite the disparity in strength between the Land of Craftsmen and the 5 great nations, there lay a historical legacy and rumored powerful secret weapons. Consequently, the Sand Village did not take the situation lightly and promptly issued an urgent request to several ninja villages. Ultimately, it seemed that only Konoha and Snow Ninja Village accepted the request, as other villages were too distant and hasty to respond. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, made a decisive move by dispatching all available Konoha ninjas. She chose not to mobilize the more powerful Jonin, as she held little regard for the rumored secret weapons of the Land of Craftsmen. On the other hand, Gaara had already led Kankuro and Temari towards the Land of Craftsmen. Moments later, they arrived at their destination and engaged in battle with the 4 celestial beasts. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Konoha, Shikamaru gathered with Niji and other comrades. Sakura, brimming with confidence, clenched her fists and proclaimed, "Everyone, I've learned medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade and can assist with healing. I'm now incredibly strong." At that moment, the previously tranquil atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by a peculiar distortion, and Naruto gradually appeared before the group. With a broad smile, he warmly greeted everyone. "Long time no see. Oh, Sakura, your injury has healed so swiftly? That is wonderful." Upon seeing Naruto, Sakura's expression turned to one of alarm. She quickly grasped Shikamaru's hand and turned to him, saying, "Shikamaru, I feel my medical ninjutsu is still not mature enough. I've only been learning for a little over a month and have a long way to go. I won't be joining you all this time. Good luck, okay? Without waiting for Shikamaru to respond, she dashed back towards the village, aware that even a moment's hesitation would be a disservice to herself. Naruto watched Sakura retreat rapidly and, in a swift motion, activated his jutsu, pulling Sakura back with the universal pull technique. Grasping her hand, he brandished the request from the land of sand, his eyes glinting with determination, and said, "Don't be afraid. This time we are teammates. Let us embark on this mission together with joy." 2 months prior, Naruto had sacrificed another of Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan and a forbidden book as offerings to summon the 7-star Rinnegan technique. Though it was now an eternal Manjiki, it could still be utilized effectively. Chapter 67, Battlefield Division. Spring. Haruno, firmly ensnared by Naruto's formidable power, gazed around at the others with a face etched in terror. Her voice trembling as she uttered, I understand now. Let us go together." After all, they shared the same mission, and the interests involved were aligned for all. Moreover, as comrades, how could one easily turn against another? With this thought, Sakura silently prayed for a smoother journey ahead. At that moment, everyone was left in awe of Naruto's ability to grasp someone from a distance, their eyes fixated on Sakura, who floated in midair. Shikamaru turned his gaze towards the mission scroll from the sand village that Naruto held, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. It was evident that the sand village regarded this task with utmost seriousness, even reaching them in the distant snow village. Taking a deep breath, Shikamaru stepped forward and declared, "All right, everyone, let us refrain from idle chatter. Time is of the essence. We should act swiftly. Reliable sources indicate that Gaara and his team have already set off for the destination." He then looked up at Sakura, still suspended in the air, and added, "Naruto, please lower Sakura." In response to Shikamaru's request, Naruto casually waved his hand, and Sakura, previously hovering in the air, suddenly lost her support, tilting sideways as she plummeted to the ground. A resounding crash echoed as Sakura collided with a sturdy tree, shaking leaves loose from its branches. Seeing this, Naruto scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he said, "Oh dear, I apologize. This new power is a bit hard to control. Will you hold it against me?" Sakura, struggling to rise from the ground, trembled slightly, her face contorted in pain as she bit down on her lip, seemingly trying to suppress a groan. Taking a deep breath, she managed to respond in a hoarse voice, "How could I? Naruto, you have always cared for me. I could never blame you. Truly, I'm fine." Yet, internally, she thought, why hasn't Naruto met his end yet? Upon hearing her words, Naruto beamed with satisfaction and nodded. He then turned and, alongside the others from Konoha, hastened towards the land of crafts. Throughout the journey, Sakura remained despondent, her eyes occasionally darting towards Naruto, revealing a glimmer of envy and resentment. The astonishing new power Naruto had displayed was indeed remarkable, effortlessly pulling someone from a distance. In contrast, while she had acquired some medical ninjutsu, her so-called brute strength was merely superficial. If this continued, when would she ever surpass Naruto? In truth, Sakura was not alone in her thoughts. Naruto's formidable prowess left all the young ninjas from Konoha astounded, as they gazed at Naruto's figure. A fervent determination ignited within them, silently resolving to train doubly hard upon their return to the village, vowing never to be left behind by Naruto again. Just as they were lost in contemplation, the sounds of battle suddenly erupted ahead. Everyone looked up to see Gaara and his companions confronting 4 ninjas in the center of the road. Upon witnessing this, they quickly rushed forward, swiftly positioning themselves behind Gaara. Among the crowd, the one known as the Tortoise of the 4 Celestial Beasts wore a sinister grin, bellowing, "Ha! I never expected so many to show up at once. But listen well, Gaara, the life of this woman behind me is now firmly in your hands. If you know what is good for you, come along quietly. Let us settle this elsewhere." With that, the tortoise turned and fled, swiftly disappearing into the distance. The 3 companions accompanying him instinctively flanked to the sides, creating a path for his escape. Gaara's eyes glinted coldly as he exerted his strength, pursuing the tortoise closely, just as Shikamaru and the others prepared to follow. The peahen among the 4 suddenly struck. With a flourish of her twin swords, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, forming a transparent wind barrier that blocked their path. The peahen gazed coldly at the halted group, slowly declaring, "Humph, none of you shall take another step forward. Today, you shall all meet your end here." Water Tiger, showing no mercy, launched his assault. With a sweep of his arm, a colossal chain ball soared through the air, its terrifying force aimed directly at the group. Naruto surged forward with determination, leaving the confrontation to the Konoha ninjas, his target being Mari. Naruto quickly reached the front, where he found Gaara trapped within a massive, semicircular iron cage, firmly ensnared. Beside the cage, Mari was desperately calling out, her voice filled with fear and helplessness. The tortoise cast a cold smirk at the newly arrived Naruto, saying, "You're too late. It's all over. But don't worry. I'll soon give you an eye-opening experience of our ultimate weapon from the land of crafts. When this weapon is unleashed, we will declare war on the 5 great nations and unify the entire ninja world." As soon as he finished speaking, the tortoise swiftly formed hand seals, and a coffin emanating an eerie aura fell from the wall. Ignoring the tortoise's words, Naruto flashed forward to Mari's side. Facing the wooden cage, he extended his right hand, channeling chakra into his palm. With a crisp crack, the wooden cage shattered, scattering countless splinters in every direction. Seeing this, Mari hurriedly rushed forward, tightly grasping Naruto's arm. Her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she urgently implored, "Please, save my master. He is still trapped in that iron cage." Naruto smiled gently at Mari and replied, "I am Naruto. Now that I am here, you need not worry." Mari looked at Naruto's smiling face, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly said, "Please be careful, dear." Naruto and I. Chapter 68. Unable to wield a blade? The ancient tortoise had completed its sacrificial ritual, and the legendary progenitor of the land of crafts, Qingming, had finally been resurrected in full glory. Towering and formidable, he emanated an aura that instilled dread in all who beheld him. Surrounding his formidable frame were 3 orbs radiating a mysterious light, brimming with chakra reserves. Upon his broad back, 3 supple swords floated gracefully, glinting with a chilling brilliance as they danced with the currents of air, augmenting his menacing presence. Qingming's gaze shifted slightly, taking in the massive iron cage nearby. Sensing the aura emanating from within, a smug smile crept upon his lips as he proclaimed, "Ah, it appears my power has absorbed Shikaku of the land of sand. Truly, an impressive force indeed." He then threw back his head and laughed boisterously. "Huh? This power now belongs to me. Let us commence this war against the 5 great nations." The era of the land of crafts has arrived. Standing at a distance, Naruto observed the arrogant progenitor with palpable disdain. This so-called formidable foe had been vanquished by Gaara in the original tale with merely 2 swift moves. Now, this individual dared to declare war against the 5 nations. Qingming caught the contempt in Naruto's eyes, and a surge of fury ignited within him. He glared fiercely, barking, "What does that expression mean? In that case, I shall use you as my first sacrifice for resurrection." With a swift motion, he summoned the 3 weapon-formed swords that roared towards Naruto with ferocity. Having exhausted his patience, Naruto deftly sidestepped and swiftly severed Qingming's neck, seizing his head and leaping onto the cage that contained Gaara. Holding Qingming's head aloft, he inquired, "What was that you just said? Whose era has arrived?" In the distance, Qingming's body collapsed slowly, raising a cloud of dust. Naruto nonchalantly tossed his head aside, murmuring, "Boring." This astonishing display left Jasmine speechless, her gaze fixed on Naruto's striking visage. Deep within her heart, a tempest brewed. The adversary who had tormented Gaara so mercilessly had been effortlessly dispatched by this seemingly ordinary youth in an instant. Such a disparity in strength was truly astounding. At that moment, Naruto sensed a violent tremor emanating from the iron cage beneath his feet. He quickly sprang backward, and with a thunderous crash, a colossal hand overturned the entire cage. As it shattered, Gaara, now partially in his tailed beast form, was revealed. "Ayaha!" Gaara's enraged howls echoed as he succumbed to a furious frenzy. The chakra of Shikaku surged uncontrollably. With razor-sharp claws extended, Gaara unleashed a massive sandstorm that surged menacingly towards Naruto. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Naruto acted without hesitation. He tightly embraced Jasmine, transporting them both to the cliff's edge. The ground where they had just stood was now engulfed in a tumultuous sea of sand. Tears streaming down her face, Jasmine clutched Naruto's arm, her voice quaking with fear. "What should we do, Naruto? Master Gaara has gone berserk all of a sudden." She trembled in fright. Naruto gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, Jasmine. I am here. Just stay put and await my return." With that, he propelled himself towards the direction of Shikaku. At this moment, Gaara's hands had morphed entirely into Shikaku's colossal and fearsome claws, presenting a terrifying sight. Yet, Naruto treaded steadily through the sand, inching closer to Gaara. Once within close proximity, Naruto halted, looking up at Gaara's half-human, half-beast form, and called out, "Can you calm down for a moment, Shikaku?" As the words left his lips, Naruto activated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Instantly, an overwhelming chakra surged forth from him, compelling the tailed beast Gaara to kneel before him in submission. Naruto then stepped forward, gripping Gaara's throat tightly, and commanded sternly, "Shikaku, if you wish to live, stay put and do not attempt to break free." With the utterance of these words, a resounding explosion followed as Gaara's claws, previously encased in sand, shattered, scattering countless grains in all directions. In the blink of an eye, those grotesque claws reverted to Gaara's normal hands. It was evident that he had reverted from his tailed beast transformation. Shikaku now flowed with cold sweat within Gaara's form, pondering, "What manner of man is this? That aura just now, had I not retreated swiftly, I might have perished." At that moment, the Leaf Village's team had vanquished their enemies and arrived on the scene. Their eyes fell upon Naruto, who held Gaara's neck in a vice-like grip, seemingly intent on taking his life. Shikamaru, anxious and frantic, rushed forward, mouth agape as he prepared to intervene. However, before he could utter a word. Sakura and Appo's piercing voice rang out, "Naruto, no? How could you be so impulsive and attempt to kill Gaara? We came here to help him." Her tone was laced with accusation. "How dare you? The reputation of the Snow Ninja Village will suffer a grave blow, and no one will ever wish to entrust them with tasks again. All the blame will fall squarely on your shoulders. How do you intend to bear such consequences?" Her words were mercilessly directed at Naruto. "Do you intend to betray the Snow Ninja Village as well?" After this barrage of criticism, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Even Gaara had been sentenced to death in Sakura's eyes. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as Sakura's words ignited the emotions of those around them. Naruto and Appo's companions from the Leaf Village turned their gaze upon him, filled with confusion, reproach, and concern, silently awaiting a sound explanation. Slowly, Naruto released his grip on Gaara and Appo's neck. As he did, the unconscious Gaara collapsed limply to the ground, appearing lifeless from an outsider's perspective. Naruto, cradling his head, began to chuckle softly. "Not quite. It has only been 2 months, Sakura, and you've already forgotten my terror, haven't you? Gaara isn't dead, yet you've already condemned him. All for the sake of standing on a moral high ground to scold me, right? Is it I, Naruto, who cannot wield a blade? Or is it you, Sakura, who has lost your senses?" Chapter 69. Why make things difficult? Upon hearing those words, Sakura, Haruno, and Appo's intuition, akin to that of a little fairy, was instantly ignited. She opened her mouth, ready to deliver a scathing retort. However, at that moment, an inexplicable fear surged within her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Instinctively, she darted behind Shikamaru Nara for cover. Naruto, eager to explain, found his words caught in his throat as a petite figure dashed towards them from the distance. It was Marigold. Breathless, Marigold shouted, "Please, don't misunderstand. Naruto just defeated the guardian of the land of crafts and the ancestor Saimai. He even managed to lift Gaara-sensei's tailed beast transformation. Though his methods may have seemed a tad forceful, he certainly did not kill him." As she finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Gaara, who was slowly rising, cradling his head. The sight of Gaara, whom Sakura had proclaimed dead, now unharmed, relieved everyone, and they began to believe Marigold's words. Shikamaru turned to Sakura, his eyes filled with reproach, and bluntly remarked, "Honestly, Sakura, must you always be so impulsive and quick to judge? Look at the chaos you've caused. You've set the pace for this debacle, and what is the outcome? You've just slapped yourself in the face. I truly don't understand why you've become so insufferable." With Shikamaru's words lingering in the air, the surrounding Leaf Ninjas echoed their dissatisfaction towards Sakura's behavior. In an instant, Sakura's face flushed crimson, becoming the target of everyone's scorn. At that moment, Naruto's hand instinctively reached for the watermelon knife at his waist, eager to unleash his frustration. Fortunately, Marigold was quick to intervene, pressing down on his hand and softly saying, "Naruto, please don't be angry. Clearly, this woman has ulterior motives. We from the Sand Village haven't even spoken yet, and she is already wishing for Gaara-sensei's demise. This is utterly outrageous." With that, she swiftly leaped behind Shikamaru, drawing a rope dart that shot towards Sakura. The cord nimbly ensnared Sakura, wrapping tightly around her. After several loops, the sharp tip of the dart pierced deeply into her abdomen, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. "Ah, my stomach. What are you doing?" Sakura cried out in anguish, her voice piercing as she clutched her injury. Terror etched across her face as she called out to her comrades and their leader, Shikamaru. Before her cries could fade, a heavy kick struck her knee, causing her legs to buckle and her to collapse to the ground. From her elevated position, Marigold gazed down at the kneeling Sakura and coldly commanded, "Apologize to Naruto and Gaara-sensei at once." Yet, Sakura gritted her teeth, stubbornness and resentment shining in her eyes. "We are all women. Shouldn't we have a bit of privilege? Even if I misspoke, must I apologize?" Seeing her defiance, Marigold scoffed, extending a hand and driving it forcefully into Sakura's wound, twisting it mercilessly. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. "Ah, this pain is unbearable," Sakura cried again, her anguish resonating deeply. Ultimately, unable to withstand such torment any longer, she bowed her head and sobbed, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm sorry, Gaara. I shouldn't have spoken foolishly. I deserve this suffering. I truly regret my actions." At that moment, Shikamaru intervened, stating, "Do not kill her. She is one of our own from the Leaf. Spare her life." Afterward, he turned with the others and began to walk back to the Leaf Village, disregarding Sakura's screams. Marigold nodded, but a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. She felt compelled to showcase her prowess before Naruto. In the next moment, she resumed her assault on Sakura, delivering blow after blow until blood flowed from her nose, and her face was nearly unrecognizable. "Why must women torment one another? You beast!" "My!" Sakura yelled, realizing her life was irrevocably shattered by the demon before her. Naruto watched the scene unfold, overwhelmed by a profound shock. He had never anticipated Marigold's ruthlessness. Meanwhile, Sakura lay in a pool of blood, her complexion pale, froth escaping her lips, her body twitching, appearing on the brink of death. Witnessing the devastation of his former comrade brought sorrow to Naruto's heart, this was not his intention. He let out a chuckle despite the grim situation. Gaara, having regained some strength, slowly rose and calmly waved at Marigold, saying, "That's enough. If this continues, we may end up with no one left alive." Upon hearing Gaara's words, Marigold ceased her attacks. She then used water jutsu to cleanse her bloodied hands, ensuring every trace of crimson was washed away. Once the water flowed away, Marigold stood still, gazing at the fallen Sakura. She flew to Naruto's side, grasping his arm with both hands, her large, sparkling eyes blinking innocently as she playfully asked, "Naruto, how was my performance today? You must praise me." Naruto smiled slightly, gently ruffling her hair, and replied, "You did very well today. Do not grow complacent. This is not your limit. Keep striving forward." He regarded her with encouraging eyes. Delighted by Naruto's praise, Marigold nodded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his, her face beaming with joy. Thus, the group, including Naruto, Marigold, and Gaara, slowly made their way back to the Leaf Village. Leaving Sakura abandoned in the wilderness, Naruto cared little for the dangers she might face, for in the original narrative, Sakura had callously drugged her companions and abandoned them in the wild, disregarding their lives as she pursued Sasuke. Now, Naruto merely wished for Sakura to experience the taste of being forsaken. Yet, it must be noted that Shikamaru was indeed astute. He had previously arranged for Lee to remain hidden nearby, ready to emerge and escort Sakura back to the village once Naruto and the others departed. In this manner, Sakura would neither encounter true peril nor escape unscathed from the consequences of her actions. Chapter 70. The Dilapidated House. After much deliberation, Gaara and his companions resolved to first journey to Konoha before returning to Sunagakure. At this moment, Naruto was prepared to depart, but Mari clung tightly to his arm, resolutely refusing to let go. She insisted on accompanying him back to Sunagakure to express her gratitude in person. Faced with Mari's unwavering determination, Naruto found himself with no choice but to agree to accompany her to Konoha first. However, Naruto suddenly became aware of a pressing concern regarding his current status. He turned to Gaara, his expression troubled, and said, "I almost forgot that I am currently classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha. It might not be appropriate for me to brazenly accompany you back." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Gaara paused momentarily but soon regained his composure. He smiled reassuringly and replied, "There is no need for concern, Naruto. You saved my life. To me, you are my savior. We are still in the midst of a mission, and according to protocol, all grievances must be settled after the task is completed. If you have any reservations about attracting unnecessary trouble, you can simply wait at the village entrance while I deliver the mission's remuneration." Mari, overhearing this, quickly chimed in, "Yes, that sounds perfect. You both focus on your mission. Just wear a hat, and the villagers are unlikely to recognize you. Konoha is filled with all sorts of peculiar individuals. One more won't make a difference. I can accompany Naruto around the village." Gaara cast a casual glance at Mari, pondering silently. Is it possible that this girl has developed feelings for Naruto? As he contemplated this, his gaze lingered on Mari for a few extra seconds. Meanwhile, Naruto was thinking, since we have come this far, we might as well explore Konoha. I am genuinely curious to see how Konoha has transformed. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Konoha. Naruto donned a hat, and, after a brief discussion with Gaara, they decided to split up. Gaara, accompanied by Kankuro and Temari, headed straight for the Hokage Tower to report on their mission, while Mari linked arms with Naruto and strolled leisurely down another street. Since the recent invasion of Konoha by Orochimaru, the village's higher-ups had been deeply concerned about security. They recognized the necessity for more stringent measures to safeguard the village. After considerable discussion, the Konoha leadership ultimately decided to entrust this task to the Yamanaka clan. They were constantly monitoring the chakra flow within Konoha, remaining vigilant and observant of any unfamiliar chakra disturbances. Should they detect the unique chakra signature of a rogue ninja, they would promptly report it to their superiors. Amidst this atmosphere of heightened vigilance, Naruto and Mari strolled along the streets of Konoha, their faces adorned with joyful smiles as they reveled in the simple pleasure of shopping. Before they knew it, they found themselves in front of Naruto's childhood home. The sight that greeted Naruto was shocking. His once familiar home was now unrecognizable. All the windows were shattered, littering the ground, and the front door was severely damaged, revealing the interior. The walls surrounding the house were plastered with various curses, demanding death. Naruto understood that, having defected from the village, his home would inevitably suffer such a fate. Yet, witnessing the devastation firsthand ignited a surge of anger within him. Just as he stood there, bewildered, a real estate agent from Konoha happened to pass by. Noticing Naruto's stunned expression, the agent hurried over, speaking enthusiastically, "You must be a newcomer to Konoha. You may not know this, but this house was formerly inhabited by a monstrous creature that ruthlessly slaughtered thousands of innocent villagers before vanishing into the chaos. If you are interested in purchasing property in Konoha, I recommend visiting my office. I have a variety of suitable options for you." Naruto initially covered his face with his hand before stifling a laugh. He turned his head slightly, lowering his voice as he replied to the real estate agent, "Huh? It's all right. I'm just taking a look. I don't plan on buying anything, as this place is soon to be demolished and rebuilt. The agent appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend Naruto's words. This was a bustling area, and demolition was not on the agenda. Just then, Naruto felt a sudden tightening in his chest, an unsettling sensation washing over him. He realized that an unfamiliar chakra was discreetly locking onto him. Naruto thought, this power, is it from Konoha's sensory team? It seems the village is on high alert compared to before. I must have been detected. Gar stood at the counter in the mission hall, handing over the mission remuneration to the staff. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the direction of the Hokage Tower, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, where a shadow streaked across the sky, racing toward the streets of Konoha at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the figure landed gracefully before Naruto. Seeing this, Gar's heart raced, and he swiftly turned to run toward Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto stood quietly, gazing at the newcomer, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Naruto gently removed the hat from his head and greeted her. Hello, Lady Tsunade. It seems this is our first meeting. Tsunade regarded Naruto and Mari with a serious expression. After a moment's reflection, she quickly grasped the situation and spoke slowly. S-rank rogue ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Although you are here on a mission, it has now concluded. What brings you here? Taken aback by her words, Naruto hesitated before casually tossing his hat aside and looking into Tsunade's eyes. There's nothing particularly special. I'm merely wandering around. I just wanted to see my old house again, but I didn't expect to find it in such a state. As he spoke, Naruto clenched his teeth and fists, his anger simmering ever more fiercely within him. Chapter 71. Naruto strolls through Konoha. Is he still Naruto if he doesn't kill? At this moment, Tsunade, due to her position as Hokage, appeared on the bustling streets, attracting a crowd of villagers who seemed to regard her as a celebrity. Ignoring the throng around her, Tsunade focused intently on Naruto, contemplating deeply. In her heart, she genuinely hoped to persuade Naruto to remain. From the perspective of Konoha's overall interests, having a formidable force like Naruto was undoubtedly an asset and a safeguard for the village. With this thought in mind, Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Naruto and spoke. Naruto, if you are willing to return to Konoha at this moment, I can grant you special permission to come back, and I assure you that you will no longer be treated as a rogue ninja. Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Despite having killed so many, she was still willing to welcome him back. He lifted his gaze to meet Tsunade's, preparing to respond when suddenly, he was interrupted by a shrill outcry. A short, middle-aged man pushed his way through the crowd, pointing directly at Naruto and shouting, "Aren't you the demon fox? How dare you show your face in our village after what you've done? You killed my wife and friends." At that moment, a furious real estate agent chimed in, addressing Tsunade with indignation. "Lady Tsunade, you must not let this man go. He is the Nine-Tails Fox who brutally murdered our villagers long before you took office as Hokage." The crowd of villagers grew increasingly agitated, their voices rising in anger and accusation, creating a cacophony of outrage. Amidst the continuous barrage of insults, Naruto turned to Tsunade and slowly asked, "Given this situation, do you still wish for me to return to this village? Or can you truly withstand this immense pressure?" Tsunade clenched her fists, trembling with fury, and shouted, "Silence." Her roar instantly silenced the crowd, transforming the tumult into an eerie calm. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Tsunade, facing the crowd's scrutinizing gazes, spoke again. "Naruto, come back. Return to Konoha, if you agree. Even if your home is in ruins, I will ensure a new one is built for you. Furthermore, I swear by my title as Hokage that I will absolve you of the label of rogue ninja." The villagers were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief at Tsunade's declaration. They could not fathom that she would utter such words in front of them. Naruto was equally astonished, staring blankly at Tsunade. He knew that Sarutobi would never have made such a move out of fear of losing the people's support. Yet here was Tsunade, standing firm against the overwhelming pressure, extending a sincere invitation. Her courage truly inspired admiration in Naruto. However, as Naruto pondered this, a bold villager, undeterred by the potential repercussions of Tsunade's wrath, stepped forward and shouted, "Lady Tsunade, what are you saying? He is the terrifying demon fox who has killed countless innocent villagers, my wife and friends included." His words reignited the murmurs among the crowd, which quickly escalated into a chorus of outrage. "Exactly. How can we allow such a monster to return to Konoha? He should be captured and executed immediately. Otherwise, we will lodge complaints. Even the Hokage cannot ignore public opinion." Another villager echoed. The cacophony of insults surged once more, inciting the villagers into a frenzy. Tsunade, now furious, gathered her chakra and swung her arm, delivering a tremendous punch to the ground. With a resounding crash, the force of her blow created a massive crater several meters wide, sending clouds of dust and debris flying. Tsunade's piercing gaze swept over the crowd as she bellowed, "Be silent. If you dare to bark again, this fist will come down upon you." Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was quelled by Tsunade's imposing presence, fear taking root in their hearts. They exchanged glances, too intimidated to utter another word, and began to retreat, distancing themselves from her. Meanwhile, Naruto observed the unfolding drama in silence. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes held a cold indifference. Suddenly, he raised his right hand nonchalantly and declared, "Rest assured, everyone, I will absolutely not return to Konoha. I assume you would also oppose my return, correct? If so, since I am now a rogue ninja, would it not be reasonable for me to eliminate you?" Naruto's words left the crowd utterly speechless, their mouths agape in shock, unsure of how to respond. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Naruto activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. A crimson light shot forth from his eyes, swiftly engulfing the scene. In the blink of an eye, all but Tsunade and Sakura were drawn into the world of Tsuki no Mi. In this realm, Naruto announced, "Dear friends, we shall spend the next year together in joyous company. Out in the world, only 3 seconds will pass. During this year, each of you shall experience a slow and torturous death at my hands, repeated countless times, rendering you unable to live or die." The chilling screams echoed from the world of Tsuki no Mi, a haunting symphony of despair. Initially, the villagers pleaded for mercy. But as the agony intensified and time stretched on, they began to beg for a swift end to their torment. Yet how could Naruto grant them such mercy? For these individuals, death was far too lenient a fate. Chapter 72. Return to deliver gifts in the realm of reality. Jasmine's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the villagers before her, suddenly rendered silent and seemingly vacant. One by one, they collapsed, as if their souls had departed. A wave of confusion washed over Jasmine. She could scarcely fathom how such an eerie occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye. Naruto approached Jasmine gently, tenderly ruffling her hair and softly murmuring, "Pay them no mind. Even if they are still alive, they are surely like vegetables now. Let us return to Gaara. I suspect he has completed his task." Tsunade gazed at the 50 villagers sprawled on the ground, murmuring, "They brought this upon themselves. They deserve no pity." The mountain clan, through a secretary, contacted Tsunade, inquiring, "Lady Tsunade, what should we do now? Should we apprehend Naruto?" In her heart, Tsunade responded, "No need. Simply inform the Umbu to collect the bodies. Even if these individuals were to survive, they would waste food. Let us bury them." At that moment, Gaara rushed over to Naruto, internally acknowledging, "Indeed, the shadow I saw earlier was Tsunade, the 5th Hokage." He approached Naruto, observing the fallen villagers with a furrowed brow, and asked, "I have completed my mission. What transpired here?" Tsunade, exasperated, waved her hand dismissively at Naruto, saying, "You may leave, Naruto. The Hidden Leaf Village will not turn against you. Regardless of the pressure we face, Jiraiya and I will stand by you. I hope you will reflect carefully and return to the village." Surprise flickered across Naruto's face. He had not anticipated such regard from Tsunade. After a brief pause, he inquired, "By the way, why have I not seen Master Jiraiya? Is he not here?" Tsunade's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Jiraiya, her mind racing. Master Jiraiya? When did this happen? He actually took Naruto as his apprentice? However, she considered it a positive development, as it might increase the chances of Naruto's return to the Hidden Leaf. Regaining her composure, Tsunade replied, "He returned to the Hidden Leaf specifically to teach you ninjutsu. But after you left, he felt he could not remain idle. Thus, he set off to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. He is likely en route to the Land of Water now." Naruto nodded, bidding farewell to Tsunade, and then, accompanied by Gaara, Jasmine, and others, they made their way toward the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. Their conversation flowed freely, the atmosphere light and enjoyable. Jasmine tightly clasped Naruto's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, the Hidden Leaf Village actually considers you a rogue ninja. Why not come to our sand village? We would welcome you with open arms. You could even stay at my home." At her words, a gentle smile graced Naruto's face as he shook his head softly, responding, "You are so thoughtful, Jasmine. However, I have settled in the Snow Village. If you find the time, do visit the Land of Snow. The scenery there is breathtaking, and you can stay at my home." As they chatted, Naruto's keen senses suddenly detected a peculiar chakra rushing toward him. Reacting swiftly, he enveloped Jasmine in his embrace, dodging to the side, causing the unsettling feeling to dissipate. Before them, from the nearby bushes, emerged 2 figures, the elite ninjas of the Umbu, Yamashiro Kaze and Yamanaka Torian. Yamashiro Kaze frowned, murmuring in disbelief, "I did not expect this guy to possess such astounding perception. Even my silent heart turn technique was easily detected. It seems we must resort to force for this mission." Yamanaka Torian nodded gravely, indicating his agreement. Naruto, steadying himself, gazed at the 2 assailants and remarked, "I completely forgot to greet Danzo upon arriving in the Hidden Leaf. That was indeed my oversight. However, it matters little. I can return to catch up with him later. But first, I shall eliminate the 2 of you." At that moment, Gaara and Karura positioned themselves protectively in front of Naruto, saying solemnly, "Friends, Naruto is a distinguished guest of the Sand Village. Please do not let impulsiveness jeopardize the friendship between our villages." Yamashiro Kaze and Yamanaka Torian disregarded Gaara's words and charged at Naruto. Observing this, Gaara snorted coldly, his chakra surging, clearly ready to engage. Yet Naruto raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Their primary target is me. I will handle this." With that, Naruto activated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, declaring, "When Obito faced you, he lacked his left eye, but I possess both of my Kamui." Chakra surged wildly within Naruto's eyes. In an instant, the Kamui activated, and the surrounding space quaked. Yamanaka Torian felt the atmosphere distort violently, leaving him no chance to evade. In the next moment, his head was gruesomely twisted off, blood splattering everywhere. Yamashiro Kaze, witnessing this horror, was struck with terror, his complexion paling. He understood that his strength was insufficient to withstand such terrifying power. Without a moment in Appo's hesitation, he turned to flee. Despite being an elite Umbu ninja, Yamashiro Kaze and Appo's speed could not outmatch the dual Kamui. As he pivoted, a formidable spatial force seized him, locking him in place. With a sickening crack, Yamashiro Kaze and Appo's head was forcibly twisted off, tumbling to the ground, his eyes wide open, reflecting the terror and despair of his last moments. Naruto's display left Gaara and the others in shock, with Karura thinking, such power is absolutely beyond our reach. He may possess the strength to sweep across the ninja world. Karura quickly spoke up, "Naruto, since this is resolved, let us continue our journey. We still have a ways to go to reach the Sand Village." Naruto, however, shook his head firmly, asserting, "You all go ahead. I need to return to the Hidden Leaf for a moment. I forgot to bring a gift for them." Chapter 73. Battle Mori tightly grasped Naruto's hand, her small fingers trembling slightly, revealing her inner reluctance. Sensing her emotions, Naruto gently extended his other hand, tenderly stroking her hair. He retrieved a Flying Thunder God Kunai from his ninja tool pouch and presented it to Mori with a smile, saying, "Take this. Once I finish my business in Konoha, I will return to your side immediately." Mori lifted her gaze, meeting Naruto's warm eyes, and slowly nodded in agreement to leave first, gradually loosening her grip on his hand. Upon seeing Mori release her hold, Naruto turned to face the fallen heads of Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikaku. He activated Kamui, placing their heads into the Kamui space. After completing this, Naruto did not linger. He vanished from the spot in a flash. Meanwhile, in the underground root base of Konoha, Danzo sat in his large chair, sifting through a pile of documents on his desk. For many years, he had silently managed the unsavory yet necessary affairs of the village. Just recently, he had successfully eradicated a burgeoning civilian ninja organization nearby, acting decisively as he sensed a potential threat to Konoha's security. At this moment, sitting before Danzo was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who gazed at Danzo with a serious expression and inquired, "Have all matters been handled properly? There should be no traces left for others to discover, correct?" Without a change in expression, Danzo lightly waved his right hand and replied coldly, "Umph. My work has always been meticulous. My capabilities are not for you to question." Their organization left no survivors. It was evident that Hiruzen tacitly agreed with the annihilation of the civilian organization. Just then, two loud crashes reverberated as two circular black figures burst through the door and flew into the room. Both Danzo and Hiruzen were startled, and upon recognizing the shadows, their eyes widened in shock. The severed heads of Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikaku lay on the ground. The two men sprang from their seats, eyes darting to the entrance, where Naruto strolled in leisurely. With a cold smile, he began, "I have come specifically to find Shimura Danzo. What a coincidence to see you here, third Hokage. I wonder what clandestine dealings you two are plotting?" Hiruzen's expression darkened as he stood, sternly demanding, "Naruto, did you not leave Konoha long ago? Why have you returned so suddenly? What do you intend to do?" Naruto, however, remained remarkably composed, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he casually remarked, "You seem quite concerned about my whereabouts. You knew I had just returned to the village, but do you truly understand the situation? Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikaku ambushed me on the way and have met their demise at my hands." Hiruzen gasped in shock, his face instantly reflecting disbelief. He swiftly turned to Danzo, angrily exclaiming, "You fool! Who gave you the authority to act on your own?" Internally, Hiruzen thought, "You useless waste. To attempt an attack and fail." At that moment, Danzo's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, forcing out a response. "At this point, further discussion is pointless. Since you are already aware of everything, let us commence without delay." With that, he released the seal on his right hand, revealing 9 Sharingans spinning upon it. Hiruzen gasped, his eyes fixed on the Sharingan in Danzo's hand, his body trembling uncontrollably. He shouted in frustration, "You beast! How many schemes have you concealed from me?" Unperturbed by their quarrel, Naruto interjected coldly, "At this juncture, it is too late to reprimand your subordinates, third Hokage." Danzo remained unfazed by Hiruzen's accusations, barely sparing him a glance. Danzo then formed hand seals, an unusual power surging forth, enveloping the area. Naruto sensed that Izanagi had been activated. Time was of the essence. Every second was precious. Aware of this, Danzo charged directly at Naruto. His fist cut through the air, a fierce wind accompanying it as he aimed for Naruto's body. Just as his fist was about to make contact, a blue light materialized. The solid frame of Susanoo stood steadfastly in front of Naruto. Reacting swiftly, Naruto swung his watermelon knife, a gleam of cold light flashing as it sliced through Danzo's body, blood bursting forth as Danzo was cleaved in half. However, Naruto's gaze shifted to Danzo, who had just revived not far away. A smirk of disdain appeared on his lips as he taunted. Did you truly believe you could eliminate me in this brief 9 minutes? You are utterly worthless. Naruto noticed one of the Sharingan on Danzo's hand slowly closing. Recognizing the situation, he ceased his banter, chakra rapidly gathering within him as a massive Susanoo hand materialized out of thin air. With a sweeping motion, the colossal hand, formed of chakra, gripped the long knife and struck down towards Danzo. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently. A terrifying force erupted from below, surging toward the surface. As debris flew and dust billowed, the immense destructive power completely penetrated the underground base crafted by Danzo. The speed of the strike was so swift that Danzo barely had time to react, forcing him to expend another Sharingan. Though he possessed Izanagi for protection, beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and he gasped for breath. He clearly sensed that Naruto's previous strike bore astonishing power, consuming almost none of his chakra. As he remained entirely unperturbed, Danzo thought to himself, at this rate, no matter how many Sharingan I possess, it will be difficult to sustain for long. Having previously been attacked by Naruto, he had specifically enhanced his cells with Hashirama's cells this time, yet he dared not use them until absolutely necessary. But now, he knew he had no choice but to employ this technique. Chapter 74, The Floating Training Before Long. Danzo's expression twisted in fury as he tore away the fabric on his left side, revealing his arm. He was resolute in his preparation for a desperate fight. At this moment, he had determined to use wood release, combined with his Izanagi, to battle Naruto fiercely. The immense destructive force caused buildings on the ground to collapse, creating a gaping pit, and the tremendous noise roused Tsunade, who rushed to the scene. Upon her arrival, she firmly planted her feet on the ground. Her anxious gaze fixated below, where the fierce clash between Naruto and Danzo unfolded. As tension escalated, the figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi materialized before Danzo. He then turned to face Naruto, raising his voice. Naruto, if today you must destroy our Konoha, how heartbroken your parents would be if they knew. They would never wish to see you tread the path of annihilating Konoha. Hearing these words, Naruto trembled, momentarily stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Hiruzen. Internally reflecting, I never imagined that this once revered third Hokage would utter such words in this dire moment. A torrent of emotions surged within him, anger, rage, and indignation, erupting in a roar. If my parents knew how you have treated me all this time, would they still willingly protect this so-called Konoha? At this point, you old fool dare to morally bind me. Do you not realize it is too late? Pausing briefly to regain his composure, Naruto inhaled deeply and continued, initially. Considering what Tsunade said to me today, I had no intention of unleashing havoc upon the entire village. However, since you have the audacity to provoke me further, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Whether it be that beast Danzo or the entirety of Konoha, just wait and see. As he finished speaking, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, his body gradually ascending, lifting him into the air. The atmosphere around him seemed to grow tumultuous, with fierce winds howling and dark clouds gathering. Tsunade and Appo's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Naruto, now radiating immense energy. A wave of intense unease washed over her, and without hesitation, she swiftly formed hand seals to summon a giant slug. As the smoke billowed, the enormous creature emerged. In a state of frantic urgency, Tsunade called out to Hiruzen and Danzo, who stood nearby. What on earth are you two old fools doing? Why provoke him to this extent? It appeared that neither Hiruzen nor Danzo heeded her furious outcry. Both remained grim-faced, their eyes locked onto the floating Naruto, their bodies tense and prepared for the impending onslaught. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the surroundings in a stark white. Hiruzen glanced at the unfolding chaos, aware of the dire situation. He quickly turned to Tsunade, shouting, now is not the time for blame. Quickly, let the slug spread out and protect every villager. Naruto's attack is clearly aimed at a wide area. Floating in the air, Naruto murmured to himself, Father, your Rasengan was neither swift enough nor fierce enough in its time. But rest assured, I shall elevate it to new heights. With that, he hurled the blue sphere spinning in his palm downward, unleashing the great spiraling wheel of doom upon the village. A thunderous roar erupted as the attack barreled toward Konoha, resonating like an apocalyptic bell. In an instant, a row of houses was reduced to dust, wood, and stone, sending debris flying and stirring clouds of dust. On the streets, terrified villagers screamed and fled. Yet escape from this terrifying assault proved futile. Some unfortunate souls, unable to evade the shockwave, were hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. Even Hokage Rock was not spared. The great spiraling wheel struck the surface, carving away a significant portion of the faces representing Konoha's past Hokages, sending stones cascading downward. Iconic structures like the Ninja Academy and the shopping district crumbled under the onslaught, transforming the once vibrant area into a desolate wasteland. Dense smoke enveloped the village, the acrid stench making it difficult to breathe. Injured villagers lay moaning amidst the ruins, while the remaining ninjas, stifling their grief, began organizing rescue efforts. The once thriving Konoha was now shrouded in despair and devastation, the damage inflicted by the great spiraling wheel plunging the village into a grave crisis. Even with Tsunade's slug offering healing, the majority of the villagers would be lost, and rebuilding would bring a new populace. Hiruzen struggled to emerge from the debris, covered in dirt and in disarray. Raising his head, he bellowed into the sky, "Naruto Uzumaki. You scoundrel! I will never let you off easily. You are a madman." In response to this furious outburst, Naruto threw back his head and laughed uproariously, his laughter echoing through the air, a dissonant sound. He proclaimed loudly, "Listen well. Beasts of Konoha. Everything that has transpired today is the result of provocations from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. This downfall is solely their doing." Naruto understood clearly that he could not kill Hiruzen. Instead, he aimed to ensure that Hiruzen would endure the scorn and condemnation of the people, forcing this once respected Hokage to live the rest of his life steeped in guilt and remorse. Meanwhile, the surviving villagers of Konoha turned their gazes toward Hiruzen, their expressions devoid of the reverence they once held, replaced instead by blame and resentment. Hiruzen sensed the shift in the atmosphere, fully aware that he had fallen into a dire predicament. With only the option of taking his own life left to salvage some dignity, he contemplated his fate. Yet, Naruto was acutely aware of Hiruzen's thoughts. Just as Hiruzen prepared to take that final step, Naruto suddenly dove downward. With a swift motion, he struck Hiruzen's heart with a black curse mark, a technique once used by Uchiha Madara to control libido. Little did they know that today, it would be employed against Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 75. Ninetales Sarutobi. Hiruzen's eyes dimmed, devoid of the vitality that once shone within them. His body gradually tilted backward, crashing onto the shattered ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He had completely lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground. The Hidden Leaf village had transformed into a desolate ruin, a mere shadow of its former self. The structures that once stood proudly were reduced to heaps of rubble and charred wood, while the streets were marred by deep gorges filled with broken stones and twisted steel. The air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Naruto turned his gaze toward the remnants of the village, beneath which he had already pinpointed Danzo's location in his sage mode. He shouted, "You old fool, are you cowering underground like a dog, pretending to be dead again?" At Naruto and Appo's taunt, Danzo, hidden below, could no longer contain his fury. He opened his eyes wide, swiftly forming hand seals, and roared, "Would release. Birth of the deep forest." The earth trembled violently as massive branches erupted from the ground, surging toward Naruto with fierce intent. These branches intertwined, forming a vast net, seeking to ensnare him. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed. He barely glanced at the incoming branches, instead taking measured steps toward Danzo's location. As the branches collided with him, they passed through his form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. In this manner, Naruto navigated through the branches and soon stood firmly before Danzo. With a swift motion, Naruto tore off Danzo's right arm. Blood gushed forth, and Danzo let out a piercing scream, clutching his wound in agony. Naruto paused, turning to the resurrected Danzo, and declared, "Release Izanagi and hand over all your Sharingan, or you shall meet your demise today." Sweat dripped from Danzo's forehead. He understood fully that he was in a dire predicament without a path of retreat. In the face of Naruto and Appo's eyes, escape was futile. Even if he exerted all his strength using Izanagi and would release, he could never defeat Naruto standing before him. With a resigned sigh, Danzo gritted his teeth and laboriously formed hand seals, dispelling the forbidden technique of Izanagi. As the technique dissipated, a profound weariness washed over him. He then drew a long knife from his waist and severed the right arm that still bore 6 Sharingan. The severed arm soared through the air toward Naruto. Naruto and Appo's gaze sharpened slightly as he activated Kimui, absorbing the flying arm into a different dimension. Coldly regarding Danzo, he spoke with a measured tone, "Consider yourself fortunate. Someone will come to claim your life, but that person shall not be me. Cherish your remaining time alive." With that, he activated Kimui and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having successfully liberated the majority of Konoha and Appo's ninjas from the seal, found herself utterly exhausted from the excessive chakra expenditure. She directed Kakashi to seek Jiraiya, then collapsed unconscious. Kakashi wasted no time, understanding that Konoha was gravely weakened, and only Jiraiya could fend off the impending external threats. He entrusted Tsunade to Waihai Kurenai and dashed out of the village. Danzo, too, succumbed to the severe chakra depletion. His severed arm, combined with the forced activation of Hashirama's cells, left him in a deep state of unconsciousness. Following this battle, he would not even have the opportunity to become the 5th Hokage. Within the realm of Kimui, Naruto inhaled deeply, sensing the dwindling chakra within him. This battle had dragged on far too long, and the toll it had taken was significant. The demands of Kamui, Susanoo, large-scale Tsukuyami, and the immensely powerful Raisin Shuriken were staggering. If not for his Uzumaki lineage coupled with Hashirama's cells, his chakra would have long since been depleted. Previously, Naruto had believed that even without the Nine Tails chakra, he could remain invincible. However, he overlooked a crucial fact. Despite his current strength, his body had not matured significantly since his graduation from the Ninja Academy. Murmuring to himself, Naruto sighed, alas. As much as I wish to avoid him, it seems I must seek out the Nine Tails. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, focusing his mind and allowing his consciousness to delve deep within himself. In a moment of disorientation, Naruto found himself before a long, dark tunnel. He walked forward, the low rumbling echoing in his ears. After a considerable distance, a massive iron door appeared ahead, within which glimmered two crimson eyes. A claw struck the door with a thunderous sound, and a voice filled with rage boomed. I never expected you to come here willingly. With all this power. What do you seek from me? The voice belonged to the Nine Tails, sealed within Naruto. It had witnessed the recent battle through their connection and was fully aware of the series of events that had transpired. Unlike in the original tale, it no longer referred to Naruto as a mere brat. In its eyes, Naruto had acquired strength sufficient to rival its own, perhaps even surpass it. Upon hearing the Nine Tails words, Naruto's lips curled into a smirk, a cold smile gracing his face as he replied with a tone laced with sarcasm, Nine Tails. Do you think I am a saint? Your existence has subjected me to 18 years of disdain. Ultimately, you, along with Obito and Madara, are all enemies of my parents. You all deserve to perish. At this, the Nine Tails' pupils dilated sharply, and the cunning fox raised its voice in provocation. If that is the case, what are you hesitating for? Quickly release my seal, and come at me with all your might. Naruto laughed, covering his face, and retorted, you need not provoke me. I've already taken the lives of many in Konoha. Had I not feared that your thoughts might differ from mine upon meeting you, I would have slain you long ago. You foul fox. The Nine Tails, perplexed, inquired, he? Chapter 76. The Golden Body Mode. Naruto paid no heed to the puzzled Kyuubi as he swiftly approached and grasped the sealing symbol affixed to the door. Suddenly, a hand emerged, seizing Naruto and Appo's wrist and pulling him down. After an emotional exchange with Minato Namikaze, who expressed his unwavering support for Naruto and Appo's decision before dissipating, Naruto stepped forward once more to unravel the sealing symbol. This time, he successfully dispelled the seal, swinging the door wide open. Upon seeing Kushina Uzumaki, another heartfelt moment ensued, and she too affirmed her support for Naruto's choice before vanishing. The Kyuubi's pupils constricted sharply, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashing in its eyes. With a mighty sweep of its colossal claws, it struck the iron door with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as the door was flung wide open. Accompanied by the clamor of the opening door, the Kyuubi unleashed a deafening roar directed at Naruto, signifying the commencement of their battle. Faced with the fully unsealed Kyuubi, Naruto's lips curled into a confident smile as he boldly declared, come on, let me witness the extent of your power. Upon uttering those words, Naruto swiftly activated Sage Mode, his eyes transforming into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Without hesitation, the Kyuubi gathered chakra in its mouth, gradually forming a tailed beast bomb. As the Kyuubi's roar reverberated, it launched the attack towards Naruto. Moments later, Naruto's tightly shut eyes flew open, and his consciousness instantaneously returned to his physical form. At this juncture, a remarkable transformation enveloped him as golden light embraced his figure. He slowly lifted his hands, feeling the flow of chakra within him, and softly murmured, so this is the Golden Body Mode achieved after a successful tug of war. It feels rather splendid. With that, he activated his Kamui, and in an instant, he vanished from the space. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi remained trapped within Naruto's body, begrudgingly muttering, this guy can even wield wood-release techniques like the wood dragon. I truly underestimated him. After this tumultuous encounter, Naruto finally resolved his chakra deficiency. With no further delays, he promptly executed the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside Mari. With a smile gracing his face, Naruto remarked, it seems you haven't strayed too far. Mari, having grown somewhat anxious from the prolonged wait, was taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance. However, her surprise quickly transformed into joy as she opened her arms and dove into Naruto's embrace. Why are you so slow? We've been waiting for ages. She chided playfully while tightly holding him. Naruto gently stroked Mari's head, offering reassurance. All right, I'm here now. Sharing a warm smile, the two clasped hands and strolled leisurely towards the land of sand alongside Gaara and the others. As they meandered, engaged in light conversation, they soon spotted a bustling little town ahead. The streets were teeming with people. Upon entering the town, Naruto, Mari, and Gaara found themselves amidst a flurry of gossip. Did you hear? That tremendous noise from about 3 hours ago was said to have originated from the direction of Konoha. One voice whispered conspiratorially. Another chimed in, indeed. I've heard even more outrageous claims. that the entire Konoha village has been utterly devastated by someone named Naruto Uzumaki. It's terrifying to even contemplate. A third voice interjected, adding, Yes, yes. I also heard that Naruto Uzumaki's actions stem from the unforgivable sins of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura. These rumors quickly spread through every corner of the town, and naturally, Gaara and the others, walking amidst the crowd, overheard the conversations. Consequently, they turned their gazes toward Naruto. Their expressions filled with curiosity, waiting silently for him to provide an explanation. Noticing their collective attention, Naruto began to elucidate. Hiruzen and Danzo brought this upon themselves. They sent Umbu to ambush me and attempted to kidnap me. With my fiery temper, how could I possibly endure such humiliation? Gaara regarded Naruto, questioning. You actually destroyed the entire Konoha village under the watchful eyes of so many powerful shinobi? Unfazed, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly replying, It's just a mere village. What is the big deal? Oh, I'm starving. Let us hurry to that shop up ahead for something to eat, and we can chat while we dine. With that, he strode ahead. Mari, feeling her own stomach rumble, nodded in agreement, and the five of them made their way toward a nearby ramen shop. Upon entering the establishment and settling at a table, they overheard the conversations of patrons at the adjacent table. Indeed, Konoha was truly a wonderful village. I once sought their assistance, and even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire has benefited from Konoha's generosity, one person lamented. Another responded, filled with regret. Who would have thought that such a thriving village could be reduced to ruins? It's all that wretched traitor Naruto Uzumaki's fault. At this rate, it will take ages to restore its former glory. Yet another chimed in, exactly. After all, Naruto Uzumaki grew up in Konoha. How could he commit such heinous acts? I can't fathom what he's thinking. His father was the fourth Hokage. If the fourth were to know, he might just rise from his grave in fury. As their laughter echoed, Mari furrowed her brow in concern, while Naruto remained composed, acutely aware of Konoha and Appo's enduring influence. Chapter 77. New Considerations. Naruto gently patted Jasmine's shoulder and smiled, saying, It's all right, stay calm. Enjoy your noodles. I'll check things out and be right back. With that, Naruto rose and walked toward the table where a spirited discussion had just taken place. As he approached, he slowly took a seat, wearing a friendly smile, and looked at the two individuals across from him. He spoke softly. I couldn't help but overhear your discussion and found it quite intriguing. Would you mind elaborating? Consider this meal on me. The two men, initially engrossed in their conversation, became wary upon Naruto's interruption. One of them furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Naruto before cautiously inquiring. Young man, you don't seem to be from around here. The entire town is buzzing about this matter. Are you truly unaware? Naruto shook his head slightly, maintaining his genial smile while producing 2 cigarettes from seemingly nowhere, offering one to each of the men. He continued, to be frank, I hail from the distant land of wind. My intention in coming to Konoha is to engage in some modest trade to make a living. I've heard that the feudal lord of the Land of Fire holds significant influence here, and if I could gain his favor, my small business would surely thrive. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. The two exchanged glances, then accepted the cigarettes, lighting them and inhaling deeply before exhaling puffs of white smoke. One of them began. In this town, there is a feudal lord named Lord N, located to the west of our current position. If you wish to seek assistance there, you must come bearing valuable gifts. It is imperative to avoid arriving empty-handed. The other man narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice. Moreover, I must warn you about a formidable figure named Jiru, who has come from the Temple of Fire to protect the Lord. He is not to be trifled with. When you visit, bring gifts and refrain from carrying any weapons, or you may find yourself expelled. Rumor has it he won't be here for long. So if you intend to go, perhaps it would be wise to delay. Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling that Jiru's head was rumored to be worth a staggering 30 million ryo. If he could successfully obtain it, it would indeed represent a considerable fortune. Thus, he inquired, and what of that Uzumaki Naruto? Upon hearing this, one man slammed his fist on the table, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed, Humph. That Uzumaki Naruto is nothing short of a disgrace. He was raised in our Konoha village, which has shown him immense kindness. Yet this ungrateful wretch destroyed the village with his own hands. Such an act is utterly intolerable. Naruto, however, remained remarkably composed and replied slowly, Is it possible that there is a misunderstanding? Perhaps the rumors surrounding Naruto are not entirely accurate. What if he had a terribly difficult life in Konoha? What if he was constantly looked down upon? The man dismissed Naruto's words with a wave of his hand, adamantly retorting, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a large village ever mistreat the son of the fourth Hokage? This is undoubtedly the fault of that wretch, and there is no room for debate. Meanwhile, Jasmine and her companions were seething with anger, their fists clenched tightly, faces pale with fury. Though Naruto maintained an impassive expression, he was inwardly furious. He glanced back at Jasmine and her friends, softly advising, You should pack up the food and leave quickly. I fear we may not be able to eat soon. Iroh and the others nodded in agreement, and swiftly began to pack the food before hastily exiting the establishment. Closing the door behind them, a satisfied smile crept across Naruto's lips as he gently nodded. He then slowly turned back to the two men at the table, his gaze icy. In an instant, Naruto's hands shot out, grasping the chopsticks beside him. With a swift motion, he struck, and with a muffled thud, each man found his hands pinned firmly to the table by the chopsticks. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted, reverberating throughout the room. A sound so harrowing that the patrons and the shopkeeper, now trapped in the corner, could only watch in terror, unable to escape. Iroh and the others at the door felt a chill run down their spines, exchanging worried glances as the screams intensified. A thick, acrid scent of blood soon filled the air, and they looked down to see crimson liquid seeping through the cracks of the door. Inside, Naruto remained expressionless, coldly fixated on the subdued men before him, mercilessly bending their fingers one by one. Each snap was accompanied by the sickening sound of breaking bones and horrific wails. Yet Naruto remained silent. The two men, their cigarettes long fallen to the floor, trembled and pleaded, "Be brother, how have we offended you? Could it be that Naruto is your relative? But from what we know, he is an orphan." At this moment, Naruto callously broke another finger, slowly raising his gaze to lock onto the quivering men before him. Finally breaking his silence, he coldly declared, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. As for why I am turning on you, I have no desire to explain myself to a pair of fools like you. Even if I told you the truth, what would it matter? You people who spread malicious rumors deserve nothing but death." With that, Naruto's eyes grew colder, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. He continued, "Initially, I believed it sufficient to eliminate the scum of Konoha, but now I wonder if I should consider uprooting the entire land of fire. After all, there is a feudal lord present. He could serve as my starting point." With a swift motion, Naruto appeared before one of the men, exerting his strength and literally tearing the man in half, blood splattering in a gruesome display reminiscent of a horror film. Chapter 78. The daimyo of the Land of Fire. Another individual gazed at Naruto in terror, witnessing the mercilessness with which he acted. The fierce and cruel visage of Naruto instilled an involuntary tremor within him, rendering him incapable of controlling his bodily functions as incoherent utterances escaped his lips, failing to form a single coherent sentence. Subsequently, a wave of intense nausea surged within him. Unable to endure it any longer, he retched violently, spewing forth vomit that splattered everywhere. Naruto cast a cold glance at the wretched figure before him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly remarked, "Humph, you were the loudest just now." Upon finishing his words, he abruptly extended his hand, seizing the man's head. With a sickening sound, the head was wrenched from its body, the spine torn out alongside it, crimson blood instantly staining the ground in a vast pool. The onlookers, cowering in the corners, including the shopkeeper, turned pale with fright, each emitting piercing screams once more. The ramen shop was enveloped in an atmosphere of sheer terror. It had devolved into a horrifying human purgatory. Naruto quietly observed the two bodies lying in the blood-soaked aftermath, his gaze gradually becoming forlorn. Despite having personally dealt with them, he felt no sense of satisfaction. Rather, an indescribable irritation began to spread within him. For he understood that as long as the higher-ups of Konoha continued to manipulate public opinion, he would be unable to escape the fate of being reviled. Regardless of where he went, his previous thoughts had been simplistic and brutish. Wherever he went, he would unleash violence, combating injustice with bloodshed. However, after this massacre, he suddenly realized that such actions could not bring about true change. A more radical thought began to form in his mind. If that were the case, why not simply sink this decaying land of fire, and then, through his own strength, create an entirely new land of fire? Infinite Tsukuyomi? To bring joy to all? No. This time he would create infinite Amaterasu, to instill suffering upon everyone. Just as Naruto contemplated raising his weapon once more to continue the slaughter, a sudden noise caught his attention. The tightly shut door of the shop was thrust open, and a petite figure rushed in, tightly embracing Naruto. This unexpected embrace instantly quelled the fury within him. He looked down at Marigold, and after a brief silence, his gaze gradually regained clarity. The nearly uncontrollable urge to kill finally subdued. He exhaled deeply and slowly released his grip on the weapon. Naruto gazed at Marigold and softly spoke. "I intend to visit the residents of the daimyo of the Land of Fire to observe what they are preoccupied with. You might as well return to Sand Village first." In the original narrative, the description of the daimyo of the Land of Fire is relatively scarce, thus Naruto harbored a lingering curiosity, given the chance for such close contact. He naturally wished to see for himself. Marigold tightened her grip on Naruto and Appo's arm and vigorously shook her head, replying, "No, if you go, then I must accompany you. Master, you should return to the village." Gaara and the others standing nearby exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with Naruto's formidable strength by her side, Marigold would likely not encounter significant danger. Naruto produced a flying thunder god kunai and handed it to Gaara, instructing, "In case of emergency, simply channel your chakra into it." With that, he took Marigold's small hand and turned to stride purposefully towards the western residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Before long, Naruto and Marigold arrived at the entrance of the daimyo's mansion. Raising his eyes, he beheld a grand estate, which could even be likened to a small castle. Even before stepping through the gates, the sounds of revelry, laughter, and the clinking of glasses wafted from within. Approaching the entrance, they noticed a group of armored soldiers stationed nearby, with tables set before them laden with money boxes. Clearly, one could gain entry to the mansion and partake in the festivities by paying a fee. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped forward to pay the required amount. He then turned back to grasp Marigold's hand, and together they ventured into the mansion, Naruto pondering to himself. The daimyo of the Land of Fire truly knows how to indulge in life, hosting a party at home. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with a bustling scene. The spacious hall was filled with clusters of people engaged in lively conversation, while cheerful music played overhead. Naruto curiously surveyed his surroundings and spotted the bald figure of Tens seated nearby, marveling at how advanced the entertainment technology of this world was, noting that it had everything imaginable. At that moment, a voice emerged from the platform on the second floor. The crowd turned their gaze upward to see a woman adorned with an ornate hat gracefully descending. A radiant smile graced her face, and behind her followed a tall man. Once she reached the platform, the woman surveyed the audience below and cleared her throat, proclaiming, "Welcome to the banquet of the Round City. All of you present are esteemed guests who have paid for entry. Feel free to speak freely. I hereby declare the banquet open." As her words echoed, an uproar of cheers erupted from the crowd, their excitement propelling the already vibrant atmosphere to new heights. Naruto, taken aback, gazed at the young woman addressing them from above. The daimyo was such a youthful female? At that moment, a woman veiled in white silk gracefully stepped forward. She tilted her head slightly, fixing her gaze directly on the man standing on the second floor, and said, "I have traveled 1,000 miles just to find you. Yet, I did not expect you to be living so leisurely here. Perhaps I should never have sought you out." Her voice was tinged with profound disappointment. As she spoke, she gently unveiled her face, revealing an exquisite and captivating countenance to the onlookers. In that instant, Naruto and Marigold had taken their seats. They remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama before them. The daimyo of Round City furrowed her brow slightly, her expression darkening as she turned to her male companion beside her and coldly remarked, "Quickly resolve your mess. Otherwise, I shall have you dismantled and sold for parts. You have ruined my mood today." Chapter 79. The Strike. The male concubine was originally standing on the second floor when he overheard the words of the Lord. His brow furrowed, and with a swift movement, he leaped down from the second floor, landing gracefully below. He swiftly approached the stunning woman before him and raised his right hand, delivering a resounding slap across her cheek. The sharp crack echoed throughout the spacious hall, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. The woman covered her struck face, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at her childhood companion, unable to fathom that he would act so mercilessly towards her. "Get away from me, Nishiyuanji Shizukawa," the male concubine bellowed. "I am now the favored one beside the master. Do not overstep your bounds. If you continue to pester me, know that the master has bestowed upon me a new name, Zhang Depeo." In his eagerness to impress the Lord of the Fire Nation and demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, Zhang Depeo had delivered the blow with full force, showing no mercy. At that moment, Nishiyuanji Shizukawa was utterly dazed by the slap, standing there as if her soul had left her body. Naruto, observing the scene, murmured, "Doesn't this name resemble Nishiyuanji Shizuoka from Chapter 2? Could she be her sister?" After a while, Nishiyuanji Shizukawa finally regained her composure, a surge of anger rising within her as she thought, "It must be that detestable lord upstairs who has brainwashed Zhang Depeo, turning him into this wretched creature." Unable to contain her fury any longer, she swiftly drew a dagger from her shoe and charged towards the lord on the second floor. Just as she was about to ascend the staircase, a figure suddenly appeared. Hidaka had intervened. He seized Nishiyuanji Shizukawa's arm, simultaneously unleashing the Thousand Hands technique. Numerous colossal hands emerged from thin air, crashing down upon her. The resounding thuds echoed as if her body were struck by dozens of fists, sending her hurtling back to the ground, the dagger falling beside her. At this moment, the Lord of the Fire Nation approached leisurely. As she reached the fallen dagger, she bent down to retrieve it. Holding the dagger firmly, she turned to Zhang Depeo, who stood ready beside her, and handed it over, saying, "Go, bring me her head. Remember, do not disappoint me." Zhang Depeo quickly extended his hands to accept the dagger. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he grasped it. Slowly stepping towards Nishiyuanji Shizukawa, she gazed at the advancing Zhang Depeo, her beautiful face revealing despair and unwillingness. Finally, when he was merely a few steps away, she closed her eyes, sighing inwardly, "Am I truly to perish here today? To die by the hands of this beast?" Just as everyone thought Nishiyuanji Shizukawa had surrendered, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Anger surged within her as she shouted, "How can I die here? Is there no hero to save me?" Her delicate form trembled with rage. She scanned the room, her pleading gaze sweeping over each person present, crying out, Is there a hero willing to rescue me? If you save me, I shall willingly offer myself to you. Moreover, if anyone can rid me of these people, I shall be yours from this day forth, to be commanded and toyed with as you wish. I am but an innocent girl, unacquainted with the world." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Depeo momentarily hesitated, the vicious glint in his eyes wavering as he turned his gaze aside. Those present were all individuals of immense power. If any among them were to take a liking to her, they could not strike her down today. However, the harsh reality remained that Nishiyuanji Shizukawa was the target of the Fire Nation's lord, with Hidaka standing guard beside her. Fearful of defying the lord, everyone exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, indicating their inability to assist. At this moment, the glimmer of hope in Nishiyuanji Shizukawa's eyes began to fade. The lord's anger flared, and she shouted, "Useless fools! Why are you still standing there? Move now!" Startled by the outburst, Zhang Depeo trembled and gritted his teeth. Resolute, he lunged forward, thrusting the dagger viciously towards Nishiyuanji Shizukawa's throat. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her flesh, Jasmine, who had been a mere spectator of this farce, could no longer bear to watch. She shouted, "Naruto!" Understanding her call, Naruto instantly appeared before Nishiyuanji Shizukawa. He reached out, grasping Zhang Depeo's wrist with a firm grip, then delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The force of the kick sent Zhang Depeo hurtling backward, crashing into a sturdy stone pillar on the second floor. The entire scene unfolded so rapidly that the onlookers were left in disbelief. When they finally regained their senses, they beheld the sight of Naruto grasping Zhang Depeo's severed arm, blood flowing from the wound. The crowd murmured in shock. Could it be? Did Zhang Depeo truly just lose his arm? Hidaka, narrowing his eyes, recognized the ninja before him. With just a glance, he understood that this individual was no ordinary foe. The speed of his attack was so swift that even Hidaka himself had not fully comprehended the movements. Realizing this, he positioned himself protectively in front of the lord. Meanwhile, Naruto turned with a smirk, his gaze landing on the stunned Nishiyuanji Shizukawa. His lips curled into a teasing smile as he remarked, "Hey, why are you standing there like a wooden post? Did you think you were dead and freeze in fear?" Awakened by his words, Nishiyuanji Shizukawa trembled, snapping back to reality. Her face momentarily registered surprise, quickly replaced by a flicker of hope. Falling to her knees, she wept, pleading with Naruto, "I implore you, noble sir, avenge me. Please eliminate those vile scoundrels before us. If you can grant me this vengeance, I shall be your servant for life, obedient to your every command, without complaint." Chapter 80. A contest of hands. Naruto gazed into the eyes of Nishiyuanji Shizukawa, where emotions flickered that felt hauntingly familiar to him. Through those eyes, he saw a reflection of his former self, one filled with hatred. Naruto found solace in that gaze, for it signified their shared essence. After a brief moment, he slowly inquired, "What if we were to eliminate them all? Would that not be excessively cruel?" At that moment, Nishiyuanji Shizukawa abruptly lifted her head, her once clear eyes now swollen and red from tears. Biting her lip, her voice trembled as she replied, "No, not at all. It could even be deemed overly merciful. Please, master, act swiftly." As her words fell, a furious shout erupted from behind. The crowd turned to see the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Her face contorted with rage. She glared at the unfamiliar figure before her, bellowing, "Look at your face. You are clearly not from here. Speak. From whence did this wretched child emerge, daring to harm my dog?" Her gaze shifted to the side, landing on Zhang Depeo, who had lost an arm. Fueling her fury further, she continued her tirade. "I went to great lengths to acquire such a loyal pet, only for you to ruin it. If you know what is good for you, kneel and submit as my dog, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Unfazed by the lord's arrogance, Naruto scoffed, nonchalantly grasping Zhang Depeo's severed arm and hurling it toward her. However, before the limb could reach its target, it was swiftly intercepted by the earth ninja, Jill. Naruto, eyeing Jill, taunted, "Is this what they call the thousand hands killing? It appears rather unimpressive." Jill's forehead throbbed with veins, his eyes wide with indignation. How could one of the 12 guardians of the hidden leaf endure such humiliation? In a fit of rage, Jill swiftly formed hand seals and roared, "Kaimon, thousand hands killing. Fury of the Vajra." As his voice echoed, a colossal phantom of the thousand-handed cannon materialized behind him, towering 5 meters high and exuding an overwhelming presence. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their faces a mask of disbelief. Someone gasped, "Good heavens! This power is terrifying." Another observer swallowed hard, stammering, "By the looks of it, he has reached the elite Jainin level. That outsider is in for a world of trouble." Even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire couldn't help but boast. "Haha, do not underestimate Jill's thousand hands killing. Its range is astonishing, reaching far beyond measure. In long-distance combat, should Jill choose, no enemy within 30 meters can escape. You, boy, today marks your doom." Faced with such a formidable opponent, Naruto merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the colossal phantom behind Jill. He remarked, "Oh, is that so? I am rather curious to see whose ninjutsu has the greater number of hands, yours or mine." With that, Naruto pressed his palms together, his chakra surging wildly as he activated Sage Mode. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed, would release, true thousand hands. Ascending Buddha. As darkness enveloped the town, a gigantic true thousand hands Buddha statue erupted from the ground, casting a shadow over all. Each of its hands was robust, measuring at least 100 meters long, radiating a mysterious and terrifying aura. The ground trembled with thunderous roars as the true thousand hands appeared, causing buildings to crumble beneath its weight. The entire town shattered under the might of the thousand hands. Dust filled the air, choking the onlookers, who stood frozen in shock at the horrifying spectacle. Some structures were flattened, reduced to rubble, while others disintegrated under the immense force, debris scattering everywhere. The cries of frightened children mingled with the gasps of adults. As chaos erupted in the town, the once mighty castle of the feudal lord, a symbol of authority, was now utterly unrecognizable, crushed into the earth. Only Jill remained, standing dazed. Disbelief etched on his face. An inexplicable emotion took hold of him, and he began to laugh maniacally. Ha! I must be dreaming. This cannot be real. Ha! He muttered to himself. The feudal lord, however, was not so fortunate. A fallen pillar trapped her, eliciting pitiful cries. The terrifying scene sent surrounding people fleeing in terror. Far from the oppressive ruins, Naruto stood atop the wooden figure, surveying the chaos below. His intention in unleashing such a powerful ninjutsu was merely to assess its effect, not to target Jill specifically. To deploy such a formidable technique solely against Jill would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Meanwhile, Nishiyuanji Shizukawa and Jasmine stood atop the wooden figure, gazing down at the unfolding events, their eyes wide, mouths agape in shock, utterly speechless. Naruto, undeterred by the reactions of others, directed his attention back to Jill, bellowing, "Come forth, the legendary 12 guardians. Weren't you so impressive? Let us see whose thousand hands killing is superior, yours or mine. Did you not claim to be invincible within 30 meters?" In response to Naruto and Appo's provocation, Jill did not grow angry. Instead, he laughed even more maniacally, exclaiming, "How strange. Why hasn't this dream ended?" He had completely lost his grip on reality. Naruto regarded the town, slowly shaking his head, his chakra surging once more. He unleashed the true thousand hands, sending countless gigantic wooden arms crashing down upon the town. With each resounding boom, the earth quaked violently, clouds of dust billowing upwards. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant town was utterly obliterated. Buildings collapsed, roads fractured, and flora was reduced to dust. The once thriving town was now a desolate wasteland, a sight too tragic to behold. Chapter 81 Special Edition. In the span of a single day, both Konoha village and its neighboring town were utterly obliterated. At this moment, Naruto stood atop a wooden statue, gazing sorrowfully at the desolation below. His expression was laden with anguish. He was profoundly pained. After a brief silence, he turned to Shizuke's Nishiyama, smiling as he remarked, "How can you speak of extinguishing the innocent lives of this entire town so casually? Do you not possess any humanity?" In response to Naruto's inquiry, Shizuke's Nishiyama knelt without hesitation, bowing repeatedly and exclaiming, "Thank you, master. This town belongs to the land of fire. Yet its inhabitants have long suffered under the vile machinations of the feudal lords. Over time, they have become corrupted, engaging in all manners of deceit and villainy. Your decisive action to eliminate them has, in fact, liberated these deeply sinful individuals. It is an honor for them." Upon hearing her explanation, Naruto's smile brightened. He nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, there is some truth in that. However, remember that our actions must always embody justice and goodness, understood?" Exchanging knowing glances with Mariri, Shizuke's Nishiyama nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips as they each entwined their delicate hands with Naruto's arms. Observing this, Naruto chuckled softly and waved his right hand, causing the enormous statue of the thousand hands to gradually dissipate. The group gently descended to the ground. At that moment, a sudden jolt surged within Naruto. He furrowed his brow and swiftly turned his gaze towards the distance. He sensed the chakra emitted from the flying Raijin Kanai of the spirit organization. Naruto thought to himself, given the chakra fluctuations emanating from this Kanai, it appears the situation is rather urgent. Is there someone daring enough to trespass upon my home? With that thought, he promptly turned to Mariri and Shizuke's Nishiyama, whispering, "I apologize, ladies, but it seems we cannot proceed to the land of sand for the time being. There appears to be a situation at my home that requires my immediate attention. Let's head to the land of snow first." Without hesitation, Mariri and Shizuke's Nishiyama nodded in full agreement. With a mere glance from Naruto, he activated the flying Raijin, and in the blink of an eye, the three vanished. The next moment, they materialized within the hall of the spirit organization. Hinata and Karen were quietly conversing inside when Naruto suddenly appeared before them. To their astonishment, he was accompanied by two unfamiliar women. Hinata and Karen exchanged puzzled glances, a mixture of surprise and intrigue evident on their faces. Hinata, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, spoke in a teasing tone. Well, our Naruto is quite remarkable, returning from a mission with two stunning beauties." Karen chimed in Indeed, Naruto and Appo's charm is undeniable. Naruto, caught off guard by their playful banter, felt a flush of embarrassment. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, he approached the table, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and calmly explained, "Oh, come now. I merely intended to escort them safely to Sand Ninja Village. I had no inkling I would sense the signal from your kunai, and fearing danger, I rushed back to assess the situation." Hinata inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure before responding, "We can settle that account later. For now, we must address the pressing matter at hand. Naruto, tell me, have you been hiding a child from me?" At her words, Naruto sputtered, the hot tea he had just sipped spraying everywhere. Grabbing a tissue, he wiped his mouth as he protested, "Hinata, where on earth did you get that idea? How could I possibly have a child at my age? I'm only 18. Seeing the innocence in Naruto's expression, Hinata's demeanor softened as she explained, all right. I was just teasing. A girl, around 12 years old, came to our door, claiming she was searching for a person with yellow hair, who also seems to share the surname Uzumaki. I didn't catch the full name, but she and Appo's is currently waiting at our entrance. I didn't and Appo's invite her in, fearing she might have ulterior motives. Oddly enough, she was wearing clothing from the Uchiha clan, making her presence rather suspicious, so I thought it best to inform you." Naruto, taken aback by Hinata and Appo's description, pondered aloud, "A girl dressed in Uchiha attire? I thought the entire Uchiha clan was eradicated by Itachi and Obito. Strange, I have no recollection of such a figure. I must go downstairs to investigate." With that, he sprang to his feet, hastily making his way downstairs. At that moment, outside the entrance of the spirit organization, a small girl huddled in a corner. Barefoot and clad in a flimsy Uchiha garment, she trembled as she concealed herself there. As Naruto turned to face her, his pupils dilated in disbelief, murmuring to himself, This is," as if sensing Naruto's presence. The girl, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. She raised her head, locking gazes with the astonished Naruto. Though the scene before her was still somewhat hazy, she instinctively staggered forward, unhesitatingly throwing herself into Naruto's embrace, exclaiming tearfully, "I finally found you, Boruto." Naruto, taken aback by the sudden embrace, was about to explain when Hinata, Karen, and the others rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, they halted in their tracks, expressions of surprise etched on their faces. Hinata was the first to react, her brows knitting together as she placed her hands on her hips, indignantly retorting, "What? If she is not your child, she must be connected to you in some way, right? Do you really think I, Hinata, am incapable of wielding a blade?" Faced with Hinata's accusation, Naruto felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Gently pushing the girl away, he addressed her, "Calm down for a moment. Take a good look. I am Naruto Uzumaki, not Boruto. However, I do recognize you. What has transpired?" Uchiha Hikari, seeing the top of the monthly fan rankings, inspired this special edition. Upon seeing that avatar, inspiration struck. Let us maintain a joyful atmosphere, and rest assured, the advanced ninja tools mentioned will not feature in the main storyline. Chapter 82 Special Edition 2. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Hikari, who had been somewhat dazed, gradually began to regain her composure. She slowly lifted her hand to gently rub her eyes, and then turned her gaze towards Naruto, saying, I sincerely apologize. I may have been a bit confused and mistook you for someone else. However, you truly bear a striking resemblance to Boruto. Do you know him?" At that moment, standing nearby, Karen curiously leaned in and blinked her sparkling eyes, asking in bewilderment, "Boruto? Who is that? It seems we don't have anyone by that name here. Did you perhaps wander into the wrong place?" Uchiha Hikari shook her head slightly in response to Karen's inquiry, saying, "Actually, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. I only know that his name is Uzumaki Boruto. Beyond that, I am unaware of who he is, where he came from, or where he has gone. However, I do know that he does not exist in my world. Only by venturing into a new world can I hope to find him." Seeing this, Naruto smiled warmly and reassured her, "Don't worry, I know him, and I will help you find him." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Hikari's face immediately lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Really? That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Naruto." Naruto nodded with a smile and then curiously inquired, "By the way, how did you suddenly end up in this place?" Uchiha Hikari scratched her head, trying to recall the circumstances, and slowly replied, "I'm not entirely certain either. I only remember catching a glimpse of a mysterious figure in white, who was suspiciously cradling a turtle. At that moment, I thought he must be a thief. Without a second thought, I rushed forward to apprehend him. Just as I was about to get close, that turtle unexpectedly emitted a dazzling green light that enveloped me, and then I was inexplicably transported here. In my panic during the transport, I inadvertently pushed that figure in white down the mysterious green light passage. Upon reflection, I recalled that the man in white mentioned that the turtle was a treasure called a plow, but unfortunately, in the chaos, it was left behind in this snowy village." After listening to Uchiha Hikari's account, Naruto pondered for a moment and cheerfully urged, "Don't just stand out there in the cold. Come inside. It's warmer in here, and we can talk more comfortably." With that, Naruto extended his hand to welcome Uchiha Hikari into the house. Once they entered, Naruto gently closed the door and thought to himself, "It seems that another member of the Otsutsuki clan will likely arrive in a few days. I must prepare accordingly." The group entered the hall of the spirit organization, where Naruto warmly hosted Uchiha Hikari. After guiding everyone to their seats, he cleared his throat, surveyed Hinata and the others, and smiled as he introduced, "Everyone, allow me to present this young lady, Uchiha Hikari, who is my and Hinata's daughter-in-law." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Hinata, who had been quietly seated, suddenly widened her eyes in shock, her cheeks flushing crimson. In an instant, she appeared beside Naruto, gently patting his head with her delicate hand while playfully scolding, "Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever bear a child for you? Are you out of your mind? And didn't you just say that you didn't have any children? How can you conjure a son out of thin air in the blink of an eye? I swear, you must be pondering all sorts of ridiculous things." Naruto remained calm as he began to elaborate on the details to everyone. He slowly recounted the story of Uzumaki Boruto and why Uchiha Hikari, from the Warring States period, had suddenly appeared here. Moreover, Naruto emphasized the significance of the turtle plow, for it had already manifested here, and it was only a matter of days before an Otsutsuki enemy would arrive. However, as Naruto shared his narrative, the expressions of those present revealed their skepticism. After all, what Naruto spoke of were events from the future, sounding far too fantastical to be fully accepted. Once he finished explaining, Naruto did not pressure anyone to believe his words. He merely shrugged, thinking that as long as he believed, that was enough. He then stood up and directed his gaze toward Karen, who was engrossed in a television show. Calling out, "Stop watching TV. Quickly write a letter. Use the eagle to send a message to Sasuke and Orochimaru to gather here. This is the first assembly of the spirit organization. Our opponent is the Otsutsuki clan, and we must not show any mercy. We need to be fully prepared. I wonder who from the Otsutsuki clan will come. If it's that useless Urashiki, perhaps I am overreacting." Karen, gazing at Naruto's earnest expression, slowly began to believe his words. Without hesitation, she turned off the television and swiftly dashed to fetch paper and pen, preparing to write the letter. Simultaneously, Naruto turned his attention back to Uchiha Hikari, saying, "Let us hurry and search for the plow. It is the key that brought you to this future world. Furthermore, perhaps in the future, our Boruto will be Boruto of the Snow Shinobi Village." Upon hearing this, the previously calm gaze of Uchiha Hikari sparkled with joy, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's set off quickly, father." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. Although there was nothing inappropriate about that term of endearment from Boruto's perspective, it was rather peculiar coming from someone of the Warring States period, especially as he still considered himself relatively young. Being addressed in such a manner by a child felt somewhat strange and awkward. Nevertheless, seeing Uchiha Hikari's eager anticipation to embark, Naruto chose not to dampen her spirits and could only shake his head helplessly as they made their way toward the Snow Shinobi Village. Chapter 83, Special Edition 3. In this endeavor, Naruto purposefully brought along Hinata and Uchiha Hikaru, while Nishiyuanji Shizuki and others remained within the castle of the spirit organization, indulging in leisure. As they traveled, Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings for the chakra-infused tortoise. Simultaneously, Naruto entered Sage Mode, attempting to sense its location through this heightened state. After a brief period of endeavor, Naruto couldn't help but express his skepticism. Is it truly possible to perceive such a thing in Sage Mode? It doesn't seem likely. As time passed, the trio's footsteps led them into the snowy town. Hinata surveyed the area but, with a sigh, shook her head in disappointment. The elusive tortoise was nowhere to be found. Just as their spirits began to wane, Hinata inadvertently caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, her gaze fixing intently upon the palace of the Land of Snow. She slowly parted her lips, whispering, "I found it. It appears a villager has presented it as a precious relic to the palace, offering it to Princess Yukika's. They are convening a meeting there. We must hurry." Upon hearing this news, smiles blossomed on the faces of Naruto and Uchiha Hikaru. Naruto was elated because Yukika's was one of his own, and he could easily ask her for it. Uchiha Hikaru was equally thrilled, anticipating a reunion with her husband, especially after more than half a year since Boruto's disappearance. Before long, the trio arrived at the palace entrance, where the guards, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized Naruto. They did not dare to be negligent, bowing respectfully and addressing him. "Lord Naruto, the sovereign is currently engaged in a meeting regarding foreign trade, attended by esteemed guests from other nations. Would you like to enter?" Naruto nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, I have matters to attend to. It would be prudent to listen in on the foreign trade discussions." The guards promptly stepped aside, allowing Naruto, Hinata, and Uchiha Hikaru to proceed into the palace. Within the conference room, discussions were fervently underway regarding foreign trade prices. A daimyo from the Land of Grass was fixated on the tortoise artifact recently offered to Princess Yukika's. His discerning gaze quickly detected that this seemingly mundane relic was anything but ordinary. With excitement bubbling, he stepped forward, clasping his hands, and declared, "Honorable Sovereign of the Land of Wind, I represent the land of grass and formally propose to reduce the price of medicinal herbs originally designated for the land of snow by a full 20%. All for the sake of acquiring that tortoise artifact you possess. I implore you to grant this request." His statement ignited a flurry of reactions in the conference room, with other daimyo engaging in heated debates. This meeting, initially centered around typical discussions of foreign trade transportation and various commodity pricing, had unexpectedly turned into a fervent interest in a rather unassuming tortoise artifact. Princess Yukikaze, taken aback, looked down at the relic she had just received. After a thorough examination, she saw nothing particularly special about it, merely an ordinary antique of considerable age. To exchange it for such a significant concession was indeed a lucrative deal for the land of snow. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Yukikaze smiled brightly and announced, "Since the land of grass is so keen on this artifact and willing to make such concessions, then very well, I shall bestow this tortoise artifact upon you." Her words elicited a cacophony of surprise, while the daimyo from the land of grass beamed with joy, carefully accepting the precious artifact from Princess Yukikaze and returning to his seat to examine it. However, after a prolonged inspection, he failed to discover any means of activation and thought to himself, "This sophisticated technology, even if it is a treasure, the land of grass cannot decipher it. I regret this decision." Worried the other party might reconsider, Princess Yukikaze discreetly signaled to the secretary at her side. Understanding her intent, the secretary promptly began drafting a new contract. Before long, the revised contract was presented to the daimyo from the land of grass for his review and signature. To everyone's astonishment, the daimyo shamelessly remarked, "Oh dear, the intricacy of this artifact exceeds our understanding in the land of grass. So I believe the price must be lowered further. How about a 10% reduction?" This declaration caused an uproar among the other daimyo, with some mockingly retorting, "Do you have no shame? You failed to recognize its value, and now that the contract is drafted and merely awaits your signature, you wish to back out?" Others were even more blunt in their criticism. Look at the daimyo from the land of grass, a veritable embodiment of fickleness. A chorus of discontent erupted. But for the daimyo from the land of grass, these criticisms were merely the whisper of the wind. His thick skin had earned him his current position, and with the contract yet to be formally signed, he felt secure in his stance. Princess Yukikaze recognized the situation. That man had not only refrained from signing the contract, but had a demeanor thicker than a city wall. Faced with such a shameless individual, moral condemnation seemed the only recourse available. At that moment, a heavy sound echoed as the previously shut doors slowly swung open. Everyone turned to see Naruto, accompanied by Hinata and Hikaru, stride in. He walked directly to Princess Yukikaze and said, "Fear not, Yukikaze. If the land of grass does not desire this item, we shall keep it ourselves." Upon seeing Naruto, Princess Yukikaze's face lit up with joy. She waved him over, indicating for him to take a seat beside her, gently responding, "Well, since you've said that, let us reclaim it." Naruto nodded, but in an instant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he vanished, reappearing before the daimyo from the land of grass, coldly asserting, "Today, you shall not take this tortoise. Furthermore, the terms of this contract shall shift from a 20% reduction to a staggering 99.9%. Refuse to sign, and your life shall be forfeit." Chapter 84, Special Edition. 4. The Lord of the Land of Grass wore a grim expression, his face contorted with fury as he bellowed, "Where did this impudent brat spring from? This is a gathering of lords discussing important matters. It is not a venue for a mere child like you to interrupt." He abruptly turned his gaze towards Fenghua Xiaoxua, the ruler of the land of snow, and questioned her with a hostile tone. "Is this the so-called hospitality of your land of snow? Allowing anyone to waltz in and disrupt our meeting?" Fenghua Xiaoxua met the lord of the land of grass's glare with an impassive demeanor, her beautiful eyes glinting with an icy chill as she coldly replied, "While it is true that I am the ruler of the land of snow, in this domain, his authority surpasses mine. You will sign this contract today, whether you like it or not." Upon hearing this, the lord of the land of grass trembled with rage, unable to contain his fury any longer. He slammed his palm down on the table before him, causing the teacups and documents atop it to tremble violently. Then, he sprang to his feet, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "You audacious little girl! Do you truly believe this lord fears you? You take a little kindness and presume to run a dye house." However, before his tirade could continue, Naruto swiftly intervened, gripping the lord of the land of grass by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Naruto's gaze was as frigid as ice, brimming with murderous intent as he spoke in a low voice. "You have spoken far too much. Even if you obediently sign this contract now, you will still perish. I have yet to settle the matter of Konoha's torment of Xianglin, and you dare to be so arrogant?" The lord of the land of grass, caught in Naruto's vice-like grip, gasped for air, his face turning crimson as he flailed helplessly, attempting to break free. Yet Naruto remained unhurried, gradually tightening his hold, allowing the lord to feel death drawing ever closer with each passing moment. Each incremental increase in pressure heralded the arrival of the Reaper. Finally, with one last surge of strength, the lord of the land of grass's arms fell limply to his sides. A sharp crack resounded from his throat. and his life ebbed away entirely. This brutal scene caused everyone present to collectively gasp in shock. The lords of the neighboring nations, witnessing this spectacle, grew increasingly anxious. The land of snow displayed an overwhelming strength and an imposing aura, particularly this young man, who instilled fear in their hearts. Their previously composed postures began to tremble, with some unable to maintain their composure, hastily consuming the fruits laid out before them. At that moment, Naruto slowly turned away, reaching for the legendary tool beside him, the plow, and scanning the gathered lords with a chilling glare. His voice rang out, "For too long, the ninja villages have acted as executioners for the various nations. But from this day forth, everything shall change. The land of snow will rise to become the true sovereign of this world." His words echoed in the air. And after a brief pause, he continued, "You will soon receive word that the land of fire's Konoha has been obliterated by me. Therefore, I solemnly warn you. Should anyone dare show disrespect towards the land of snow, you will meet the same fate as this lord of the land of grass. One by one, I shall eradicate you all." Having concluded his proclamation, Naruto sheathed the legendary plow and addressed Fenghua Xiaoxua, saying, "Now, you may continue your discussions regarding trade prices. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With a wave of his hand, he departed alongside Uchiha Hikari and Hinata. The lords of the great nations began to exhibit expressions of goodwill, as prices for various materials and weapons promptly decreased, losing their previously lofty demeanor. Naruto returned to the base of the spirit organization with Hinata and Uchiha Hikari. Upon entering, he delved into his inner world, calling out, "System, I wish to sacrifice a forbidden book. I need to retrieve Boruto and Appo's lost memories." A prompt sounded in response. "Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired a fragment of Boruto's past memories." "Ding. Host, as you are aware, I was already part of the Boruto faction during the Warring States period. I am not familiar with Sarada. I have long found this fragment within the river of time." "Oh dear, system, what a Trojan horse." Naruto exited his inner world, his eyes opening, as a blue light surged forth from his brow. A blue crystal floated in the air, upon which Boruto and Appo's figure gradually emerged. Guiding the crystal, Naruto slowly directed it towards Uchiha Hikari's heart. As they drew nearer, the crystal radiated light, merging into Uchiha Hikari's forehead. After completing this series of actions, Naruto turned to Uchiha Hikari, stating, "I have set the activation time for this crystal. Should fate allow you to encounter Boruto, it will automatically trigger, and he will recall the moments you shared." With a satisfied smile, he then produced the legendary plow, continuing, "It is nearly time. Let me send you into the future. I apologize for making you wait so long, my child." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Hikari's eyes moistened instantly, and she nodded slightly, recognizing that aside from Boruto, Naruto was the only one who treated her with such kindness. However, a flicker of concern crossed her beautiful face as she softly remarked, "But what if he already has someone special in the future?" Before Uchiha Hikari could finish, Naruto waved his hand, interrupting her, and replied, "That won't happen. If such a woman exists, I will ensure she is dealt with here, leaving no opportunity for her." The woman he referred to was none other than Sakura Haruno and Appo's daughter. At that moment, he silently resolved, if Sakura were to be eliminated in this era, then Sarada would never come to be. Furthermore, Sasuke had grown to harbor such disdain for Sakura that a romantic bond between them was virtually impossible. As for that class leader, if necessary, I can turn Konoha upside down once more. I would never allow such a hidden danger to remain. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Naruto's eyes. However, Uchiha Hikari interrupted him again, saying, "Father, I have been waiting for him for over half a year. There is no rush. I must first eliminate that Otsutsuki before I can leave. I am quite powerful, you know." With that, Uchiha Hikari activated her Manjiki Sharingan, her aura shifting significantly. Naruto gazed at her Sharingan, marveling internally. Is this the Sharingan of the 8,000 spears? Chapter 85 Special Edition 5. Naruto gazed calmly at Uchiha Hikari's enigmatic Manjiki Sharingan and softly remarked, "What a kind-hearted Uchiha." Just then, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Naruto's mind. "Ding. Host, your double standards are astonishing. Why is Sasuke inherently evil, while Hikari is virtuous?" Ignoring the system's taunt, Naruto turned with a smile toward Hinata and tenderly said, "My dear, I appreciate your efforts in showing our daughter-in-law around our home. After all, this will surely be her future residence. It's beneficial for her to familiarize herself with the surroundings. I'll leave this task to you." Upon hearing Naruto's words, a blush crept across Hinata's cheeks as she nodded slightly and began to lead Uchiha Hikari away. At that moment, Kankuro emerged from a room and approached Naruto directly. "Dear," she began, "considering the timing, Sasuke and Orochimaru are likely nearing the land of snow. Do you think we should go greet them?" Contemplating Kankuro's words, Naruto fell into deep thought. After a moment, he lifted his head and sighed. How swiftly time passes. So much has elapsed. I wonder if Sasuke has made any significant progress during this period. I shall personally go to welcome them. You all can keep watch over the house. With that, Naruto turned and vanished in an instant toward the train station in the land of snow. Sasuke and Orochimaru had just stepped out of the train station when they sensed an unusual chakra presence quietly lingering in the air. In unison, they looked up at the sky, where the previously tranquil void began to distort, revealing a spatial passage. As the portal expanded, a white figure slowly emerged. In that instant, Sasuke was struck with alarm, an instinctual warning that this individual was far from ordinary. Kankuro had specifically mentioned in her letter that a formidable adversary clad in white would be arriving, posing a significant threat. With Orochimaru's acute perception, he too sensed the eerie aura emanating from the figure, undoubtedly identifying him as a target of the spirit organization. As Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he observed the figure hovering in midair, anxiously scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Faced with this scenario, Sasuke took immediate action, swiftly appearing atop a tall building at the train station. With remarkable speed, he formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Fire style, fire dragon technique." A colossal fire dragon roared into existence, soaring towards the white figure with an aura of destruction. The terrifying heat distorted the air around it, and the white-clad individual, sensing the intense wave of heat from below, turned sharply, his gaze locking onto the approaching fire dragon. However, displaying remarkable composure in the face of such an onslaught, the figure gracefully sidestepped, allowing the fire dragon to narrowly miss him as it surged into the dense clouds, leaving behind a brilliant flash of flames and smoke, as though the fire technique had completely missed its mark. At that moment, Naruto sensed an unusual energy emanating from the direction of the train station in the land of snow. This energy was intertwined with the chakra fluctuations of Sasuke and Orochimaru. Utilizing his chakra sensitivity, Naruto quickly deduced that the newcomer must be the inept Otsutsuki Urashiki, and judging by the intensity of the aura, it was clear that Urashiki had already engaged in battle with Sasuke and the others. With this thought, Naruto's eyes sharpened, his chakra surged forth, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he instantly sped toward the train station, raising a cloud of dust behind him. In the air, Otsutsuki Urashiki coldly observed Sasuke, who was launching an attack against him from below. A slight smirk of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then, with a swift motion, Urashiki dove towards Sasuke. He waved his arm violently, sending what appeared to be an ordinary fishing hook hurtling towards Sasuke at an astonishing speed. This seemingly mundane hook radiated a terrifying energy. Sasuke, with his keen gaze, immediately recognized the immense danger. Acting swiftly, he evaded the attack just in time. Although the hook missed its target, it struck with tremendous force against the rooftop where Sasuke had just stood. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the building collapsed into a pile of rubble. Gazing at the devastation before him, Sasuke felt a surge of alarm and silently marveled. What a terrifying power! This individual relies solely on brute strength. Such raw might cannot be confronted head-on. With this realization, he quickly turned to Orochimaru, shouting, "Do not engage him directly. His attributes are alarmingly high. We must employ agile tactics and play a guerrilla-style game." Orochimaru, equally stunned by the destruction wrought by the fishing hook, rapidly analyzed the situation. Drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist, he addressed Sasuke in a low voice. "Indeed. But he is currently airborne, making him difficult to confront. To strike him, you need to devise a way to provoke him into descending." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke and Appo's mind flashed with Naruto and Appo's image. He whispered, "Naruto, allow me to demonstrate my growth to you." Sasuke abruptly lifted his gaze toward Otsutsuki Urashiki in the sky, a disdainful smile forming on his lips. He then began to taunt, "Hey, you foolish dog. Why not hurry over and beg your father for forgiveness? With your meager strength, you can't even hit a person. You truly are worthless. Instead of embarrassing yourself here, why not return home and practice more? You need to hone your skills, you glutton. You're nothing but a complete fool, standing still and unable to strike back. How laughable." Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Sasuke, internally thinking, "Your taunting skills have improved since we trained together." Chapter 86, Special Edition, faced with the astonishing mockery from Sasuke. Even the usually optimistic Otsutsuki Urashiki could no longer contain the fury within. He fixed his gaze on Sasuke and dove towards him, bellowing in rage, "You truly seek death. Today, I shall tear that insolent mouth of yours apart." Sasuke exchanged a fleeting glance with Orochimaru, and almost simultaneously, Urashiki materialized before Sasuke, delivering a fierce kick aimed directly at him. In that instant, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword elongated, swiftly piercing towards Urashiki's flank. Unexpectedly, Urashiki seemed to have anticipated Orochimaru's attack, extending his right hand to deftly seize the approaching sword. Despite this, his right foot continued its trajectory, crashing into Sasuke with immense force. Sasuke, sensing the terrifying power behind the kick, wasted no time and activated his Manjiki Sharingan, summoning the skeletal form of Susanoo to shield himself. Although the skeletal Susanoo boasted formidable defensive capabilities, it shattered under Urashiki's kick in mere seconds. The impact sent Sasuke hurtling away, crashing violently against a nearby wall. which collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Orochimaru, witnessing the ease with which Urashiki had captured his sword, exclaimed in astonishment. This is bad. He had not anticipated such extraordinary attributes in his opponent, whose power far exceeded their previous expectations. In that moment, Urashiki's expression hardened, and with a swift motion, he launched a gleaming fishhook directly at Orochimaru, piercing into his body with astonishing speed. However, Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. Reacting almost instantaneously, he executed a substitution technique. With a dull thud, a replica of Orochimaru emerged from the mouth of the original, escaping swiftly from Urashiki's reach. Urashiki, disdainful, regarded the fishhook in his hand, which had failed to extract any chakra, and scoffed, "Humph. You run quite swiftly, yet you dare to ambush me. The owner of a Byakugan that sees all angles? Truly foolish. One wonders what these fools think about all day." The sky darkened ominously due to the earlier fire release technique, with flashes of lightning illuminating the clouds. Concealed nearby, Orochimaru focused intently on Urashiki's every move. Pondering that facing this formidable adversary alone would be futile, he needed to summon Naruto for assistance post-haste. Just as he prepared to depart, his gaze shifted back to Sasuke, who was pinned beneath the rubble. It was evident that he could not endure for long against such a powerful foe. At that moment, a massive surge of purple chakra erupted from Sasuke's location, scattering the surrounding dust. As the haze began to clear, a towering half-formed Susanoo emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its right hand gripping a colossal bow. Sasuke continued to channel his ocular technique, conjuring black flames that entwined around the Susanoo arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow, enveloped in Amaterasu flames, was loosed towards Urashiki. The speed of the attack left Urashiki no time to react. The arrow grazed his arm, inflicting a searing wound. Alarmed, Urashiki sidestepped, turning his gaze towards the direction of the incoming arrow. It was then that he spotted Sasuke, hands forming seals as bolts of natural lightning coalesced above. Sasuke shouted, "Lightning release." Kirin. A colossal lightning beast materialized, crashing down towards Urashiki with a thunderous roar. Before he could even scream, Urashiki was seized by the creature, hurtling him to the ground with tremendous force. Dust and debris erupted, shaking the earth itself. Amidst the chaos, Urashiki lay sprawled on the ground, his garments tattered and blood seeping from his wounds. He bellowed in fury, "That hurts. You scoundrel shall pay dearly for this." Yet Sasuke's assault was far from over. He swiftly approached, executing the Uchiha grapple technique, seizing Urashiki's lower body. In reflex, Urashiki delivered a powerful elbow strike to Sasuke's back. Moments later, growing weary of their playful banter, Urashiki smirked contemptuously and delivered a powerful kick, sending Sasuke flying away. Orochimaru deftly moved to catch the airborne Sasuke. Urashiki's gaze then locked onto the slowly rising figures of Sasuke and Orochimaru, his anger intensifying. He reached into his robe, retrieving a glowing red fish basket, which he swallowed whole. Next, he thrust his hand into his eye socket, forcefully extracting his Rinnegan and swallowing it. Urashiki and Appo's body trembled violently as a surge of immense power coursed through him. He began to grow, his form elongating and transforming. His arms morphed into wings. Horns sprouted from his head, a golden Rinnegan materialized on his forehead, and his legs transformed into claws. Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan fixated on Urashiki, and sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him, he thought to himself, just a glance is enough to perceive that this being's attributes have dramatically escalated. This is troublesome. Orochimaru, observing Urashiki and Appo's new form, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 87 Special Edition 7. In his crane form, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Appo's attributes had ascended to a terrifying height. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth and thought, "This fellow is incredibly powerful, but I cannot afford to lose like this. I have yet to avenge my parents against that weasel. How could I possibly be defeated here?" He bore the pain and continued to fully activate his half-body Susanoo, determined to bring down this avian adversary. At that moment, Urashiki took the initiative to strike first. He swiftly gathered a substantial amount of chakra in his palm and exclaimed, "Celestial Wave Meteor, Guardian Spirit." Spheres of purple light materialized around Urashiki, hurtling directly towards Sasuke with alarming speed. With a thunderous boom, in the blink of an eye, Sasuke's Susanoo was shattered by this overwhelming force, and the relentless purple sphere was on the verge of striking him. Just as disaster loomed, a figure suddenly appeared. In an instant, this individual successfully pulled Sasuke and the nearby Orochimaru to a safe distance, evading the lethal blow. Sasuke looked up in haste and discovered that their savior was none other than Naruto. At this moment, Naruto had evidently entered sage mode. With a smile, he jested at Sasuke, "Not bad. I never expected you could force that Birdman to enter his second form. It seems your training over the past few months has not been in vain." Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's words, merely shook his head and replied, "I still have a long way to go." Naruto waved his hand dismissively and said, "We'll catch up later. Let me take care of him first." With that, Naruto vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Otsutsuki Urashiki. Simultaneously, he swiftly concentrated chakra in his right hand, forming a Rasengan as it gleamed with light. Naruto swung his arm, hurling the Rasengan forcefully at Urashiki's back. With a resounding crash, Urashiki had no time to react as he was propelled away by the tremendous impact. He soared through the air, crashing heavily into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. The sequence of events unfolded with astonishing speed, so much so that even Sasuke, with his Sharingan, struggled to fully perceive Naruto's velocity. Struggling in the crater, Urashiki emerged slowly, his face a mask of shock. He thought to himself, how could this guy so effortlessly suppress my crane form in terms of speed? It's simply unbelievable. His power is too terrifying. I cannot hold back any longer. With this resolution, Urashiki raised his hand and shouted, Celestial Wave Meteor, Dragon Palace. With his call, a torrent of purple chakra erupted from his palm, rapidly transforming into a massive black-purple ribbon fish. The creature opened its mouth wide, gradually gathering a purplish-red chakra sphere, and charged directly at Naruto. Faced with such an assault, Naruto opted not to confront Urashiki head-on. The earlier Rasengan had already left a flying thunder god mark on Urashiki. Concentrating chakra in his palm, Naruto declared, Great Spiral Sphere. A black sphere appeared, and without pause, he compressed this power further, concentrating all energy to a single point that emanated a terrifying glow. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto vanished and reappeared behind Otsutsuki Urashiki without hesitation. Raising his right hand, he pointed his index finger sharply at Urashiki's back. At the moment his fingertip made contact, an ear-splitting scream pierced the air. Ah! Otsutsuki Urashiki cried out in agony, his voice filled with despair. The highly compressed Great Spiral Sphere did not explode. Instead, it swiftly penetrated Urashiki's body at the point of contact. Once inside, the Great Spiral Sphere began to wreak havoc, severing veins and shattering organs. Urashiki felt as if his body were being pierced by countless steel needles, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. In mere moments, Urashiki's body could no longer endure this horrific destruction. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, he disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, dissipating into the air until he vanished without a trace. Sasuke stared wide-eyed at the fading silhouette of Urashiki, a tempest of emotions roiling within him, leaving him unable to calm down. Is this the power that Naruto possesses now? Sasuke murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. Reflecting on the battle, he recalled how he had struggled against Urashiki's state, nearly losing his life, while Naruto had effortlessly defeated the powerful second form in mere moments. The immense disparity filled Sasuke with an overwhelming sense of frustration, but simultaneously ignited a fierce determination within him. He clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to accelerate his training and never allow Naruto to leave him behind. In contrast, Naruto exhaled a long breath, smiling. After all, he had merely dealt with the weakest of the Otsutsuki, Urashiki. Given his current strength, it was only to be expected that he could dispatch him so easily. Had he faced a more formidable Otsutsuki foe, although he had never considered the possibility of defeat, sustaining even a minor injury would be unacceptable. At that moment, Naruto's thoughts did not linger on his victory. His gaze flickered, and he swiftly employed the Kodo Amatsukami, unleashing his powerful ocular prowess upon the nearby Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru's body trembled slightly, his previously cold gaze becoming vacant and devoid of consciousness, clearly indicating that his mind had been rewritten by Naruto. This marked Orochimaru's true induction into the spirit organization. Prior to this, though coerced by force into temporary submission, no one could guarantee his genuine allegiance. Now, having successfully altered Orochimaru's consciousness through Kodo Amatsukami, Naruto had eliminated this potential threat and ensured that Sasuke's Sharingan abilities remained undisclosed, without fear of Orochimaru's betrayal. Once this was accomplished, Naruto casually waved his hand, summoning a golden chakra hand that grasped Sasuke and Orochimaru, then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the two back to the Spirit Organization. Chapter 88, Special Edition, 8. Within the Spirit Organization, everyone eagerly settled into their seats in the spacious hall. Naruto cleared his throat and solemnly announced, "The incident has been perfectly resolved. Just moments ago, I defeated the gluttonous Uchiha at the train station alongside Sasuke and the others." At this moment, Naruto turned his gaze towards Uchiha Hikari, a gentle glimmer in his eyes, and continued, "Our next task is to ensure your safe passage to the future. Rest assured, Orochimaru is already researching how to activate that device. With my presence, you will undoubtedly find Boruto safely." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari's previously calm demeanor was stirred, and her eyes began to glisten with tears. She grasped Naruto's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she expressed, thank you, father and mother." At this moment, Hinata slowly approached, extending her arms to embrace Uchiha Hikari. For her, who had been born and raised as a weapon of the Uchiha clan, the warmth of family had always been absent. Just then, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows. holding the time-traveling artifact, the plow. A subtle smile played on his lips as he spoke softly. I have completed my research. Simply infuse chakra into it to activate. As for the timeline, it has been set according to Naruto's specifications. Orochimaru paused for a moment, casting a glance at Naruto, and added, however, Naruto, are you certain there are no issues with the timeline you have designated? Be aware that any misstep could potentially draw you into alternate timelines. Naruto nodded in response, assuring, have no fear, I am entirely confident in the accuracy of the timeline. In fact, this timeline was derived from his inquiries to the system within his inner world, solidifying his belief that it could not be erroneous. With all matters now settled, Naruto stood up leisurely, striding toward Orochimaru to receive the artifact from his hands. All right, everyone, let us proceed to the rooftop terrace. There, we shall open the gateway to time. Having spoken, he began walking towards the terrace, and the others followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the terrace, where sunlight bathed them in warmth and the snowfall of the land of snow had ceased. Naruto looked up, feeling the warmth of the light upon him. Without hesitation, he infused his chakra into the plow. The entire artifact radiated a brilliant light, coalescing into a massive gateway of luminescence. As everyone marveled at the magnificent portal, Naruto retrieved a pure black coat from the Kamui space. The coat was entirely black, adorned only with a white spiral pattern on its back. Holding it aloft, Naruto introduced, this is the exclusive attire of the spirit organization. It can automatically change, which is quite convenient. Although the complete modifications are not yet finalized, the design has been established, and it features a special device in the cuffs for chakra storage. This way, in dire situations, it can serve as an emergency resource. After speaking, Naruto presented the garment to Uchiha Hikari. She joyfully extended her hands, carefully accepting the clothing, and promptly draped it over her petite form. Beaming with delight, Uchiha Hikari exclaimed, as expected of father, this outfit is truly remarkable. From this moment on, I am also a member of the spirit organization. Haha, in the future, I shall protect all of you. With a playful wink, she turned away, a single tear cascading down her cheek, filled with emotion and happiness. In the next moment, Uchiha Hikari took a deep breath and dashed towards the shimmering time portal. Standing nearby, Naruto called out, hey, the design was set by Mother. From afar, Uchiha Hikari's cheerful voice echoed back, I know. Mother has exquisite taste. As her words faded, the radiant portal gradually dimmed and eventually closed. Simultaneously, the plow vanished alongside the closure of the gateway. Naruto stood, gazing at the direction where Uchiha Hikari had disappeared, a hint of wistfulness in his eyes as he murmured, at last, it has been resolved. I hope she finds success. Slowly turning his gaze to Maru, he spoke softly. Now, shall we send you back to the land of sand? After all, you have been here for quite some time, and they must be very concerned for your safety. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Maru vigorously shook her head, her bright eyes sparkling with defiance as she pouted slightly, and replied, Humph. I finally have the chance to visit the land of snow, and I haven't had the chance to fully enjoy myself yet. Besides, I already informed Master Gaara through a hawk that I might return late. What? Are you eager to send me away? Seeing her response, Naruto quickly shook his head, a resigned smile appearing on his face as he gestured for everyone to return to the hall. As they walked down the stairs, he explained to Maru, I'm not trying to rush you away. I have many matters to attend to and cannot spare the time to explore with you. Furthermore, the land of snow is becoming increasingly unstable, and I still have not gathered all the essential materials for my outfit. I need to focus on finding those materials. So for now, you may have to enjoy yourself with the others. Maru nodded and asked, once the outfit is finished, can you make me a set? I really like this outfit. Naruto paused, turning back to respond. This is the attire of a rogue ninja organization. Wearing it signifies your intention to join the spirit organization. I have just destroyed Konoha, and I've heard rumors that the Snow Ninja Village is planning to challenge the entire ninja world. You might want to reconsider. The great nations may unite against us, and that would be an act of defiance against the world. Special edition concludes, as of now, only Sasuke seems to be engaged in a proper fight, while Naruto's involvement has been minimal. The next arc will be the Ninja World arc. Chapter 89. A reckless beginning. Mori stood silently to the side, lost in contemplation. The decision to join the spirit organization was not one to be made hastily. It pertained to her future and the reputation of her family. Exiting the Sand Village to join a rogue ninja organization could not be done frivolously. She felt it necessary to consult her family and hear their opinions on the matter. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared remarkably composed. He sat leisurely in the main seat of the hall, sipping a cappuccino. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps approached, and in walked Karen, carrying a substantial stack of documents. A trace of worry adorned her face as she walked straight up to Naruto and softly said, Darling, the current situation is rather grim. Due to your prior destruction of Konoha in the Land of Fire and the assassination of its daimyo, particularly the latter, other great nations have sought assistance to unite against us. Tomorrow afternoon, they have arranged to meet with Sh Yuki in the Land of Iron to discuss this matter, and all 5 village leaders will be present. If not handled properly, it could spark the Fourth Great Ninja War. Upon hearing this, Naruto remained unperturbed, displaying neither surprise nor panic. He merely lifted his gaze slightly, casting a calm glance at Sasuke and Orochimaru, then slowly spoke. Sasuke, Orochimaru, during this time, focus on training and experimentation within the organization. Remain here to ensure our base is safeguarded against any potential incursions. He then turned his attention back to Karen and continued. I seem to recall that our route to the Land of Iron will take us through the Land of Grass, correct? Karen nodded gently, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. The Land of Grass held painful memories for her, as it was where her mother had tragically lost her life at the hands of the Grass Ninjas. Whenever the Land of Grass was mentioned, memories of that anguish surged to the forefront of her mind. Noticing the melancholic expression on Karen's face, Naruto stood and gently patted her head, saying softly, very well. Let us depart now. We are quite busy. Not only do we have a meeting in the Land of Iron, but we also intend to eradicate the Grass Ninja village along the way. Karen felt a warm surge of emotion at his words, her heart swelling with gratitude. Were it not for the presence of so many others in the hall, she would have undoubtedly thrown herself at him. Naruto gradually rose, sweeping his gaze over the assembly before declaring, all right, let us proceed with this arrangement. Hinata, please manage the organization during this period. Everyone, prepare for immediate action. Our first destination will be the Grass Ninja village. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode towards Mori. Upon reaching her side, Naruto gently grasped her hand and said, Mori, it would be best for you to return home for now. It appears that the Snow Ninja village will face turmoil for some time to come. With that, Naruto swiftly performed hand seals, channeling chakra to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, sending Mori back to the Sand Village. He then turned to Karen, once again taking her delicate hand in his, and said gently, Karen, let us hasten our departure. If we set off from Konoha, we shall reach our destination more swiftly. Gathering his chakra once more, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, they found themselves atop the mountains behind Konoha. As they landed, Naruto took Karen's hand, and together they advanced, standing at the heights of Hokage Rock, where they could gaze down at the ongoing reconstruction of Konoha. Once utterly devastated, Konoha was now witnessing the rise of new structures. Piles of building materials surrounded them, accompanied by the sounds of machinery and the shouts of workers diligently laboring to restore the village. Observing the scene, Naruto mused to himself, the construction is progressing swiftly, thanks in no small part to Yamato's efforts in greening the area. At that moment, Naruto noticed that, typically, the members of the Mountain Clan would be monitoring for any unfamiliar chakra within the village, yet he sensed no surveillance. Clearly, the barrier had been suspended. Closing his eyes, he entered Sage Mode, his heightened perception rapidly expanding outward. Before long, he stumbled upon an intriguing sight. Within the temporarily erected Hokage office sat Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Guy. Three familiar figures. A smile crept across Naruto's face, as he realized that these three would likely represent Konoha at the upcoming Five Kage Summit. It seemed that, due to his incapacitation of Danzo, he had inadvertently rendered himself unable to assume the mantle of the Five Hokage. With this thought in mind, Naruto turned to Karen and gently said, let us be on our way. There is no need for us to linger here. He then grasped her hand tightly, and they sprinted towards the horizon. Moments later, Naruto and Karen arrived at the entrance of the Grass Ninja village. As they stepped into the settlement, an unusual wind swept over them. Karen instinctively clutched Naruto tightly, her inner turmoil evident despite his presence. Sensing her anxiety, Naruto tenderly caressed her head, reassuring her, my dear, why not step into my Kamui space for now? Once I've eliminated these nuisances, you can emerge and enjoy the spectacle. However, Karen shook her head vehemently. Biting her lip, she declared, no, my love. I must witness their demise with my own eyes. Only in such a horrific manner can my hatred be assuaged. Naruto gazed at the resolute woman before him, fully aware of the anguish she harbored within, and thus refrained from further argument. He then set forth towards the heart of the Grass Ninja village. After all, it was merely a smaller ninja village, lacking the formal title of a major village like others. Here, various factions of ninja coexisted, balancing power and control over the settlement. Before long, urgent footsteps echoed in the air as a large group of grass ninjas surged forth, swiftly surrounding Naruto and Karen. Each of these grass ninjas bore serious expressions. Weapons in hand, their eyes trained on Naruto at the center. From within the crowd emerged a figure who, ignoring Naruto entirely, directed his words at Karen. I never expected to see you again. I thought you had perished during the Nin exams in Konoha. Now that you've returned, come quickly. We have many injured who are in need of your healing. Chapter 90. Who else? Xianglin tightly gripped Naruto's arm. Her delicate face flushed with anger as she shouted at the detestable grass ninjas before her. You beasts! Open your eyes wide and take a good look. I have brought a man with me. How dare you bark here? It seems you all have grown weary of life, and fear not death, do you? The leader of the group, taken aback by Xianglin and Appo's words, soon erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Haha, just him alone? You cannot be so naive as to think that this boy could exact vengeance. You should open your eyes and see clearly. I have a full 20 special Jonin with me. That boy is probably so scared he has wet himself. Ha ha. At his proclamation, the grass ninjas erupted into a cacophony of mocking laughter, their twisted and grotesque faces becoming all the more hideous in their mirth. Meanwhile, Naruto stood silently beside Xianglin, his gaze cold and resolute, patiently awaiting her command. With a determined clench of her silver teeth, a glint of resolution sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She raised her delicate hand and pointed fiercely at the leader, her voice ringing out, "Darling, remove this beast's tongue and sever his feet. Let him truly understand the meaning of pain." The leader's face flushed with rage upon hearing her command, and he bellowed, "You foul wench. Today, I shall see who dies first. How dare you be so arrogant? I will make you regret this." Yet before he could finish his threatening words, Naruto had already surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the leader, his weapon gleaming ominously as it sliced through the man's legs. In an instant, blood spattered, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as the leader collapsed, his legs severed and powerless beneath him. Following this, Naruto seized the man's chin and ruthlessly tore his tongue from his mouth, discarding it onto the ground before crushing it beneath his foot. After completing this gruesome deed, Naruto slowly turned and began to stride toward Xianglin. The anguished wails of the leader echoed behind him, reverberating across the desolate expanse, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding grass ninjas. They were astounded. The speed had been unfathomable, leaving them bewildered as to who this person truly was. At that moment, Naruto and Appo's voice boomed. Who else? The sheer speed he had displayed left no grass ninja daring to act boastfully. Just then, the crowd and Appo's gaze converged upon a figure clad in pristine white. This individual was the strategist of the grass ninjas, who approached steadily, maintaining his composure. He clasped his hands in respect, bowing slightly as he addressed Naruto. "Esteemed sir, this is all a misunderstanding. If you have any requests, please state them directly. We shall do our utmost to fulfill them." Before he could finish, Naruto vanished from sight, reappearing before him. And a dull thud resonated as the strategist's legs were brutally shattered by Naruto's kick. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees. His body bent forward as he desperately struggled to support himself with trembling hands. "Please, sir, spare me. You may tell me anything you desire, and I shall comply." The strategist's voice trembled, drenched in cold sweat as he fought through the excruciating pain. However, Naruto paid no heed to his pleas. In a flash, he darted among the crowd, and a series of anguished cries filled the air. In a mere 3 seconds, the 20 grass ninjas who had been standing there found themselves on their knees, their legs broken by Naruto's swift strikes. The scene was utterly gruesome. The cacophony of screams intertwined, creating a macabre symphony that echoed throughout the grass ninja village. Blood flowed from the wounded, pooling upon the ground, gradually forming a crimson pit. In such a brief span, to inflict such devastation upon the elite of the grass ninjas was a display of terrifying prowess that was simply beyond comprehension. The strategist, paralyzed by fear, remained silent, fervently praying for an end to the bloody carnage. Naruto slowly turned his gaze toward Xianglin, softly inquiring, "My dear, how would you like to see them transformed?" Xianglin furrowed her brow slightly, her expression cold as she regarded the trembling grass ninjas before her, and said flatly, "Remove all of their eyes." Before she could finish, a sharp voice interrupted her. The strategist, his face a mask of terror, cried out to Xianglin, "Sister-in-law, please, do not. We truly understand our errors. Have mercy and spare us." As he pleaded, he repeatedly bowed his head, soon drawing blood from his forehead. The other grass ninjas, witnessing this, quickly followed suit, their voices united in desperation. "Sister-in-law, we know we were wrong. We beseech you, show us mercy and grant us a chance to live." Their tones were laced with dread and supplication. Upon hearing their cries for mercy, a flicker of sadness crossed Xianglin's face. She bit her lip gently, turning to Naruto with a playful pout. "Darling, they look so pitiful. How about we let them each just remove one eye to eat, instead of taking them all?" As she spoke, she tugged at Naruto's sleeve, gently shaking it, as if in a playful manner. Naruto smiled and nodded, affectionately stroking Xianglin's hair, praising her. "Indeed, my dear, you remain so kind-hearted." Then, his gaze abruptly shifted to the still kneeling grass ninjas, his expression darkening as he barked. "Did you not hear what my lady said? Get to it. Are you waiting for me to do it myself?" The strategist, upon hearing these words, drained of color, hesitated for but a moment before gritting his teeth, extending his right hand and forcefully digging his fingers into his left eye socket. With a heart-wrenching scream, he extracted the bloody orb from its cavity, and, parting his lips, he shoved the gory eye into his mouth. As he chewed, he emitted pitiful sobs that sent chills through the other grass ninjas nearby. Witnessing this gruesome act, the remaining grass ninjas turned pale with horror. Yet, the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over their fear. They understood this was their only chance to live. Thus, one by one, they emulated the strategist's actions, enduring the excruciating pain to extract one of their own eyes and forced it down their throats with great difficulty. The land was soon filled with the sounds of anguished cries and the gnawing of flesh, the scene resembling a hellish nightmare. Naruto observed this macabre spectacle, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Once all the grass ninjas had complied with his order, he turned to Xianglin once more, whispering with a devilish grin, "My dear, how would you like to see them transformed further?" Chapter 91. The Fall of the Grass Ninja Village, Part 1. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the grass ninjas morphed into anguish as they stood frozen in place. What now? What are we to do? Is death truly inevitable? One among them, trembling in fear, stuttered, "But weren't we told it was over? Why must it continue?" Meanwhile, standing to the side, Karui delicately covered her mouth and let out a soft, mocking laugh. With a playful tone, she addressed Naruto, "My dear, since they have already lost 2 of their legs, why not simply eliminate their third as well?" Naruto nodded thoughtfully, then turned to face the remaining grass ninjas, his gaze piercing as he slowly spoke. "So, do you intend to take matters into your own hands, or shall I do it for you?" At his words, the grass ninjas could no longer contain their fury and fear, erupting into a torrent of curses. "Damn you, you heartless fiend. You shall face retribution." One yelled in rage. "Your cruelty will not go unpunished. Heaven will send forth a reckoning." Another shouted in defiance. In the face of their vitriol, Naruto remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he leaped forward, brandishing his kunai, and in an instant, he severed the third legs of the 10 most vociferous grass ninjas before him. A chilling scream pierced the air, reverberating around them. "Ah!" The agonizing wails echoed, lingering in the atmosphere. Naruto, emotionless, cast a glance at the remaining 10 grass ninjas and coldly inquired, "So, do you wish to continue your insults?" At this moment, the surviving grass ninjas were rendered speechless by terror, trembling uncontrollably, aware that their time was fleeting. Gazing at the demonic figure of Naruto before them filled their hearts with despair, particularly as they regretted ever laying hands on Karui's mother. After a brief pause, Naruto and Karui harmoniously proceeded to sever the ears, noses, and arms of all present grass ninjas, extinguishing the light from their eyes, leaving only desolation in its wake. Not only that, but Naruto also sealed their mouths with a special cement, ensuring they could emit no sound, only capable of futile struggles. Ultimately, only one eye remained intact, staring in terror at the hellish scene before them. Having executed the grass ninjas, Naruto and Karui pressed deeper into the heart of the grass ninja village. He understood that these 20 were merely the advance force sent to capture him, and that others were undoubtedly orchestrating events from the shadows. Before long, they arrived at the village's central area, where a dense throng of grass ninja villagers had gathered before a towering building. This assembly included seasoned veterans as well as young genin, representing the village's entire strength. Among them were also many elderly and frail individuals, lacking combat prowess, yet standing resolutely at the front lines. Suddenly, from the crowd, a corpulent woman rushed forth, glaring with fierce triangular eyes, and shouted at Naruto, "You little brat. You'd best scram, or you'll owe me a hefty sum if I end up on the ground." Before her words could fully fade, a raspy voice emerged from beside her, belonging to a gaunt old man who waved his fists as he cursed. "Hey, you little punk, do you dare to cause trouble in our grass ninja village? I'll teach you a lesson in place of your parents." The cacophony of insults escalated, plunging the scene into chaos. From atop the central building, the grass ninja leader surveyed the commotion, believing he had unraveled Naruto's disposition and concluded that he would never harm those innocent villagers. With this assumption, he had placed these defenseless civilians at the forefront, hoping to shield against Naruto's advance. Alas, the leader had gravely miscalculated. The Naruto that had appeared was not the benevolent figure of old, but a merciless warrior. With a swift motion, Naruto produced an umbrella from his spatial pocket, flicked it open, and handed it to Karui, gently advising, "Hold it tightly, lest your clothes be soiled by the rain." As soon as his warm demeanor shifted to a fierce glare, he swiftly began forming hand seals. Wood release, the birth of the tree world. The earth trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony of roars as colossal trees erupted from the ground. These immense trunks grew and spread at an astonishing pace, piercing the bodies of all present grass ninjas and civilians in the blink of an eye. The air filled with horrific screams as an overwhelming force lifted them into the sky. Blood spattered everywhere, painting a gruesome tableau. The crimson liquid fell like rain, creating a torrential downpour of blood. For the formidable Naruto, even without the umbrella's protection, his garments remained untouched by the carnage. The villagers who had once hurled insults now found themselves grotesquely suspended upon the enormous tree, their bodies impaled and silenced. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the soft patter of blood rain. Atop the building, the grass ninja leader and Appo's face turned pale, trembling as he sank to the ground. His eyes widened in terror, beholding the horrifying spectacle of bloodshed unfolding below, as the merciless wood release technique harvested the lives of every villager. Screams and cries echoed into the heavens, and the village was swiftly engulfed in a sea of blood. A glance revealed bodies strewn haphazardly, rivers of blood flowing through the streets. Over 70% of the population of Grass Ninja Village had been cruelly suspended upon the monstrous blood tree. Their lifeless forms swayed gently in the breeze, resembling shattered dolls. Yet, those unable to flee, the elderly and young children, had miraculously evaded this fate by hiding within their homes. Despite this, the village's core strength had been annihilated in this gruesome slaughter. Once thriving through the trade of medicinal herbs, the village had now descended into a desolate wasteland. Steeped in hopelessness, at that moment, Naruto leaped towards the towering structure, shattering the walls to confront the Grass Ninja leader. Exuding the scent of blood, his gaze icy. A cruel smile graced his lips as he coldly remarked, "Isn't this entertaining?" Chapter 92. The Fall of the Grass Ninja Village, Part 2. Before him knelt the leader of the Grass Ninja, his knees trembling as he bowed low before Naruto. His face was a mask of terror, and his lips quivered as he spoke in a supplicating tone. "My lord, if it is merely because of that red-haired woman, I am willing to offer all the women of our village to you, that you may indulge at your leisure. Each of them is youthful and beautiful, sure to please you." Seeing Naruto remain unresponsive, the leader hastily added, "Moreover, our Grass Ninja Village has maintained excellent relations with the 5 great nations. Any S-rank rogue ninjas captured are sent to us for imprisonment. Our connections are robust. Within our maritime prison lies a treasure, the ultimate wish box. Legend has it that any wish spoken into it will be granted. I am willing to present this precious artifact to you, my lord, in exchange for your mercy upon my life." Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback, as memories flooded back. A relic indeed existed, known as the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Fixing his gaze upon the kneeling leader, he inquired, "Is this box still in your maritime prison?" The Grass Ninja leader's heart surged with a glimmer of hope. He nodded vigorously, responding, "Yes, yes. It is absolutely true, my lord. If you desire, I shall dispatch someone immediately to bring it to you." At that moment, a young woman burst forth, urgency etched on her face. "Father, no. That box can grant wishes. Its power could even vanquish the 5 great villages. To simply offer it up is a grave mistake." Naruto swiftly turned to the source of the voice, his gaze landing on the strikingly beautiful woman, evidently the leader and Appo's daughter. Without hesitation, he lunged toward her, seizing her slender leg. Utilizing her as a weapon, he swung her forcefully toward her father. Crash! The swiftness of the act left both the leader and his daughter no time to react, their pleas for mercy stifled before they could escape their lips. Their bodies collided with a sickening thud, blood spraying and flesh flying in a gruesome spectacle. The leader succumbed instantly to the violent impact, his life extinguished. As for the fabled ultimate wish box, retrieving it posed no challenge for Naruto, but he deemed it unnecessary. The box was merely a vessel for monsters, not a true wish-granting artifact. After this massacre, Naruto wielded the remains of his human weapon, obliterating every living being within the edifice. Satisfied, he relinquished the bloodied instrument and lifted Sharon into his arms, ascending slowly into the air. System, open the Forbidden Techniques gift pack to learn the Heavenly Obstruction Star. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully learning the Heavenly Obstruction Star. Sharon, draping her arms around Naruto's neck, remarked, "Darling, there are still some people alive in the village. They must be suffering terribly. Shall we not grant them release?" Naruto nodded, activating his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. A colossal blue Susanoo materialized, its 4 arms forming seals. Heavenly Obstruction Star. Suddenly, the sky split open, and 2 massive meteors materialized high above. They hurtled toward the clouds, igniting in fierce friction with the atmosphere. Glowing red like twin fireballs, their trajectory was set squarely upon the Grass Ninja Village, descending with alarming speed. Boom! The earth trembled as the colossal impact reverberated through the land. The meteors crashed into the village, unleashing a torrent of energy. In an instant, dust billowed and flames soared, reducing the Grass Ninja Village to ruins, with all remaining life turned to ash in the wake of this catastrophe. The immense noise drew the attention of neighboring villages, erupting in cries of shock and alarm. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy, who were en route to the Land of Iron, halted in their tracks, startled by the sudden roar. They turned to behold the glowing crimson meteors embedding themselves in the village, radiating waves of heat and smoke. Jiraiya and Appo's heart sank. He knew this calamity would result in countless innocent casualties. Without hesitation, he decisively led Kakashi and guided a race toward the Grass Ninja Village. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sharon were also making their way toward the Land of Iron. As they traveled, Naruto sensed 3 very familiar chakra signatures rapidly approaching from the distance. Moments later, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Guy came barreling toward them. Upon seeing Naruto, their expressions morphed into astonishment. Jiraiya widened his eyes in disbelief, pondering how Naruto could possibly be in such a place. Could he be connected to the meteors? Once they were face to face, the atmosphere grew tense. All 3 were on high alert, uncertain whether Naruto was friend or foe. After all, he had destroyed the Hidden Leaf Village but had never turned his hand against them. Yet Naruto remained composed, glancing at Sharon beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a small world we inhabit, I never expected to encounter old friends here. Sharon giggled softly, playfully responding, Darling, the world is but a vast circle. Wherever one goes, encounters are inevitable. Her enchanting smile eased the surrounding tension slightly. Jiraiya, still perplexed, addressed Naruto and Sharon, what brings you to the grass ninja village? I just witnessed 2 meteors plummeting from the sky. Is that connected to you? Naruto's expression remained impassive as he replied calmly, I'm not sure. Perhaps it is connected. Chapter 93. The Land of Iron. Upon hearing Naruto's succinct words, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy instantly entered a state of heightened vigilance, their muscles taut and alert. Jiraiya's gaze fixed intently on Naruto, his expression darkening as he sternly inquired, First, you destroyed our leaf village, and now you spare no mercy even for the grass village. Naruto, what is your true intention? However, Naruto appeared unfazed, leisurely reaching into his robe and gently rummaging through its depths. This seemingly innocuous gesture tightened the nerves of the assembled leaf villagers to their utmost limits. Kakashi swiftly lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, while Might Guy promptly brandished his nunchaku, gripping them firmly and ready for action. To their astonishment, what Naruto extracted from his robe was not a weapon, but rather a pack of Fuyuan Wang cigarettes. A smirk graced his lips as he teasingly waved the cigarette box before the three, casually remarking, Care for a smoke? Don't worry, it's not poisoned. I don't smoke myself. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Appo's frown deepened. He understood that Naruto was clearly mocking them, yet, observing that Naruto had no immediate intention to engage in combat, he felt a measure of relief. After all, even though the trio's combined strength was formidable, whether they could successfully subdue Naruto remained uncertain. Suppressing his rising anger, Jiraiya endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he slowly articulated, I do not smoke. Since you do not wish to fight, could you provide me with an explanation? Why did you target the leaf village? Naruto nonchalantly tossed the Fuyuan Wang to the ground, stepping on it as he replied, It was merely a whim. But I also wish to ask you all, one is my father's disciple, the other my father's teacher. Why was I unaware of your existence until now? While I was being scorned in the leaf, where were you? With that, Naruto did not wait for Jiraiya or Kakashi's responses, taking hold of Karen's hand and vanishing into the distance in an instant. Such matters had become irrelevant. Jiraiya and the others stood frozen in place, his expression one of despondency as he murmured, Is it true that the pain inflicted by the leaf has transformed into hatred? The Land of Iron. This is a neutral nation predominantly inhabited by samurai. Snowflakes fell gently as, within the towering confines of the Land of Iron's hall, 6 seats had been arranged. The central position naturally belonged to the leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune. Surrounding the leader's seat were 6 additional seats reserved for the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. Among these seats, one had been newly added for the protagonist of this gathering, Kazekage Koyuki of the Snow Country. At this moment, Naruto had arrived near the entrance of the tower, but did not enter directly. He swiftly formed hand seals, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, Koyuki from the Snow Country materialized beside him. This was all prearranged, allowing Naruto to arrive first and then summon Koyuki. For this meeting, each Kage was accompanied by 2 guards. Naruto and Karen donned masks and wide-brimmed hats, entering the tower through the main entrance, posing as Koyuki and Appo's guards. Awaiting their arrival was Mifune, who stood in the hall to greet them. Before long, Koyuki, under Mifune's guidance, took her seat, with a banner displaying the character for Snow behind her. Naruto and Karen settled behind the curtain, waiting. As time passed, the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages gradually arrived, each accompanied by their guards, sequentially entering the hall and taking their respective seats. Naruto slowly turned his head, surveying the surroundings, his gaze briefly meeting Kakashi and Guy before shifting to the individual from the Mist Village possessing the Byakugan. In his heart, Naruto vowed, no matter what, I must extract that Byakugan from him. Such a wretch does not deserve to possess it. Just then, the previously tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a cacophony. The wreckage of the Cloud Village bellowed like a rabid dog. I never imagined that the mess created by the leaf would ultimately require us to clean it up. Ever since the 4th Hokage and Appo's passing, has the leaf been reduced to a collection of useless fools? A mere lowly genin has instilled such fear in you all. The Raikage believed himself justified in voicing such sentiments, for with the power at his disposal, he could indeed obliterate a village, especially with the 8 tails at his command, providing him ample confidence. Upon hearing the Raikage's words, Jiraiya donned a mocking smile, retorting in a sardonic tone, Oh, so you think we need your assistance? Don't be ridiculous. It's the fearful daimyo of the Fire Country who has been crying for a coalition of the 5 great nations. Do you understand? You, a mere triviality from the Cloud Village, have no right to bark here. The Raikage, incensed by this remark, flushed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. What did you say? Jiraiya, listen carefully. It would be wise to think before you speak. Do not forget, you represent the Fire Country. If you provoke me, do you believe I order the destruction of your Leaf Village once more? In the face of the Raikage's threat, Jiraiya displayed no trace of fear. Instead, He laughed even louder, continuing to mock. Oh dear, the little clown is getting anxious. Ha ha ha, what a useless beast, so easily provoked. The Raikage finally reached his breaking point, rising abruptly and raising his powerful fist to strike the wooden table before him. With a resounding crash, the sturdy table splintered, with chips scattering in all directions. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Mifune strode in briskly. He surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, "Everyone, please calm down. Our meeting has not yet officially commenced, and why are we already resorting to blows? We are all individuals of status and importance. How did the Raikage's table end up broken?" Realizing that all the other Kages, save for Jiraiya, were now staring at him, the Raikage settled back into his seat, subdued like a chastened dog. Following this, Mifune entered and announced, "The 5 Kage Summit is now in session." Chapter 94. The Five Shadows Conference. Mitsubane picked up the thick stack of documents in his hands and slowly opened it, clearing his throat before speaking. According to the detailed information we obtained from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, a dangerous S-rank rogue ninja, Naruto Uzumaki, has emerged in Konoha village. This individual is ruthless and merciless, a veritable demon incarnate. Not only has he destroyed Konoha, but he has also brutally slain Lord Daime-an of the Land of Fire. At this point, Mitsubane could not help but slam his hand heavily on the table, expressing his inner fury. He then passed the documents to the attendant beside him, indicating for it to be circulated, and added, "This contains the death toll of 50,000 villagers, all victims of this rogue ninja." As the crowd received the documents, they gazed at the densely packed names. After a brief pause, Mitsubane continued, "Logically, such an S-rank rogue ninja should be in hiding, wanted throughout the world. However, this Naruto Uzumaki is audacious enough to venture into the Land of Snow, where he has established his own organization, claiming to be Spirit. Furthermore, rumors suggest that he has a strong relationship with the Land of Snow, even receiving the protection of its ruler. Given this situation, we have specially invited the ruler of the Land of Snow to this conference, hoping to hear a reasonable explanation from your side. At the same time, we implore all nations to unite and jointly apprehend this rogue ninja to prevent further innocent casualties." Once Mitsubane concluded his address, all eyes in the room instinctively turned to the silent Kazekage, FK Koyuki, awaiting her response. Kankuro gently remarked to Naruto, "Dear, it seems he's reporting on your accomplishments." Naruto smiled but remained silent, aware that he had not killed 50,000. The figures were surely inflated. Nevertheless, he intended to transform those statistics into reality. He hoped that the daimyo of the Land of Fire would refrain from barking and quietly observe how they would proceed next. FK Koyuki elegantly lifted her cup and took a delicate sip of her cappuccino. The Raikage, impatient by nature, could no longer contain himself and urged, "Auntie, please be quick." FK Koyuki remained composed, then slightly raised her head, calmly addressing the assembly. "Regarding this organization, I seem to recall that the Land of Snow might have something like that. However, I am not well informed about the specifics. It may merely be a minor organization, unworthy of mention. I do not have much to elaborate on this matter. If anyone present possesses the strength to apprehend these individuals, I will not obstruct and shall lend my full support." After hearing FK Koyuki's words, Mitsubane nodded and continued, "Since the Land of Snow has expressed its stance, permitting us to launch a crackdown on this force, let us now discuss the rewards for this mission. The bounty provided by the daimyo of the Land of Fire is quite substantial. This reward is sufficient to sustain an ordinary ninja village for 3 full years. Such a generous offer deserves your opinions." The Raikage immediately stood up, declaring, "The village hidden in the clouds shall participate in this mission. I will demonstrate the strength of the Land of Lightning. What you Konoha can manage, we shall oversee, and what you cannot, we shall handle even more decisively." After the Raikage decided to join, Mizukage Terume, unable to suppress her desire for wealth, raised her hand to express her participation as well. On the sidelines, the Tsuchikage Noki appeared somewhat cautious. He furrowed his brow, and after a considerable pause for contemplation, he gradually raised his hand, indicating his willingness to join the endeavor. At this moment, all eyes were on Gaara, the Kazekage of the Sand Village. Gaara shook his head slightly, a grave expression on his face. Becoming the sole participant who did not intend to engage in the plan, he was well aware of Naruto's formidable strength. After all, Naruto had merely gone to deliver a gift and ended up obliterating the entire Konoha. Such terrifying power surpassed the imagination of any ordinary person. With Gaara's stance made clear, the remaining 3 major ninja villages agreed to participate without even consulting Jiraiya, as this was, after all, a bounty initiated by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which Konoha naturally accepted. The previously calm atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Noki. With a smirk and a hint of disdain, he taunted Gaara, "Humph, young man. You truly lack spirit. To not seize such a splendid opportunity, I wonder how your sand village cultivates its future leaders. This old man is far more formidable than you. Could it be that the trauma from your previous defeat in the CH9 exams has left you with a psychological scar?" In the face of Naki's unrelenting mockery, Gaara did not grow angry. He merely shot a cold glance at him and replied in a flat tone, "Old fool, spare us your barking. I hope your life is resilient enough. Do wear several layers, as the land of snow is quite frigid. Just don't freeze to death on the way. Noki's expression darkened, his brows knitting tightly together as he retorted, "Humph. Truly disappointing. Look at you now, Konoha and the Sand Village. How has your quality sunk so low? It's simply revolting." Upon hearing Noki's words, the already tense meeting atmosphere grew even more strained. Both Gaara and Jiraiya were grim expressions, the air seemingly freezing. At that moment, Naruto's gaze sharpened. He noticed that the shadow clone outside the conference room was beginning to move. The clone swiftly emerged from the ground and, in the blink of an eye, positioned itself at the center of the room. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, and the ninja guards responsible for protecting their respective Kage reacted swiftly, leaping onto the tables in front of them, standing firmly and fixating their gaze on the clone of Naruto in the center of the room. Naruto and Kankuro maintained their formation to avoid any vulnerabilities and appeared before Koyuki. The clone stood steadily in the center of the venue, slightly opening his mouth and speaking in a deliberately provocative tone. "Raikage, since stepping into this place, your mouth has not ceased its clamor, has it? You speak with such bravado. I do hope you can hold back your cries when the time comes for broken limbs." Then, he scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before raising his voice. "Didn't you all say you were going to band together to capture me? Now that I am right before you, let us see who dares to come forward. It's the perfect opportunity for me to warm up." Chapter 95, The Battle. Upon hearing Naruto and Appo's words, the Raikage was immediately engulfed by a surge of fury. How could he tolerate such provocation? He glared intensely, the veins on his forehead bulging, and swiftly extended his hand toward the neck of Naruto's clone, aiming to seize him with great force. Just as the Raikage and Appo's hand was about to make contact, it inexplicably passed through Naruto and Appo's form as if it were mere air, failing to grasp anything at all. This sudden turn of events left the Raikage momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Naruto and Appo's clone seized the opportunity presented by the Raikage and Appo's shock, swiftly repositioning himself and delivering a powerful punch straight at the Raikage. With a resounding thud, the Raikage was caught off guard, unable to mount any defense, and was sent hurtling backward, crashing forcefully against a nearby wall. The impact was so great that the entire wall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Standing firm, Naruto's clone wore a faint smile and addressed those present. "Please, do not rush. I have yet to finish my words." Beneath the rubble, the Raikage was seething with humiliation, aware that the earlier blow had utterly compromised his dignity. Thus, he held nothing back and unleashed his lightning release armor. The debris pinning him down was blown away, and arcs of lightning enveloped his entire body, transforming him completely into a battle-ready state. Despite the Raikage's enraged demeanor, Naruto's clone showed no signs of fear. He even dismissed the Raikage with a casual glance, continuing to speak. "Before we engage, does anyone wish to leave?" As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Gaara, who had been quietly standing aside, sprang into action. He swiftly formed hand seals, manipulating the vast quantity of sand around him, directing it towards the window. The sound of shattering glass resonated as Gaara led Temari and Kankuro through the broken window, soaring out on a wave of sand. In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Witnessing Gaara's decisive retreat, those remaining were filled with confusion. Efka also stood up, beckoning her guards to flee with her. The various Kage and their attendants were equally perplexed. Why was Gaara, the formidable Kazekage, so intimidated by this Naruto? After all, he was the host of the One-Tail, Shikaku. Doubt filled their minds. Could it be that this Naruto truly possessed such extraordinary power? Just as everyone was engulfed in bewilderment, the Raikage could no longer contain his inner turmoil. Ignoring Gaara's retreat, he suddenly vanished, unleashing his fastest speed. In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared before Naruto's clone, and the Raikage swung his elbow, charged with violent electrical energy, aiming to strike Naruto with ferocity. At that moment, Mitsuba also made his move. After all, they were on the territory of the Land of Iron. He swiftly drew his long blade, its edge enveloped in chakra, and aimed a horizontal slash at Naruto's back. Faced with the dual assault from two formidable adversaries, Naruto's clone remained remarkably calm. He stood his ground, even wearing a slight smile. Boom! The two powerful attacks collided, piercing through Naruto's form and violently crashing into one another. The resulting explosion of energy shook the entire floor, causing debris to rain down, and the entire level began to collapse, plummeting rapidly below. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the previously grand meeting room of the five Kage was reduced to a chaotic ruin. The Raikage swiftly turned his gaze towards his attendant, Sure. The two shared an unspoken understanding. A mere glance conveyed their intentions. Sure closed his eyes, concentrating to sense the precise location of Naruto's clone. Soon, he opened his eyes abruptly, raised his hand, and pointed upward, shouting, "Lord Raikage, he has escaped to the tower's apex." Upon hearing this, the Raikage vanished, propelling himself directly toward the tower's summit. He crashed through the ceiling, creating a series of gaping holes. Subsequently, he leapt through one of the holes and landed firmly atop the tower. On the other hand, Noki, Terumi-mei, and the others did not act as impulsively as the Reikage. They ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of calm. After all, they believed that with so many powerful figures present, each Hokage or elite Jonin, there was no way Naruto could escape. Capturing him was merely a matter of time. As Naka's party hurriedly reached the rooftop, they were met with a shocking sight. Naruto was gripping the Reikage's leg, holding him upside down. Beside them lay the Reikage's severed left arm, and he was panting heavily, clearly bereft of combat capability. A look of disdain crossed Naruto's face as he taunted. Is this all you've got? It hardly seems impressive. Were you not quite vocal during the meeting? Is this so-called strength truly your limit? A single blow, and you crumble. The Reikage of the Cloud Village has utterly disappointed me. Slowly, Naruto turned his gaze towards Noki, Terumi-mei, and Jiraiya. Tossing the Reikage aside like refuse onto the debris, he smirked, continuing, I hope the land of earth and the land of water can muster a bit more effort. Don't falter like this Reikage, who fell so swiftly. And you, Jiraiya-sensei, if you wish to join, feel free, your presence would not be missed. It would be better if we all faced off together, lest you perish here due to my whim. Expressions of astonishment and disbelief marred the faces of all present, as the events unfolding before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. Who could have anticipated that the powerful Reikage would be so effortlessly defeated? The onlookers had scarcely comprehended how the Reikage had fallen. In the brief span from the floor below to the rooftop, the battle had concluded. The most affected by this reality were Shure and Darui. As loyal confidants of the Reikage, they were acutely aware of his capabilities. Yet, witnessing his utter defeat left them in a state of shock that words could scarcely convey. Darui, his face pale with terror, shouted desperately at the fallen Reikage, Lord Reikage. His voice was laced with urgency. At that moment, the Reikage struggled to pry open his eyes, barely able to muster the strength to speak. His breath was faint, each word seeming to drain him of energy. Finally, after considerable effort, he managed to utter a few strained words. Run, he is a monster with that. His eyes slowly closed, and he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 96. The unexpected release of the clone Darui could no longer endure the situation before him. He had lost all semblance of reason. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Naruto, his hands swiftly forming seals. He shouted, Storm release, Thunderclap lock. As his voice echoed, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from him. This was no ordinary ninjutsu, but a perfect fusion of lightning release and water release, a bloodline limit. Several dazzling lasers shot forth, hurtling directly toward Naruto. In the face of such an assault, Naruto merely narrowed his eyes. A colossal blue Susanoo materialized beside him, holding an equally gigantic blue beer bottle. With a swift motion, Naruto commanded the Susanoo to swing its arm, sending the massive beer bottle crashing toward the incoming lasers. The resounding collision generated a shockwave that violently shook the surrounding air, dissipating the once formidable lasers. Darui, along with his ninjutsu, was sent flying by the sheer force. He plummeted rapidly, landing heavily on the ground of the first floor, sending up a flurry of snow-like debris. Witnessing this, Shikamaru gasped in shock. His face etched with worry as he cried out, Darui. The sight of his comrade and the Reikage suffering grave injuries ignited a fierce rage within him. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward Naruto. Just as Shikamaru was about to close the distance, Naruto casually waved his hand, launching another massive blue beer bottle toward him. Poor Shikamaru had no time to evade and was struck squarely by the bottle. With a pain scream, he too fell violently to the ground below, mirroring Darui and Appo's fate. Calmly observing the unfolding battle, Inoki finally spoke. The force capable of inflicting such severe harm on the Reikage must be the Susanoo and that peculiar weapon. As he spoke, he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Hearing Inoki and Appo's words, Naruto responded with a dismissive smile. The young ones from the land of lightning are indeed so impulsive and irritable. Yet, you, the elder from the land of earth, maintain your composure and even analyze the situation. However, Inoki, what do you intend to do next? Will you resort to dust release? With that, Naruto provocatively beckoned Inoki with his finger. Inoki, a seasoned veteran, was not easily provoked. He replied coolly, Do we have a compelling reason to fight? I feel we do not. Though your methods are ruthless, I sense no killing intent from you. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at Inoki. Old man, do you believe you have discerned all that transpires? You claim there is no need for us to engage in battle? What if I were to capture the Tsuchikage's granddaughter? That would certainly provide us with a reason to fight, wouldn't it? As soon as he uttered those words, a massive Susanoo appeared abruptly, extending a gigantic hand toward Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, and grasping her tightly, rendering her powerless to resist. Following this, Naruto activated Kimui and swiftly absorbed Kuratsuchi. With a calm demeanor, he continued, What say you? Now you must have a reason to battle me, do you not? This series of actions unfolded with astonishing speed, and Inoki, witnessing his beloved granddaughter being seized, was consumed by wrath. He disregarded everything else and gathered all his chakra into his hands, bellowing, Dust release, original world separation technique. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his hands, transforming into a massive transparent column, aimed directly at Naruto and Appo's Susanoo. In reaction to the dust release attack, the clone of Naruto instinctively felt astonished and leapt to evade. Yet, just as he leaped, he sensed an overwhelming pressure from above. Looking up, he discovered Inoki's guard, Akatsuchi, hovering above him. At that moment, Akatsuchi rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth release, rock golem technique." A gigantic rock giant emerged, swinging its rocky fist down toward the Susanoo. With a thunderous crash, although the Susanoo remained largely unharmed, it was forcefully pushed back. Simultaneously, the dust release barreled toward the clone of Naruto. At this point, it was far too late for Naruto to evade. The terrifying speed of the dust release was overwhelming, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for escape. The colossal dust release pierced through the Susanoo, continuing forward to penetrate half of the clone's body. As a flash of light erupted, the tower behind Naruto's clone disintegrated into atoms under the impact of this immense force. In truth, Naruto's clone could have utilized its intangibility to avoid this strike. Unfortunately, due to an unexpected incident occurring with the original body, the clone hesitated for a brief moment, ultimately left to watch helplessly as the dust release struck him. As the force of the dust release dissipated, the clone of Naruto, with half of its body obliterated, transformed into a cloud of smoke. Inoki, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Shadow clone? When did he manage to slip away?" After a moment of astonishment, Inoki quickly regained his composure, roaring, "The monk may escape, but the temple remains. Naruto Uzumaki, wait for me." He turned to Akatsuchi, commanding, "Immediately gather our forces. We are heading to the land of snow. We must eliminate that brat." Meanwhile, the original Naruto, having utilized Flying Thunder God to return Finghua and Xiaoxua, now found himself seated in the office of the Spirit Organization. He had no choice but to dispel his clone, as beneath the table, the old Shizumizu Sakurazaki had applied pressure. Naruto exhaled deeply. In that instant, as the shadow clone from the land of iron dissipated, a torrent of memories surged back into Naruto's mind. Sensing the influx of new experiences, he merely smiled softly, a faint expression of satisfaction gracing his features. Turning to Shizumizu below, Naruto remarked, "Little glutton, it seems you have saved them. It appears we have new guests arriving in the Kemui space. We shall investigate later. For now, do not interfere. Inform everyone that at least 3 or more nations will be returning to assault the land of snow. Prepare the organization accordingly, and allow Xiaoxue to let them pass." Chapter 97. Marching into the land of snow in the land of iron. The atmosphere was tense as Mitsuba directed the medical team to spring into action. After a series of urgent medical interventions, they successfully reattached the severed arm of Reikage, who had been on the brink of death, and provided proper treatment for his guards and Appo's injuries. Subsequently, the gathered individuals convened in Reikage and Appo's hospital room to discuss the specifics of their impending expedition. Suggestions flowed forth, causing the atmosphere to grow somewhat chaotic. After a vigorous debate, it was unanimously decided to wait until Reikage had fully recovered before assembling the forces to launch a concerted assault on the spiritual organization in the land of snow. With Akatsuki having already abducted Black Earth, the urgency of the situation escalated. Despite the agreed-upon plan to commence operations in a week, Suchikage found it impossible to remain at ease. He declared his intention to set out immediately to rescue Black Earth. The other members present voiced their concerns over Suchikage's impulsive decision. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Naruto had not killed Black Earth on the spot, but had opted to take her hostage, indicating that there was still room for maneuver. As the voices of reason reached him, the initially agitated Inoki gradually calmed down. He began to thoughtfully consider a strategy and recognized that the crux of this operation lay in effectively mastering the spatial ninjutsu. With this realization, he clenched his teeth and spoke. "Naruto Uzumaki appearing here can likely be attributed to the covert signals from the ruler of the land of snow. Their relationship is undoubtedly significant, so our first course of action must be to capture the Windflower, using her as leverage against them." To Inoki, it was clear that Naruto, having evaded him with his shadow clones, was now swelling with overconfidence. He remained unaware of the peril inherent in his plan to abduct Windflower. Ultimately, Inoki resolved to take the lead, capture Windflower, scout the enemy's base, and then await reinforcements to converge in the land of snow before launching a unified assault against the spiritual organization. The other nations nodded in agreement. Hastily, Inoki and Akatsuchi made their way to the harbor, boarding a tourist ship bound for the land of snow, which was filled with unsuspecting travelers. They deliberately avoided traveling by train, having considered that the entire railway was under the jurisdiction of the land of snow. Stepping onto the train would undoubtedly expose their whereabouts, alerting Windflower. In truth, even this seemingly ordinary ship was under the control of Windflower. The moment Inoki stepped onto the gangway, his every move was already being monitored by the land of snow. This intelligence was swiftly disseminated, and before long, Naruto in the land of snow was informed of the development. Naruto slowly set down the letter in his hand, rising to meet the gaze of his intelligence officer, Karen. "I must investigate this myself. Although I cannot fathom why Noki would bring only one person, it is of little concern. We simply need to intercept them at sea. As for their true intentions, we can inquire after we neutralize them. His words brimmed with fury from the moment Noki made his approach. The war with the ninja world had already ignited. Karen nodded gently, picking up a thick coat and draping it over Naruto's shoulders. Her voice laced with concern. Be cautious during this maritime confrontation. Feeling her care, Naruto smiled and nodded in response. In an instant, he employed the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he materialized at the dock in the land of snow. Standing at the dock, he gazed across the vast sea. He boarded a vessel, ignited the engine, and steered it toward Naka's direction. The ship cleaved through the waves, sending up sprays of white foam. It would not be long before the ocean might be stained a vivid crimson. Meanwhile, Noki sat in the cabin, his brow furrowed, anxiously fixating on the horizon. His heart racing. His trembling hands clutched a cup of coffee tightly. Since Black Earth's abduction, there had been no word, leaving him in a state of turmoil regarding her fate. Beside him, Akatsuchi maintained an optimistic demeanor, reassuring him, "Do not worry, old man. Black Earth will surely be safe. That Naruto was driven off by your dust release. Even if he appears again, he cannot possibly match your strength." Upon hearing this, Noki and Appo's expression did not soften. He merely replied, "Let us hope so." Just as he lifted his cup to take a sip and alleviate his inner turmoil, a mischievous child suddenly dashed forward. Without a word, the child raised a hand and slapped the cup from Naka's grasp, sending it flying. The cup sailed through the air before shattering on the ground, coffee splattering everywhere. The child exhibited no remorse, instead grinning at Noki and taunting, "Old man, look at you. You're even shorter than I am. Come on. Catch me if you can, haha." With that, he patted his backside and bolted out of the cabin. Normally, as the esteemed Tsuchikage, Noki would not stoop to engage with a mere child. However, his anxiety over Black Earth had left him in a foul mood, and witnessing the coffee spill only served to amplify his pent-up frustration. In that moment, his suppressed anger erupted. Noki leaped into the air, swiftly closing the distance to the child, grabbing him and hoisting him aloft. The child immediately burst into tears, wailing, "Mommy, he's hitting me. Mommy, help." The child's mother, who had been happily chatting inside, rushed out upon hearing her son's cries. Seeing her boy suspended in the air by an elderly man, her expression shifted to one of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she pointed at Noki and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Put my precious son down. You old fool. My family is connected to the daimyo of the land of Earth. How dare you treat us this way?" Chapter 98. The malevolent Earth Shadow. At this moment, the number of onlookers aboard the ship continued to swell. They watched the unfolding scene with expressions of indignation, voicing their accusations with increasing fervor. From their moral high ground, they barked, "Look at this elderly man, still trying to assert his authority and brazenly bully a child in broad daylight." A woman shouted, "Just look at this old cur. Surely he grew up feasting on filth, and even in his old age, he shows no signs of restraint. It and Appo's utterly disgusting." Another voice dripped with disdain, "Don't think that floating in the air makes you special. Possessing a mere smattering of ninjutsu does not grant you the license to torment others. My uncle's neighbor is also a ninja," another interjected, their tone rife with contempt. The murmurs grew louder, all aimed at berating Noki, and the insults became increasingly vicious and unrefined. Faced with such vilification, Noki felt his temples throb with rage, his blood pressure soaring. Finally, unable to contain his fury, he bellowed, "If you value your lives, shut those foul mouths. This unruly child deserves to be dealt with." However, his threats fell on deaf ears. The woman, far from being intimidated, pointed her finger at him, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. "How can you call yourself an adult and stoop so low as to argue with a child? Do you lack even this modicum of magnanimity? Oh, I seem to recognize you. Arin and Appo's. To you that Tsuchikage of Awagakure?" It and Appo's. It's astonishing that the esteemed Tsuchikage would resort to violence. "Is this truly the leader of your village?" Her voice grew louder, filled with righteous indignation. "Just wait. When I return to my village, I shall immediately report your transgressions to the daimyo of the land of Earth. I shall see if you can maintain your arrogance before him." With a fiery glare directed at Noki, she demanded, "Release my child this instant." Naka's gaze remained icy as he fixated on the squirming child in his grasp, devoid of any compassion. He began to gather chakras swiftly, muttering under his breath, "Earth release, heavy stone technique." His once normal hand transformed into a colossal, unyielding hand of rock, and with increasing force, accompanied by deep, rumbling growls, that stone hand began to close. The child's piercing screams reverberated throughout the ship, but Noki appeared oblivious, as if the cries did not reach him. After all, it was the child's fragile bones that were at fault. Expressionless, he continued to apply pressure, mercilessly tightening his grip. Amidst the sounds of crushing, the child and Appo's body could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure, reduced to a gruesome pulp. At last, Noki eased his grip, and the remnants of flesh and blood cascaded down, splattering onto the deck. Witnessing this horrific scene, The other passengers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with terror, as if their throats were constricted by an unseen force, leaving them unable to utter a sound. The ship fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the howling wind and the waves crashing against the hull. Standing nearby, Akatsuchi shook his head helplessly, letting out a soft sigh. He understood all too well, once Noki took matters into his own hands, there would be no survivors aboard this vessel. For Noki, preserving the reputation of a Wagakure necessitated silencing anyone who might leak secrets, leaving no room for risk. Such ruthless resolve was not new to Akatsuchi. He had assisted Noki in similar acts many times before and knew well that the Tsuchikage was a man of merciless disposition. In the next moment, the previously silent tourists erupted into chaos. Some hot-headed individuals began to curse Noki anew, while others, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly stepped forward to voice their support, shouting that Tsuchikage is entirely justified. Such unruly children deserve severe punishment. You are absolutely right, sir. As more individuals recognized the truth, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Increasingly, voices rose in praise of Noki, expressing their support. In the face of this sudden change, Noki merely smiled faintly, then spoke slowly. All right, thank you all for the compliments, but there is no need to flatter me. Regardless of what you say today, everyone aboard the ship is destined to meet their end at my hands. No sooner had he finished speaking than Noki suddenly seized the mother of the child. With a swift motion, he applied pressure, and a sharp crack echoed as her head exploded, blood splattering onto the feet of those nearby. This gruesome spectacle sent a wave of terror through everyone present. It was unclear who screamed first, but the sound of panic erupted. Ah, he's killing us. That scream acted as a catalyst, plunging the entire ship into chaos. Some, in a frenzy, ran about aimlessly, while others, more composed, leaped into the sea in a desperate attempt to escape. A portion of the crowd hurried into the cabin, seeking refuge from the looming disaster. With a cold smile gracing his lips, Noki turned to Akatsuchi and calmly declared, "These individuals are all rogue ninjas who fled from the land of snow. They cannot be spared. Not a single one shall remain alive. Their heinous crimes warrant the utmost punishment." Noki stood at the ship and amp, Appo's bow, gripping a sharp harpoon forged from solid rock, and hurled it into the sea. Each thrust accurately pierced a civilian, ending their lives before they could react. One by one, they fell, lifeless in the icy waters. The surface of the sea turned a dark crimson, the stench of blood permeating the air. At that moment, Naruto's vessel happened to sail nearby. Peering through his telescope, he beheld the horrifying events unfolding before him. He murmured to himself, "I never imagined that Tsuchikage could be so cruel. This is the vile countenance hidden behind the facade of every nation. The so-called shadows are nothing but heartless villains, ruthlessly slaughtering innocents, their actions more decisive than my own." Chapter 99. Confrontation with Inoki. Naruto stood aboard his vessel, gazing out at the sea with a hint of boredom. To alleviate his ennui, he activated his Kimui, releasing Kuratsuchi, filling her with a sense of mockery akin to a cream puff, before sealing her away once more. Shortly thereafter, he observed the lifeless bodies of civilians drifting towards him, the scene reminiscent of a horror film. With a mere glance, he turned away, revving the engine of his boat as he steered it toward Inoki's ship. Meanwhile, Inoki was engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter, wielding a colossal earthen harpoon. He mercilessly jabbed at those desperate souls attempting to leap into the sea to escape, each strike accompanied by a spray of blood and anguished screams. Once all who had jumped were dead, he whirled around and stormed into the cabin, continuing his rampage. The deck was already drenched in a crimson tide, as Akatsuchi busily dragged the deceased villagers from the cabin and cast them into the depths below. As more bodies sank into the ocean, the water surrounding the ship began to take on a dark red hue. Suddenly, Akatsuchi heard the sound of an approaching vessel. Pausing his grim task, he listened for a moment before shouting into the cabin, "Old man, a ship is coming from the direction of the land of snow. You should stop and come see what's happening." At that moment, Inoki had just raised his harpoon, aiming it at a trembling mother and daughter. Hearing Akatsuchi's call, he furrowed his brow slightly but temporarily halted his killing spree. He stepped out of the cabin and onto the bow of the ship. Inoki's eyes narrowed as he fixated on the swiftly approaching vessel, a sense of alarm flooding his mind. He turned to Akatsuchi, his expression darkening. "Prepare for battle. It seems they are coming straight for us. Clearly, there is a rat on board relaying our location." With that, he gripped his earthen harpoon, exuding an aura of lethal intent. For Inoki, today, anyone who dared approach would meet their demise, simply another ship's crew to be slaughtered. Before long, Naruto's vessel steadily drew nearer. Observing this, Inoki swiftly formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Earth release, Earth style, Daisen no Jutsu." A massive rock golem emerged from the deck, seizing Naruto's ship and immobilizing it. To Inoki, this new arrival and its occupants were now trapped. Having completed this, Inoki began to levitate, gliding towards the ensnared vessel. At that moment, Naruto also slowly pushed open the cabin door and stepped outside. When their eyes met, an evil grin spread across Naruto's face as he remarked, well, we meet again. Tsuchikage Inoki." At these words, Inoki's pupils contracted. In the next instant, he slammed his palms together, swiftly gathering chakra into his hands, ready to unleash his dust release technique. Sensing the imminent danger, Akatsuchi leapt into the air, forming hand seals and shouting, "Earth release, Daisen no Jutsu." Another colossal rock golem materialized, swinging its massive fist down towards Naruto. Unfazed by the assault, Naruto gracefully leaped backward, landing firmly on the bow of his ship. Inoki hovered in midair, his gaze fixed on Naruto's landing spot. In the next moment, a dust release technique surged forth, hurtling towards Naruto. Yet, Naruto merely cast a faint glance at the attack, showing no intention of evasion. The formidable dust release struck the bow, splintering wood and sending debris flying. Without pause, it continued to penetrate the ocean's surface, creating colossal waves that disintegrated countless fish into mere atoms. Inoki had initially been confident that this strike would send Naruto fleeing in disarray, just as before. However, witnessing Naruto emerge unscathed on the deck, his expression shifted dramatically, dread creeping into his heart. Could it be that Naruto had honed his abilities to the extent of being immune to dust release? As this thought crossed his mind, Inoki felt a chill. Observing that his most potent attack had failed against Naruto, a cunning glint flickered in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and slowly spoke, "Naruto, if you hand over Kuratsuchi, I promise not to trouble you further and will refrain from disturbing the land of snow. You must understand that if our village launches a full-scale assault on the land of snow, even if you manage to escape, what will become of those innocent villagers?" Noticing Inoki's attempt to negotiate with Naruto, Akatsuchi halted his actions. Meanwhile, Inoki was gambling on Naruto's deep ties to the land of snow. Should Naruto merely be a renegade ninja indifferent to the land and Appos as fate, this gamble would surely end in failure, leading to further conflict. However, Naruto was no longer 12. He would not be easily deceived by such words. Calmly, Naruto replied, "What do I care about your attack on the land of snow? I won't release Kuratsuchi. You should focus on how to extricate yourself, old man." With that, Naruto formed hand seals and murmured, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing 10 identical Naruto clones that swiftly surrounded Inoki and Akatsuchi. Without hesitation, Naruto leaped atop the mast of the ship. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon the ensnared duo, arms crossed and eyes icy, posing the question, "What do you think? Will these clones employ Susanoo or Sage Mode in the coming battle?" Feeling the mounting pressure from Naruto's clones, Inoki and Akatsuchi exchanged glances, remaining silent, gritting their teeth. In the meantime, Naruto, with a playful glint in his eyes, declared, "The answer is both." As his words echoed, all 10 clones activated Sage Mode, their eternal Manjiki Sharingan beginning to spin, causing Inoki and Akatsuchi to feel a surge of panic. A massive blue Susanoo manifested on the ship, and due to the earlier dust release attack coupled with the presence of the 10 Susanoo, the vessel could no longer withstand the strain, sinking beneath the waves. Naruto then leaped onto Inoki's ship's sail and settled down.